Then one day, the gates suddenly opened, and the entire world collapsed. Monsters flooded the Earth server, and countless people left never to return. Only a few alert users awakened their supernatural abilities. They were hailed by all of humanity as saviors. Among them was the main character Hyun-wook. He was called the Iron King. He was humanity's last savior, but at the peak of his power, Hyun-wook was suddenly kicked out of Earth. Waking up, he realized he had returned to the past. But ironically, he landed right in the middle of his military service. At that moment, Hyun-wook was doing handstands. He had to endure hellish training. Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, his face lowered to the ground. He secretly took a bullet from his pocket and chewed it in his mouth. The system announced that the current manipulable metal weight was 300 grams. In the near future, all of humanity would die horribly, blood flowing like a river. The main character had to face the Church of God alone. That group was too strong, skilled at backstabbing and undermining. He had his teeth broken by them. Hyun-wook died in helplessness and unwillingness. In the last moment, a tall, dark, foul-smelling man threw a large rock at his face. That was the end. He had never thought he would regress to the past like in a novel. Hyun-wook was still tiredly chewing the bullet. The system congratulated him on finding a method of growth. 10 minutes remained to complete metal consumption. The commanding officer kept shouting at everyone. The main character trembled with anger. After regressing, all his skills had returned to zero. Well, that was fine, but why did he have to return to his military service? He was being treated like a dog. The food was terrible, and he also suffered from sleep deprivation. While lining up for food, Hyun-wook was called up by the head officer to work first. He was fed up and exhausted after training, and now he was being ordered to do extra work. The officer sneered in contempt and called him a waste. Hyun-wook recognized him as Sang-wook, a prick in the military. He was tall, his face full of criticism, saying that at least a waste should know how to work. In his past life, Hyun-wook had thought he would never get past this oppressive stage. He was bitter, mocked by those lowlifes. But, for now, he could not resist. Hyun-wook silently followed that officer. He got angry at the main character's attitude. He chanted a spell, summoning a ring around his hand to attack. Hyun-wook easily dodged. He sneered, saying he would work if he got food first. The reason for his confidence was that many people were watching. Sang-wook did not dare overstep. Main character taunted him, asking how someone rumored to abuse their authority could be a noble figure. Sang-wook fell silent, not daring to say more. He shouted for everyone to go eat. Hyun-wook told his friend to go eat first, saying he would not. He did not eat. He snuck to the back, trying to calm himself and endure. This was still bearable. It was nothing compared to what that bastard who had framed him in his past life had done. Hyun-wook was bitter, cursing that bastard Gordon. If he had to stay long for the crime of deception, he would not catch up to him in time. The system announced that metal consumption was complete. He could now manipulate an additional gram of metal. Hyun-wook glanced. He pulled out a pile of spoons he had just stolen. He could not let the world know he could level up yet. While everyone in the mess hall had no spoons, the main character leisurely ate outside. The system announced the beginning of metal absorption. Consumption time remaining was 13 seconds. It was estimated that after absorption, he would gain an additional 1.25 grams of manipulation. Hyun-wook held a knife, estimating its weight. An M7 knife weighed 140 grams. With his current ability, he could only control one. A bullet casing weighing 1 gram only increased it by 1.25 grams. At this rate, it would take very long to catch up to the point before his death. Hyun-wook looked up at the watchtower and felt a headache coming. He only had 3 days to prepare, and then he had to defeat the leader monster at level 1. He went back to practice his metal manipulation skill. 3 days later, at Outpost 5 Test Station 1 Brigade 3. Hyun-wook was on guard duty with a fellow soldier. Uncle Jun-mo tried to strike up a conversation. The cold male lead seemed uninterested. When Hyun-wook looked at the system notification board, he turned angrily to ask Jun-mo if he trusted him. Uncle Jun-mo did not understand what was going on but still answered yes. The male lead stepped forward with full confidence. At the same time, elsewhere, a spatial gate suddenly opened. A horde of monsters surged out from the gate, ready to destroy the Earth. At this moment, the others were still sound asleep. Hyun-wook faced the monsters alone. He controlled a knife to fly straight at a monster's face. He had been waiting here since the afternoon. After waiting all day, these bastards finally appeared. The monster that was stabbed stood up, searching for Hyun-wook. It never failed an ambush before, but level 1 made everything more difficult. This was his second chance, and he did not want to repeat his old mistakes. The monsters all charged at him to attack. Hyun-wook controlled the knife to slice off heads one after another. A red gem fell to the ground. The male lead picked up the gem, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed. The taste was terrible. Hyun-wook knew about the future, and he needed to eat metal to become stronger. Mana would also be increased after absorbing metal. This meant he had to eat all the items he obtained. That way, this life would become much easier. After eating the gem, he controlled the knife to attack the monster formation again. Hyun-wook threatened Jun-mo into remaining silent about the monster incident. If the military found out, all the weapons would fall into their hands again. Hyun-wook used his skillful technique to down dozens of monsters in a row. One monster tried to sneak attack him from behind. Hyun-wook quickly sliced off that monster's head. Another red gem rolled out. He turned to threaten the remaining ones. Anyone who dared to sneak attack would be dealt with by him. Hyun-wook step by step instilled fear in the monsters, making them dare not act rashly. As he fought, he vigilantly searched for the boss of this group. It was a cunning and treacherous shaman monster. Hyun-wook bent down, pretending to pick up some red gems. He had given it a warm welcome. It surely would not miss this chance. Just as predicted, the shaman monster on the tree pulled the ring around its neck to cast a spell. Hyun-wook smiled sarcastically. He had been prepared since the afternoon. He picked up the stone and assumed a combat stance. Meanwhile, the military group on the hill was still completely unaware. After one move from the shaman monster, sharp thorns sprouted beneath Hyun-wook's feet. The shaman monster thought it had taken him down and laughed triumphantly. But Hyun-wook was unharmed. He had appeared beside it and launched a knife towards it. The shaman monster dodged, slashing away the flying knife. He pretended to panic. The shaman monster laughed in smug delight, but did not notice what was behind it. Hyun-wook controlled the knife to turn back towards the shaman monster. The knife almost reached its neck, but the monster still caught it, cackling. Hyun-wook did not expect this monster to block a greatsword. Truly, in his past life he was a failure. Hyun-wook grew angry. If it dared to send a pack of goblins to hunt him, it should not complain. After getting angry, he also felt it was a bit much. Now he did not know what to do. The boss had come out to fight head-on, and the small fries were also bloodthirsty. The system warned that mana was only at 40%. Things had come to this. Hyun-wook had no other choice. The only option was to go all in. He had to eat all of these monsters to get back. Both sides prepared to clash when Hyun-wook heard Junmo calling him. That goblin shaman also noticed this. He sneered and ordered the horde of small monsters to charge forward and attack Junmo. That soldier was clueless about what was happening. He could only panic and shout. Hyun-wook told Junmo to keep his head down low. He raised his gun and shot down that monster, then took down each one in succession. When he turned back, the shaman and the rest of the monsters had vanished. They had managed to escape. At the same time, an announcement from the radio on his shoulder rang out. The military on the other end had been alerted. They heard the gunfire and sent a signal. Hyun-wook had to report the situation, saying a barrier had appeared and confirmed the monsters were goblins. After the first skirmish, the goblins had left the area. Outpost number 5 currently had no casualties. The other side issued an order instructing Hyun-wook's outpost number 5 to take a defensive position and await further orders. Hyun-wook knew that person would arrive here soon. She was a knight from the anti-terrorist monster squad, Lieutenant Seo Yeon-ha. If she appeared, just like in the previous life, she would block the gate and take away all the weapons. Among them was the legendary Azamantum equipment set. In the previous life, this was the ultimate equipment that helped Hyun-wook become the Steel Emperor. If he missed this chance, the next opportunity would be 4 years later. If that event repeated, everything would revert to the previous life, and he would die. Therefore, he had to complete everything before the reserve squad arrived. The goblins needed human lives, but they would not enter the city center at this time. With their pack hunting style, the city density was too high for monsters like goblins. Suddenly, a voice from the radio sounded. Outpost number 6 had been attacked by goblins. Hyun-wook knew the time had come. He shouted into the radio that he would go to assist, then cut off the call, ignoring the curses coming from the other end. Junmo hugged Hyun-wook's leg and begged him not to do something foolish. Defying a superior's orders would not only get him arrested, but also court-martialed. Hyun-wook did not listen. Outpost number 6 was composed entirely of mages and archers, all long-range players. They could not deal with the goblins. Everyone would die. Junmo stubbornly held on, refusing to let Hyun-wook go. He could not do anything alone. Hyun-wook disagreed. He was not alone. Junmo was also there. Junmo was speechless and asked if he was joking with him. At this moment, at outpost number 6, the scene was chaotic. Quite a few people had been taken down. The commander continued to order outpost number 6 to defend their position with their lives. The monsters had surged deep inside. They charged in and slaughtered without mercy. Many were severely injured, covered in blood. They had no choice but to hide in the container and await death. Suddenly, small stones from outside slammed one after another against the glass door. The 2 soldiers hiding inside were terrified out of their wits. The boss of this monster horde was truly clever. Once this container was destroyed, they would be dead meat. A corporal raised his gun and pointed it at his own head, intending to just die. The other could only sob uncontrollably. Suddenly, a voice from the radio sounded. The person said for the archer to draw his crossbow, aim towards the light, fire, and stay still. That soldier did not quite understand but followed the orders anyway, as there was no other choice. Following the words of the person on the radio, he drew his crossbow and aimed straight at the light. The person on the other end of the line was none other than Hyun-wook. He had attached a flashlight to his shoulder as a signal. He told the archer to stay still and focus on their aim. He would be the one to pull the trigger. Hyun-wook operated the lock chamber and pulled the trigger once. A fiery arrow tore through the wind, hitting the monster he was controlling. That monster was burned to ashes. The system notified him that he had just consumed 1% of his mana. Hyun-wook had found a way to save mana. Combined with the archer's powerful firepower, everything became easy. The flames from before attracted the attention of the goblin shaman and the monster horde. He immediately shot stones at Hyun-wook. He quickly jumped in the nearby bushes to dodge. Hyun-wook again ordered the archer to repeat the same action as before. The archer obeyed, frantically preparing his crossbow. He once again drew his crossbow towards the light. Han-wook was again the one to pull the trigger. One by one, the monsters were burned alive. The goblin shaman gritted his teeth in fury over losing his minion. At this time, Junmo was still hiding in the bushes. His task was simply to send the signal. Han-wook said he only intended to distract them, but looking at this situation, it seemed they were about to wipe out the entire group. Suddenly, a goblin discovered Junmo. It raised its knife to strike, but Han-wook rushed over just in time. He pulled the trigger, and the monster was immediately taken down. Junmo's jaw dropped in astonishment. Were the Han-wook now and the one before really the same person? Everything Han-wook had just done was only to lure the goblin shaman out. He silently assessed the situation. This boss was indeed very cunning. His mana was decreasing, now only at 12%. That monster still had not appeared. Was it really just standing by watching its minions fall one by one? Suddenly, Junmo's cries for help came through the radio again. Han-wook hurriedly ran over. The goblin shaman had captured Junmo and was using him to threaten him. Han-wook pretended to drop his weapon, acting as if he were surrendering. He sneered and then fired his gun. The cursed shaman was hit by the bullet and spat blood. Han-wook immediately charged forward. He threw a knife at the fleeing monster, but the blade bounced off it. It turned out the monster was wearing an ultra-hard coat. The system warned that Han-wook's mana had dropped to 9%. The cursed shaman ran straight towards the gate. Just as it was about to step through, Han-wook noticed steel on its necklace. He immediately used his metal manipulation skill to pull the monster back. With only 2% mana left, he threw a knife, stabbing it straight into the cursed shaman's face. His mana depleted just in time, and the monster was defeated. A flash of golden light shot up, illuminating the entire sky. Han-wook swore. Lieutenant Yunha had already arrived. He frantically searched for the stone on the cursed shaman's corpse. He barely managed to shove it into his pocket before the military surrounded him. They aimed their guns and demanded his name. Han-wook raised his hands in surrender and gave a straightforward statement. Yunha walked through the gate and saw that the boss monster was already dead. She was very surprised. 4 low-rank soldiers had taken down a boss monster. Unbelievable. On top of that, all the monsters had injuries that were identical to each other. It was definitely the work of one person. Han-wook was carried onto a stretcher. The system reported that he had successfully absorbed the legendary item, adamantium. It took 9 hours to absorb all the metal. Han-wook covered his face and laughed with joy as the system displayed more information. The absorbed metal was a reinforcement type, allowing him to use similar magic skills. The expected mass of metal after absorption was not yet determined. Yunha was puzzled as to why Han-wook could still be smiling. Han-wook was overjoyed. The system showed a new notification after absorbing the legendary item. Rare skill appeared. He could now detect all metal within his control range. This day had finally come. Han-wook felt the metal magnetic fields around him resonating. Today was the day the Steel Emperor officially re-emerged. A few days after the incident at the gate, rumors spread far. The story of a low-rank corporal appearing with a large sword slaying goblins. Many did not believe it, notably Sergeant Sang-wook, the commander of the 2nd Squad. His subordinate reported it, and he was scolded severely. Sang-wook turned to the fat man beside him and asked, if someone could tear a goblin apart with their bare hands, could they bring 3 men to attack a gate? The fat man firmly said it was impossible. He was a high-level close combat expert. No one had witnessed it with their own eyes, so they thought they were just straggler goblins. But if a low-rank soldier had gone crazy, it would be a real danger to the military. Upon hearing this, the fat man understood his superior's intention. The battalion commander's office, Han-wook was summoned. He was sweating profusely. If things were fine, they would have just ignored it, so why call him in? In the room were not only Seo Yunha but also Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, the C-rank mage, and the battalion's lieutenant, Major Kang Seok, a B-rank player. The lieutenant sternly asked Han-wook if he had truly disobeyed the delay order. He was Nam-san, the Mountain King, ranked 1666 in South Korea. If he said the wrong word, he would be suspended immediately. Han-wook took a deep breath. He had to stay calm. The worst that could happen was being put under confinement. He bravely admitted that he saw the gate erupting and reacted immediately. Battalion commander questioned him again, having read the report but not understanding how a low-rank soldier had survived. Han-wook swallowed his saliva. The pressure was immense. If he backed down now, his military career would be ruined. He stammered, explaining that he felt it was unfair, as if he had been deceived. Lieutenant Min-hee was about to speak, but was stopped by the battalion commander. He wanted to hear Han-wook out. Seizing the opportunity, Han-wook asked the battalion commander if every training session emphasized, no matter how low one's rank was. If you applied squad tactics, then D-rank or E-rank soldiers could also fight against the Cho. He echoed the doctrine that according to the training manual, even if he struggled against a troll, a goblin was not an impossible task. Even though he had gone against orders, if he hadn't gone to help Outpost number 6, all the personnel would have died. After saying this, Han-wook felt pleased with himself. Now for the emotional part, he repeated the battalion commander's own teachings. Every soldier is a soldier, fight with all your might. Han-wook shamelessly said that the battalion commander was the man he respected most, and he had merely utilized the training to help his comrades. The reason he could step forward confidently when being looked down upon was thanks to that very statement. Seizing the moment, he bowed his head and explained that when he heard the battalion commander denying him, he felt his entire career was a lie. Han-wook knew well that battalion commander Kang Seok had nearly lost his life in a battle against an orc. He had almost died. Without hesitation, he returned to the military and became a core member of the monster defense team, a true soldier. Han-wook was confident. He had said he regarded the commander's words as his creed and risked his life for his comrades. How could he dare to have him suspended? Just as expected, the battalion commander cheerfully patted Han-wook on the shoulder. He officially appointed him as a non-commissioned officer. Han-wook's system notified him that he had satisfied a special condition and unlocked a new skill. The skill was named Iron Skin, using mana to temporarily reinforce a part of the body, leaving Han-wook speechless. Yoon-ha and Min-hee on the other side could only stand by helplessly. Han-wook was sweating profusely under the battalion commander's gaze. He did not think things would go this far. Could he have measured? At the 3rd Brigade, 1st Dismissal Station, the physical training room, Han-wook cursed while lifting weights, finally throwing them down in anger. He felt like he had shot himself in the foot, clearly having brought the trouble upon himself. Back then, Lee Min-hee had persuaded the battalion commander to withdraw the unprecedented decision in the anti-terror squad's history, forcing a non-commissioned officer into service. Platoon leader Lee Min-hee said he had time to think, but he should live humbly for a while to avoid attracting attention. While he was frustrated, 2 clueless troublemakers came to pick a fight. The fat one pretended to be friendly, asking if he was done with the weights. He answered no. The fat man stared at him and his attitude suddenly changed completely. He lifted the weights with one hand, arrogantly mocking Han-wook, the recent celebrity, for only lifting this much weight. It was truly disgraceful. Thanks to the fat man's loud mouth, everyone in the training room started paying attention, everyone turning to watch the commotion. Han-wook glanced over and recognized one of them as that scumbag Sang-wook. As expected, that guy was publicly bullying him again, just like in his past life, extremely troublesome. Han-wook brushed his hair to calm down. He was just about to live in hiding to avoid attention, but unexpectedly he had to deal with this nuisance. He spun around and challenged the fat man to a one-on-one match. The entire brigade buzzed with talk about the upcoming confrontation between Won-suk and the F-rank private Han-wook. The crowd gathered tightly around the arena, and the 2 main characters had already arrived. The fat man acted as if victory was assured, not sparing any words to humiliate Han-wook. The whistle signaling the start blew. The fat man charged ferociously to punch, and Han-wook raised his hand to block. He skillfully tried to dodge every attack from the fat man. He almost got hit in the face once, but fortunately his reflexes were quick enough. He saved his handsome face. Han-wook raised his hand to provoke again. The fat man went crazy from being disrespected. Just then, First Lieutenant Mang-ho, the unit's tactical training officer, entered the training room. He was led in by a private to watch the match between Han-wook and the fat man. The accompanying officer kept rambling, saying the attacks were like falling meteors. The first lieutenant paid little attention to that nonsense. He just stood by observing the situation. Someone in the crowd below lost patience, yelling at the fat man to stop stalling and start fighting properly. Others chimed in, telling the fat man to throw real moves and stop putting on an act, ruining everyone's bets. The fat man on the platform was also under pressure. He had done nothing so far, his feet felt heavy as lead, making movement and fighting difficult. Han-wook, during all that time, only waved his hands up and down lightly, using his metal manipulation ability. He had made the metal plates on the fat man's shoes continuously pull him down. Therefore, the fat man could not land a single hit on him. He only waved his arms and legs in vain. The fat man now probably felt like he was fighting in a swamp. Han-wook had nothing to do. Just watching was amusing enough. The fat man suddenly called for a stop, saying his feet felt strange. Han-wook pretended to be surprised, asking why. He added a few more provoking words to anger him. The fat man flew into a rage, tensing his abs and clenching his glutes. He exploded with his inner power, tearing apart his outer layer of clothing. Below, a few people admired him, oohing and ahing. The fat man used the body reinforcement skill of the berserker, the skill known as armor skin. He panted like an ox. Han-wook also assumed a serious stance. The first lieutenant was about to stop the fight, because this body reinforcement was no longer a normal bout, but seeing Han-wook's calm gaze, he decided to watch for now. The confrontation between the fat man and Han-wook was like a bull fighting a leopard. The fat man resembled a powerful ox, while Han-wook was like a leopard hiding its claws, waiting for the right moment. The first lieutenant found this match very intriguing. The officer beside him excitedly praised the fat man, saying he was not ordinary. It was the first time he had seen a low-level person use body reinforcement. The fat man wanted to end the match quickly. After the reinforcement, his speed was many times faster than before. He lunged like a flash of speed, a single punch sending Hyun-wook flying into the arena wall. Crowd below cheered loudly, supporting the fat man. No one knew that after that punch, the fat man alone felt as if he had punched solid steel. Earlier, Hyun-wook had used his own body reinforcement skill. He turned part of his arm into steel to receive the blow. This time, it was his turn to counterattack. The fat man flew into a rage. He lunged to attack again. Hyun-wook dodged, thinking it was a waste to use such a peak skill on a man like him. He reinforced one leg and kicked straight into the fat man's calf. He cried out in pain and fell to his knees. Hyun-wook took the chance to punch him repeatedly in the face. Anyone arrogant only because of their strength was just an ant. He had intended to teach others a lesson, but it turned out he didn't know who was teaching whom. The audience below was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Lieutenant Ma Young-ho looked as if he had seen a shining truth. The leopard had finally bared its fangs and sunk them into the neck of the ox. The lieutenant was still waiting, while Hyun-wook kept punching his opponent straight in the face. He was waiting for the decisive moment from him. Suddenly, the fat man grabbed Hyun-wook by the collar and lifted him up. He intended to throw him down onto the ground with great force. He meant to slam him to the ground, but Hyun-wook quickly wrapped his arm around his neck, tightening it until he couldn't struggle. He slammed him down hard, he would only break his own arm. The lieutenant silently observed the scene. For a berserker who had already reinforced his body, this kind of headlock was usually hard to pull off. The fight was intense. The fat man struggled, trying to escape the lock, raising his other hand to punch him. But Hyun-wook had already released the fingers, choking his own neck in time. He spun around to dodge the blow very quickly, switching to a grip on the opponent's hair, and choked him from behind. Lieutenant Ma Young-ho silently applauded. The transition to a rear naked choke was very precise. Pressing on the carotid was dangerous, because berserkers only focused on reinforcing their muscles. The fat man was being choked tight, desperately trying to pry Hyun-wook's hands away, but to no avail. Hyun-wook sneered. He had reinforced both hands, so his opponent had no way of escaping. The system warned that the range of body reinforcement had exceeded the allowed limit. Hyun-wook still didn't stop. He tightened his choke further, and the system issued another warning. Crowd began to murmur. A henchman asked Sang-wook if he should step in, saying further fighting would lead to murder. Despite his reddened eyes and blood streaming from his nose, Hyun-wook did not let go. He stared straight at Sang-wook. "This is a warning for you." Sang-wook was drenched in sweat under his gaze. The fat man was groggy, unable to believe he was about to lose to a piece of trash. He gritted his teeth and tensed up once more. He was the ace of his generation. He couldn't lose so miserably. The fat man reinforced his body once again. The lieutenant watching also became excited. This is truly a surprise. Reinforcing the body twice in a row, but if he couldn't escape the choke, it was like strangling himself. The battle escalated. Hyun-wook tightened his grip even more. Fat man roared, trying to break free, but it was useless. Trying too hard led to failure. Straining too much just let the air out. He ran out of breath and collapsed. The lieutenant was extremely excited. He hadn't been wrong. Hyun-wook was truly a fierce beast. People came to check. Luckily, the fat man was only unconscious, still breathing. Junmo happily rushed over to hug Hyun-wook in congratulations. Hyun-wook didn't care and pushed him away. His gaze was still fixed on Sang-wook, not saying a word. Lieutenant Ma Young-ho approached and asked for his name. Hyun-wook stood at military attention and reported his name, also finding it strange that the man was here. The lieutenant returned the salute, introducing himself as belonging to the Black Tiger Unit, Tactical Training Center. After watching the battle, he handed him a black card, inviting him to join the Special Operations Unit. The people around buzzed with discussion. The Black Tiger Unit was the strongest force against terrorism and monsters. Hyun-wook refused without hesitation, saying he was just a forced-level player and was not suitable. The lieutenant disagreed, saying ranks were only set by ordinary people. They needed a strong fighter like him. Hyun-wook screamed inside, in pain and despair. Every side was pulling at him, and the military was too strict an environment. The lieutenant asked again if he would join. Hyun-wook sadly looked at the card, knowing that in the future, when opposing the villainous faction, he would be held back. He took the card, saying he would think it over, but for now, they should keep their distance. Sang-wook stood watching the recruitment, veins bulging with anger. In the battalion commander's office, two men sat drinking tea. The battalion commander asked how the Black Tiger Unit was doing lately. Lieutenant Ma Young-ho sipped his tea, sighed, and said the unit was always struggling due to a shortage of manpower. Battalion Commander Kang Seok also understood. These days just reaching C rank was enough for the guild to recruit people, so there was no other choice. Both of them shared the same fate. The two looked at each other, understanding the intent. Battalion Commander asked the warrant officer had come because of squad leader Sang Jun. Chen Yi replied cheerfully that was correct. Sang Jun was on leave, but thanks to that, he had found an interesting soldier. The battalion commander was startled upon hearing this, stopping his tea. Hyun-wook was being chased around the yard by Junmo. The kid kept clinging on, begging him to teach how to become stronger, while Hyun-wook was already exhausted to the point of death. This blatant action was seen by the battalion commander in the room. He took out his phone to contact someone, asking them to find out what Hyun-wook did before enlisting. He did not want to do this. Warrant Officer Ma Young-ho had stirred his greed. The city was bustling, with people coming and going in a lively manner. A child was walking with his Vietnamese mother. Distracted by play, he chased after a monkey. The animal ran into a small alley, and the boy followed. That monkey was not an ordinary monkey. It was a terrifying monster with claws and fangs. Not just one, but thousands stepped out from the gate. At the armory, Han Wook was being taken around to explore by Yun Ha. The company commander had rewarded him with a weapon and given him leave, but the squad leader did not believe he could do it. Han Wook cursed inwardly. In the past life, the squad leader was difficult, and in this life it was the same. Han Wook cleared his throat and said whether they believed it or not, he had done it. Yun Ha spun around sharply and told him not to be too confident. The goblins at the gate were all killed with a single identical sword strike. It meant one guard had single-handedly stopped the first wave of attack. Hyun Wook did not care about Yun Ha's words. He lifted a sword and said he chose this one. Hyun had told him to choose carefully, not to pick it because she pressured him, but to think it through. Hyun Wook waved the sword up and down, very satisfied with this blade. This sword was the Cloud Sword, capable of absorbing water and creating mist to blind opponents. It looked unsightly now, but later Sergeant Major Sangjun would be honored as the Sword Saint. The true name of the sword was Cloudmaster Hidden Hand. In Dangun mythology, there were three weather gods: Wind Earl, Rain Master, and Cloud Master. The Cloud Master governed the clouds, and along with the Hidden Hand sword, had accomplished many things. The Cloud Master Hidden Hand was a blade hidden in the clouds, or the Thunder God. If its power was utilized, it could activate medium-scale dungeon thunder. Han Wook was extremely satisfied. The combination of steel and thunder was truly the best. This time he would take this sword. Yun Ha complained, with such amazing achievements, was he only taking a thin sword? Han Wook did not change his decision. Suddenly an emergency alarm rang throughout the military area, an alarm at the Ytigal gate. Yun Ha looked at Han Wook, finding it strange. How could he be so calm? As if he had known this would happen. The military quickly assembled. The Elder Bamboo Society members, wearing their silver armor, also arrived. This society had armor and weapons, all of which were top-notch. Selling just one of their jackets could buy a building in Gangnam. Han Wook was assigned to command a small squad. He reminded his subordinates to be careful of the small monsters. They could cause massive casualties, mainly using needles and poison gas. But rolling up the sleeves of combat uniforms on the battlefield was forbidden. A soldier at the front quickly pulled his sleeves down, not understanding if such caution was necessary. Han Wook asked if he wanted to get an eye gouged out by a goban. The soldier fell silent and dared not ask further. Han Wook reminded everyone to prepare for poison gas, to check and ensure gas masks were easy to put on in emergency. Soldiers from other squads walked over. They mocked. A trash squad also had to hold a meeting to discuss plans. Anyone would think it was a support squad gearing up for battle. Hyun Wook's squad soldiers lowered their heads, not daring to argue. Hyun Wook turned back irritably and snapped at the two men for not checking their masks and running around idle. The Goban monsters often left their territory during a dungeon raid to attack. The two men did not care, confident they were experienced fighters, and paid no attention. The two men sneered their fill and then left. Han Wook looked at his squad and saw everyone's morale was extremely low. He gritted his teeth and shouted for everyone to stand at attention. He gave a speech to lift their spirits. They had been mocked so many times. Now in a real situation where death could come at any moment, it was not the time to be weak-willed. Han Wook's squad soldiers corrected their posture, standing at attention awaiting orders. Hyun Wook continued to instruct. The Goban monsters were quite small. Motion sensors must be installed on all drain openings and narrow passages. He ordered the task to be completed in 20 minutes. The soldiers hurriedly split up to get it done. After everyone had left, only Han Wook and Junmo remained, moving several cargo boxes. Junmo also noticed that Han Wook was more sensitive than usual today. Han Wook stared at Junmo without looking away. When Han Wook was about to ask Junmo again, the memory of the previous life rushed back with an arrow lodged directly in his neck. Han Wook collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, a pack of Koban monkeys appeared and spewed a stream of toxic gas. Many soldiers quickly put on gas masks, but the monkeys were too fast and dangerous. They rushed into the toxic smoke and bit many soldiers. Han Wook was still lying on the ground, unable to remove the arrow stuck in his neck. Suddenly, the leader of the monkey swarm appeared right behind him. It raised a knife and aimed it straight at his face. Fortunately, the knife only managed to cut across before someone arrived to rescue him. On Han Wook's face, a long gash was left, running all the way to his ear. The person who just arrived was Junmo. He intended to give the gas mask to Han Wook. Han Wook immediately told him to run away at once. The two struggled for a while until Junmo's head was struck off by the monster. Han Wook screamed in despair. In the previous life, Junmo had died trying to save him from that Koban monster. Before the monkey swarm arrived, he had ordered Junmo to lead the battalion members out of the combat zone. He would send the combat signal to Junmo later. This was the strategy devised by Han Wook. In another area, reports kept coming in. Delta Team reported losing contact with Zones 1 and 3. Epsilon Team reported no survivors in Zones 4, 5, and 6. Gamma Team reported total casualties in the initial phase. Beta Team discovered a Koban nest in Zone 2, Sector B9, with about 200 monkeys. and the military planned an ambush. After receiving the command, the soldiers simultaneously broke down the doors and advanced. They raised their shields, activated the magic circle, and waited for orders. When the Koban saw the intruders, they immediately rushed to attack. The military waited for the monkeys to get close before signaling to open fire. A fierce flame erupted from the magic circle. The fire incinerated a large number of Kobans. At this moment, Hyun-wook's team was still busy setting up the sensors. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee came to check the situation and asked him what he was doing. Hyun-wook respectfully replied that he was installing motion sensors and marking the positions with aluminum tape. Min-hee complained that this too expensive. Don't worry, the Elder Council has sent reinforcements just to deal with the Koban gate. Platoon 1 will deploy in 20 minutes, so the reinforcement detachment must supply the kits or antidote. Hyun-wook snapped back. The reinforcement team's mission was to prevent the monsters from running into the rear residential area. Hyun-wook deliberately shouted loudly to attract everyone's attention. Min-hee did not want to lose face. He gritted his teeth and retorted sarcastically. Just because the new squad leader treated you well once, you think you can do whatever you want? You have no life experience at all. As the two were arguing, someone came looking for him. It was a woman. The pink-haired girl was Sergeant Choi Seo-ha, a C-rank healing mage. Min-hee, who was tense, suddenly relaxed his attitude, put his arm around Hyun-wook's shoulder, and laughed it off. Hyun-wook chuckled inwardly. This was Min-hee's weak point. Because Kras had appeared, he had calmed down. Min-hee awkwardly asked Seo-ha if something was the matter. After 2 hours, she finally remembered the main thing and told him the battalion commander was calling for Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook found it strange and wondered what the battalion commander wanted with him. At the same time, on Yoonha's side, she was using binoculars to monitor Hyun-wook's situation. Seo had told him to just go meet the battalion commander. She would take responsibility for installing the sensors in his place here. Hyun-wook was annoyed because time was running out, and he didn't know what the battalion commander was thinking. Yoonha's group was still standing on the rooftop, ready to fight. A soldier spoke up, saying they were the direct assault force receiving orders from the battalion commander. Perhaps that was why they were being trained for the Koban attack. Yoonha lowered the binoculars, saying they were just soldiers and had to obey the orders of their superiors. At the battalion commander's temporary command post, Hyun-wook went to meet the battalion commander and also saw Warrant Officer Mang-ho. He greeted them solemnly. In his heart, he still wondered what the battalion commander wanted from him. Battalion commander looked at him sternly and wanted to test him, saying since Jun was on leave, he would temporarily command Platoon 1 to support the gate attack mission. Hyun-wook was stunned. In the previous life, he had never cared about him. Why was he saying this now? He had no time for this. Had the battalion commander just taken his medication? Hyun-wook tried to refuse, saying that since returning to the platoon, he had only done reinforcement and support missions. He could not accept putting his comrades' lives on the line in such a dangerous test. This was not training but a real battle. The battalion commander only coldly looked at him and said it was an order. Hyun-wook gritted his teeth and lowered his head but did not dare to argue. Just then, the radio broadcast a report from Delta Team. The Koban insect had left the nest. Hyun-wook heard clearly. If he did not leave immediately, the Kobans would attack the reinforcement squad. The rear defensive line would be breached. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. He had to get out of there right away. Hyun-wook turned back and told the battalion commander he had something to say. Outside, Yoonha was still holding binoculars watching Hyun-wook. He saw him run out of the command room as if a ghost was chasing him. Hyun-wook shouted loudly, telling the reinforcement squad to beware of poison gas. Red alerts simultaneously blared. A cloud of poison gas began to spread everywhere. Hyun-wook had not expected it either. The Kobans appeared much faster than in his memory. Earlier in the room, Hyun-wook had confided in the battalion commander. He heard that that man had lost an entire unit on his very first mission. It was hard to believe that someone from a support team was treated like an experienced soldier. Yet now, the battalion commander was ordering him to join a real battle just for a test. Hyun-wook asked again whether the battalion commander also considered soldiers as disposable tools. Battalion commander flinched, denied it, and then turned to order him to follow the platoon under his command. Hyun-wook interrupted, declaring aggressively that if it was an order, he would obey. But inside, his mind was in turmoil. He could not say he knew the future, so he had to remain silent. Hyun-wook continued, saying he lacked combat experience, had never led a platoon, and the casualty rate would be very high. He was grateful for the battalion commander's trust, but if the price was his comrades' lives, he would refuse the order. The battalion commander fell silent, lowering his head without a word. Ensign Mang-ho standing beside warned that disobeying orders in wartime would lead to a death sentence. Hyun-wook knew that well, but if he did not leave immediately, the entire rear line would die. Battalion commander finally spoke, withdrawing the order. Today, Hyun-wook would carry out the original mission as planned. However, as a soldier, the punishment for disobedience would be enforced in the future. Each person would bear the consequences. Hyun-wook ran while cursing, put on his gas mask, and swore at the damn military. He took out the sword from his storage pouch. He poured some water onto the blade. His vision was now completely nullified by the poison gas. Hyun-wook silently prayed for Jun-mo to lead the others and run fast. Contrary to Hyun-wook's wishes, Junmo did not have the people retreat, but instead led the troops to reinforce another squad. She told everyone to bring the wounded into the military supply crate and withdraw. Seo-ha, the girl with pink hair, was trembling on the battlefield, unable to move. Junmo urged her to quickly help the wounded, but because she was too scared, she could not do it. He was also shaking, his hand holding the gun trembling with every beat. Seo-ha was only 20 years old. This was her first time in combat after joining the squad. He was just a grunt in this reinforcement squad too. What more could he do? The others had also run out of ammunition, with no strength left to resist. Junmo was distressed. Was their whole group going to die here? Suddenly he thought of Hyun-wook. Junmo told the male lead to pass an order down to the reinforcement squad. The Kobans were attracted to the glowing object. He would use a flash attack to lure them. After that, the entire platoon should carry the wounded and leave this place immediately. The others heard Junmo's order but still stood frozen. Junmo resolutely herded everyone away. They had to reach the evacuation zone, where they would meet the logistics team. Junmo knew his electronic skill could not even kill the weakest monster, but in the end he could use it to save everyone. Junmo picked up the glowing hammer and ran in a different direction. The swarm of monsters, attracted by the light in his hand, all chased after him. Junmo shouted loudly, telling everyone to run. He believed he had done the right thing. If Hyun-wook were here, he would do the same. He decided to use himself as bait. Suddenly, the swarm of monsters chasing Junmo was blasted, their bodies scattered. Hyun-wook had arrived in time. He used his sword technique to absorb water, creating a water barrier to neutralize the poison gas within its range. Hyun-wook called out Junmo's name, thanking him for surviving. Junmo was emotional, tears welling up in his eyes. Thanks to Junmo, Hyun-wook could now enjoy this feast himself. He would sweep them all clean. Hyun-wook swung his sword, cutting down a wave of Koban monsters. Seeing the red gems rolling out, he felt a craving. With Junmo here, he could not eat them immediately. After fighting for so long, it was still just weak soldiers. The leader had yet to appear. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. The monsters immediately turned and ran in the opposite direction. Hyun-wook shouted for Jun to run immediately. Their squad was in danger. Over on the other side, the gas had not dispersed yet. Vision was blocked, making reinforcement impossible. Junha put on a mask and ordered her subordinates to hold their positions, coordinating with the sniper team to prevent the monsters from escaping the toxic gas zone. After putting on the mask, Yoonha also quickly jumped into the smoke. She needed to check a few things because Hyun-wook's actions made it seem like he already knew everything. Seoha was still crying incessantly. There were too many dead and injured people around her. Protective container began to crack because the insect's magic was too strong. Several soldiers tried to keep the container from breaking, but were helpless. Finally, the container was completely split open. The goblins began to flood inside. Behind the monsters was Hyun-wook. He held a sword and threw it straight at the insect. That boss seemed to dodge the strike. The sword changed direction, chasing the insect to the very end. Hyun-wook's sword grazed the vial on the monster's back, causing toxic gas to leak. The enraged monster ordered its minions to fall back. They lined up and shot arrows at Hyun-wook. He used his sword to deflect the arrows, defending himself while protecting Jun-mo. Hyun-wook manipulated the metal, redirecting the arrows back toward the monsters. The system reported that the M7 sword thrown at the insect had lost control, but Hyun-wook did not care, as he was busy fending off the remaining small fry. They obeyed the insect's commands, attacking continuously. If he kept attacking fiercely, it would get scared and buy time for the others. Taking Jun-mo to attack the insect would be too dangerous. Hyun-wook ordered Jun-mo to retreat to the container, and then both ran for their lives. The monsters kept shooting arrows from behind. Hyun-wook used metal manipulation to neutralize all the arrows. Both of them had safely returned to the container with the other soldiers. Inside the chaotic container, no one was helping the wounded. The healing mage was panicking, suffering from psychological trauma. If this continued, the entire force would die. Hyun-wook approached Seoha and told her to snap out of it. This was an urgent situation. If she delayed any longer, everyone would die. After a while of encouragement, Seoha finally calmed down. She began treating the wounded. Even though the vice squad leader's condition was critical, the bleeding was heavy, but Seoha still did her best to save him. Hyun-wook used his metal manipulation skill to take everyone's knives. He would make those monkeys outside pay the price. Elsewhere, a woman with a venomous spider on her shoulder was sitting in a luxury car. After the call, she ordered the driver to head straight to Itaewon. Hyun-wook, holding a knife, charged alone to solo the goblins. He located the sensors and looked around. The prey walking into the hunting spot by itself was the best. He had installed sensors in the center, with an error range of one part of Sector A commanded by the vice squad leader. The leader controlled from behind. Finding it would end the game, Hyun-wook used his metal detection skill. Any foreign metal side Sector A was the boss. Hyun-wook manipulated the knives, stabbing them straight at the hiding goblins. One knife flew straight toward the insect in the back. The insect used magic to block the knife. Having located it, Hyun-wook manipulated more knives to target it. The insect screamed and cast a spell, simultaneously neutralized all of Hyun-wook's knives. He tried to retrieve the knives, but they were stuck tight. The system warned that the weight of the Jiao M7 exceeded his control ability. The small monsters immediately shot a volley of darts at Hyun-wook. He raised his hand to block the dart strike. Leader Insect ordered all of them to charge forward at once. Hyun-wook thought he would be beaten like in his past life. Thanks to the body enhancement skill, the darts hitting him did no harm. Hyun-wook called the knives back. He controlled them to spin continuously. They formed a whirlwind that swept away the small monsters. Only the leader, the black mage, remained. Now it was time to settle the score. The insect gritted its teeth and spewed poison gas. Hyun-wook used Cloud Sword to shield himself from the toxic smoke. He activated Metal Sense to scout the surroundings. If he swung his sword carelessly like last time, it would find his weakness. He had to attack cautiously. He found it strange that the insect suddenly did nothing. As soon as he stood up, he immediately realized the black mage had used magic to restrain his legs. No sooner had he risen than he fell flat on his back. The insect used magic to wrap his legs and dragged him toward it. Hyun-wook screamed loudly. The leader pressed him directly into the poison smoke. In the midst of its triumph, Hyun-wook unexpectedly counterattacked. Thanks to the body enhancement skill, his legs remained safe. He was genuinely annoyed. That damn monkey had caused him too much psychological trauma. The insect continued to emit poison gas. It vanished and reappeared right behind Hyun-wook. It thrust its sword, but he nimbly dodged. Hyun-wook was furious. The bastard dared to backstab him. Touched by the pain, he flew into a rage and chopped his sword straight down on the monster's head. Hyun-wook activated body enhancement on his leg. He delivered a kick that shattered the monster's face. The leader flew far away, tumbling over and over. Hyun-wook had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Since the first night of returning to the past, he had only thought of avenging those who stabbed him in the back. The insect's mask was shattered by the kick, and it could no longer use magic. Now the revenge began. Hyun-wook controlled a series of stars to stab straight into the insect's body. The poison gas vial on its back shattered, and the monster was severely wounded. Hyun-wook approached, grabbed its face, and lifted it up. He had hated this creature for a long time. Because of it, he had lived like a cripple for 5 long years in his past life. The swords stabbing the insect were the ones belonging to the comrades it had killed in his past life. Hyun-wook gripped Cloud's sword and thrust it straight into the monster's body. The system reported that Cloud's sword was absorbing the monster's life force. He did not stop. He controlled more knives to stab into its head. This was the price for the scar on his face from his past life. The monster was tortured until it was at death's door and then died. Finally, the knot of the past that had tormented him was changed. An item dropped, and the system reported receiving the Inferno Demon Medal, the Medal of Hellfire. It contained the power of the demon race, one of the high-grade items in the Divine Medal series. Hyun-wook picked it up. Why did this thing appear here? This was that man's item. That man's undead army was a living hell for the living. He was one of the most fearsome villains, the Nezomancer. Although he was not clear about that man, he knew that man had the same non-growth trait as himself. Because of him, since returning to the past, he had always hidden his ability to grow in power, even when forced to level up. The non-growth trait meant developing on its own, not through training or combat. In his past life, after the battle with the Nezomancer, all he received was the Inferno replica, a counterfeit. This time, he held the genuine article in his hands. There were still too many unknown things. The poison gas gradually dissipated, and Hyun-wook opened his mouth to swallow the Inferno. Suddenly, Yoonha appeared behind him, drew her sword, pointed it at him, and asked who he was. Hyun-wook's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. How much had she seen of the battle just now? Just then, a woman walked over, the same one who had been riding in the car with the spider earlier. She was Honazu, the head of Haekwa Guild's Soul Strategy Division. Hyun-wook was caught hurriedly hiding something in his pocket. Yoonha immediately asked him what he was hiding. He quickly denied it, but Honazu had witnessed Hyun-wook's entire battle from the start. She also recognized Yoonha, the third daughter of the Knight Captain. Honazu completely ignored Yoonha's warning. She approached Hyun-wook and handed him a business card. Honazu was the second daughter of the chairman of the Junghagwa Guild, an A-rank player. Hyun-wook stood frozen, not reacting. Honazu asked him if he didn't know who she was. Hyun-wook gritted his teeth. How could he not know? Among the villains who wanted to destroy humanity, he could never forget this woman, Honazu. In his previous life, Yoonha had sacrificed herself as a shield for him. It was this woman, Honazu, who had killed Yoonha. Back in the present, Honazu was still insisting on taking Hyun-wook away. Yoonha shouted that this was a military combat zone, telling her to leave. Honazu sighed in annoyance, turning to tell Yoonha she had to address her as the strategy division head of the Junghagwa Guild. Two girls stared at each other, the atmosphere so tense that even Hyun-wook could feel it. Just then, a car arrived. The person who stepped out was the battalion commander. He looked around and saw that the monsters and the worm had all been taken down. Hyun-wook's heart skipped a beat. How had the battalion commander arrived so quickly? Save me. Battalion Commander Kang-suk bowed politely to Honazu, thanking the Junghagwa Guild for its help. This was a military zone, and no matter which guild she came from, trespassing was very troublesome. He politely asked Honazu to get lost quickly. Honazu pouted, criticizing the business card, saying he shouldn't pretend not to know she was a soldier. He was so so rigid. Onazu kissed the business card in her hand, then she casually stuffed it into Han Wook's pocket, reminding him to contact. After Honazu left, Battalion Commander Kang Suk appointed him as an acting combat squad leader at the Obsidian Gate. The top priority was to ensure the survival of people and recruit new members for the team. Han Wook didn't understand what the battalion commander was thinking. The battalion commander sternly instructed that once the report here was finished, everything would be handed over to Hyun Wook to handle. Hyun Wook obeyed while Yunha still stared at him. 1 week later, at the 1st Company of the 3rd Demon Extermination Brigade, Hyun Wook's Inferno Demon insignia had finished absorbing the metal, and its controllable weight had increased to 499 grams. New space formed in his stomach, causing him pain. The system warned that the pain would last, and his weak body made the sensation even more excruciating. Junmo entered the bathroom looking for him, and seeing Hyun Wook taking so long, he thought he was doing something shady. Who knew Hyun Wook was in so much pain he was dying, unable to utter a word. The Obsidian Gate, ignored and underestimated in danger level by everyone, had caused many casualties. Thanks to Corporal Choi Seo-ha and Private First Class and Minty, those in critical condition were safely transferred to the military hospital. Thanks to that, Hyun Wook abandoned the thought of protecting everyone alone. The members began training to protect themselves. However, 2 problems arose. After that day, Corporal Choi Seo-ha started bothering Hyun Wook again. This place had too many variables to proceed according to plan. Second problem, Battalion Commander Kang Seok ordered him to accept the position of an officer instead of a non-commissioned officer. Hyun Wook cried bitterly in his heart, wishing he could be discharged. He wasn't surprised the battalion commander had noticed him during the IT World operation. His ambition to build an ideal military culture, without rank discrimination, had risen again. Why did everyone force him to do things he didn't want? Hyun Wook could only helplessly say he would think it over during his leave. 3 weeks later, the first day of his leave, the weather was beautiful. Hyun Wook's system now notified him, congratulating him on meeting the special condition and acquiring a new skill. Flame skill allowed him to absorb metal faster and store more in the space. Hyun Wook was still lying exhausted in the bathroom, but now he would digest everything faster, no longer hugging the toilet bowl. Hyun Wook washed his hands and went outside. The upcoming fight with the monsters would be much more difficult, and he needed to be cautious. If not, he could easily lose his life. This leave was the time to prepare thoroughly and change the future. Hyun Wook had just left the bathroom when he ran into an acquaintance. It was Seo-ha. She was dressed beautifully, standing by a vending machine trying to light a cigarette but failing repeatedly. Seo-ha saw him and asked if he had a lighter. Hyun Wook suddenly realized Seo-ha had already dropped her pretense without him noticing. The two rode the train together. Seo had tried to make conversation by asking about Hyun Wook's parents. Hyun Wook replied that both his parents had died when he was young. Seo hesitated, not knowing what else to ask, and Hyun Wook felt he had been a bit too blunt. He enthusiastically recounted that although his childhood was difficult and lonely, since growing up he had gained new family-like people. Seo asked who those people were. Han Wook recalled his past life, where he had friends and comrades as close as family. He boarded the train to Jeongdeungbo, planning to rest for 4 days and 3 nights. During this short vacation, he needed to prepare for the future, and the first priority was money. Hyun Wook saw Blug's notice looking for assistance for players. Luigi's master, Gordon from Brazil, currently possessed a fortune worth trillions. His dirty money flowed under the table to bribe officials and players, helping him control everything. There were many reasons to sell one's soul to the devil, but the most important one was still money. Hyun Wook could not earn more than Gordon yet, but he at least had to avoid getting caught up in his money game. He knew the major events that would happen and knew when to make money. Investing earlier than others would help him earn a fortune even with little capital, but he needed people who were absolutely loyal and kept their word. Han Wook stepped into the dilapidated residential area and climbed the stairs. Upstairs, 2 people were arguing loudly. When Han Wook appeared, they finally stopped arguing. The white-haired guy was overjoyed to see him and greeted him warmly. That was Won Chun. The two had known each other for a long time. On the contrary, Hyun Wook was not happy to see them at all. Lee Won Chun also changed his attitude. He had held a grudge against Hyun Wook for a long time. Before, Hyun Wook only made a few metal pieces float and claimed to be an awakened. As for him, he could not do anything, so jealousy arose. He slapped Hyun Wook straight across the face, making his nose bleed. Lee Won Chun said contemptuously that with that little ability, he dared to call himself that, and threatened to smash his mouth if he kept bragging about his awakened status. He flew into a thug rage again, about to charge at Hyun Wook like in their school days. The other person quickly intervened, telling him to stop causing trouble. Won Chun did not listen, even threatening to hit the one intervening. Hyun Wook did not fear at all. He dared Lee Won Chun to kill him right then. Lee Won Chun went crazy and lunged forward to punch him in the face, but suddenly froze stiff. A floating fountain pen hovered, poised to stab him straight in the eye. Not only that, but a knife was also ready to slice off his leg. In addition, countless other sharp weapons were aimed directly at Wan Chun. Han-wook said scornfully that he could not kill him today, but he could at least inflict a heavy wound on him. As a close-range fighter, he could finish off a player quite easily. Just then, someone came in from the door and called for Lee Wan-chun to leave immediately for the event. Han-wook suddenly changed his attitude, put down his weapons, and pitiably begged him to spare him. He rushed forward and embraced Lee Wan-chun like a close friend. He whispered in his ear, warning that he knew about him being kicked out of the White Tiger Guild for running away in fear. Han-wook said he knew all about it. He threatened that if he did not want his underlings to see his pathetic appearance when losing to a nameless punk, he should behave. He could blabber anytime, and told him to get lost once he understood. After everyone left, only Han-wook and the person who had just been bullied remained, and the two sat down to talk. This person was the one he trusted absolutely, so he told him everything about the stocks and the black card. Lee Wan-chun, after leaving with his underlings, was still furious and could not even concentrate on guard duty. Tall man, a customer, came out complaining about the Luzi security service, and the one causing mayhem in this dignified place. He came before Lee Wan-chun and scolded him harshly, telling him not to think he was the master here. He said this was VIP Section C, distinguished from Sections A and B, and asked if he understood English. Lee Wan-chun could not take it anymore. Already bitter from the earlier incident, now he was provoked again. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and punched the man flying. He crazily punched him in the face again and again, blood splattering everywhere. His group of underlings did not dare to intervene. After enjoying the beating, he ordered his underlings to find information about Han-wook. He could not swallow this anger and was determined to kill him. Back to this side, Chosu still could not believe why Han-wook was willing to give him all this detailed information. Han-wook was not surprised by his reaction, because who would believe someone suddenly offering to help them make money and change their life? He placed his hand on his heart to show sincerity and asked him if he seemed trustworthy at the moment. Chosu quickly affirmed that he was at the top of the list of people he always trusted. All the information was true, except that he had revealed the secret of his past life. After reading the messages in the conversation with the squad leader, Park Chosu finally believed it was true. Han-wook handed him a savings passbook with 20 million won and asked him to help with the investment. 20 million won was not a large sum, but it was the property his parents left behind. Chosu took it, still unable to believe this trust. In the previous life, when Han-wook completely collapsed, it was Park Chosu who stayed by his side to comfort him. Han-wook, no one is useless. Talent only becomes ability when the times are right. Do not blame yourself. Our abilities will be recognized someday. Hang in there. Those words of encouragement pulled him out of society's depths. This was both a profitable investment and a way to repay the only benefactor who had ever shown Han-wook kindness when he felt most worthless. In the future, humanity would discover the otherworld and initiate dialogue with them. With the technology gained from otherworldly exchanges, the Dungeon Gate War would enter a new phase. Their techniques were essential to prevent future gate eruptions and monster waves. To achieve that, humanity needed to communicate and learn skills from those who came from other dimensions. To do that, the protagonist needed the help of those experts. At the Smithy Alley on Duanpo Street, Han-wook strolled and asked the price of a magic stone at a stall. The seller asked him how much he would pay. He was preparing for his second trip to the future with 7 dwarf experts to forge the highest grade equipment. Expert-grade blacksmiths were always the first targets before being discovered by evil forces. Han-wook stopped by a forge and greeted the owner, but the man only looked at him sadly before turning back to work. He said he only sold ready-made items, and if there were none, he should go elsewhere. This man was blacksmith Jong-do, hot-tempered, separated from the guild, and struggling financially. Han-wook heard this and laughed foolishly at his bluntness, thinking to himself that investing in him was definitely worthwhile. The old man kept striking his hammer impatiently on the table, and that was the spear made from Ori Chankle. Its exterior was ugly and crude, but later it would pierce the heart of the Taras lineage, also known as the dragon hunting spear. Now Han-wook knew the origin of the first VIP Pro equipment came from this shabby forge. At that moment, a girl with a ponytail stepped out. "Oh, we have a customer." The old man quickly scolded. "Hey kid, what customer?" The playful girl retorted that he usually said they had customers too, and now he was pretending to warn her. Han-wook looked at this girl and smiled. In the previous life, she had been his comrade. She was the renowned blacksmith Baek-seon. 4 years after blacksmith Kang Jong-do passed away, she inherited all his skills and became an outstanding smith. She started itemizing. The outfit price breakdown begins. Long coat 1.5 million, high boots 1.6 million. The girl cheered. "Oh my, not an ordinary customer but a VIP customer. Just tell me what you are looking for, sir." Han-wook also laughed. She brightened up at the sight of money, a real identifying trait. But who did not love money? Either way, he had caught her attention and began making his request. Baek-seon cheered joyfully when the total amount of Han-wook's order was 18 million. This was a big spender, not just any customer. Jong-do asked Han-wook that just by looking looking, he could tell he was not a mage, so why buy toxic magic metal and mitrin alloy stone? Or maybe he was trying to launder money. Baekseon quickly defended him. Do not guess, there will be a use for it. If he bought it, he will know how to use it. Hyun-wook said without hesitation that he really needed them. If the goods are good, he would come by regularly. The old man sighed and agreed. Hyun-wook said goodbye to Baekseon and promised to meet again. She cheerfully reminded him to stop by often. The image of Baekseon being killed flashed through his mind. He thought silently, sorry, but unlike the other comrades, I have to drag you to the battlefield again. This time I will definitely protect you. Returning to the hotel, a mysterious man was staring intently inside, as if something was on his mind. Hyun-wook began using the items he had purchased from Lozan. Before the break ended, he needed to increase his metal weight control ability to boost poison resistance through absorption. The system notified that the metal absorption time remained 19 seconds. You have absorbed a toxic metal, poison resistance will increase slightly afterward. Normally this took time, but now Hyun-wook had the forge's breath inside his body. The metal ingot slowly entered his body and then gradually dissolved, until the system displayed a skill information named Flame Fusion Breath Furnace. Because the metal furnace was active, the metal absorption effect skyrocketed, adding 250%. Accompanying the high effect, the user would suffer intense pain. The warning notification kept repeating in Hyun-wook's head, making him furious, and he shouted in pain, "Shut up, I know." Hyun-wook thought there was not much time left to get to Seoul Station Gate before the incident occurred. Despite the pain, he encouraged his body. "I must absorb it all, endure it, Lee Hyun-wook." 2 days passed. The mysterious man who had been watching had led his boss to where he was staying. He pointed at the hotel, saying that Punk had not shown his face for 2 days, no idea what he was doing. Inside the room, the absorption process was nearly complete. The system notified, "You have been poisoned by multiple toxins. Stage 2 poison resistance reached 81%. You have absorbed all necessary metals." Metal weight Hyun-wook could control was 4,099 grams. Metal detection ability increased, allowing him to sense 500 grams of metal from 135 meters away. He also felt the change in power within his body. Stage 2 poison resistance was easier than expected. The controlled weight was enough to handle about 60 daggers. System notified, "Congratulations on breaking through the first potential. You have received a special skill. Metal Shatter Skill D rank. Concentrate mana to destroy a certain amount of metal. Mana consumption depends on the amount of metal applied, a metal destruction skill." This skill allowed Hyun-wook to dismantle enemy equipment. Just this was enough to break defenses. Suddenly he sensed something dangerous. Just 2 seconds later, the door was smashed open. The boss had a fierce face, tall and imposing, but saw that Hyun-wook was not surprised at all. He calmly said he was a soldier, so he refrained from fighting, and the man should better disappear before he got angry. Hearing that, the man became even more furious. Breathing heavily, he lunged forward while shouting loudly, "You are about to be beaten to death by me, yet you still run your mouth." Facing a raging madman, Hyun-wook just remained calm, easily blocking his attack. The boss could not believe his eyes. What the hell was that? Hyun-wook reminded him to go outside and not stay here bothering others. The people nearby heard the noise and curiously gathered to watch. Madman did not let go and continued to rush into attack. This time he used his foot, kicking and yelling, "Do you dare to mess with me?" Hyun-wook dodged that kick with ease. 2 days ago he might have caused trouble, but now it was useless. Hyun-wook counterattacked, making Won-chun dizzy if he was about to fly off the ground. Looking at the enemy slumped on the floor, Hyun-wook asked Lee Won-chun a question. "What I did was nothing excessive. Why did you have to go this far? Do you think I gave you a hit and that is the end of your arrogance?" Won-chun could not stand such insults. He continued to attack, his eyes flashing with hatred as he saw his opponent preparing to use a skill. Hyun-wook warned anxiously that using a skill here would cause casualties among civilians. But the madman did not care, thinking those worthless people had nothing to do with it. Hyun-wook was worried but still had not found a way to resolve it. He quickly leaped out the window. That was the way to minimize damage to the building. Won-chun saw the enemy flee and chased after him. They both began to fight using skills and created a massive explosion. Hyun-wook began to strengthen his body, set up a skill combination. Thanks to that, he easily dodged all attacks. Won-chun was astonished to see Hyun-wook change direction in mid-air. He landed lightly, thinking that in his past life he could not move so flexibly. By combining techniques, Hyun-wook now controlled his body with ease. Won-chun attacked suddenly from behind, thinking Hyun-wook had only learned a few tricks in the military. He said those tricks were only meant to fool children. He kept hitting and Hyun-wook kept dodging. The fight attracted the attention of everyone in the building. Won-chun taunted, saying Hyun-wook only knew how to dodge like a mouse. He provoked and rushed straight in, telling him to try charging like before. The two continued their match. The building shook violently, the people panicking from the effects. Someone said awakened ones must be causing a ruckus downstairs. The association had been called. Just wait a bit longer. Guy kept hitting and Hyun-wook kept dodging. As a military officer, he could not fight back in front of the crowd. If the matter was blown out of proportion, his plan to participate in the Dungeon Gate raid in Seoul would fail. People all took out their phones to livestream. Won-chun understood that because there were many onlookers, Hyun-wook did not dare to strike. He thought that getting out of this mess would be enough. He intended to destroy the building, making all the people inside disappear forever. Hyun-wook shouted angrily, asking if he wanted the whole building to collapse. Did he not see how many innocent people were still there? Those people have nothing to do with me. The madman remained stubborn, thinking the civilians were also worthless trash deserving death for making him angry. He rushed in and yelled, telling Hyun-wook to come here and take the hit if he wanted to stop him. At this point, Hyun-wook could no longer hold back. His face flushed red with anger. He decided to let that lunatic have his wish. Hyun-wook began to activate his ability with his eyes. Directly destroy the equipment under the opponent's feet. The system notified the skill information for Iron Fist. A D-rank skill consumes mana to crush certain metal. The mana amount varies by mass. Won-chun's equipment shattered. A stream of blood shot from his leg. He clutched his leg, screaming in pain, cursing Hyun-wook for what he did to his leg, telling him not to come near. Hyun-wook approached and asked for the last time why he had to go this far. The guy, though scared, still blustered and told him he was talking nonsense. He said some worthless trash dared to bother him, so they had to be killed. Hyun-wook replied bitterly, understanding why a dirty rat like him had been kicked out of the wolf pack. A bully with low self-esteem does not deserve to be a player, because they are always traitors. Won-chun, even at this point, still yelled loudly. Hyun-wook pointed straight at him and warned, Lee Won-chun, never appear before me again. If you dare, I will break both of your legs too. You should thank your lucky stars that I am a soldier. Hearing those threats, that madman began to turn pale with fear. Hyun-wook would not miss any chance to protect his comrades and take revenge on the bastard who stole them. The battle ended. Police quickly arrived on the scene. At the police station, Hyun-wook claimed he was only trying to stop Lee Won-chun. His testimony matched the witnesses. The officer warned that Won-chun was dangerous and said he was very lucky. He had never seen a low-level player like Hyun-wook defeat a higher-ranked opponent without a scratch. Hyun-wook just laughed it off, lying that the steel pipe on his leg had suddenly exploded. Everything was settled, and Hyun-wook could leave. He used to hate the stigma of being F-rank, but now it helped dispel all suspicion. A subordinate brought Won-chun's steel piece to the senior for inspection. The copper pipe guard had no issues. The officer looked over the documents and found it strange. An F-rank person could destroy a C-rank player's armor without getting hurt. It was absurd. While running at breakneck speed, he recalled news from his past life. Number of people trapped and dead at Seoul Station Gate from 3:24 p.m. today had reached 745. Excluding the first monster wave, this was the worst disaster ever seen. The Seoul Station disaster increased criticism aimed at experts and the current disaster warning system. Unlike the previous two gates, Hyun-wook did not witness this one directly, so variables were highly possible. Among monster disasters, Seoul Station was one of the most horrific. The clock had already struck 3:16 p.m. Could Hyun-wook manage with his current abilities? In his heart, a part of him wanted to go there to evacuate people. He could not do that. Suddenly, Hyun-wook sensed something, and he turned back to look behind him. He realized there was a traitor hiding there. If things went too far, that man would become alert and escape. Hyun-wook would never find a chance to change the future. Now there were only 2 minutes left until the critical moment. Suddenly, a voice called out, and Hyun-wook turned around in surprise. It turned out to be the deputy platoon leader, and she said she had been looking for him for a while. She asked if he had been to the police station. Hyun-wook wondered how she knew he was here, and she replied that he had mentioned his plan at Seoul Station the other day. Hyun-wook could only lie, saying his phone was smashed. In his past life, Choi Seo was not here at all. Why was this pink-haired girl showing up now? Only 1 minute left until the worst gate would open. No time left, he had to stick to the plan. It was already urgent, but the pink-haired girl kept chattering in his ear. If it were him, he would have punched her a few times already. Hyun-wook pulled out his backpack and threw it to the ground. Seo did not understand. Why was he throwing his things on the ground? Was he crazy? Ignoring whatever the girl said, Hyun-wook firmly gave an order. When I give the signal, you must run and find a gas mask immediately. Choi Seo was dazed, not understanding what was happening. Just a few seconds later, a gust of wind blew in. The sky cracked open with a large rift, accompanied by a violent tornado. Monsters began to pour out from within it. Seeing this, Hyun-wook shouted loudly to give the signal. At the same time outside, a mother and daughter were bidding each other a reluctant farewell. The girl did not want to leave her mother, and the mother was only worried for her child. Before they could finish speaking, a barrier suddenly appeared. The girl screamed in terror, collapsing to her knees as she looked at the pitch-black barrier separating her from her mother. She could only tremble and call out for her mother. The system announced a special event. An unfortunate event was taking place. You could enter but could not escape. The level limit was 15. To escape, survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster. Countdown began and monsters poured down inside. People fled in panic and fear. Han Wook told Seo how to prioritize evacuating the people. Do not forget to get gas masks from the relief room. Choi Seo-ha believed that as a military officer, she could not leave Han Wook alone. She demanded he tell her what needed to be done. Han Wook objected because her expertise was not in combat. He told her to stay in the rear, focus on evacuation and treating the injured. Seo-ha reluctantly agreed. Even though she did not know what he was planning, she still trusted him and told him he absolutely had to survive. Han Wook gave a faint smile and replied, "Elsewhere, the Prime Minister was talking with a subordinate. He doubted the authorization of a low-ranked soldier as an officer. Battalion commander insisted that he did not believe a good officer would be hindered by a mechanical hierarchy like the government's." The Major General was a bit surprised. The battalion commander continued, "As you know, rank is not tied to player level. Those are basic combat efficiency indicators based on expected traits and compatibility with dungeon raids. Although levels are adjusted upon leveling up, on the battlefield they are often underestimated. This is the player training center. All awakened Koreans are received here before enlistment, trained for 2 months, and sorted by entry through a basic test." Hearing the battalion commander, the bald Major General was furious, thinking he was being ridiculed. He was the Monster Defense Unit commander, Major General Choi Jung-cheon, brigade commander of the 3rd Ghost Brigade. He was a rank 31 South Korean A-class player with military power at the strategic weapon level. Battalion Commander Kim Kang-seok immediately refuted that thought. Major General explained that if they did not use the system to rank, all veteran players would join private guilds, and new recruits would become officers. Then the military would be forgotten. He thought the battalion commander believed the military was corrupt. Now everyone was constantly talking about eliminating the Monster Defense Corps. The battalion commander could only bow his head in silence. Major General knew his subordinate had noticed something, but a cat remained a cat after all. The phone rang. A subordinate reported an urgent message that a gate had suddenly appeared in the 1st Battalion area, but its location was at Seoul Station. It was an unfortunate event. The two of them listened, assessing it as a draw. An unfortunate event was a natural disaster occurring in a specific area. It created a resistance effect on players or added game rules to make the mission harder. At that time at Seoul Station, the monster was still attacking fiercely. Officers tried their best to stop it. Everyone wondered about this monster's profile, because it had never been seen in any handbook before. The monster raised its claw to attack a soldier. Before he could react, luckily his comrade saved him in time. Otherwise, he would have had a chance to stare at the sky naked. With this monster's power, the fire-type attack squad was completely useless. Team leader Eon Manu, a veteran C-class player from Seoul Defense Station, was also worried. He ordered everyone to attack with ice magic and aim directly at its legs. The whole team switched to ice-type simultaneously. The monster's parts were frozen, but it seemed ineffective. The team leader thought, based on its size, it probably could not withstand much more. Everyone had to seize the opportunity to attack as much as possible. He ordered everyone to keep freezing it and not let it move. The monster was almost completely frozen, and the team leader charged in like a rocket. But before he could counterattack, it broke through the ice. Team leader Eon Manu was forced to use a protective shield. This monster was called the Poisonous Armored Spider. It had thick skin. Normal attacks could not harm it. At this time, Han Wook also appeared. He was still not fully confident in his abilities. Would 2 days be enough for him to defeat this monster? But he could not hesitate any longer. Now was the time to test himself. Han Wook activated his power to strike directly at its body. This was the skill Iron Crush, a D-rank skill that consumed mana to crush a certain amount of metal. The mana consumption varied depending on the amount of metal used. The system kept warning that mana was dropping very fast, currently at 92%. It kept dropping uncontrollably, down to 84% and then to 76%. Han Wook ignored the warning and continued using the skill to deal with the monster first. The astonishment of the team leader and the other officers, Han Wook thought to himself this time his power would stop the disaster at this gate. Not only that, he could take all the rewards for himself by clearing all the monsters here. The two sides clashed directly. Han Wook was confident he would send this monster off to play with just one strike. He charged to test its hardness, then used Iron Wheel to finish it off. Monster's pain screams only made Han Wook more excited. How does it feel to have your insides crushed? The monster kept screaming in agony and then completely collapsed. The team leader watched, jaw dropped, unable to believe Han Wook could single-handedly eliminate the monster while the whole team could not touch it. He had witnessed countless raids, but had never seen anyone so relaxed when facing something like this. He wondered if that was the rumored SS-class power. The mysterious figure in the shadows watched every move and felt very angry, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, fish, you're ruining my plan." He started to speak, but before he could say anything, Han Wook interrupted him. "It is not over yet, do not celebrate too soon." The team leader was completely confused, his face blank as if struck. Han Wook warned that it was just the opening act. As soon as he finished speaking, several more monsters appeared. Han-wook was still very confident with no doubt left. The result of this battle had been clear from the start. He continued to unleash his power, determined to finish them off at this CO station. On this side, the military was also ready to provide support. Detachments 1 and 3 had deployed red formation up to stage 6. Someone wondered why something was so unified without mobilizing more mages to break the barrier. That was not magic, it was system law. No one can break the system unless it completely collapses. The only thing people can do is wait for the system to time out. The system appeared and the clock continued to count down. The military helicopter landed. The battalion commander asked for the number of people below level 15 in the Thanho Guild. Hannah, the head of the Seoul Strategy Department of the Urank Lamho Guild, she asked suspiciously if there had been anything like that at his place, and if he really intended to send the rescue team in there. If they go in, they will die, but there are 800 lives trapped inside. He prioritizes the lives of the military above all else. It is meaningless. Furthermore, there was someone inside that the battalion commander trusted deeply. Inside, Han-wook continued using Iron Wheel to confront the monsters. One by one, they were taken down. Then he used strengthening an iron craft. Han-wook asked everyone to freeze them. The team leader understood, and the entire team cast ice-type skills simultaneously. An officer carelessly got attacked by a monster. Han-wook quickly used iron craft to block it. That monster, you are looking at the wrong person. Your opponent is over here. And so, one monster after another was taken down. Han-wook continued to fight passionately. The system warned that mana consumption was at 63%. The blue monster was shocked to see Han-wook use Iron Crush. Warnings kept appearing. Mana was only at 39%. Before his mana was completely depleted, Han-wook needed to quickly destroy the monsters. From afar, a mysterious figure looked at him with hateful eyes. A player of this caliber could not have coincidentally taken the submarine today. Why was someone like him at Seoul Station? A series of questions ran through his mind. Damn it, everything is ruined. I cannot believe I failed on the very first mission. The system announced the attack mission failed. You missed the target of eliminating the poison armor spider nesting at Gate 1. The attack wave ended, the citizens in the station were safe. All the soldiers gathered to thank Han-wook. The team leader took the blame for being too weak to stop the first attack. They thought he was a high-level player and thanked him for the help. Han-wook seemed to be looking for someone among the troops, making people curious. He remembered someone and wondered if he was not also in the security team. At that moment, Sergeant Choi Seo-ha ran over in panic and Han-wook remembered. He asked if she had evacuated all the citizens. Team leader was astonished because no one could give orders to an S-rank player. Had the civilian and military forces arrived? The platoon deputy reported that the spiders were too big, so the citizens were divided into small groups and evacuated into a room with narrow hallways. Fortunately, no one was injured. Seo-ha asked him to report to Team 6. People wanted to ask Han-wook's level, but he had no time for nonsense. That was not as important as the fact that they were facing a double gate. Everyone was shocked, their mouths hanging open. Han-wook knew that if the entire team went to find the 800 citizens, that man would surely hide. The second monster wave could give him an opportunity. If so, Han-wook had to act faster than him. Outside, the regiment commander appointed Lieutenant Lee Min-hee as the front commander of the rescue operation. Min-hee followed the superior's orders. The regiment commander demanded that everyone focus completely. He also regretted having to send the low-level units there. But the lives of innocent citizens depend on you. Protect them as soldiers. Entire team answered in unison, understood. The regiment commander spoke to Min-hee after the operation. When you meet Corporal Han-wook, remember to coordinate your actions with his opinions. Min-hee was surprised that the superior mentioned Han-wook's name. Inside the double gate, a notification board appeared for a special event. The monsters in the area will not attack you. The mysterious man was extremely angry, not understanding what was happening. The system displayed a mission list. 1. Eliminate the poison armor spider nesting at Gate 1 in Seoul Station has failed. 2. Massacre at least 500 civilians by any means in progress. 3. Deliver items from the elite monster HG-11 at Gate 2 to the Traitor Alliance in progress. He told himself he must endure. Once the mission was complete, he would become a true traitor. Other players didn't have the chance to receive a mission like this. He took it to change his life, so he needed to stay calm. Suddenly sensing someone attacking, he quickly used the white card. He realized that person was Han-wook. He introduced himself as belonging to the railroad protection team, but Han-wook already knew his plan. If he hid in the chaotic crowd and assassinated the soldiers, there would be more players. That man's plan was to disguise himself as a soldier to avoid suspicion, then turn around and kill them. He looked dumb but was quite clever. Han-wook called his name, startling him terribly. This man was Do Seok, a B-rank player, traitor candidate, Beelzebub skill, later rising to top A rank, called Black Ember. Han-wook gritted his teeth and said that bastard was a traitor, deserving to die. The traitor hearing this felt offended, not wanting to be called a traitor. He saw Han-wook's metal manipulation ability and guessed he was an A-rank player. Even though Do Seok knew Han-wook was very confident in his skills, he didn't care what position or how high the opponent's reputation was. That bastard started strong, but those sharp marbles were only enough to tickle me. Han-wook sneered because he clearly knew his own abilities and how to deal with him. Saying that, Han-wook began activating his flame spit skill. In the previous life, Dusuk had massacred many innocent people. Then he strongly demanded Hyunwook stop hiding. Are you just gonna stand there and watch my carnivorous plant chew you up? Hyunwook was severely injured in the previous life, but this time everything was completely different. Even though Dusuk was no match for Hyunwook at all, he attacked, but it was insignificant. Hyunwook easily blocked it because he clearly knew his own and his opponent's abilities. Dusuk was amazed by Hyunwook's movements. Wasn't he a player who used long-range skills? Hyunwook nimbly dodged the carnivorous plant and closed in on the enemy. Dusuk was inwardly astonished as Hyunwook kept charging forward, thinking that attack couldn't reach him. Hyunwook controlled the steel marbles, shooting them straight at him. That man had to reinforce his defense armor thicker. Hyunwook's face showed excitement at having more fuel for the fire. That coward inside still strongly said, "Do you think closing in can do anything to me? Do you know who my father is? This is a man-eating plant. I will chew your arm off first." Hyunwook just sneered contemptuously and activated his ability. With steel arms like this, even its grandfather couldn't eat them, and he used the flame spit skill. Dusuk's eyes widened in shock. Where did that come from? This damn bastard was just a walking lump of metal. How could he have such a flame spit ability? In a life or death situation, he flipped his attitude and begged for mercy, saying he was on a mission, and all the rewards would be Hyunwook's. He thought this offer was impossible to refuse, but Hyunwook just uttered one word: nonsense. In the previous life, he said the same thing, truly a worthless bastard. That bastard in the previous life didn't understand a thing. Without waiting for him to understand, Hyunwook sent him to meet his ancestors. Dusuk was engulfed in a sea of flames. At this moment, the system notified that your level was sufficient to enter. Outside, the military was also preparing to enter the gate. Not knowing what kind of gate this was, the entire team was extremely cautious. The notification said this was a dangerous area. The armed forces lined up one by one to enter. The system notified that once inside, they couldn't leave without meeting specific requirements. An officer exclaimed in shock as soon as he entered, when he saw the super huge spider. Fortunately, a teammate reminded him to stay quiet. Hearing the team leader shout, asking who that was. "We are the rescue team dispatched by the military." They were very curious because they didn't see any injured civilians. What exactly happened? The team leader said thanks to a military member evacuating in time, everyone followed that person's orders. Minhee guessed it was Seoha and kept asking, was that person a woman? Where is she now? Is she injured? But Choi Seoha was controlling the situation at the shelter area. The person he mentioned was Hyunwook. After all, everyone was following his orders. Upon hearing this, Uncle Junmo asked if that man had a hedgehog hairstyle and a sinister smile. After hearing the confirmation, Junmo affirmed that was indeed Corporal Hyunwook. Minhee angrily scolded Junmo as a lowly man who didn't know his place, leaving the other party extremely astonished. She said Hyunwook was just a squeezed rank soldier, while she herself was the commander here and belonged to the C-rank transitioning class. But when asked how he could get in here, when this area was restricted to players under level 15, the team leader was initially hesitant, but was now completely convinced by Hyunwook's commanding ability. He himself was also C-rank, so there was no reason to listen to the joint team leader. He claimed to be the rescue team, but they just arrived now. Who did they plan to rescue and how? Had they found any plan or path yet? Minhee stammered that they would rely on the barricades and try to stall for time until the system's timer ran out. Suddenly, Seohae entered to report urgent news. She brushed aside Minhee's concern, reporting that the civilians realized this was a double gate. This situation was extremely difficult, and the civilians outside were in chaos. They demanded to call the person in charge, because they were promised they could escape if they just waited. Why did you people hide the fact that this is a double gate? The civilians refused to listen to explanations, believing the military was using them as meat shields to buy time. It was that bastard Dusuk who planted this idea into the civilians' minds. At the same time, things continued at Hyunwook's location. That man Dusuk was filled with resentment because he had prepared so thoroughly for this mission. It was so unfair that his opportunity had finally arrived. Hearing this, Hyunwook decided to grant him a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Villains sure talk too much. After dealing with Dusuk, a circle of light appeared. Two beautiful angel girls flew over. The system announced that mana was gradually recovering. Two fairies flew around in circles. Hyunwook's health also gradually recovered until the system announced a new mission had appeared. Hyunwook gave a sinister smile. This time it was a hidden mission named the Light Bringer. Come, the one who brings dawn to the world. You have stopped the traitor's plot to betray humanity. You have the opportunity to become humanity's protector, a guardian. This mission will make you the light of the world. Do you accept? Hyunwook answered firmly, of course not. Hearing the refusal, the two angel girls were so shocked they fell over backwards. The notification board asked again, was the player sure they wanted to refuse, as this opportunity only came once? The premise of the Guardian mission was to protect humanity, which was indeed a good thing. But in the end, they were just a group with rewards, but their actions were often restricted. Things like items are for use, not for eating. When traitors appear, deal with them. You violated the code of conduct. Don't laugh like that. Bestow blessings without being detected. Even get penalized for failure. Moreover, this human's mission was not simple at all. If the mission went wrong at any time, a guardian could turn into a traitor. Like the sinner of humanity Gordon, he was originally a guardian. Hyun-wook firmly refused this mission. The two Angle girls looked at him with less than loving eyes. Then they teleported away, and the circle of light also disappeared. Hyun-wook used his ability to retrieve the key, and the system sent a congratulatory notification. You have won the first reward in the Akashic Arsenal Key Event number 2. This was the reward that traitor Do-seok sought at any cost, even if it meant killing innocent people. This was definitely an item for the main mission. Therefore, Hyun-wook decided to keep it. In this life, he was determined to get back at the traitors in a big way. Outside, the team leader was still actively calming the civilians. He was the only scar-faced guard here. He wasn't the other person. The civilians still believed the military had hidden the fact about the double gate and was using them as shields. Hyun-wook stepped out, realizing this chaotic situation was all caused by that bastard Do-seok. Min-hee tried to calm the civilians, telling them to stay calm and trust the AMT rescue team. Seeing Min-hee, Hyun-wook knew that Lieutenant Colonel Kang-seok was also not free from this matter. Even so, the civilians still didn't believe it, as the rescue team only had 6 people and no plan. How could they rescue anyone? Seeing this, Hyun-wook stepped forward to overpower the civilians. Don't you people understand? By the second wave, we'll all be dead. The civilians stepped back a little, explaining that they couldn't trust the military, which was why they acted this way. Hyun-wook asserted with authority, if you don't trust me, there's no other way. Faced with his determination, even the team leader was astonished. The guards on the front lines are risking their lives to fight. Isn't that enough to earn your trust? Is there anyone here who dares to risk their life for others? Lee Min-hee shouted loudly when she saw Hyun-wook raising his voice at the civilians, then criticized him for where he had been all this time before showing up. Hyun-wook calmly replied that he had blocked the double gate. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Lee Min-hee didn't believe he could do that alone. Hyun-wook simply ordered that the second monster wave was about to begin, requiring the civilians to hide thoroughly. Then he ordered the comrades and guards to follow him. The team leader obeyed the command to the astonishment of Lee Min-hee. Everyone used tables and chairs to block the door and found a good hiding spot. Lee Min-hee was still confused by this way of giving orders. She did not even have a chance to refuse. Is this person really Min-hee? Jun-mo gave the sword to Hyun-wook and handed the spellbook to Soo-ha. Hyun-wook gathered everyone and began to speak. The first attack wave of the spiders was not in the event guide. Thanks to the armor and the security forces, the team managed to block it, but it was still not enough to deal with the unlucky event monster. Everyone shared the same feeling. Even though they knew it was hard to take down, they still found something strange. Team leader believed this was only the first wave. The unlucky event would likely be divided into multiple stages, and the second wave might feature monsters using a signature poison. Min-hee was very curious why everyone followed Hyun-wook's commands. Hyun-wook asked everyone to prepare gas masks first. Even though Seoul Station was spacious, the toxic gas would spread everywhere. The civilians would inhale the poison, so they needed to lure the monsters outside first. Hyun-wook explained the plan in detail to the team. The second attack wave began. They needed to attract their attention and pull them outside. This would be Hyun-wook's task. The security and rescue teams split into groups and stood by outside. Then they attacked them from a position where they could take cover and hide safely. Just like last time, everyone only needed to tie them down and buy time. They absolutely could not get close to them. The team immediately fought together. Security guard was unfortunately attacked. Hyun-wook quickly activated his metal skill to kill it and protect his teammate. When they found a favorable position and Hyun-wook destroyed the spider armor, everyone focused their fire on that weak point to take them down. That was the key to increasing the campaign's success rate. The squad leader and vice squad leader commanded the entire team from above. If the squad leader continuously helped him teleport instantly with his teleportation ability, then Hyun-wook could use all of his mana and stamina to strip the spiders of their armor. The vice squad leader would supply mana to the squad leader, helping her use teleportation until the end of the battle. Hyun-wook turned to Min-hee, saying that the squad leader was the one who spotted risks and handled situations in each group, and was very skilled in raid tactics. Min-hee smiled smugly, and then agreed with Hyun-wook's plan. He completely trusted Min-hee's abilities, especially her teleportation skill. Although they were only C-rank level 15, they could still complete this operation. Everyone get into position, the second wave of monsters is about to appear. The system announced the ongoing event, a misfortune event in the area. Players could enter but could not leave. The area's entry-level limit was 15. Survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster to escape. Hyun-wook prepared carefully to welcome these spider fiends. The system displayed another notification. Survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss to escape. Hyun-wook was very surprised that a monster still appeared. This was beyond his expectations. The giant boss monster has appeared, defeat it. This meant the future had changed. Hyun-wook panicked and ordered everyone to run immediately. The platoon leader did not understand what was happening. She assessed the situation, then ordered the entire team into position. The raid plan remained unchanged. enraged. They had to lure it out of the residential area. The boss saw its children being killed. It went berserk. Based on what happened in the previous life, this boss was supposed to appear after the second wave, so the future had changed. Hyun-wook thought it was all because he interfered with the past. The boss attacked wildly. Hyun-wook needed to act immediately. If he did not stop it, everyone would be annihilated. He used a breaking punch to attack. His mana quickly dropped to 72%. The system warned that the Iron Fist failed. The monster's metal shell was stronger than steel-piercing force. Hyun-wook was worried when his steel punch had no effect. He continuously used metal-type skills, but they seemed useless. The monster counterattacked. One blow toppled an entire steel pillar. The conversion enhancement skill seemed unable to deal damage. Hyun-wook was shocked to see it could blow away an entire pillar. He tried to dodge the attack and rushed to close in on it. Even though the success rate was low, this was the only way. Min-hee was very surprised that Hyun-wook was not following the plan. In the previous life, Hyun-wook had called Min-hee a tactical operations commander. Thanks to Min-hee's skills, everyone was kept safe. Hyun-wook was very glad to have a comrade like him. Min-hee was not exaggerating about remembering all the tactics. Hearing these words, Min-hee felt no pride at all because actual combat tactics were not possible. It was not executed by relying on textbook theory, but had to be remembered for when the opportunity came. To surpass skill limits required detailed calculation and seizing the right moment in the right place. But now Lee Min-hee only thought Hyun-wook was a fraud. What was that man doing? Why wasn't he luring the monster out as planned? Hyun-wook was still dodging the monster's attacks. Although most of his magical power had been consumed, Lee Min-hee always believed that with his profound knowledge, he would surely achieve what he wanted. As the pillars of the railway station broke one by one, Min-hee at this time also noticed something strange. Hyun-wook was not dodging randomly. The monster's attack direction was all according to plan, resonating with the pillars. Min-hee suspected whether this fraud was trying to collapse the high-speed railway. Teacher Hyun-wook was trying to rush toward the last pillar. Min-hee told her partner beside her to transfer the maximum amount of magic to him because he was about to activate Blink. At the last pillar, the monster saw its attacks were ineffective, so it changed its plan. It slammed both claws into the ground, causing countless cracks across the surface. Even as fast as Hyun-wook was, it was hard to avoid this area attack. The moment his body stiffened, the monster's claw reached right in front of his face. In desperation, Hyun-wook consumed mana to adjust the body's reinforced transformation. If the limit was exceeded, it could destroy the user's own body. A loud explosion rang out. The last pillar was destroyed. Hyun-wook's body flew like a bullet. The pillars broke in succession. The station shook violently. It was clearly about to collapse. Hyun-wook struggled to get up and act as bait to focus the monster's attention on him. He did not realize the station was preparing to collapse. Seeing this, Min-hee angrily called him a madman and told him to get out immediately. Didn't you know that when I activate Blink, you will also be caught in it? Hyun-wook's expression was very resolute, urging Min-hee to do it now or we would all die. Min-hee gritted her teeth and cast the skill. Space warped, a gate suddenly appeared beneath the monster's feet, and the monster's entire body was pulled inside. The other end of the gate was the control center of the high-speed railway station. After the successful teleportation, Hyun-wook smiled and said, I knew you could do it. Well done, teammate. Immediately after, the high-speed station also collapsed. Recalling his previous life, the desolate scene after the battle made Hyun-wook feel sorrowful. Too many comrades had sacrificed. Hyun-wook questioned whether he had enough leadership ability. Min-hee looked at him and then yelled loudly. A commander absolutely must not doubt their own ability. Hearing that, he just shook his head wearily. Returning to the present, Hyun-wook was still in pain. The system reported mana was only 30%. He seemed to give up, helplessly apologizing to everyone before slowly falling. The memories of his previous life came flooding back. Seo-yoon-ha gently comforted her teammate, telling him not to try to bear everything alone. When worried, look into the eyes of those who trust and follow you. At the same time, the calls of Min-hee and Seo-ha woke Hyun-wook. Seeing his teammates worried, he immediately came back to his senses. It was those two who had saved Hyun-wook this time. Min-hee used all her strength to cast magic. The entire ground shook, rocks falling like rain. Time continued its countdown. Outside the gate, subordinates were urgently reporting to the battalion commander. All media were calling for them to speak out about countermeasures against the boss monster at the station. The battalion commander was very troubled by that issue. On this side, a subordinate whispered into the ear of the Seoul head of strategy that if she and the director handled things that way, people would say the head of strategy was just mediocre, handling things superficially. She raised her voice, saying those who once called themselves brothers and close friends, advancing and retreating together, were now biting and tearing at each other, looking at each other with resentment. Hearing this, the battalion commander turned to look at her with a sharp gaze, forcing her to call for reinforcements. As she made the call, she thought to herself, why must she save these wretched demons? Inside the battle, Choi Seo-ha was trying to heal Hyun-wook. She asked him curiously if he was planning to go die. Hyun-wook also thought he would die here, but the future had already changed. Now he did not even know if the information he had was still useful, whether everything would become useless or not. Min-hee angrily scolded Hyun-wook. Who was he to act so recklessly alone like that? If it were not for Min-hee, everyone would have died already. The foundation of tactics was trust in teammates and seamless coordination. That was when tactics became effective. Who did he think benefited from running around wildly? Hearing those words like from a past life comrade, Hyun-wook suddenly understood. He smiled and thanked the squad leader for showing him the way. Soon the boss would rush out and attack everyone. Hyun-wook had already planned how to deal with it. Min-hee worried he would be stubborn and act on his own again. The team needed tactics, not individuals. This time Hyun-wook insisted he would use proper tactics, demanding everyone coordinate. He began giving orders to his teammates because the urgent situation required action. Outside, reporters and journalists had arrived to interview the company commander. Monster appearances were widely reported. How would the military protect Seoul citizens? Please summarize the situation. The company commander could only lower his head and reply. The second rescue team had been deployed. Everyone protested. The monsters were so strong, yet the military sent a low-level team. Was the plan to send low-level soldiers to suppress the monsters? Inside, the monster continued its rampage without pause. Destroyed everything in its path. The entire team quickly created a water wall with magic. Then they brought it down directly onto the boss. Next was the blocking magic. Uncle Jun-mo detonated it. The monster was in intense pain. Hyun-wook asked Jun-mo to hold on as best he could while the ice mage prepared. Everyone was in pain as the gas masks could not hold up. The ground shook violently. Outside, the squad leader was still facing the reporters. He revealed that Rescue Team 2 had an S-rank player participating. That was the monarch Han Tai-san, ranked 2nd nationally and 9th internationally. The soldiers holding out until now had been through too much. Now Tai-san was the one facing the boss. Finally, the lazy tiger appeared. This was the power of an S-rank player. With him here, those small fry monsters had no chance of harming anyone. He raised his flaming arm, declaring that the battle would soon end. Due to the changed future, Hyun-wook did not trust the information and planned to forfeit the reward and wait 5 hours. Unexpectedly, Han Tai-san appeared right on time. In his past life, that man was an S-rank player with no level limit. They could destroy the dungeon because he appeared at the last minute, and the reward turned him into an invincible warrior. It was different from when he had the secret armor item from Manhwa and Mark Lee. Tai-san told Hyun-wook not to interfere because he did not like sharing. Even though that was his favorite item, Hyun-wook was the host. He smiled, thanking Tai-san for helping him avoid forfeiting the reward, but this playground was his. The boss attacked, but Tai-san easily blocked it. The two faced off directly, power emanating from his arm. It sent the monster stumbling, flying 800 meters away. Yet that stubborn creature remained unharmed. This level of resistance had stirred Tai-san's competitive spirit. He charged in like a missile. Then he delivered a punch that went straight through the monster. The evenly matched battle continued. Everyone nearby was affected by the shockwaves. Seo-ha infused Hyun-wook with more mana because he had been fighting continuously. Healing was more important now. Hyun-wook said he was fine and decided to continue fighting, despite his teammates' protests. Tai-san kicked the boss, leaving it unable to react. Seizing the opportunity, Hyun-wook activated a skill to finish it off. The notification appeared: the D-rank skill Steel Punch consumes mana to crush metal. Mana consumption depends on the metal's mass. Current mana is 13%. Seeing the monster finished off by someone else, Tai-san angrily turned to question Hyun-wook why he interfered in his business. Hyun-wook sarcastically remarked that even though he was S-rank, his words were utterly shameless. Hearing that, Tai-san flew into a rage. Hyun-wook retorted that he was the one who interfered in his group's raid at the station. That man insisted he appeared to save everyone, or they would have all died. Realizing Hyun-wook was cheating, Tai-san turned red-faced and charged forward. Everyone wanted to be the one to take down the final boss. Hyun-wook's teammates had risked their lives holding on until now. He could not let this guy jump in and steal the credit. Hyun-wook was determined not to let the spoils fall into someone else's hand. Both gathered their strength and charged simultaneously. The monster exploded, creating a massive blast. The system announced the boss had been defeated. The area restriction was lifted. The double gate was destroyed. Everyone was astonished that the boss was taken down in under 5 minutes. Mission complete. The event dome vanished after the huge explosion. Only then did they see Gasul in a terrible state. The situation was too harsh. The surviving residents all stepped out of the area. The mother and daughter were finally reunited. They met again after this deadly disaster. They hugged each other for comfort, reassuring that they were okay. State television reported on the event, calling it a miracle. All the people at Seoul Station had fortunately survived. The notification congratulated you for defeating the poison spider boss and surviving the event. A luck reward for those who overcame the calamity, ranking based on contribution. Han-san received 2nd place, reward for assisting in eliminating the boss. Notification continued. A mysterious energy channeled into the sword pattern 24%. 1st place was Hyun-wook. He received the reward for directly defeating the boss. The main reward was the secret necklace Manhwa Hero grade could level up when fighting in combination with mana. created a thin armor layer and made the secret armor easy to carry and store. It especially had a subspace for the player to hide items. Hyun-wook had successfully protected Seoul Station and gotten what he wanted. Hyun-wook did not notice that someone was boiling with rage over having his reward stolen. That man demanded an explanation. Hyun-wook flatly asserted that he and his teammates had stopped the second wave boss. He told Lee San to be grateful for still getting second place, despite only entering at the end. He won, so that was that. If he was dissatisfied, he had to accept it. Need a refresher on system knowledge. Lee San started rambling. Killing the boss only accounted for 7% of the event reward. No matter what you did before, that man's contribution was still greater. He grew even angrier when the word morality was mentioned. He had been in seclusion for 6 months and had to come deal with this chaos. At the very least, he deserved some compensation reward. He asked Hyun-wook if he was worthy of receiving this reward, his fury blazing. Hyun-wook gave a cold smile, thinking about the time he put in. No reward was worthy. Hyun-wook shouted loudly, telling Hanta-san to stand still. The atmosphere grew tense. Hana-san suddenly threw a lightning punch at Hyun-wook. Lieutenant Colonel Kim and the strategy chief shouted in time to stop him from acting recklessly. Hantei-san froze right in front of Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook seized the chance to touch the glove, praising Hantei-san for doing well, little tiger. He said it was an honor to meet him. Then he ran over to Lieutenant Colonel Kim to ask how he was. Sang was furious, shouting for him to come back here, but was stopped by Juhina. Hannah advised him that causing a disturbance would make it hard to handle the aftermath, even for the Blue Moon Guild. At that moment, the teleportation gate opened, and Major General Choi Jung-cheon stepped through. He sensed a problem and pressed Duhanina for answers. Hannah immediately denied it, saying nothing had happened. She said the gate was already closed. The Major General asked suspiciously, if it was the Blue Flower Guild, then there would definitely be no problem, right? Iwana thought to herself that this old man was truly cunning. Yuhina asked T-san why Gasun had become like that. The condition had been set that he had to resolve the gate and stop the second wave without causing any damage. He emphasized that he had to handle a gate of this size without leaving any losses. Hanta-san scratched his head and replied that it was not about destroying the station or achieving first place in this raid. The strategy department head was surprised that he was not the one who achieved first place. An S-rank ace, the great Hanta-san, did not achieve first place. She looked towards Hyun-wook and wondered who exactly had achieved first place. Hyun-wook's side was discussing his military record. The Major General and Lieutenant Colonel both thought the military record was wrong when Hyun-wook was only ranked F rank. While walking and recounting the details to the Major General, he remained highly vigilant against the Major General. His power had earned him the title of a strategic-level nuclear weapon. He was also extremely intelligent, the person that the spirit summoner named feared the most. He had carried out many assassination attempts targeting that man. Hyun-wook's vigilance was not excessive as the Major General was probing his abnormal behavior contrary to his ability record. He wanted him to report back on what had just happened. Hyun-wook skillfully recounted the events to the Major General. When I captured the second elite monster, my ability suddenly increased along with a notification about the rise of dues. Instead of 300 grams, I could control about 17 kilograms and gained a few more skills. The Major General suspected this achievement system was very unusual, just like those other missions. He thought Hyun-wook was lucky to gain power and suggested he stay at C rank or higher. Major General suggested a fitting reward and asked him if he wanted any item. Hyun-wook breathed a sigh of relief, said there was a weapon he wanted but was not sure the Major General could easily give it. A weapon I cannot obtain? Is it a Felnut hero grade item? The Major General burst out laughing at Hyun-wook's boldness and laid out a condition. Next time he gets an additional rank, that item could be used as a reward. After the things Hyun-wook had done, he received a special recommendation. A few days later, at the 3rd AMT Brigade, the 1st Battalion was located in the Sick Forest. Hyun-wook announced he was absorbing Mananan into Lai's secret armor. The furnace efficiency reached 150%, completing the metal absorption in 16 hours. Hero-grade items were very difficult to absorb. 2 privates, Choi Min-ji and Park Jung-mo, came to ask Hyun-wook to train them. He refused, lifted his shirt to point at the wound, and said he was injured. Thanks to this counterattack, Hyun-wook realized the core factor of the boss raid was Private Park Jun-mo. The word trust is truly very important. At this moment, Private and Min-tae entered and said he had received orders to return and support the squad from the Military General Hospital. Hyun-wook felt that no matter how important future items were, there were still things more precious around him. Hyun-wook hugged Min-tae and thanked him for returning safely. Min-tae did not understand what was happening. Hyun-wook said he had been great to practice on time. The joy now was having comrades fighting side by side. The atmosphere became more cheerful as Hyun-wook and everyone else went off to train together. The phenomenon of many gates opening in the same area is also called a wave. In the near future, a wave would sweep through Seoul, turning the city into a hell. Only one person knew that future, and that was Hyun-wook. He alone could not stop this wave. To have everyone survive, Hyun-wook alone could not do it but needed everyone's help. The comrades fighting side by side with him had to become stronger to save them. Junmo rushed in to report that C-rank aces and below were not allowed to use the training center. That meant low-ranking privates like them could not train there. Seeing his comrades still afraid, Hyun-wook tried to lift their spirits. You all overcame the unlucky event together. Why are you losing heart now? This time, except for Park Junmo, everyone had been promoted. Junmo was disheartened because last time he only supported, but now he had to rely on himself. Hyun-wook said he would provide cover for them. Hearing that, Junmo's eyes lit up like car headlights and he was extremely excited. Everyone went together to the training ground. Park Junmo and the private brothers stood outside, trembling like leaves. Hyun-wook did not hesitate and pushed everyone inside. He gave a sly smile, then finally slammed the door shut. Inside, cries for help rang out without end. Hyun-wook smiled calculatingly, and the official attribute training began. In the convenience store, two young girls were whispering about Hyun-wook. He was the heavyweight man who had carried loads during the dark, event-filled blockade operation. They thought he would be tall, dark, and muscular, but he was not. Hyun-wook was lost in thought about his comrades and did not notice he was being talked about. No wonder his ears were burning. Over here, Seo Yunha was ordering her subordinates to buy enough supplies for the entire force. Suddenly, she saw Hyun-wook. Wasn't it time for personal training? Hyun-wook quickly reported that he had come to buy energy supplements for the subordinates who were training. As he reported, Hyun-wook glanced briefly toward Sang-wook and the short-haired girl beside him. After hearing that Hyun-wook had achieved a great rampage in the dungeon, Yunna reviewed his unusual combat report. She found those details very convincing. She still thought Hyun-wook was hiding something. Hyun-wook firmly insisted that he had nothing to conceal. Yunha felt that Hyun-wook sometimes acted very erratically, as if he already knew everything. It seemed he always held information that no one else knew. Hearing this, Hyun-wook grew a little anxious. Had she discovered something? Just then, the loudspeaker from the management office rang out with an announcement. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. Repeat, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. Report to the battalion commander's office immediately. The battalion commander is waiting for you. Before ending the conversation, Yunha did not forget to warn Hyun-wook. She did not know his purpose, but she would watch his every move. Finally relieved, Hyun-wook let out a sigh of relief. For now, he had to stay away from that stubborn Seo Yunha. He wondered why he was being urgently summoned when there were still a few days until the promotion ceremony. Voices came from inside the battalion commander's office. Hyun-wook arrived and reported that he had been summoned. Inside the room was Major General Choi Jung-cheon. He spoke directly to Hyun-wook about the situation a few days ago. Red Gate had opened in the Sinram area. Soldiers were slaughtering each other, and the helpless squad leader could not stop them. He could only shout for everyone to come to their senses, that they were all comrades. But all words were useless when he himself was being chased and killed by the soldiers. They all seemed to have lost their minds, gone completely mad. He tried to escape but failed. The news that the Blue Flower Strike Team number 3 had been annihilated was confirmed. The Grade 3 Chaos Gate opened. After 3 failed raids, this organization seemed not strong enough. Therefore, a joint counterattack from 2 or more organizations was needed. Hyun-wook was stunned after hearing this, because in his memory, this event did not exist. This gate entry required level 18 and above, with a maximum of 30 people. This was Johnny's dungeon. A successful raid was required to escape. Hyun-wook's face darkened. It could not be the commander of the Undead Legion from the past. Blue Flower Society had sacrificed many promising new recruits and still failed. Raiding the dungeon was a guild matter. So the military did not need to intervene, but the Major General saw Hyun-wook as a suitable person. The squad leader seemed about to say something, but was stopped by the Major General. He fell silent, waiting to see if Corporal Hyun-wook could do it. In his past life, this had never happened. Recalling zombies and suspicions of a necromancer's involvement, Hyun-wook decided to participate. He accepted the invitation before the shock squad leader, while the Major General was very pleased with this spirited young man. Hyun-wook thought of something. With his current strength, victory was impossible. He took the opportunity to propose to the Major General about the Felnut bow mentioned earlier. If he obtained it, he would surely succeed in the raid. Felnut was the never-missing bow of Onsort, once wielded by the legendary King Arthur. Despite its incredible accuracy and magic resistance effect, it was a hard-to-find weapon and had only been used once. So even the Major General's hands, it was a rare and precious weapon only brought out for use. But when it fell into Hyun-wook's hands, the story was completely different. Major General heard the request, hesitated a little, but finally demanded a pact. If he failed, Hyun-wook would have to take full responsibility. But he did not know he had met a reckless man. As Hyun-wook smiled victoriously, it was all or nothing. Assigning a commander to raid a dungeon was a common matter. Nevertheless, the Major General chose Hyun-wook, an ordinary soldier, as the leader of the strike team. Perhaps he and the Blue Flower Guild leader were mortal enemies. If Hyun-wook succeeded, this would be a resounding victory against Blue Flower's elites. Even if they lost, it would not be the military's failure, since they were only supporting Blue Flower. A victory would prove the monster defense squad was useful. At the same time, it would provide an advantage edge in the power struggle with the Blue Flower Guild. Regardless of the outcome, Brigadier General Choi would still benefit. He gladly agreed to give the fianat bow to Han-wook and promised a promotion to sergeant after the operation. Han-wook knew the old fox's intentions well and was not easily used. He demanded an additional reward if successful, since last time he had promised the fianat bow. Brigadier General froze for 2 seconds but still had to nod. Promised to comply with his wishes if everything went smoothly. Han-wook was determined to ensure the dungeon raid at any cost. Returning to the training ground, Park Jun-mo's team and the privates were exhausted after their struggle. They finally completed the C-rank Arena Masters training exercise. Now everyone was confident they could overcome any mission. Han-wook shouted for everyone to grab their weapons and prepare for the first solo raid. Everyone was bewildered, not understanding what he meant. 2 days later, military vehicles brought the support team to the zombie dungeon. Since it was a living dungeon, they used holy power-coated bullets. These bullets were stronger than usual, so absolute caution was needed. Han-wook distributed ammunition while reminding them this was not a drill. A teammate asked if he had brought felnut. He had already hidden them all in his sleeves. The entire team disembarked and entered the Super Limrong Red Gate of the Blue Flower Barracks. Before passing through the gate, Han-wook attended a strategy meeting and handed over the team to Park Jun-mo. Everyone felt the soldiers' gazes toward their team were full of hostility. A soldier told the team leader that Han-wook's team was the monster defense support. All low-rank soldiers, he was afraid his team would have to carry the burden again. He slipped up and revealed the Operation Retrieval plan, making Han-wook suspicious. That team leader quickly reassured him. He decided after entering the gate, he would separate the support team and have them go alone. That soldier worried Han-wook's team would die if they'd not go with them. Entering a dungeon meant taking risks, protecting oneself. There was no other choice. Han-wook entered the meeting room, but there was no meeting. Only the Seoul strategy department head was there. He had a feeling Han-wook would come. Last time he had hidden his F-rank soldier identity and accepted her business card. Han-wook found her unpleasant and said he had not done it on purpose. He demanded that this time Han-wook's team only provide cover. When entering the gate, do not interfere with Blue Flower, just stay put in one spot. Han-wook realized this was why Blue Flower agreed to let regular soldiers support. Nothing is free, Yen. Han-wook did not bow his head, asserting his team had equal rights to Blue Flower. The department head thought Han-wook did not know his limits, even if he had better skills than an F-rank soldier. Han-wook asked, "Why not? Are you afraid we will win?" Hearing that, she burst into contemptuous laughter. She thought the victory at Seoul Station was just luck, and luck does not come many times. For Han-wook, this had nothing to do with luck. Anna saw he was stubborn and said no more. She only reminded him not to go in before them. In the top 100 potential teams, 3 teams are participating. Little brother, you have no chance. Just stay away. Han-wook was surprised that Sahana did not respond to his provocation. There was also the matter of the Operation Retrieval. This trip had something he did not yet know. Pushing aside his thoughts, Han-wook wanted to bet with Catherine. If his team caught the boss monster before Blue Flower, she had to give him what he wanted. If not, Han-wook would have to sacrifice his life, and he agreed without hesitation. He thought to himself that no matter what Duhina was hiding, he would definitely deal with whatever was behind the gate. Both teams were ready to enter. Blue Flower would go in first. The shields were prepared. The team leader ordered his comrades to clear the entrance before Han-wook's team caught up. Team Lam Ho entered. The monster suppression assault team would enter in 3 minutes. Team members seemed very nervous. Jun-mo calmed them down and reminded them to focus. Just do it like during training, pay attention to your breathing. The monster suppression team officially entered. The moment they opened their eyes, they witnessed a horrifying scene. This was the first shock. The people inside were slaughtering each other. Madness enveloped everything. A soldier helplessly watched his captain turn into a zombie. The soldiers who were still sane were forced to turn against their own comrades. Han-wook's assault team immediately encountered a massive monster upon entry. It spotted them and attacked immediately. AMT assault team began to fight. At that moment, an announcement rang out. The zombie king boss had appeared. The whole team aimed their guns and fired, but the monster easily used a magic shield. Durong slowly pointed his gun barrel at the monster's head, recalling the training session. Taedong questioned. Han-wook knew that guns nowadays were useless against the monsters. Then isn't everyone's training here useless? When the team completely lacked the offensive power of high-level players. Han-wook also knew even if they used holy bullets, they wouldn't deal much damage. Against the monsters, those bullets were like rubber. The reason Han-wook used rifles for this raid was for the noise. These zombies had poor senses but good hearing. The shooting wasn't meant to deal damage but mainly to disorient them. That way they wouldn't be able to perceive the enemy. After hearing this, the whole team was stunned, mouths agape. Choi Taejong worried that the zombies in this dungeon might have other senses. If so, the team's chance of failure was very high and everyone would turn into zombies. It would become a living hell if that happened. Back to the present, Taerong aimed his gun at its hand and fired. The gunshot made the monster slightly uncomfortable. Next, Mintae would throw 2 grenades at it. The monster was distracted again by the explosion. Mintae had tried his best to endure. Suddenly the boss teleported behind them. It stood behind its army of zombies. Bloodthirsty zombies charged forward like moths to a flame. Min Tai Sungbo and Kyunjin loaded their guns. Hyun-wook activated a skill, controlling 4 guns to aim and fire at them. Zombies were hit repeatedly, blood spraying like fountains. Suddenly, Private Ki Hung-jin saw something glowing inside a zombie soldier's armor. It was a rare item. A larger explosion occurred in the distance, drawing the boss's attention. It headed in that direction, looking very angry. A few minutes later, only Hyun-wook and his teammates remained. Everyone slumped down, as if they had fallen asleep, their legs trembling and unable to stand. The crisis had redirected the monsters elsewhere, making Hyun-wook slightly suspicious. Although the infiltration went according to plan, something still felt off. The number of zombies wasn't many as imagined, and the Zombie King's name was distorted in the notification window. Hyun-wook reminded his teammates not to let down their guard. This gate wasn't over yet. Everyone quickly moved out. Standing from a high vantage point, a mysterious man carrying a blanket on his shoulder watched the support team's every move, then let out a sinister smile. It seemed there were some interesting ones down there. Looking around, Kyung-gook was bewildered because he saw nothing. Nothing near the dungeon, no facilities, no zombies. Hyun-wook had raided countless dungeons, but he had never seen one as strange as this. Suddenly, Hyun-wook sensed a metal object moving 20 meters behind him. He immediately controlled a blade to fly towards that metal object. It turned out to be a Lam-ho soldier. He panickedly said he was human. He had hidden there because he thought Hyun-wook's team were zombies. He was Kim Tae-seop, a sharpshooter with a stealth skill, the sole survivor of the 3rd assault team. Hyun-wook remained vigilant. How could only one person have survived? He seemed to be starving. Outside, Lam-ho Guild's temporary operations room received news about a secret letter from assault team leader Gu Wang sent to the major guilds. Although Hannah was worried, the people sent into this raid were clearly familiar soldiers. So what was in this letter that surprised Doohee so much? Inside, Taeseo's soldiers ate the AMT team supplies while revealing secrets. The player who retrieves the president's nephew's color and Arsiller's hero tier spear in the 2nd exchange wave will receive 80 billion, along with sponsorship from the Blue Flower Guild. The current priority target is the spear. Hyun-wook then understood why Zuhana was so cautious. It turned out the Arsiller spear was here. Taeseo continued, the president Gu Donghun's 2nd nephew failed the 1st raid, and the Axillor spear was the corporate symbol. Now everyone understood why the Blue Flower soldiers were hostile to the support team, because this was their raid. His teammates saw something off about Mintai, but he only said he was fine. On the other side, the mysterious man was still watching the Gantic Guild, seeing the prey doing nothing interesting, just standing around chatting. He had good intentions, so he called a few more monsters to join the fun. Suddenly, Hyun-wook sensed dozens of metallic objects appearing. 1, 2, 3, 9, finally 120. The metal pile grew, the situation becoming increasingly critical. The situation was urgent, no time to explain. Hyun-wook ordered the entire team to switch to Plan C. Min-tai and Mins prepared their equipment, then used enhancement potions. These 2 cans, one continuously boosted mana stats for 5 minutes, one increased strength stats for 6 minutes. Hyun-wook clenched his fist, ordering Park Jun-mo to do something. Taeseo was confused, not understanding what was happening. He wanted to know what the plan was and what was going on. Jun-mo reminded Taeseo to stick with them when they ran, or he would become dinner for the zombies. Before he could get his bearings, the monsters in the distance were already charging to attack. Hyun-wook used his bullet control skill, aiming at the monsters. Then he ordered the raid team to withdraw from the current area. The man found the plan amusing. It turned out they were using a teammate as bait. But if he was confident he could kill Hyun-wook quickly, the team's plan would be useless. Hyun-wook remained focused on controlling the bullets towards the enemy. Taeseo ran as fast as he could, worrying, was Plan C just abandoning him and running? Too reckless. Junmo had absolute trust in Hyun-wook. This tactic was his idea. Hyun-wook would not gamble and fail. The monsters kept charging madly. When the opportunity came, Hyun-wook used a steel punch, causing the holy bullet containing holy power to make the monsters explode. The man realized Hyun-wook's skill. It was not for nothing that he became the bait, but this noise would attract other zombies. Feeding the monsters, Hyun-wook sensed a completely different level of metal within the undead. It was made by humans. He looked towards the mysterious man. It seemed Hyun-wook had recognized who he was. 2 monster beasts charged straight at Hyun-wook. Due to a few seconds of carelessness, his nose was blown open, leaving a wound on his head, as Hyun-wook ran frantically. That man stood afar, appearing to have overestimated his opponent, thinking Hyun-wook was exhausted. He did not expect Hyun-wook to use a skill to control the shards left by the iron bullets. Then he used Iron Rain to make them fall freely. The falling iron fragments pierced the bodies of the monsters. At that moment, the boss zombie, attracted by the noise, charged towards the fighting Hyun-wook, but from behind a grenade was thrown and exploded. The monster was again attracted by the noise. Taeseo still did not understand. Was Plan C not sacrificing one person and running? What kind of strange strategy was that? The team's goal was to lure the zombie away from Sergeant Hyun-wook. Seeing the boss change direction, the mysterious man finally understood. From the beginning, Hyun-wook was not the bait. They truly intended to raid this place. He laughed, realizing he had severely underestimated the support team. Hyun-wook's gaze never left that man. How could he blend in with the zombies? Or was his purpose for coming to this dungeon still a mystery? System warning: under 50% potion time, mana effect remaining 2 minutes 15 seconds, strength effect remaining 2 minutes 58 seconds. Han-wook's mind kept racing about the identity of that mysterious man. Meanwhile, he pulled a sword from the dog's mouth. He was delighted, wanting to taste Han-wook's blood and stain this spear red. Han-wook shouted, "You are a necromancer, right?" That man was quite surprised to hear that, because he truly was a necromancer, and was astonished that a mere soldier could know about necromancers. What exactly was he? Han-wook observed the situation. The zombie corpse was dead and could not be revived again. The other man's reaction made him suspicious. Could it be that he was not a necromancer? That man went berserk upon hearing this, charging forward while asking how Han-wook knew him. One of his strikes caught Han-wook completely off guard. He blocked it but stood frozen because of the immense power. A notification appeared about the skill Indestructible Diamond Body. C-rank skill, compatible with hero-grade weapons when absorbing the energy from ManhwaCapped's secret armor. New skill activated Mana Shield, Secret Mark, and an unlocked slot. Rank will increase when absorbing magical metal. If not for the secret armor merging with the indestructible diamond body, Han-wook would have lost an arm. The two faced each other directly. Han-wook controlled the dagger to fly behind that man, but he detected it and dodged easily. Han-wook continued using iron shards aimed straight at him, but it was also useless. He used the corpse as a shield for protection. That man was very surprised that someone who just reached level 18 could have such a technique. Han-wook knew that since he blocked the attack this easily, he must have surpassed the realm of the Red Gate. Both asked each other simultaneously how they entered the gate. Han-wook saw the fragments of the core burning his body. The one taking damage from holy power could only be a player killer, a vampire. They were the demon race that killed the civilians and Han-wook's comrades. This had happened during the attack in Seoul in his previous life. That man went mad when provoked. The wounds caused by the core fragments quickly healed, leaving no trace. He was furious and planned to cut off Han-wook's limbs until he agreed to talk. That was energy from a hero-grade weapon, the very Spear of Achilles that the Wu Wan Corporation was searching for. Even the secret armor combined with the indestructible diamond body would be useless if that spear revealed its true power. One more strike and Han-wook would be finished. Notification appeared. Poison water duration was below 60%. Mana Star had 1 minute and 43 seconds left. Strength Star had 2 minutes and 22 seconds left. So with only a little over 2 minutes left, Han-wook was forced to secure victory within this time frame. That man was still furious because Han-wook did not even bother replying to his message. He hurled the blade towards his opponent. Fortunately, he dodged, but its destructive power was truly terrifying. Could die at any moment. Han-wook silently activated the setting for the dagger to attack by surprise from above. That corpse blocked it. It was these blocked attacks that made him even more frenzied. That bizarre giant serpent had blocked all long-range attacks, so Han-wook could not attack using the core fragments. He continuously had to dodge dangerous strikes from that blade. Because of the Spear of Achilles, close combat was also impossible, forcing Han-wook to use his final card earlier than expected. That madman was angry because Han-wook dared to mention someone he did not know. Kept attacking, he kept dodging. Han-wook said he was just a soldier. He asked him if he had enlisted. That man thought Han-wook was talking nonsense without realizing it. He had silently positioned himself right under his feet. Indeed, you have never enlisted. On this side, Junmo's group was still hiding. Taking advantage of the moment without the boss monster, they intended to throw grenades at the zombie, but Tesiov stopped them. He was afraid that with that number of zombies, even the assault team could not withstand them. Maybe Han-wook had already sacrificed himself, so they had to find a way to escape. His teammates always had unshakable faith in Han-wook, that he would not fail so easily. They had not received the signal yet, meaning everyone had to seriously complete the mission. That was the mission Han-wook gave Junmo before they separated. He asked Junmo to attach a claymore mine to his back. If the mine exploded, it meant Han-wook only had one last option left. At that time, Junmo would have the mission to lead the team members to find a hiding place. Back to Han-wook when the mine exploded. Hundreds of steel pellets shot out from it. This mine was officially called the KM-18A1, using C4 explosives. When detonated, it launched 700 3mm steel ball bearings. The force of the blast caused that man and his giant serpent immense pain. He never expected that being chosen would lead to his death by that mine. Han-wook guided the arrow straight into his heart, seizing his sword. He acted so fast that that man did not even see it. Information about Tristan's item, Felnot, appeared. A pursuit effect with a 100% success rate, negating magic resistance. Han-wook's plan was to use the mine to deal with the snake, with the arrow as his finishing move. He tried to pull the arrow out but was useless as it carried Han-wook's power. Now it was his turn to interrogate. On this side, Mintai recognized the explosion from earlier as a claymore mine. Junmo worried that Corporal Han-wook might have sacrificed himself. Seeing this, Teshio seemed amused, believing he had been right. Coming out here alone meant anyone would just die in vain. He started lecturing while having done nothing for the team himself. The coward's experience was to hide in a safe place and wait for backup. Park Junmo grew angry hearing this nonsense. A teammate might have died, so how dare he laugh mockingly like that? The entire support team focused their gaze on him. Tessio quickly explained but still urged everyone to hide. As soon as he finished speaking, massive buildings rose from the ground. This was the arena of the leader of the Dryneck tribe. It was being summoned. The leader would destroy the intruders of the territory. The rescue team panicked because this castle had never been seen in training. To make things harder, the zombies were also summoned along with the castle. These zombies were even uglier than the previous ones. Seeing them, Tessio was terrified. Junmo signaled for everyone to stay silent, but the leopard Tessio panicked and ran away. The noise drew the zombies' attention. They charged to attack their prey. In a dire situation, the team quickly aimed and fired. But because they were outnumbered, the whole team had to find cover. Back to Heinwook's location. That man was still sneering, claiming that arrow could not kill him. Wook remained calm. Without holy power, he could not kill him instantly, but given his current blood loss, he felt pain worse than death itself. That man was bitter that his enemy knew too much. He screamed in agony because of the arrow lodged in his heart. Hyun Wook began his interrogation, asking what the matter regarding the second young master of the Guhong group was. That man shouted that they were just low-level prey. Hyun Wook then asked about the necromancer. Despite the pain, he remained defiant, saying that Lord could be anyone, close comrade or a family member. Hyun Wook guided another knife toward him for mentioning his family. He thought to himself that this man was someone who lived for reputation. From such evasive talk, he likely had never met the necromancer. That man felt a sudden chill, having only superficial standing with the necromancer. Even as a loyal pawn, the necromancer did not allow an audience or reveal intentions to underlings. Wook began to mock him as a fanatical sycophant. Stung in his pride, he went mad, demanding to know who he was to be so informed about that day. Hyun Wook revealed that he and the necromancer had been hunting each other for a long time. That meddlesome giant serpent tried to ambush him again. In the end, Hyun Wook caught it and gave it a light beating. A notification appeared. He had obtained the Axilla spear, inflicting a difficult-to-heal wound. If the undead had awakened and acted, Hyun Wook would have sensed it long ago. But the necromancer had not awakened, and this man was so loyal. There were too many suspicious points. Hyun Wook continued questioning how this man could have infiltrated while the Blue Flower Guild was still guarding outside. That man stealthily activated the ring on his hand and then shouted loudly. How could a level 18 player like Hyun Wook step through the raid gate he had created? Hearing this, Hyun Wook froze, realizing that the gate could be controlled by an individual. That man laughed wickedly and declared that the second phase of the disaster was about to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. At this rate, Hyun Wook would lose him to the Felnut tree. Hyun Wook quickly retrieved the arrow from the enemy. The system warned that the castle of the Frost Dry leader Dago had been summoned. The level limit for entering the gate increased from 18 to 30. The castle of the Frost Dry leader was the second phase of the disaster. After this phase, his monster raid gate would truly be complete. After speaking, he vanished, leaving only a taunt to enjoy the true horror of this world. On this side, the support team was still trying to stay silent to hide from the horde of zombies. The Frost Dry leader appeared and attached a pair of eyes to each monster. Thus, the battle became even more difficult. Frost Dry leader was the one who held the power of life and death. He was the one who held the power of light and darkness. The system announced that the Frost Dry leader had been summoned, and the attack of Baron Samedi had begun. Baron Samedi was a famous sorcerer, a holy spirit of the voodoo cult, holding the power of life, death, and resurrection. Now, Hyun Wook and his teammates had to face the Frost Dry leader, whose power was unstoppable. Teammates could be sacrificed. The zombies would flood out of the gate and wipe out the outside world. The mission of Hyun Wook's team now was to try and stop the attack of the Frost Dry leader, Baron Samedi. The zombies now had vision. The whole team was in a precarious situation. The group had to quickly leave this place. The leader saw the people shooting his subordinates and was extremely angry. He immediately attacked, but luckily a teammate threw a grenade to save his life. Jun Mo was surprised to see Min Tai and Min's still holding their ground here instead of leaving. But how could they abandon a teammate alone? They also lacked the courage to shoot a teammate if he turned into a zombie, and so they alone held out against the horde of monsters. Just as the zombies charged, the grenades were thrown. They were determined to live or die together. Jun Mo was deeply moved and decided the entire strike team would retreat, throwing all remaining grenades. Han Wook quickly dashed towards the sound of the grenade explosion. Before the battle, Hyun Wook had thought about sacrifice, but because of absolute trust from his teammates, he became determined to survive and return. Now, he was charging towards the zombies with all his courage. Information about the heroic spear appeared. It required a large amount of mana to activate, the mana cost reaching 21%. Despite the warning of the excessive mana consumption, Hyun Wook still decided to activate it. The two sides clashed like moths to a flame. For Hyun Wook at this moment, the promise to return was the most important thing, and so he sent a horde of zombies to hell. A warning also appeared on the enemy's side that the Frost Dry leader's attack had been interrupted. Suddenly realizing his item had disappeared, he became furious. As for that secret item, the thief Kang Jin had taken it without anyone noticing. He felt this item was very important to that leader, so he held onto it tightly. The zombies were about to catch up, but then bullets were fired. Everyone had to act fast or they would lose their lives. Kang Jin quickly managed to plant the C4 explosive, a common plastic explosive in the military. Minta blocked the front, waiting for the zombies to charge before triggering the explosion. The explosion left them lying scattered on the ground. Luckily, they all survived. Temporarily, the group had blocked the zombies' entrance, but unfortunately, they were also trapped inside. In here, there was not even oxygen to breathe. The immediate urgent problem was solved. Now they needed to quickly find an exit. Suddenly, the wall cracked. It was that leader attacking. Everything came chaotic again. He saw his item and became extremely excited. Meanwhile, the privates trembled like leaves. From behind, a familiar voice rang out, "Do not move." It was Han-wook. He had finally arrived. Han-wook's face was covered in wounds, his eyes blazing with bloodlust at anyone who touched his comrades. Baron Samedi extended his hand, strange tentacles sweeping across the space. He looked up, tensely watching the item they had just acquired dissolve into the air. His eyes blazing with an evil purple light, Samedi grinned crookedly, revealing sharp teeth. Faced with the horrifying scene, they could not help but shudder, their skin crawling. Suddenly a voice made him freeze. He slowly turned his head. That bastard stopped immediately. Junmo recognized the familiar voice. He happily called out Corporal Hyun-wook's name. Drenched in blood, Hyun-wook stood there with eyes of fury. "How dare you touch my comrades?" He took a step forward, eyes sharp as knives, his voice powerful. "Listen, I am the only one allowed to bully them." Hearing that, their eyes went wide, mouths twisted in shock. What? Suddenly the system appeared with a reminder. Warning, mana consumption high, 32% remaining. He glanced, thinking, saying that was one thing, but I do not have much mana left either. I have not found a way to defeat him yet. Seeing Baron Samedi slowly raise his hand, ready to release his tentacle. He startled and gripped his weapon tightly, full of caution. He is attacking from range, is he? Han-wook immediately moved closer to the stone platform on the side to dodge. Suddenly he gritted his teeth and froze, not moving. He opened his eyes wide in confusion. Why is he not attacking me? At that moment, they began to act. Junmo ordered Kim Ki-hung and Choi Taeyong to open the toolbox. Without hesitation, they rummaged. The lid popped open, revealing glowing orbs and special equipment. As for Han-wook, he looked up at the jar above him to his side and judged. Could it be because of that thing? Samedi stamped down on the place where the zombies were with tremendous force, the ground cracking. Lifted his leg high, aiming straight at Han-wook. He looked up, a flash of tension in his eyes, his teeth clenched tightly. But as the gigantic foot came crashing down, he immediately sprang to the side to evade. The tentacles from Samedi's hand lashed out like mad snakes. They rushed to attack him without pause. He focused all his strength, weaving and twisting to dodge by a hair's breadth. The soldiers opened the box and threw the items in unison. Sang shouted, "Corporal Lai catch." Then they quietly snuck into the small cave, the place holding important items that made him startle with attention. Samedi immediately turned around, his eyes blazing with fury, his giant fist raised, darkness churning. Without hesitation, he shot his tentacles like spears aimed directly at the squad in the cave. At the same time, Hyun-wook also charged forward. The system displayed, unlocked the power of the Asynlar Spear, a strike dealing unhailable wound, mana cost 21%, 11% remaining. Hyun-wook gripped his weapon tightly, red-black energy enveloping it, radiating a ferocious power. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and shouted, "And Binti, create a shield in front quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he spun around, grasped the spear, and thrust it straight into the tentacle, deflecting it. Hearing the command immediately, a defensive layer formed, blocking the ferocious attack. Lian released a wavy blue light beam like a strand of rope. It quickly wrapped around the support potion canister floating in the air. A soldier shouted worriedly, "Min Tai, are you okay?" He was holding a partially broken shield. The potion canister was securely in his hand. Han-wook opened it and drank it all. The system displayed, Mana Star recovers a set amount of mana over 5 minutes. After using it, he wiped his mouth with his hand, a glint of challenge in his eyes. "Hey, lightbulb eyes." Floating glowing orbs vibrated slightly in the air along with the provocative words, "I am your real opponent." As he spoke, Han-wook raised his hand, the orbs vibrated, and then shot straight forward. They spun in front of Samedi, emitting powerful energy that made him narrow his eyes in focus. A voice rang out, "Bah." Instantly, the orbi vibrated violently, cracking alongside a fierce flash of blue light. At the same time, a blinding wind pierced through the air and rushed at him with terrifying force. But before it could connect, a magical shield unexpectedly appeared, blocking the attack. He frowned, extending 3 fingers to clamp the spear tightly. Hyun-wook ran while calculating. "Just as I thought, the magic shield is the problem. If I keep this up, I will lose." Seeing him charge, he turned and swung his tentacles in a horizontal sweep to block the path and counterattack. He frowned, gritted his teeth, raised his hand to block while thinking, "I cannot fight continuously to find a weak point. There are comrades behind me." Taking advantage of the moment, Samedi focused on attacking. A soldier quickly raised the jar in his hand. Han-wook nimbly evaded, scheming in his head. He has not fully evolved yet, so he must have a weak point. He roared like a wild beast, his eyes blazing with fury, then charged straight forward. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of rage, wondering where that man's weakness really was. That soldier suddenly slammed the object down hard, shattering it. One person in the group cried out in panic, "Kyungjin, what are you doing?" Hearing the noise, he immediately spun around, his eyes full of vigilance. When Kyungjin raised his sword to stab the object in the debris, the person beside him quickly stopped him. "Where did you get that sword? Do not touch the items in the dungeon. We do not know what they do." He gripped his weapon tightly and answered firmly, "We will all be killed anyway. Corporal Lai is in danger because of protecting us. I have to do something to help him." Hearing this, Junmo could only clench his teeth, saying not a word in rebuttal. At that moment, he suddenly whipped around, clenched his fist, and swung it fiercely towards them. Seeing the critical situation, he quickly shouted, "Kyungjin, stab that thing now." As soon as he finished speaking, tentacles from him surged forward like a storm. They tore through the air at a terrifying speed, aimed directly at their group. He immediately leaned his body to dodge to one side, feeling the strong gust of wind brush past him. At that moment, Kyungjin also mustered all his strength to ram the weapon hard into the thing on the ground. Arun Samedi roared in pain, the scream echoing throughout the space. His body shook violently before he staggered and collapsed to his knees. The tentacles convulsed wildly, and then fell down towards them. Hyun-wook covered his face from the smoke and dust as he moved forward, shouting, "Captain." He squinted and looked around, trying to find his comrades. "Where is everyone? Speak up if you are still alive." Inside, figures stirred, struggling to push themselves up off the ground and sit up. Junmo heard the call and reported back. "Corporal Baek Junmo, we are fine." He breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head, and asked in confusion, "What the hell is going on?" At that moment, Samedi was sitting flat on the ground, one hand clutching his chest, his face contorted in pain. He slowly turned his head, his eyes darkening as he stared intently at the item jar. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly spun violently and transformed into a beating heart, radiating a strange energy. Hyun-wook was frozen, his eyes wide with shock at the scene before him. A heart. At that very moment, a sense of unease surged up, causing him to quickly turn his head. His gaze was fixed on the thing that had just been stabbed, lying still on the ground. He froze as he recognized its familiar shape hurriedly. Samedi let out a fierce roar, the scream echoing, creating purple shockwaves that shook the entire room. He raised his face to the sky and howled, his eyes blazing, radiating a malevolent and furious energy. A terrifying sonic wave erupted, pressing hard against their eardrums, forcing everyone to quickly cover their ears. The system suddenly appeared in red, forced restart of the inheritance of the skeletal leader Baron Samedi. Inheritance at 66.6%. He continued to scream, and the purple energy from his body began to thicken. The system displayed a warning. The magic of the remaining souls is being absorbed by the skeletal leader. The level entry limit for the gate has increased from 30 to 35. Hyun-wook broke into a bright smile, affirming, "Got it. That is his weak point. So those jars all had a purpose." He quickly pieced the clues together in his head. According to Egyptian legend, mummies store their organs in canopic jars. If he is a mummy, his heart must be holding his soul. Next, looking at the flickering purple circle in the center of Samedi's chest, he confirmed his heart is the weak point. Hyun-wook was excited to have found a way to kill him, so he raised the arm with the arrow to aim. He had let his guard down because he was too reliant on his skeletal minions. "This is my chance." Without hesitation, he immediately fired the arrow, which shot forward like a lightning bolt. The arrow tore through the air, flying straight towards the target. But just as it was about to hit the target, a blazing red shield appeared in front of him. The system displayed the item information, Tristan's bow. Effect: aim at a target and pierce through all obstacles, reducing all magic resistance. It shattered the red shield, pierced through, and embedded itself deep into the target, causing the defense to vanish instantly. Samedi groaned in pain, his eyes slowly looking down at the arrow. The red system appeared. The skeletal leader is continuously regenerating life force from the magical power absorbed from his subordinates. His expression changed, and he let out a cold smirk, baring his teeth, full of smugness. Then, the tentacles surged toward him, the one who was drawing the bow and aiming at him. Hyun-wook spread one leg behind him for leverage and shouted, "You can still laugh. This is the real shot." The system appeared once again. Item: Arcelor's Spear. Effect: attacks inflict wounds that cannot be healed. He thought this strike would prevent him from recovering, then hurled the weapon forcefully, yelling, "Pierce through." The Arcelor's spear shot forward at a dizzying speed, piercing through the tentacles. The spearhead aimed directly at the target's chest and struck. With unstoppable force, it broke through the defense and drilled deep inside. Samedi screamed in agony, each wave of pain tearing his body apart. Hyun-wook, having thrown the attacking weapon, saw the tentacles rushing towards him. In the distance, a soldier ran over from the side, and at that moment he thought about the spear. Then suddenly the system sounded, warning that a very large amount of mana was being consumed in a short time, interrupting the recovery capability. Remaining mana at 0%. He opened his eyes wide and froze. I am doomed. Hyun-wook quickly dodged the swarming tentacles, skillfully avoiding the threat by a hair's breadth. While moving, he was startled to realize a tentacle had extended from behind him without him knowing. However, a soldier running from afar arrived just in time to use a shield to protect him. He turned his head and shouted, "Minte, what are you doing?" Before he could answer, he created a magic shield in front of him. Thanks to that, the tentacles could not attack them directly at the moment, but its power accidentally made his feet step backward. He stood behind, intently watching every movement it made. Mintar turned to ask Corporal Heinwook, "Are you okay?" Looking at the magic shield, he muttered in surprise. That skill, could it be? He remembered the battle with the many-armed monster. Then he thought about seeing the growth in stats. Ever since entering the dungeon, he had leveled up very fast. Mintai said, "Last time I blocked the Dry Frost leader's strike, I leveled up and got this skill." The notification rang, congratulating him on reaching level 20 and receiving the level 1 magic shield skill. After reading the content, he could not help but be surprised too. He excitedly boasted, "Finally, I have a skill to create a shield. Though low level, it still helps." Hyun Wook angrily scolded, "You idiot. How dare you trust a skill you have never used? You almost died." Min Ta looked away sadly. "I just want to protect you and the comrades." He smiled and patted his head to comfort him. "I know. But this is my responsibility. Do not overexert yourself." Hearing that, he blushed shyly. "Yes, thank you." He replied, "Save the thanks for after we get out of here." Arrow and Semity suddenly roared fiercely, shaking the entire space. The system warned in red due to continuous damage. The inherited power of the Dry Frost leader has been destroyed. He ground his teeth, his eyes full of hatred staring at the arrow and spear embedded in his chest. He tried to use a skill to heal the wounds, but the system reported incomplete. Undead has spread throughout the body. It is about to shatter and return to death. Not accepting the truth, he let out a roar full of fury. The sound carried a mist. Both had to use shields to block the sound waves from entering. Tentacles on his body began to writhe, stretching out forcefully to form a dangerous whirlwind. The tentacles charged towards Mintai and Hyunwook at a dizzying speed. Right after, they changed direction, striking hard at a different area. Next, the remaining tentacles smashed everything around, sending rocks and dirt flying. Hyunwook grit his teeth, thought this monster can no longer control its body, yet attacks like a final blaze, wanting to take us down with it. At that moment, the assault team's shout rang out. Tai Young fired to block its vision. Receiving the order, he quickly lay down, firing dazzling shots. The continuous volleys made him lose focus and unable to react in time. A powerful voice instructed, "Wait for Corporal Hyun-wook to recover mana." Assault team deployed disruption tactics. They replied in unison. The MIDI did not stay still, controlling tentacles to strike hard towards them. Hyun-wook worriedly shouted loudly, "Junmo, do not take risks." Junmo turned to refuse with a resolute gaze. "Let us buy time for you to finish it off." Hearing that, he was stunned, speechless. "You guys..." The system notified, "Mana is recovering, current level is 9%. Annoyed by the harassment to the point of rage, he opened his mouth wide and roared in fury. He continuously launched tentacles from all directions, creating a storm that enveloped the space. The system displayed, "Mana is recovering, current level is 12%. Soldiers agilely dodged the attacks, each movement precise and timely. As for him, he helplessly looked at the recovery percentage on the screen, gritting his teeth in frustration. One of them shouted in panic, "I am out of ammo." Next, he quickly dodged as a tentacle grazed his body. Seeing the tense situation, he decided to step forward to change the tide. Hyun-wook stepped closer, shouting loudly, "Hey you bastard, I am here, I am your opponent." As he finished speaking, he leaped high into the air, leaving only a faint blue light. Next, he moved continuously, each jump leaving behind a trail of radiant energy. Sparkling trails of light appeared in the space. The arrow lodged in Samity's body began to glow and tremble violently. At the same time, his other weapon also began to glow accordingly. Hyun-wook remembered the canopic jars. To defeat the Dry Frost leader, one had to destroy the internal organs inside them. 3 jars containing the liver and heart. He realized the final missing piece, the decisive factor, was the eye. The scream merged with his sound, both charged into the fight, creating a resounding noise. He grit his teeth, focused on controlling the Tristan bow filled with spiritual energy, charging straight towards the target. The system displayed, Lord Tristan's bow has a target marking effect, shoots through all obstacles and cancels magic resistance. It pierced through the defense screen, shot straight into Samity's eye, creating a large hole. He cried out in pain, unaware that he had quickly closed in, preparing for the next attack. Hyun-wook raised his weapon high, gritting his teeth. "If you are a king, then act like a king. You bastard, stop these disgraceful tricks." As he spoke, he stabbed down decisively, "And get out of here, you bastard." The system displayed the information for the item Green Cloud Sword, capable of absorbing water from the air and creating mist to conceal oneself, with mysterious energy covering the sword up to 49%. That man staggered, unable to stand steady, his body trembling as if about to collapse, while he quickly leaped into the air. Finally, he fell heavily, sending rocks and dirt flying, creating a thick dust cloud. The soldiers quickly raised their hands to shield themselves from the incoming debris. The system displayed a red notification, congratulating him on the victory. "You have defeated greeted the Dry Frost leader, Samedi. Seeing the content, they stammered in astonishment. Did we really take him down? Jun Mo widened his eyes and replied, it seems so. After a moment of shock, they began to cheer in joy, yeah. Meanwhile, Hyunwook stood on his corpse, raised his hand to retrieve the crown, and silently completed the mission. The system analyzed the item, congratulating you on receiving the Crown of Light and Shadow. Mythical grade. Effects are being analyzed. It enhances damage resistance attributes against undead, and the special effect is currently locked. He held the item in his hand, examining it. This thing did not appear in his previous life, and it even has a special effect. Suddenly, an earthquake occurred, shaking the ground. Rocks and dirt fell from above, astonishing them greatly. The system displayed a red warning. The fortress of the Dry Frost leader, Dako, is beginning to collapse. Junmo looked up and shouted for instructions. Sergeant Hyunwook. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the rubble. We haven't collected the items inside yet. Then he made a decision and gave orders. The fortress is collapsing. Everyone retreat immediately. They received the order and immediately helped each other rush outside. Two tall towers suddenly exploded, and then gradually collapsed, creating a powerful blast. Junbo led the way, pointing outward and directing everyone to run as fast as possible. They managed to get outside, panting heavily, both exhausted and relieved. The system announced a red notification. You have successfully conquered. The conquest gate will close soon. Seeing the warning, he quickly turned around, his eyes fixed on the spinning red gate. Hyunwook hurriedly ran toward it and yelled at the members, damn it, don't stop, the gate is closing, run faster. They ran with all their strength, each step urgent. No one dared to hesitate to escape before the gate shut. On the other side of the gate, the Blue Flower Guild stood in neat rows, eyes fixed on it. A man in a suit spoke up. A team needs all players level 53 and above. How can the conquest succeed with that limit? Then we won't be able to organize independently for this campaign. Ina Jo put her hands on her hips and judged. So what? Would you take responsibility if the Wuwan group stops its support? Do you think setting out now means you can complete the mission quickly? Suddenly, the gate shook violently, catching her attention and making her turn around. Oh, the gate is closing. Voices echoed. All eyes followed in disbelief. It's closing? No way. Did the raid team successfully kill the boss inside? From within the gate, Hyunwook's members burst out rapidly with shouts. He also hurriedly leaped out right after them, just in time before the gate closed completely. Everyone standing nearby was stunned, mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes at the scene. They joyfully embraced each other, cheers erupting. We made it out alive. He stood clearly on the high platform and called out, raid team. Hyunwook, with an approachable demeanor, said, you did very well. At this moment, the Sigmund conquest mission is complete. As soon as he finished speaking, he grinned with pride. They cheered once again in delight, yeah? Hannah Do frowned and gritted her teeth in frustration. Am I seeing things? Those second-rate army rejects managed to conquer Sigmund. The person behind her stammered in fear. Department head. She pursed her lips tightly and thought, Sergeant Hyunwook, who is he? At that moment, inside the conquest gate, someone was walking around, panting heavily. Kim Tessio was covered in sweat, his eyes full of panic and worry. I ran as soon as the gate closing notification appeared. It should be around here. And he ran around wildly, passing through rows of withered trees, completely disoriented. His eyes were frantic, his body breaking out in cold sweat. Where did the gate disappear to? Why can't I see it? He suddenly noticed a figure behind him, so he stopped and glanced quickly in that direction. Vampire leaned against the wall, half of his pale face obscured by shadow, leaving only his weary eyes visible. Tessio, hearing no response, cautiously shifted backward. Just as he intended to leave, he spoke, don't go, startling Tessio. Then, Tessio joyfully babbled repeatedly, so you're a person? You scared me, you know? Are you from the rescue team? Oh god, I was panicking thinking I was stuck here. He excitedly widened his eyes and chattered on, lucky us, let's get out of here. Don't stay here, the gate must be around here. He interrupted, I need. Then suddenly the vampire vanished, astonishing Tessio. What? Before he could understand what was happening, he appeared right behind him, grabbed Tessio in an instant, bared his fangs, yanked his collar, and shouted, I need blood. A desperate scream rang out in the silent space. After a moment, Tessio lay motionless on the ground, his body dried out, his red-rimmed eyes tearful, with blood still lingering on his neck. He stood towering, his gaze cold as he looked at the prey he had just finished off. The image of Hyunwook's arrogant face flashed in his mind. He raised two fingers, a green energy flickered. That damn soldier. The vampire looked up at the sky, gritted his teeth, bloodstains on his mouth full of rage. Just wait. I will take everything you cherish and kill them. From within the gate, the members of Hyunwook's raid team burst out rapidly with shouts. Ooh-ha! He also hurriedly leaped out right behind them, just in time before the gate closed. They looked at each other and then embraced joyfully. We made it out. We made it back alive. Hyunwook stood on the high platform, hands on his hips, and shouted loudly, AMT raid team. He clearly praised everyone for doing very well. As of now, the gate activation mission is complete. Her spirits lifted quickly, they raised their hands enthusiastically and cheered, Jahu. Hanado frowned and gritted her teeth. Am I seeing things? That bunch of useless second-rate soldiers just cleared the gate chain. The assistant nervously called out softly, Department Head. Han-wook stepped down and shouted. The assault team lined up in 2 rows. He shouted as he approached, telling them to align. Hannah-Jo crossed her arms and pressed on, asking about my team. He put his hands on his hips, stood straight, and replied when we entered the gate. Hesitating for a moment, he took a breath and said it was too late. Attack tilted his head in scrutiny. So you mean this team completed the mission on its own? He nodded firmly yes, as you can see. She refused to believe it, saying how could that be? He did not argue, only gently suggested she could confirm it herself once the gate analysis results came out. Hannah frowned, suspicion clear in her eyes. Just who are you? Are you sure you are F rank? Hyun-wook widened his eyes in challenge. Now do you believe I am not just lucky? She did not answer, coldly saying I will only decide after seeing the analysis results. Then she leaned closer and asked, did you perhaps see a spear in there, maybe in the hands of a zombified Blue Flower member or in the treasure room beneath the dungeon? Hearing that, his face began to look tired and dazed. The image of the shifting castle appeared. At that moment he was calling out to everyone, the arena is collapsing, get out of here quickly. The spear was still firmly lodged in the monster's heart. He used his green spiritual energy to retrieve it, sealing mark. The system appeared, skill information, indestructible diamond, C rank, body receives quite high physical damage resistance. Secret mark, you can conceal one item using a subspace storage slot. Immediately, it tucked itself neatly into his arm. Returning to the present, Hyun-wook turned around and shook his head. No, I did not see any spear. She spoke loudly in frustration. Impossible. He could not hold back either and asked, you kept changing the subject just now. Are you deliberately avoiding our bet? He was annoyed, no longer letting her evade, confirming again, is the head of the Blue Flower Guild's SIL strategy department planning to go back on her word? Hannah stammered shakily that. He raised his voice, patiently waiting for an answer. She lowered her head, grinding her teeth, but unable to utter a word. Seeing no result, he shrugged and turned to leave. Seems you are not calm yet. I will come back later to collect the reward. She quickly grabbed his sleeve, voice urgent. Stop. I want you to join Blue Flower Guild. I guarantee you will receive the best treatment. He raised an eyebrow, saw the fabric on his shoulder torn by her pull, thinking she wanted to become his superior and lord over him. Suddenly a voice shouted along with the gate opening. The Major General of Monster Defense Team 3 has arrived. He startled and shouted, Corporal Hyun-wook, reporting. Choi Jung-cheon stepped out with a bright laugh. Ha ha ha. His eyes focused on the scene before him. Hannah quickly let go of him. He squinted with a probing smile. Do not tell me you are trying to steal my key soldier who has not yet been discharged. She raised both hands in denial. Of course not, I just happen to be a little. He glanced at the guild behind her, asking if Blue Flower had defied orders and prepared its own assault team. She panicked and tried to explain, no, this is... Before she could finish, he stepped forward, saying there were many problems with Gu Hong's group, and now Blue Flower exceeded its limits at the frontier gate. His face was angry, affirming he would file an official complaint to Blue Flower's leader, and needed to submit a written discussion with other guilds. Hannah clenched her hands, so angry that her nails cut to her skin, drawing blood. He silently glanced, cold eyes observing her body tremble without being able to retort. A while later, Hyun-wook in the room recounted the expedition to him. Jung-cheon clapped in admiration. Really, 100% clear is truly amazing. I did not expect you to bring back such outstanding results. He laughed endlessly in joy. Cannot wait to see the expression on the Blue Flower Guild leader's face. He said nothing, only looked at him, thinking to himself that he was gloating about foiling them this time. He suppressed his excitement, saying at his age he had never met someone like him. Hyun-wook did not take all the credit, saying the result was the whole team's effort, and asked about the promised reward. Not letting him finish, he raised his hand to change the subject, praising his character and conduct, then promised to promote the entire team and give him a chance for a rank reassessment. He silently widened his eyes at him without speaking, screaming inside again, this tricky old fox. He smiled and nodded, pretending not to remember his previous offer. Hyun-wook did not let him have his way, deliberately shouting loudly, thank you sir for promoting the whole team, the rank reassessment, and the promised reward. I am very grateful for the Major General's generosity. Hearing that, Jung-cheon was startled. He turned his head in dismay. Indeed not easy to fool. I understand. What do you want? He cheerfully stated his opinion. I hope you can provide the whole team with holy powered weapons. Suddenly, silence enveloped the entire room. He was shocked and turned back, saying the dry bone dungeon gate has ended, yet you still want holy powered weapons. Under the twilight, warm light shone down on the military headquarters building, the South Korean flag fluttering in the wind, mingling with the echoing voice. Breaking news here, the assault team solo cleared floor 53 in the Frontier Gate raid. What is this nonsense being said? Plainclothes soldier argued, I am telling the truth. Corporal Hyun-wook even received a recruitment offer from the Blue Flower Guild. The people standing there listening were utterly surprised. What? They started chattering lively, one propping his hip in doubt. Isn't his record higher than Sergeant Choi Yang-hun? The person in ash-colored clothes beside him eagerly said, when Choi Yang-hun returns, we need a match to see who leads. One in uniform said nothing, only adjusted his cap irritably. The next morning in the courtyard, soldiers from other teams stood watching Choi Tae-young and Lee Min-hee appear. They whispered animatedly, is that them? You mean that all F-rank team? Tae-young lowered his head and said quietly, do you not find it annoying? Min-hee turned and muttered, everyone used to ignore us. Now we are the center of attention. I still cannot get used to it. Tae-young looked at Jun-mo enthusiastically describing things to the girls, sighed, why does that not happen to Park Jun-mo? Jun-mo narrated eagerly, and then at that moment Corporal Hyun-wook ran out of mana, and we stepped up to block the zombies. Wow, it was really terrifying then. Two sat opposite, hands on their faces in embarrassment listening to him boast about their achievements. The short-haired girl wondered, aside from the team leader, how are the other members in the team so strong? He whispered, reminding him to cover one side of his face. All thanks to the special training from Corporal Han-wook. At this moment, there was a person trying to swallow something in his mouth. Han-wook gritted his teeth, bit off pieces and forced them down his stomach. The door suddenly opened. Lee Won-suk entered, raised his hand to salute and report, stating he came regarding the assault team. After finishing his report, he entered the room, knelt down, bowed his head, and earnestly begged Han-wook to forgive his disrespectful behavior this time. He remained silent, merely glancing, thinking to himself why this guy always chose this moment to come in. Seeing no reaction from him, he quickly apologized, saying he knew he did not want to see him, that he was wrong. His whole body trembling as he knelt and bowed, he said, Corporal, I also want to be trained by you. After speaking, he looked up at him with expectant eyes, hoping for a reply. The system displayed a notification that he had digested the crown of light and darkness, steam efficiency reaching 50%, with 24 hours, 57 minutes, and 23 seconds remaining until absorption of another rare metal. He raised an eyebrow, focusing intently on the displayed content. Then he fell into thought, considering the monsters emerging from the gate. Even though he disliked Won-suk, now was not the time to be picky. He thought of the giant dragon breathing fire that incinerated the city, the impending wave of monsters, making it hard to save all the soldiers in the unit. Han-wook stood before him, clenched his fists, and decided that one more combat assistant would save more lives. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Fine. Won-suk rejoiced, his eyes lit up, unable to believe his ears, quickly confirming, really. Without further words, he leaned in close, his voice icy cold, telling him he had better prepare himself for death. Having said that, he grabbed Won-suk by the collar and dragged him away, leaving him stunned, asking in confusion if he heard wrong. Hyun-wook dragged him while coldly replying that he did not care if he heard or not, as Won-suk screamed painfully, Corporal Hyun-wook. In the dungeon, a figure stood motionless, without a single stir. Red gate suddenly appeared, rotating in the silent space. Kang-ho opened his bloody mouth. Hearing the sound, he turned back, his eyes sharp and alert. The massive Kang-mok stepped out from the space. He was furious, baring his fangs as he criticized, do you know how many items we lost because of a fool like you, unable to even complete a simple test? Kang-ho lowered his head, whispering in apology, I am sorry. Aro appeared suddenly, startling him, saying normally we'd let you starve to death here, but lucky for you, you were summoned here. Licked his lips, running his tongue over his fangs with greed. And he excitedly roared, his eyes full of desire, blood will flow all over the land of Seal. Finally the Seal wave has begun. A man in a white suit, with silver hair, stood silently watching the glittering city, holding a phone to his ear, listening to a call. Yes, that is right. On the desk, a file was placed neatly, bearing a different owner's name, Yudma Turkey Baekjun. He frowned while listening, saying honestly, after this candidate failed at the Seal gate, our side has prepared the next step. He turned around, along with the voice on the phone calling the name of the chairman of the third-rank Great Mountain Society in South Korea, Ki Baek-run. Even while moving, he held the phone firmly, not intending to end the call. I have grasped all the information, so I am deploying people from the black market to monitor, preventing any mishaps. A moment later, Baek-jun stepped closer to her room, saying I will stop at nothing to find that key. He looked at the tablet screen, seeing a soldier covered in blood lying on the ground, the using fire as a weapon, probably someone from the monster defense unit. The screams from inside the room mixed with his cold voice. In this Seoul attack wave, I will open 4 gates simultaneously, dispersing them. Then the hunting dogs will sweep through Battalion 1. He laughed dryly, haha, yes sir, there is no need to worry. His face turned arrogant and annoyed again. I will handle everything in South Korea, yes. Well then, I will call back later. Having said that, Baekjun crushed the phone in his hand. Then he threw it to the ground. A sharp crashing sound echoed. Afterward, he opened the door, the shrieking of the hinges breaking the silence in the room. Looking inside, a chaotic scene appeared, the air heavy with the stench of blood, corpses scattered all over the floor. In the distance, within the hazy, chaotic space, piles of bodies stacked up. A group of zombies were scrambling towards their prey, immersed in their thirst. He silently observed, then spoke, telling the butchers there was new prey for them. Hearing the familiar voice, they stopped eating and lifted their heads to look. Karen stopped his actions, his hand still gripping a trembling piece of flesh. Yes, master, please give the order. He moved quickly to his side while listening to the order, telling all butchers, when the attack begins, infiltrate the battalion at Namsan. Kill anyone still breathing without mercy. I looked up at him, frowning in confusion. Any way of killing is allowed. The ones behind silently waited for the answer. Baekjun nodded, making her so delighted she grinned from ear to ear. Any way is allowed. First wipe the battalion out of Seoul, then erase Seoul from the map of South Korea. The next day the sky was clear and the morning sun scattered gold over the hills. At the 3rd Brigade, Battalion 1, lively sounds echoed. Corporal Hein-wook and 6 comrades reported receiving the order for promotion, sir. He raised his hand in salute, standing at attention and shouting loudly, Sir Battalion Commander, reporting all present. Kim Kang-sok, wearing a burly military uniform, stood on the podium, praising all of you. Well done, congratulations. Sergeant Hyun-wook responded on behalf with a strong voice. Thank you, sir. The team members all looked forward, their hearts filled with pride and happiness. He scanned his eyes over everyone, his voice stern, clearing his throat, saying, I have always believed that if the entire army fulfills its role, we will build a proper camp culture. He listened with a grimace, sighing because he was about to hear another speech. He continued enthusiastically, saying that belief has been proven by your strong morale. I am extremely happy. I could not have imagined it. Suddenly an important call came in. Kang-seok raised his hand to signal, telling everyone to wait a moment. The content of the conversation startled him. What is this, Kaido? Okay, I understand. I will go immediately. Platoon 2 leader. Please take over and conclude the ceremony for me. He was a bit surprised but still obeyed. Yes, sir. Hein-wook bowed his head, his expression darkening. Sir, Commander, he remembered the image of someone holding a sword standing under a dark sky, looking at a blood-soaked corpse. That was Okita Kaido, the one who assassinated Pyo's sword. Then he saw the man's blurry silhouette on the security cameras when he illegally infiltrated Bisanport in the past life. When the information about him was leaked, Kang-seok immediately chased after him. Battalion Commander Kim Kang-seok had left his unit to capture him. Taking advantage of the loss of a strong person, the vampires swooped in to slaughter. Although only 2 appeared, they wiped out the entire 1st platoon of the monster defense team. Ending the memory, he was certain that the incident from the past he knew had begun. The 2nd platoon leader placed the items on the ground along with the roster, announcing the results of the rank revaluation. Corporal and Minta, Privates Choi Minji, Jun Mo, and Kang Jin rise to D rank. Please check the reward weapons and register at the office. They stood at attention and shouted in unison. His train of thought continued. Would the future he knew unfold like the past? Would they survive and get out? Clouds drifted gently across the tranquil sky, sunlight filtering through the green canopy creating a peaceful space full of life. Amidst the joyful cheers, Jun Mo stood there with a rather happy expression. Wow, D rank, we did it. Baek Dongmo laughed excitedly. I feel like we could do better. Getting promoted at least 2 ranks would be great. The other person saw his expression wasn't right and asked, Corporal Baek Dongmo, are you okay? Hearing his name called, he snapped back to reality with a start. He raised his hand and laughed awkwardly, explaining, I am fine, it is just that I predicted the result, so I am not as excited as you all. Then he raised his weapon high with a bright smile. But even so, I still got this high-grade weapon as a reward. 2 chests opened, revealing neatly arranged long white stakes inside. Surrounded Hyun-wook, eyes wide with surprise. Oh, Sergeant Hyun-wook, those are stakes, not weapons. They are just stakes. He did not reply, only stood up and channeled a green spiritual energy that enveloped them, causing them to float. He thought that he had prepared enough. Worrying was useless. There was no other choice but to face the future. Whatever it was, he would charge in, attack, and destroy it. Time passed quickly, dusk had fallen. He stood still with dark circles under his eyes, thinking, nonsense, it is nothing. Just go to the bathroom. A few days later at the Nam Sangard post, a soldier on duty turned his head and called out to Sergeant Hyun-wook. He tilted his head back and sighed in complaint. We have been on night watch too much lately. Probably. Hate it again? Hyun-wook did not rush to answer, only looked at his watch thoughtfully. Probably lucky that the incident hasn't happened early, or there are no variables, meaning the changes he made are not enough to disrupt it. Next, he shot the other person a sharp glance. Gunbo was startled and quickly explained, I did not mean that I was dissatisfied. Hyun-wook remained lost in thought. If so, the strange incident would bring hell to Seoul. Seeing him approach, Junmo panicked even more. I was just thinking about visiting my grandmother during the break. Even if I tried, I couldn't sleep well. I am telling the truth. He affirmed the attack would happen today, leaning in to ask, Junmo, do you trust me? He stammered. Private Junmo, I trust you completely. In the distance, an orange cat stared at the bushes and howled, its fur standing on end. Receiving the answer, he smiled and then swung his hand, sweeping his gun aside. So from now on, we are leaving our positions. Junmo widened his eyes in confusion. What is this déjà vu? While later at the duty gate on the quiet road, a soldier called out, Mintai, we caught some prey. You two aren't sleeping, right? The two guards said in unison. No, sir. The cat that had been growling earlier was now lying dead, its body covered in injuries. Hanara adjusted her hat. You two have been on night duty a lot lately. Are you okay? Sung-oh, with tired dark circles under his eyes, reported. Private Bai Sung-oh, I am fine. Mintai continued. Corporal Mintai. Sergeant Han-wook said this is training, so we have no choice. She smiled brightly to encourage them. Is that so? Then there is probably no other way. Han-wook knows you are good, that is why he asked you to do it. Cheer up. Hearing that, he blushed with embarrassment. Yes, thank you. I will cheer up right away. Ara concluded. Alright, both of you cheer up. If you really sleep, I will kill you. He replied, but suddenly noticed a faint light in the distance. Then she immediately grabbed her gun and shouted a warning. Hands up. Move and I will shoot. Step back. Seeing no movement, he repeated. I said step back. Zhengmo gripped his weapon tightly, bringing it close to his eyes, suggesting, if you are a civilian, take one step forward and turn around. From the darkness, a shadowy figure rushed forward, the roar growing clearer, revealing itself to be a zombie. A gunshot rang out, shooting straight at it. Hit by the bullet, the zombie immediately collapsed to the ground. He was panting, his face pale with fear after the shot. Ground shook, causing the surrounding spike traps to move violently, sharp sounds echoing. They clenched their guns in shock, clearly feeling the strong vibrations beneath their feet. Sungbo and Ara stared with wide eyes and gaping mouths, unable to believe what was happening. Mintai was stunned, standing still as if paralyzed. His eyes were wide with panic. He could not tear himself away from the horrifying scene before him. Zombies from within the darkness roared and poured out like a flood, charging forward. Mintai aimed through the scope and shouted, fire. Both of them fired simultaneously, bursts of gunfire roaring, slamming into the endless stream of charging zombies. Even when they fell, others still rushed forward eagerly, eyes glowing, never retreating. Mintai moved toward the gate, shouting towards Dongmo. Beg Dongmo, get back to the front of the door, hurry. After both were inside, he immediately activated the magic barrier skill on the door. They yelled, using all their strength to hold back the incoming zombie wave. The reckless zombies, heedless of death, continuously charged forward even when knocked back. The scene was chaotic, screams echoing as the two stood behind the door, determined to block the monsters from breaking in. Hearing the sky-shaking explosion, the guards rushed over, immediately thinking of the guards' rest room. Han-wook gritted his teeth. Finally, the attack that turned Seoul into hell had begun. Yoon-ha was sitting alone in the control room, typing on the computer. She only used her 2 index fingers to type, her pouty expression looking very cute. She was looking at an overview of the trends among military personnel under special management. Suddenly, she was distracted by an inexplicable feeling of her skin crawling. Yoon-ha opened the door of the room and stepped outside to see the situation. She silently chanted a spell. A flash of holy light appeared, and flames flared up on her 2 fingers. She approached and looked through the window of a room. Inside, the officers were screaming as they were being constricted by giant snakes. Yoon-ha was horrified. All the military officers were being attacked by snakes. Suddenly, several ropes whizzed past in front of her. Those ropes shot towards Yoon-ha, startling her. They tried to pierce through her body, but she dodged just in time. A strong kick landed on her face, accompanied by the words, "Caught you, third daughter of the Holy Knight Squad commander." Kango's kick was so strong that both of them crashed through the window. Yoon-ha remained conscious and used her hand to push his leg away. She quickly straightened her leg, kicking the opponent's face. Using all her strength, she sent his face flying into the air. Yoon-ha landed safely and steadily. He slid across the ground after the kick. She touched her face and asked who he was and if he was a player. Kango's pants tore upon touching her holy power-infused hand. The handprint on him quickly faded away. Yoon-ha was annoyed to see her holy power burning on him. His healing power was strange. Kango licked his tongue ferociously, saying she didn't need to know who he was because she was about to die, but killing a pretty little sister was a waste. He gripped the whip tightly in his hand. Seeing this, Yoon-ha immediately assumed a defensive stance. Suddenly, she heard a strange noise and looked up. High above was a black hole, and below it were skeletons wearing armor. They held shields and knives, looking very frightening. Yoon-ha was stunned at the sight. She panicked, thinking about the gate. That army couldn't possibly be just one wave. He angrily whipped his rope at her, scolding her for daring to think idly while fighting. The rope quickly wrapped around Yoon-ha's head. Before she could react, it coiled around her neck, and she was pulled away. He used increasing force, sneering that she was arrogant but didn't know how to observe. Yoon-ha, in a difficult position, grimaced because she had no weapon to counter. Kango viciously said he wanted to play more but time was up, so he decided to kill her right away. Yoon-ha was growing weaker, telling herself to stay alert to fight, but her consciousness was fading. Suddenly, Kango's whip was cut by a bullet. Right after, several more bullets shot towards him. He clicked his tongue in anger, cursing the one who interrupted. Yoon-ha tried to regain her strength and slowly stood up. She was surprised to see a pair of legs approaching, and she recognized it was him. Han-wook, holding a gun, asked if Seo Yunha was okay. Yunha, shocked, sat down weakly and asked him why he was here. He answered seriously that he came to rescue her. His name was Han-wook, F-rank forging specialty. She looked at him doubtfully and introduced herself as Seo Yunha, B-rank holy knight specialty. Tango angrily looked at the two of them, cursing they were just like that bastard from last time. He said the military lot were really annoying. Han-wook provoked him with a mock concerned tone. He grinned triumphantly, took off his hat, and said he wasn't planning on running this time. He glared at him angrily and called him. Tango was furious, calling him a damn brat. A massive number of zombies were writhing in front of the gate. The assault team struggled to resist, hoping the rapid response unit would arrive soon. The zombies were too numerous and strong, making it increasingly difficult for the assault team, forcing them to retreat. They kept reaching their hands inside. The assault team fought hard to hold them back, feeling like the gate was about to collapse. A girl in the team held a book and chanted a spell, shouting for mana support on the front line and demanding everyone grit their teeth and hold firm. Two people in the team followed her orders, straining with all their might to stop the zombies. They gritted their teeth and tightly shut their eyes. A moment later, the support team arrived, the rapid response unit quick to act. The young man heard their voices and became overjoyed. They ran over and moved to position A2 to prepare for the execution. They shouted in unison, "Execute," and unexpectedly, glowing circles appeared, causing the zombies to panic. The zombies stood dumbfounded, looking up at the magic circles hovering in the air. The vampire suddenly appeared behind the strike team, gently drawing her weapon. She said, "I kept wondering why the zombies were still here. No wonder." Before everyone could react, she unleashed her power and slashed at each one. The girl in the strike team heard the noise and glanced over. She shot up into the air and landed on the roof of the house. That sight startled the other girl and the two gate guards. Arin said nonchalantly, "So? See that?" The young man was so frightened he lost control, the rapid response team unable to even react. He thought to himself that if things continued like this, they would all die. She widened her eyes and roared, "Huh? You don't see me?" The vampire raised two daggers, sneering, "Ah, you people are all boring trash." She shouted, "Die all of you." And the zombies also screamed chaotically, "Ooh, ooh, ooh." Suddenly, the zombies looked confused as Sergeant Choi Do-run walked over while drinking. Arin was also surprised, thinking that guy must be crazy. The zombie approached him and lunged to attack. It smashed Sang-jun's glass bottle of alcohol. He mumbled in a daze, "Damn it, where's my alcohol? Who drank it all?" He glared at the culprit who broke his bottle, asking, "Was it you?" The zombie was both bewildered and scared. Do-run did not hesitate, using the sharp edge of the broken bottle to stab straight at each zombie. Arin was momentarily startled by the scene. Drunk, he raised the broken bottle and said to her, "Hey, are you there, Commander? What do you plan to do to me?" She stood on the roof and laughed loudly. "Ah, how interesting," the arrogant vampire said reluctantly. "Looks like you're pretty confident in your speed, huh? It's been a while since I had some fun." She said smugly, "I'll play around with you a bit." Before she could finish, he appeared behind her. "Play my ass. Give me back my alcohol." The vampire panicked when she heard the enemy's voice behind her. She turned around to attack Do-run, but he was one step ahead. He dodged in time, then used the broken glass shard to unexpectedly slice off her hand. Everyone witnessed what just happened, the vampire clutching her arm in pain and screaming. The two soldiers could not hide their joy. "He's finally here." They called out to Sergeant Sang-jun in unison. Drunk, he pointed the glass shard at her and warned, "Before I cut off a few more things, bring me some alcohol." She clutched her bleeding arm, surprised. "You're Sang-jun? But they said you were transferred elsewhere." He groggily raised the broken bottle. "They told me to do some stuff. I finished it. You got a problem with me? Damn it. Whatever. But what about my alcohol?" Arin was furious at this madman. Her blade sliced through the remaining part of the already broken bottle. She continuously charged and slashed, each sharp strike perfectly dodged by Sang-jun. The moment the sword tip nearly stabbed straight into his face, Sang-jun suddenly vanished, quickly landing down below. She gritted her teeth. "When did he do that?" He sighed, muttering, "Because of her, my fun is probably over." Sang-jun waved his hand and the knife from the agent's pocket flew up. He nimbly caught it, saying, "Let me borrow your bayonet." Everyone advised worriedly, "Sergeant Sang-jun, an ordinary bayonet is hard to fight against her. It seems she's a vampire." Sang-jun asked groggily, "Huh? She's not a zombie?" The two retorted, "Since when can zombies talk?" He replied, "Is that so?" The female vampire took a step forward. Arin concentrated her power, veins bulging on her leg. Even her neck and cheeks were covered with bulging blue veins. One of her eyes transformed into a strange mark. She said, "Sang-jun, no wonder everyone considers you a strong candidate for Sword Saint. Then I will use my full speed to fight you." A female soldier with curly pink hair began to move. An explosion sounded from the rooftop. She taunted, "Try to stop me, if you can even see me." The female soldier did not even have time to scream. Arin had already lunged at the drunkard. She aimed her dagger straight at his back. Sang-jun spun around. The The bayonet scraped hard against the blade, sending up sparks of bright red. The girl with pink hair appeared. The two struggled, power radiating through every gust of wind around them. The pink-haired officer continued to act cautiously. The two held the gate tightly, their bodies rigid. He swung his arm, flinging the vampire far away. Aaron crashed into the wall, shattering it. Dust clouded the air, making everyone hastily cover their eyes. The wind swept the pink locks of hair. She slid across the ground, tearing up an entire stretch of road. Aaron spat out a mouthful of blood. Sang-jun watched her stagger to her feet, sneering that he had tried to keep his metabolism slow because every time he sped it up, he would wake up immediately. His glasses gleamed, but now the real fun was over. Her eyes widened, her pupils contracting violently as she heard his voice. He raised the blade with a vicious look in his eyes, asking how she would take responsibility for what she had caused. She gritted her teeth, the mark by her right eye glowing. She realized he was stronger than she thought. She could not face him alone. She needed to run immediately. Aaron dashed away quickly. Sang-jun called after her, telling her to forget that and answer him one question. The mark in her eye kept flashing. She quickly calculated that she had to meet the other butchers to find a way to eliminate him. Sang-jun had caught up to Aaron at some point, asking where she planned to run to. He swung his arm, the blade slashing through her ankle. The blade slashed into her thigh and wrist. The girl fell, her back slamming hard into a lamppost. John trembled, biting his lip, looking at the blood-soaked officers. Outside the gate, the maddened horde of undead tried to rush in. She curled up in pain, screaming shrilly. Sang-jun paid no heed to the scream, repeating the question that she was not undead, so how could she control them? Aaron angrily opened her mouth to curse. He showed no mercy, kicking her once more, saying he knew she would not answer and asking what kind of creature she was. If she was an animal. Sang-jun looked at the vampire lying still on the ground, telling her to rest there. He would clean up those ones and come back to ask questions. Wind blew through the forest, leaves rustling in the night. He leaped onto the gate and ordered one of them to come tie her up. Then he informed the pink-haired girl that after he finished off those ones, he would come report, surprising her, but then he hurriedly said to just kill them all first. One person drew a long sword with a gold-plated hilt, introducing it as a weapon with holy power just issued to Sergeant Sang-jun. John refused, saying it was not needed. The officer worriedly said that he could not kill them with an ordinary bayonet. He smiled, a mad glint in his eyes, saying if they died easily, where would the fun be? Making them harder to kill would be more painful. The two officers below could not help but be startled. Sang-jun vanished from his spot. Sharp blade lines pierced through the horde of undead at a terrifying speed. The guard at the gate asked if, after Sergeant Hein-wook changed, he had become like Sang-jun. The other replied that every time those two smiled, he could only feel fear. Hein-wook held his cap while baring his white teeth, greeting the old enemy and asking if he was not running away this time. The red pupils of the vampire contracted. He thought to himself, lucky. It was too dangerous, truly a damned monkey. The vampire immediately swung his whip to attack. The blade continuously blocked the whipcord. Hein-wook drew his weapon while telling Yun-ha that the skeleton soldiers had run towards the canteen. Take this and save the soldiers there. Yun-ha objected, saying that was makarong. Without holy power, what did he plan to do? He tossed the sword up, saying fighting while protecting her was too difficult. Yun-ha gritted her teeth, full of resignation. Hein-wook swung his sword to block the incoming whipcord, saying they had to quickly get weapons with holy power. She thought yes, what Hein-wook had so far was truly impressive. Yun-ha angrily commanded that he must not die. Leaving him behind on the battlefield, she dashed away quickly. The blade assisted in blocking the relentless attacks from the vampire. He sneered that they should fight together. He asked, are you going to let her escape? Hein-wook mocked, oh, that idea is great. He was glad that man was still alive. The vampire was puzzled, asking why. Hein-wook retracted his blade, saying that him being alive meant the leader did not know about it, and if he had reported the last failure, that man would have been dead long ago. Vampire, upon hearing this, ground his teeth, calling Hein-wook a bastard. Hein-wook continued to provoke, saying that from his reaction, he knew he was right, and this time he would clear the path for him to die very cleanly. The vampire roared in annoyance, saying that Hein-wook underestimated him too much. Black energy continuously emanated from the whipcord. The red gem on his hand glistened, radiating a dense black glow. He erupted with power from his new weapon all over his body. His current equipment had elevated him to an entirely different level, far surpassing before. Your meager holy power could not contend with me. Hein-wook's eyes widened. Lucky indeed, he hit the jackpot. Exactly how many item crates worth a total of 1 billion were in there? Sang-ho was enraged by his sarcasm. You cannot lay a single finger on me today, and I will personally tear you apart into 100 pieces. Do you understand? He raised the wooden sword. The system window appeared. Item information: name Crown of Light and Darkness. Effect: rapidly enhances defense against attacks from the undead. Special attribute grants to specific equipment. Attributes: Aura, Holy Power, Dark Magic. Warning: has its own restriction when granting aura to equipment. The two sources of power cannot be used simultaneously. Only one can be chosen. A halo of light appeared above Hein-wook's head. The knife blade and sword blade in his hand simultaneously lit up. The system appeared again. Skill information: use Aura Divine Sanctity. Effect: grants a specific piece of equipment 10% of the holy power of the King's Wish. Limitation: reduces your mana by 10%. Kang Ho was startled. How could he convert such a shabby weapon into one containing holy power? He proudly raised his weapon high. Who said I can only use holy beads? Today, I will use holy power to tear you into 100 pieces. Kang Ho angrily swung his whip. You think too highly of yourself. You think you can injure me with that meager holy power? Han Wook smirked. Let's see if I am right. Are you scared? He roared in fury. I will rip that mouth apart and see if you dare speak again. The whip slithered through the air, flying straight towards Han Wook. He swiftly dodged by a hair's breadth. The whip curved to follow him. He thought to himself, using a whip as a weapon, long range with a trajectory difficult to block. Whip continuously struck the walls, changing direction to chase Han Wook. He calculated if he got hit, he would surely die. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he still wore an amused smile. So this was the reason that fanatic was so confident. The whip slammed into the wall again. Han Wook quickly jumped up to dodge. Kang Ho gripped his weapon tightly, not noticing the thing circling behind him. A plan formed in Han Wook's mind. If he closed into melee range, the whip's advantage would become a disadvantage. He thrust the sword down, with the knife blade behind him providing support. He let out a contemptuous laugh. From Kang Ho's weapon sprouted sharp spikes. They suddenly elongated as hard as steel, dense as thorns, yet as flexible as vines. In an instant, they locked on the knife blade. Han Wook's parry knocked the sword away. At the same time, blue streaks spread across his skin, his body indestructible like diamond. Han Wook spun to evade the attack range. His body slammed onto the ground, a chain of skills. He hastily got up to avoid the incoming thorny vines. Vine danced like a storm, constantly closing in and pursuing. He manipulated them to attack continuously, laughing triumphantly. All that talk and still running. Let's see where you can run. He looked at the blade entangled by the spikes. Because of those unforeseen steel-armored tentacles from before, he analyzed. Now the tentacles had blocked the melee approach aimed at exploiting the whip's lack of mobility. Han Wook thought to himself, at this rate, he would most likely lose. The arrow coated in a shimmering blue light hidden in the corner aimed behind him. The protective bow meant to be the finishing move of the ranged attack chain would be blocked. He spun the long spear, its shaft wrapped in blue magic flowing like water. A new plan formed. If that was the case, then so be it. Even if it cost a lot of mana, he had to use Axilla's spear. He shouted more excitedly, immersed in the moment of the pre's desperate struggle. He said to keep running until he could kill him. Han Wook stomped his foot hard, the spear in his hand swinging up. He ordered, requesting to lock. He leaped up to dodge the whips attacking consecutively, the spear drawing a brilliant arc of light. The system displayed the item's information, unlocking the power of the spear Asura. The effect of wounds it inflicted was difficult to heal. The penalty consumed a large amount of mana, the consumption rate being 21%. Han Wook jumped back, dodging the whip strike. The system notified that the remaining mana after use was 63%. He thought that man had guessed he was using the massive mana bottle in his armor to fight. He was trying to stall until he ran out of mana. Han Wook knelt after leaping a far distance away. That bastard had prepared well, analyzing his weaknesses during the fight. He reached his hand to pull the radio from his pocket. Even if other Hive Kings were like this, it would be hard to do anything to him even with full mana. That man self-satisfiedly asked what was wrong, finally understanding his situation. Come on, be as confident in defeating me as before. Han Wook held the radio, looking at the whip flying towards him. A guess rose in his mind. If that were the case, he shouted into the radio, Tai Young. As he frowned in confusion, a flash of light flickered from the forest side. The flash of light pierced straight into his chest, leaving a trail as thin as a thread. The sound echoed throughout the forest. Tai Young raised his still-smoking rifle and reported, Private Tai Young, target hit. A comrade beside him, Corporal Choi Min-ji, D rank, spotter position, updated through the radio, calling Sergeant Han Wook. Since the gunshot might reveal our location, we should move fast. Tai Young stood up. Private Tai Young, D rank, sniper position. That man knelt, screaming in pain. He roared in fury, the weapon on his shoulder gathering power, forming a cage of red energy. He shouted angrily, you bastard, I will kill you. Before he could unleash the technique, another arrow pierced through his chest. That man could not believe it. Han Wook seized the opportunity, charging forward with his spear. He yelled, just die, you stupid Hive King. The spear thrust in another strike, releasing a surge of powerful energy. He trembled and fell backward, the corner of his mouth stained with blood. The flesh at the point of contact burst into flames. The crown of light and darkness on Han Wook's head slowly vanished. He asked indignantly, I am the one chosen by the leader. How can this happen? Who are you, an A rank hunter? No, an SU rank. How can you defeat? Han Wook gleefully removed the red gem. About to die and still curious about me. Fine, for a disgusting noble like you, I will let you know. He whispered into his ear, the crown on his head gradually fading like the halo of a galaxy. I am an F-rank hunter. The system displayed the skill information for using Holy Aura. Effective designated equipment, 10% effective holy power from the crown. Penalty reduces your mana by 10%. His face twisted in agony as the flames began to spread. He roared in anger, no, it cannot be. There is no way I lost to a lowly F-rank. His screams were slowly engulfed by the flames. Impossible, that is not true. The red gem fell to the ground. The system notified, you have upgraded your mana container to level 3. Mana absorption rate will significantly increase. He gazed thoughtfully at the red gem, deciding to use only half of the container, saving the rest for emergencies. An urgent message came. He quickly grabbed his weapon and left. Sergeant Hyun-wook, the Scottons are attacking base number 2. Hyun-wook held the radio and urgently asked about the current battle situation. A stinging voice reported, looking at the Scottons, they are as numerous as ants, cannot count them. He looked through the scope. At this rate, no one will survive. Hyun-wook frowned, deep in thought. The Scotton turned its head, its 2 eye sockets glowing red. A car flung them away like mowing down wheat. A soldier gripped the steering wheel tightly, declaring he would sweep away these low-level Scottons. The Scottons blocked the road right in front of the car window. Countless swords pierced through the glass, causing the soldier to scream in terror. Scottons surrounded the car, long streaks of blood continuously flowing out. Scotton held up the terrified head of the soldier from before. They formed a long line advancing. See-hee stuck her head out the window to check, realizing the squad leader had died. 2 girls shot flames to block. Someone shouted, Sergeant Kim See-hee, stop dreaming. We are not strong enough to take them all down. The soldier with a ponytail exclaimed, those monsters are pouring inside. See-hee stepped forward to command, telling everyone to calm down, concentrate fire on the thickest group to slow them down. She turned and asked, how is the weapons depot? Have you retrieved the reinforcement weapons? A soldier hurriedly reported, dead. The platoon leader has the depot key. See-hee clenched her fist, ordered to break or melt the door. Better to risk everything than give up. A girl watching the window reported, Sergeant, the Scottons are climbing the walls to get inside. See-hee commanded, danger, get away from the window immediately. Hyun-wook worried, looking at the dense swarm of Scottons, wondering how there were so many, determined not to lose his comrades. He prayed, please survive. A Scotton suddenly rushed from behind See-hee. Everyone screamed her name in panic. She turned her head in shock, seeing the blade swinging straight down. Night fell over the skeleton legion. A voice asked if the gates should be opened in order. He carried the stone statue on his shoulder, looked at Karen, who was admiring the city, and suggested that charging in together would be quick and clean. Karen did not answer directly, only coldly spoke about the desire to survive. Kang-mok frowned in confusion and asked, what nonsense are you talking about? Karen grinned excitedly, baring sharp fangs, saying humanity is so adorable when their hope of survival is trampled by us. Seeing that expression, he thought that guy's cruel nature was still the same as before. Song-ha emerged from the ground and reported, the entire infiltration team seemed to have died. Kang-mok was startled and asked again, both of them. He recounted eliminating the communication devices and cameras in the mana interference zone, then waited for the infiltration order. Song-ha said dejectedly that not a single one came. Kang-mok demanded angrily, didn't you say the hunting team and the Sword Saint candidate weren't here? He explained that was the information confirmed before infiltration. He turned his head and guessed, then is it Yun-ha, the Night Guild leader's daughter? That man nodded, for now they had to accept that Yun-ha was stronger than expected. Aaron suddenly ordered Kang-mok to go down to the camp and clean up the army himself. Hearing that, he was so angry that his sharp fangs showed. Kang-mok angrily slammed the stone pillar into the ground, roared, damn it for having to deal with this because of those bastards. The system's cold voice rang out in warning. The evil rally point was established. Dark attributes increased by 50%. Necrotic recovery increased by 50%. Monsters coming out of the gate increased by 100%. Suddenly a spatial vortex appeared beside them. Kang-mok and Karen stepped out of the gate. He rubbed his hands and sneered, now that it's come to this, what do you think about turning that knight into one of our kind? Karen said irritably to follow the military order. He stepped forward past him, said, I'm not one of those fools, I will take them down in one blow. Karen shook his head, said the monsters will handle Seo-un. Heavyfoot stomped hard, causing the ground to shake. A monster appeared with a face burning with red ghostly flames. Through the extermination gate, hordes of monsters holding weapons stepped out. He chuckled, wondering what its expression would be when it fell into despair. Han-wook quickly braked, saw the scene before him and remembered in his past life there were 2 vampires. He accelerated, subconsciously thought of Kang-mok, but then thought of the madman from before. He could not guarantee there wouldn't be more, because that man was not in his memories. At this moment, the necrotic army swarmed in like a flood, even though base camp number 2 was being attacked by vampires. Energy-wrapped sharp stakes rained down. He could not afford to lose anyone. Blue glow surrounded them, controlling each one to fly at dizzying speed. Han-wook and his comrades attacked from behind the skeleton horde. A skeleton heard the noise and turned its head in shock. It had no time to react before the glowing iron stake pierced its brittle bones. Then it quickly pierced straight through, causing it to catch fire. Countless powerful iron spears wiped out the outer layer of the massive legion. He focused his strength to create more sharp stakes, silently praying for everyone to survive. One after another, the iron stakes shot toward the enemy. He fully controlled the javelin's trajectory and shouted loudly. The undead were scattered along with his shout, Kim See-hee. In the military building, a skeleton secretly stood behind her, Sergeant See-hee. She suddenly discovered it just before the sword came down on her head. Strands of green energy began to dissipate from her body with the wind. The giant spirit tightly grabbed the undead's sword. He coldly asked, "Who gave you permission to enter the women's barracks half-naked?" With that, she commanded the spirit to swing its fist, sending the skeleton flying. Han-wook was battling fiercely when he saw an undead fall from a window. He hurriedly jumped up and asked Han for the situation. "Is everyone okay?" Witnessing her standing there manipulating the spirit to save people, he could only say, "I came to rescue." He was utterly stunned. She glanced at the newcomer and asked who is rescuing who. He was hanging on the wall, very embarrassed, lamenting to himself that she was truly stronger than expected. Her gaze at him was puzzled, wondering why he was trying to act cool after crawling out of some corner. He grasped a rough understanding of her. Kim Si-hee, although a necromancer, had an impressive assassination history. 5 years after the second wave, an image appeared. She was sent to assassinate the Owl King in the Owl Kingdom of Shanghai. Owl King fell, leaving a major mark in history after a life-and-death final battle with Old King Stonos. That was the reason why, when he officially started the mission, he did not depart with her. A few girls chatted among themselves. "He is Sergeant Han-wook. That is him, is it not?" Hearing the girls talk about how handsome he was, Hyun-wook shyly asked who is currently in charge here. She adjusted her clothes and volunteered, It seems it is me for now." Another girl hurried over. "Sergeant Kim Si-hee, the armory is open now." He declared boldly that he would block this place, telling everyone to quickly prepare their weapons. She covered her mouth and asked doubtfully if he could handle it alone. He replied, "Probably." He looked down at the undead horde and urged, "Mana is not infinite, we cannot hold out long, please hurry." Someone on the radio greeted, "Non-commissioned officer Park Jun-mo reporting." He completed the mission and hurried to report as instructed, as most of the soldiers at Camp 1 were ready and had been evacuated. He praised Jun-mo for doing well, then added that A and the platoon leader had been transferred to Camp 2. A flash of light suddenly flickered on the distant horizon. He was so astonished that his mouth hung open. A person holding a weapon swept the path clean dryly. Yoon-ha landed in a posture that brushed past him. When she saw his appearance, she recognized him as Han-wook once again. As soon as she touched the ground, she immediately asked if he had dealt with the dry bones, and he answered seriously that he had cleaned it all up. He stood still with a hand raised in salute, reporting that the sergeant would have the Camp 2 troops prepare early. He was stared at by her until the corner of his mouth twitched. Her gaze seemed contemplative, as if thinking about how this person had evacuated Camp 1 and also assisted Camp 2, handling the entire situation from early on. He seemed to understand her thoughts, so he averted his gaze. The system sent a warning signal that the evil gathering point had been established. Darkness index increased. Life attribute recovery rate increased by 50%. Monster spawn rate from the gate increased by 100%. The announcement ended and the undead horde tilted their heads back, howling with eyes blazing red blood. Everyone was confused, and Yoon-ha took the lead in asking a question. Could that be an artifact being a magical item capable of exerting a magic effect on a space? Hyun-wook subtly rolled his eyes. An artifact tied to a demon medallion. He needed to find it quickly before others did. He stood still and reported that the vampire from before had not come alone. She analyzed that they had used the dry bone monsters to attack first. Surely this was an attack with hidden intentions. He immediately ordered the soldiers to prepare and deploy a defensive formation to await reinforcements, and the two men did not hesitate to respond affirmatively. Yoon-ha leaned close to him and demanded that Hyun-wook would go with her to the control room. He widened his eyes in surprise and repeated, "I'm going with her." At this time in the underground control room, all the surveillance screens had lost their signal. The door, sealed with a complex magic array, was vibrating violently. The two exchanged that if that man could break through a door with 2 layers of defensive magic barriers, he was on par with a demon, and fighting in this narrow space was too risky. Lee Won-suk firmly instructed the platoon leader that when the door opened and he gave the signal, blast that man away along with him. And Min-hee opened her mouth to ask what. He tensed the muscles of his entire body, pulling a small whirlwind along with him. He shouted loudly, "Are you crazy?" He held on tight and refused to yield. If that man breaks through the door, there will be no more chance. Dealing with all of them is difficult, but he will stop this man, even if it costs his life. As soon as he finished speaking, the door shattered into pieces. The strong impact caused both of them to slip and fall. Both shielded their heads to avoid injury. The enemy led his men charging into the entrance, still cursing that bastards actually defended this place to survive. He noticed Won-suk holding an axe and asked what that was. He looked up to assess the monstrous figure. He was larger than him even though he was a berserker. His heart turned cold with fear, but he could not retreat. He gathered power in his hands and asked in astonishment if you were going to fight me, then received a sharp slash. Won-suk charged in recklessly, shouting, "No, I will kill you." Won-suk practiced controlling his magic while shouting, "Private Won-suk." Han-wook stood nearby with his hands on his hips, teaching that you must not unleash magic thoughtlessly, you must control it. He rubbed his head and gave an awkward smile. Magic was too hard to control. You glared at the flying staff and threatened to hit him if he grinned again. He shrank back and said in agreement that his frenzy state wore off quickly, because he always switched into that state. Then he drooped his head dejectedly, ignoring that you were angry. Hyun-wook commanded the staff to hit him, himself standing with hands on his slender waist, saying that earlier you fired magic at me. Take a look at yourself. The two trained without stopping. Private Won-suk controlled the magic. Private Won-suk collapsed on the ground in exhaustion, gasping for breath. The last rays of sunlight filtered through the treetops as a voice rang out. Private Hyun-wook, I have a question. You turned around in confusion and asked what? He looked at you and posed the problem of what if I had to face a superior opponent in a real battle. Sergeant, what should I do? You answered, causing him to spring up and listen more closely. You were still thinking about it, of course. Inside your heart you thought a man as big as a giant, but always sneaking around. Outwardly you taught him to run away immediately. Only then could your personality be put to use. Won-suk knelt in panic, waving his hands and saying, I am not that kind of person. You glanced sideways and said that was exactly right. Listen to your explanation. No, it is not. You punched his shoulder as if showing off, daring to talk back. He shrank back and shouted loudly, Private Won-suk. Hyun-wook seriously pointed out, then do not run away but face the opponent head-on. He listened blankly to your words to act like a soldier protecting his comrades behind him, and your comrades would protect you too. In the present, Won-suk gripped tightly while supporting his troubled thoughts. I am afraid, but I cannot step back. Tense, he gathered power into his hands. Do not tell me you are the one planning to fight me. He charged forward, swinging his axe to close in on the enemy, shouting in denial that no, I will kill you. Then he gritted her teeth, raising her hand to cast the magic formation, Loyal Min-hee, which, Mana Link, Ben characteristic, C-rank player, then yelled out platoon leader, right now. Won-suk continuously forced him back into the circle that had been set up, then powerfully pushed both of them out of the room through the magic formation. Kangmok looked in shock as the door slowly closed behind him. That man frowned, bared his teeth in a sly grin, and sneered, asking what the hell he was doing. He tightened his body, exerting force that caused the surrounding air to tremble violently. Every muscle bulged, tearing the clothes off his body. Private Won-suk, barbarian race, close combat linker, D-rank considered C-rank. He shouted the place was too cramped for a real fight. Kangmok turned his hands into claws and laughed with amusement. Oh, are you a gladiator? He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and focused on controlling the magic. This time he absolutely had to succeed, please. In an instant, his muscles swelled, power surged. He tightened his grip on his weapon, rejoicing silently. He had succeeded. Won-suk faced that man, calculating inwardly. Now he could maintain level 2 of this enhancement skill. His eyes turned resolute, and he charged forward ferociously, just as Sergeant Hyun-wook had said. Putting all his strength into it, Crimson Kite's swing gained the upper hand over the opponent. The battle raged fiercely, each blow delivered without hesitation. His heart was filled with determination. He would protect those behind him. Under the silent night, the iron door of the sturdy basement appeared deep underground. That was the 3rd Monster Brigade, 1st Battalion, below the underground bunker. Yun-ha and Hyun-wook tightened their grips on their black weapons and ran frantically, torches flying close behind them. He sped up to look at her, thinking they had to deal with the totem first. But Yun-ha believed they needed to get to the control room. Suddenly, a large explosion appeared on the road ahead, forcing both of them to a sudden halt. He raised his hand to shield his head, wondering what that power was. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing Kangmok holding Won-suk by the neck, his body bloody and battered, standing motionless. Hyun-wook's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he saw. He stepped forward and called out loudly, Lee Won-suk. Won-suk heard the familiar voice, opened his eyes with difficulty. Sergeant Hyun-wook, I told you, I am not a coward who runs. Not letting him finish, that man slammed his head hard against the floor. Kangmok roared irritably, what nonsense are you babbling? Give me the food now. The chaotic scene in the cracked tunnel echoed the words stop. Yun-ha raised her shield in anger and demanded, what do you bastards want? He calmly made a request beside her. Platoon leader, sorry, please go the control room first. She seemed to understand, about to speak, when he cut her off. When you get there, order a search for the totem. Urgently mobilize personnel and arrange for relocation. His eyes were cold, filled with killing intent. As for me, I will kill this bastard and then join you later. She gasped in surprise, unable to utter a word in response. Kangmok suddenly noticed her and spoke. If it isn't the daughter of the paladin squad leader. I didn't want to kill them all and then find you myself, yet you come wandering over here on your own, huh? Yun-ha agreed with his words, giving a detailed instruction. As you said, I will go to the control room. And don't you die, that's an order. That man saw her leaving and called after her. Hey, where do you think you're going? Hyun-wook slowly confessed. Won-suk, I never really liked that guy. Because he's just a brute relying on strength. That man was confused, huh? What the hell are you rambling about now? He crushed the item on his chest, making it glow, and continued. But you know, that guy risked his life fighting just because of a single word from me. So, if I have any self-respect left, I have to risk my life to avenge him. System emitted information. The item is called a third-grade magic bottle, used to supply condensed magic to the caster. Magic reached 100%. Warning, excessive abuse will cause injury to the caster's body. Hyun-wook immediately moved, launching an attack. Kang Mok remarked with amusement. Look at this madman. Fine then, just come at me. No sooner had he spoken than he was stunned as he slid right between his legs. He did not miss the opportunity, quickly regaining his balance and spinning around. He only had time to turn his head, and a flash of light appeared before him. Countless spikes pierced through his body, flying forward. He gritted his teeth, staggering with his wounded body. Unaware that his weapon had already returned behind him, he raised his magic-coated spear high and shouted, "Unlock." The spear in his hand immediately swung in a horizontal arc. He frowned, staring intently at the iron pillar, deep in thought. He firmly held the spear, pressing it close against that man's armor. Kang Mok transformed lightly and caught his weapon smug. Is that all your pathetic trick can do? If this is all, how disappointing. He added a mocking kick. You said you were taking revenge, huh? He assumed a defensive stance to reduce damage with indestructible diamond body. The powerful kick sent flying far away. Hyun-wook tried to slow his backward momentum with his hands. His eyes still did not forget to glance to the side to assess the situation. The spot his eyes just swept over, one suck was still lying there, barely breathing. Kang Mok teleported behind him, reminding him, "Where are you looking?" He kicked his feet and jumped high into the air. Right before that man's fist landed, he quickly landed on the wall. Hyun-wook immediately raised his head to observe his opponent. The image of that man with blazing red eyes charging in close slammed into his vision. While attacking, that man taunted him. Are you going to keep dodging like a rat forever? He only focused on evading blow after blow. The man grew excited as the distance closed. Got you now! Hyun-wook curled his body, a blue light emitting from his hand, and activated indestructible diamond body. That man's punch was too strong, pressing his body deep into the wall, cracking it open. He was hit, furrowed his brow, and let out a soft groan. He stood outside the broken wall, looking inside. Kang Mok, in his monster form with blazing red eyes, scornfully claimed that a few holy force weapons could not kill him. Loud noise startled him, while he calmly replied that he had brought him to a suitable place. He held his injured body, stood in the room, and introduced it as the indestructible flow. All the weapons in the room vibrated, all belonging to him, the armory of the anti-magic brigade. A sense of unease gradually rose within him. He gritted his teeth and struck hard at the position of his own heart. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes remained resolute, challenging who would die first. A yellow magic circle appeared before the horde of undead. They surged through the spatial gate en masse. Suddenly, they all looked around in confusion. Min-hee controlled the door, urging everyone because they had blocked some monsters but were running out of time. He tried to hold steady, ordering them to restore communications and prepare to attack. The snipers were all in position. Stood still, setting up a barrier formation to stop the undead. The massive consumption forced him to only scream in pain. Faint magic circle was shattered by their ferocious assault. Min-hee slumped down in exhaustion, watching them flood into the room. One lunged at him, raising a sword to strike down on his head. His eyes full of despair, he opened his mouth to give the order to fire. At the same moment, Yoonha appeared with a sword aura that cleaved the monster in two. She sheathed her sword and asked if Han and Lee Min-hee were alright. He happily called out her name, Seo Yoonha. Skeletal creatures burned in the flames, alongside a voice announcing that the command room had been cleared. For now, the situation in this area was under control. Min-hee looked at her with emotion, thanking her because if they had taken the command room, everyone would have died. A staff member suddenly reported that they had connected with the 3rd Battalion, making him urgently urge them to request help. The soldier's eyes went wide, stunned. He lost all hope, hesitantly saying that the monster gate had also opened there. At the 3rd Battalion headquarters, chaos reigned as monster troops continuously attacked. Min-hee and Yoonha exclaimed in shock, "What?" They immediately requested a connection to the Blue Flower Society, but that building was already taken by the enemy. A weak subordinate reported that many gates were also opening. He worriedly ordered a connection to the 5th and 6th Battalions, only to receive news that gates were appearing everywhere. He jumped to his feet agitatedly, saying everyone was now requesting support, every place was like hell. Both of them were stunned for a long time in disbelief. Noticing the detail, he shouted that this was the 12th urgent message calling for support. Seeing who was calling, everyone stood at attention, saluting the major. Kang Seok explained from the cabin that he was returning to the base but needed time. The helicopter was currently speeding across the night sky. His voice rang out through the screen, asking what the current situation was. Yoonha reported clearly many gates opening everywhere causing chaos. Most commanders were missing due to assassination. Kang Seok raised an eyebrow and queried, "Is that all the situation we are facing?" He respectfully nodded, "That is correct, sir." Every word he spoke exuded authority. "I ask if the 2 battalion commanders have an emergency solution." Her eyes widened and she bit her lip, speechless. The video call screen was also heavily distorted. She steadied her emotions and said, "Major, I have something I wish to present." He wasted no words speak. Yoonha resolutely made a seemingly absurd suggestion. I request to temporarily transfer command authority to Sergeant Hyun-wook. And he asked back in annoyance, what are you saying? He crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. I am curious about your reasoning. Didn't you agree that Sergeant Lee's actions should be suspected? Her eyes were firm, his unexpected actions were indeed worth watching. But so far everything has been normal. Hyun-wook on the other side was continuously beating his chest. The system announced an item named Grade 3 Mana Potion, providing concentrated mana to the user. Mana at 100%, be careful using excessively as it may cause bodily harm. All the weapons in the armory were enveloped by energy. He struggled to stand up and declared, Kangmok, I prepared this for you. The wide variety of weapon types indicated this was Armory Number 1 of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade. He, in his monster form, asked in confusion, how do you know my name? He ignored the blood flowing from his lip and challenged, watching to see who would be destroyed first. Lion withdrew his words, immediately preparing his weapon into an attacking stance. They followed each other, rushing through the gap in the wall targeting him. Kangmok did not dare be careless, so he activated the defense mode. Endless swords and spears clashed against the hard armor, sparking flames. As one sword broke, another immediately took its place. The remaining mana was 87%. His crimson eyes gleamed with mockery, asking if that was all of your power. Han stepped forward, saying he would reward your diligence with a painless death. He advanced recklessly despite the blades, challenging him to use every trick. Each of his steps was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, impossible to shake. He gritted his teeth, trying to swallow the surging blood back down. Hyun-wook channeled man into his hand, shouting loudly as he charged forward, and he succeeded, forcing him to step backward. He attacked again, but the mask had begun to crack. He could not hide his excitement, laughing loudly and saying this game was interesting. Current mana was only 38%. He had appeared right in front of him. The punch came down like a god's strike. He cursed him as useless like the other teammates. He asked him if he thought he was strong enough to face him. The floor was shattered, no longer keeping its original shape. But when the smoke cleared, only Kangmok remained standing there. The sharp spear tip tore through the air as it flew forward. Quickly slipped from the side to behind him. Pressed against his back, he asked in a dark tone if he was surprised. The deadly spear tip easily pierced through his body. Through the wound, he unleashed holy power to destroy him from within. Mana was at 2%. He heard voices suspecting that Hyun-wook was from a secret society or a spy. He looked at him with hatred, saying he would die like the other arrogant ones. Kangmok's body lost its life force and then caught fire, but now I was certain. Hyun-wook observed that guy was not a spy, but always moved ahead to resolve the chaos. The weapon returned to him like a script. He was always the center of every event. The axe was placed on one suck's back. His strategy always saved many people. He solemnly apologized for not being able to protect everyone, promising to return. Then he silently left, vowing never to survive alone again. The command room echoed with the decision to assign the mission to Sergeant Hyun-wook. Kang-sok thought it over and agreed, saying the right person was already present. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief seeing him return, calling out Hyun-wook's name in unison. He went straight to the point, granting him temporary command authority. The veins on the back of his hand bulged from clenching it tightly. He did not hesitate, submitting and vowing to give his best effort. The soldiers received the order to fire, continuously shooting at the zombie horde approaching the camp. One person ordered the deployment of the magic circle. The magic circle immediately appeared above the heads of the zombies. Next came the order to unleash fire. 4 magic circles created beams of fire that struck the zombies directly. The zombies were incinerated instantly. The commander was panicked, worried this battle would never end. The zombies wielding swords and shields escaped the circle, quickly flooding it. Camp number 2 also used the magic circle to eliminate them. The surviving zombies charged straight inside the building. A panicked voice rang out, reporting that the second floor had been attacked. Girls were fighting bravely when they received the order to retreat. He patted someone on the shoulder, ordering them to go upstairs. The crying girl said they could not be saved. She blamed herself, angrily slammed her hand on the railing, saying she could not hold out any longer. A figure holding a blade appeared, clearing all the zombies at the guard post. Sang-jun took down the zombie with just a single strike. The 2 soldiers saw him, frantically asking if the sergeant was okay. He was exhausted, supporting himself on his hands, and collapsed, asking in return if he looked okay. Before he could rest, a new wave of zombies surged forward. His eyes widened, his pupils constricting because the totem made killing the monsters too difficult. They were flooding in. Sang-jun's pheromones pushed Zhao forward. Things were starting to get interesting. At the command bunker, Hyun-wook explained the zombies that had previously infiltrated the camp weren't too strong, but their numbers reached 10,000 to 20,000. Concluded that the current strategy would fail day by day. Lee Min-hee proposed there was no choice but to set up a base in the bunker and issue orders. Quickly refuted his opinion, saying that couldn't be done. He imagined the sight of them slaughtering civilians. If they avoided it, the monsters, controlled by the totem setter, would become a strategic death army, swarming down to South Sand to kill hundreds. He lost his composure and yelled, "So what are we supposed to do now?" Han-wook suggested killing the leader, and that everyone should go find the totem with the guard. Yoon-ha turned and asked, "What about the zombies?" He stated the plan firmly, We will open the guard post and gather the zombies in one place. Minhee suddenly shouted, "You're crazy. If we group them together, we'll all die." Hyun-wook answered confidently, "No, Vice Commander, if you and I coordinate, they will be the ones destroyed." He pointed himself in surprise. "Me?" Sang-jun gasped in panic. "Why me? I refuse." Leaning against the gate, he looked at the zombie corpses and said, "Find all the red totems. How am I supposed to search all of South San?" Hyun-wook explained helplessly, "The team has already found a specific location for you." The two soldiers blocking the door shouted in panic, "Sergeant Sang-jun, they're flooding in." Hyun-wook ordered with a stern face, "I am in command. You must obey orders." He widened his eyes, feigning ignorance. "What? I didn't hear anything. Information security." He suddenly remembered, I forgot about his energy essence, that idiot. Han was surprised when the radio crackled with a voice. "Valentine, 21-year-old whiskey." Sang-jun replied curtly, 30. He sighed in relief and smirked. He was never serious. The radio asked again, "Information security. Do you want me to go?" A helpless voice came from the radio. "Fine," he cheered. "God, I'm going now." Yuna turned her back towards the door and said, "Then I'm also going to Zendesk first day." Han-wook watched her and asked for help. "Command the attack team. See you later. Take care of my team." She turned her head and replied firmly, "Don't worry, I don't want to lose any more soldiers." Amidst the vast night sky, the sound of a drone echoed as it took off. The command center announced. The soldiers blocking the zombies heard the order, "All stop attacking, move inside." They fired continuously. The order rang out, "Everyone retreat into the bunker." The commander ordered, "Mages shift the protective barrier, prepare for an attack." Why hasn't the reinforcement arrived yet? In the observation room, two soldiers intently reported that the zombies had passed through the guard posts. Zombie distance was 200 meters from camp number 2, now shrinking to 100 meters. A roaring sound erupted at the 50-meter mark. The Scottons and zombies had arrived. They swarmed towards the Hui building. Everyone moved inside. Mages shifted the protective barrier. The commander spoke, "Prepare for the imminent attack." Trung moved closer, growling, his eyes glowing. See, he stood on high ground, looking at the thousands of rampaging zombies and wondered, just stopping them with a protective barrier. Are they crazy? Someone ordered her, "Lieutenant Kim Si-hee, control the wind within the camp, wind speed under 3 meters per second." She exclaimed in surprise, "What are they thinking?" That moment, two people were examining the magic at the Inner Circle Monster Brigade's number 3 weapon warehouse. Hyun-wook thought, "My spatial zone has a maximum of 90 meters. I never thought of connecting them to a fixed point to increase accuracy." Minhee focused on manifesting a circle on the floor. That circle was linked to the endpoint beneath the drone, which Ron had flown over 800 meters. He mused, not everyone could perform this spatial reconnection ability. Drone's status had reached the maximum communication altitude of 1 km. The order was given, "Maintain the drone right at this position." He looked at the report, "Platoon leader, the spatial zone has reached its maximum expansion." Hyun-wook channeled his ability, placing the sword into the center of the circle. He confidently executed the first shot. From a distance, Karen watched in horror as a streak of light descended from the sky. Everyone looked up in surprise. The sword pierced through, stabbing straight into the zombie horde. The area struck immediately exploded, annihilating everything around it. The soldiers on the hilltop reported, the first shot had hit. They reminded Sergeant Hyun-wook, "Do not make a mistake." He endured the pain, crushing the item right at his heart, a red light flaring as shards flew out. The system notified the item, a grade 3 mana potion, used to condense mana and assist the caster. Mana was at 100%, but note that using beyond the limit would cause damage to the body. Hyun-wook focused his power, his gaze firm, ready begin. This time he summoned all his weapons to form a rain of swords. The swords rained down from the circle, piercing straight into the horde of zombies. Not a single monster could escape that rain of swords. The team turned around, shocked to witness the entire scene. Both she and the commander from before were also wide-eyed with astonishment. Hyun-wook poured out all his energy, silently reminding himself that he was the commander. Karen witnessed the fierce rain of swords and the determination in his subconscious from afar. He would not let anyone die. Opened his eyes wide in shock. It was truly unbelievable. Minhee frowned, turning to look at him. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth as he pushed himself beyond his limit, with the will that no one else would die. Amidst the scattered piles of dry bones, a voice from the command center rang out with an announcement. He praised him excitedly, saying he was truly insane. Facing the surviving monsters, the order was given. Evacuate the wounded. Eliminate all remaining monsters. The order was repeated. Quickly evacuate the wounded and eliminate the remaining monsters. The teammates who went to rescue people were stunned. Was Hyun-wook really that strong? Sang-jun on the hillside wondered, did our battalion have an A rank that no one knew about? Yoon-ha calmly replied, "I think rank doesn't explain this." He gaped in shock. Minhee struggled to maintain her power, silently analyzing that he used acceleration from a high vantage point to create an area of effect attack surpassing even A rank. said with a serious expression. Hyun-wook, this person cannot be underestimated. He suddenly collapsed to the floor. He asked worriedly, Hyun-wook, are you okay? He did not pay attention, reminding the platoon leader that it was not over yet. Focus on maintaining the teleportation. Min-hee gripped his wrist anxiously. I am also at my limit. It won't be much longer. He gritted his teeth, trying a little longer, please. Karen was elsewhere, standing and biting his nails. Song has suddenly appeared, reporting that Okamak had arrived at the command center, but there was no response. The monsters were almost completely eliminated. He asked again if they should wait for the gate to open. Angrily shouted, shut up, I am thinking, damn it. Remembering the volley of iron spikes raining down, judged that this was not the power of the Mountain King. A reserve sword saint, 2 holy knights. I have no information about him or this wide area attack. His brows were tightly knit. He made a guess. Perhaps he was at the level of a high-ranking military commander. Suddenly Songha called out Karen. He swept his eyes. There was a scout nearby. I looked over carefully. Kangjin was hiding behind a tree trunk, startled to be discovered. Songha immediately turned into smoke upon hearing the order. I have many things to ask. Bring him here now. Kangjin sensed trouble and quickly ran away. He sped off like the wind, not forgetting to grab the radio. Song had glided behind him like the Grim Reaper. He managed to report an enemy sighting at point B39. Hyun-wook heard this and his eyes widened. Sangjun, Yeonha, and all the soldiers froze in their tracks. As old Jin, reeking of a foul stench, continued speaking, they are about to catch me. I do not think I can shake them off. Songha had already caught up and lunged to cover his mouth. The radio flew out of his hand and smashed onto the ground. Hyun-wook was anxious on the other end. Kyungjin, command center brings Ron over immediately. The drone was instantly teleported. Yeonha held her sword and urged Sangjun hurry up. He replied seriously, sending support immediately. Then a flash appeared and quickly vanished. Karen stood on the high ground observing the situation. Raised his hand to signal, muttering, it is not just one kid, is it? Yeonha's team gathered together, back to back. She ordered that their position had been exposed, switched to defensive formation. When she looked up, she and the armor demon recognized each other. It quickly raised its sword high. Yeonha warned, watch out. The soldier raised his shield in front of the armor demon's attack. Shield glowed as someone spoke. Enemy detected. Raise the spirit shield. But with a single slash, the shield was destroyed. Minta's left shoulder was directly hit. He cried out in pain. Yeonha also fell to her knees from the armor demon's painful swing. She gritted her teeth and held on. But at some unknown point, a wound had appeared on his shoulder. Yeonha's eyes widened and she exploded with power at that moment. She sent both the blade and the monster's body flying away. She quickly told her teammates to keep their distance from the armor fiends, because touching them would cause immediate decay. Teammates pulled Mintai back and asked worriedly how he was. He held his shoulder and said it was dislocated. Someone yelled that more armor fiends were approaching. More and more armor fiends were arriving, encircling the group. Amid the fierce roars, someone frantically asked the platoon leader what to do. Suddenly, Yeonha's body glowed brightly, and she ordered everyone to retreat behind her. A pair of golden wings spread wide from the shield. The wings were so massive they could illuminate the entire area. A cage of golden light was born from the wings surrounding them. Finally, it completed and completely blocked the armor fiends. Many that recklessly charged forward were burned until smoke rose from them. Not a single one could reach Yeonha's position. She slammed the shield down firmly and shouted the skill's name, Holy Ground. She said that for 7 minutes everyone would receive a blessing, and they should use the opportunity to find the progenitor. The subordinate objected, asking if it was all right for her alone, since even one monster required a whole platoon. She only replied briefly, more than enough, then shot away from there. She quickly landed on the shoulder of another armor fiend. Her sword exploded with golden light, a skill called Holy Light. Yeonha thrust the sword deep into the monster's mouth. Both her hands gripped the sword's hilt tightly. She swung it in a powerful arc, making its head explode. Another one immediately took the chance to attack. It decisively slashed down, splitting one of its own comrades in two. She had already launched herself high into the air to dodge. Using the momentum, she stabbed her sword deeply into the shoulder of another armor fiend. She gritted her teeth as Holy Light exploded violently. The subordinate was astonished. The Holy Knight always fights like that. Junmo replied, I don't know about others, but now I understand why everyone calls her a maniac whenever she holds a sword. Yeonha had successfully destroyed the armor fiend's arm. She suddenly froze and looked at her sword. Holy Light had abruptly ceased to work. By the time she snapped back to reality, she was about to crash into a massive sword point. Yeonha agilely placed her hands on the ground and propelled herself upward. She rolled down to its shoulder, but her momentum carried her crashing into a cliff wall. The soldiers panicked when they saw the hole above their heads. Holy ground was vanishing. On the other side, Yeonha gritted her teeth and held onto her sword to stay upright. a red warning appeared. The curse of Gregory and Azazel is spreading. All holy power is nullified. Gregory is the organization of fallen angels, and Azazel is their leader. They are using items that counter holy power. Aaron hovered, ceaselessly emitting toxic green air. Yuna's eyes widened in fury. He said with a stern face, I have finally seen the arrogant face of a holy knight. Durun sped swiftly through the rows of trees. He ran forward without stopping. Once he spotted the target, he smiled arrogantly. Found you. Next, he swung his flame sword toward Songha's arm. As a result, he easily severed that man's hand, but that hand suddenly vanished, causing Kyung-jin to lose his support and fall. Just as Du-run caught him, that man turned into black smoke and fled. He frowned in evaluation. Black smoke. It seems I cannot cut through this substance. Feeling something from the direction of the trees, he muttered, Oh, hiding over there, huh? Sang-jun suddenly cradled Kyung-jin's face and screamed tragically. Ah, that's right. Kim Kyung-jin, are you okay? Open your eyes if you die. Hyunwook won't give me whiskey anymore. Songha's hand transformed into a sharp spike and stabbed toward them. He agilely held the boy and dodged away. Sang-jun even sneered. Yeah, too slow. And he leaped back a great distance to create space. But that man quickly caught up and aimed to stab him in the back. He glanced downward, realizing that man could keep up with his speed. Du-run leaned back to dodge, but his waist was still cut. Next, Kyung-jin landed safely on the ground. Song-ha uttered with difficulty. So you're Gammy, the Sword Saint candidate, relying on your speed and reflexes. Watching him block in front of his teammate, that man commented, I understand why the infiltration team was defeated, but it's useless against me. I cannot be pierced by a sword. Observing the bleeding on his waist had stopped, Song-ha admitted it would be a great waste to kill this person. Next, that man raised his hand in invitation. Join us. He imagined that man would bathe this world in blood. That man tempted. If you accept the power of the demon dragon, you will stand at the pinnacle of the world. Suddenly, his eyes shot open as if he had just realized something. That man's sharp nails curled. You can become the chosen one just like me. Du-run yelled angrily. That is nonsense. Stop spouting meaningless words. And how will you compensate me for my grade A uniform? The atmosphere fell into silence. Song-ha's face clearly showed a question of are you stupid? Water gushed torrentially from his hand when that man commanded. It seemed mere words were not enough to make one understand the swamp of the Acheron River. The purple water surged, engulfing them both. Du-run was baffled. What is this? The ground has all turned to mush. Kyung-jin was still unconscious, causing him to shout, Hey, open your eyes, you're sinking. Song-hae reminded, Your feet are now locked in place. The more you struggle, the faster you sink. Sang-jun muttered, recalling what to do with him now. It is hard to fight while having to watch over him. He silently decided, once he wakes up, I will definitely beat him up. That man appeared right behind him. Is that your refusal? Water tightened its grip on Du-run's legs. Having to protect Kyung-jin, he received another injury to his arm. Switching the short sword to his other hand, he gritted his teeth and swung upward, once again severing Du-run's arm. But that man quickly changed direction to strike from behind. I am quite sure I said stabbing me in the ear like that is useless. Du-run leaned back as he was stabbed straight through the shoulder. Next came a high-speed exchange of slashes and parries between the two. He was unlucky enough to take another wound on his right shoulder. Song-ha sneered. What a disgrace to the reputation of a sword saint candidate. You leave your back completely undefended. That man was about to glide away like smoke. He spoke up to stop him. Hold on, you just keep targeting my back. He spread his arms resolutely. A wound on the back is a swordsman's shame. I will face it head on. Come and confront me. The tense atmosphere paused. Song had confirmed he truly was a lunatic. That man frowned in annoyance. I cannot believe I offered to make you one of us. How embarrassing. As Kyung-jin was about to be swallowed by the water, Sang-jun replied calmly, That is right. He bared his teeth in a mocking grin. Now that swamp will not drag us in anymore. Thanks for being baited so easily, you idiot. Song-ha arrogantly did not believe him. You can stop your trickery. Unfortunately for you, you are up against me. He acted innocent again. Enough. Have you ever been cut by the speed of light? That man's face wrinkled further as he sighed. I am beginning to tire of dealing with you. That man twisted the blade towards him. I do not need a madman like you as my kind die. Sang-jun laughed openly without a shred of fear. Time seemed to freeze as his entire body radiated golden light. He quickly approached the now still Du-run, his knees lifted high above the water's surface, until he was completely pulled free from the current. Du-run lunged straight forward. Sword slash grazed his arm. For the third time he severed that man's arm. Now he would slice several more lines from top to bottom. Finally, he pointed the sword directly into Song-ha's wide-open mouth. His eyes were stern and focused. Frozen leaves began to fall. When time resumed its flow, Song-ha's body had burst into many pieces. The impact was so violent that dust and smoke billowed high. When it settled, Sang-jun was standing firmly on the ground. He observed the short sword and evaluated. I am using a sword with holy power, so it causes greater damage. But it seems it is still not enough to kill you. I must destroy your true body. Songha, covered in blood, whined, "You insane bastard. This is so irritating, how could you do that to me? That is cheating, I do not accept this." John flashed his white teeth in a sneer. "Such a sharp tongue, how can you say that to me? Now I see you are nothing special. All you do is get yourself killed. It is no surprise that being cut by the speed of light cannot be dodged." That man's gaze was stunned. He cursed weakly. "You damn bastard." His sword hand glowed. "Let me help you shut your mouth." Run swung his sword with a swish. Songha's entire body was split into many pieces by the golden light. Finally, he turned into red fragments that dissolved into the air. He collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. "Ah, I am so hungry. If I push my metabolism to this level again, I will really die." Nearby, Karen floated, radiating a green aura in the sky. A warning appeared. Gregory Azazel's oath renders holy power in the entire area ineffective. Gregory is an organization of fallen angels led by Azazel. Its feats are used to counter holy power. He grinned excitedly. "I am curious. What will the face of a holy knight look like when on the verge of death?" The massive demon armor raised its greatsword high. Inha propped herself up with her sword. Suddenly, a barrage of green spikes shot out as it swung down. He leaned to the side to dodge, causing the blade to miss. A figure jumped out from the teleportation circle. Hyunwook slid across the ground due to inertia. Karen raised an eyebrow as he watched. Yunha's eyes widened in shock. Surrounding soldiers were also startled. When he stopped, he lowered his head and asked, "Where are the soldiers you were pursuing?" Karen thought in annoyance, "Who is this bastard?" Hyunwook gritted his teeth, recalling his comrades whose bodies were slashed apart. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, and he asked, "Where are my team members?" A series of giant demonic armors were advancing toward the sanctuary to protect the soldiers. Karen sneered, "Don't you understand your own situation yet? Worry about the one in front of you." White feathers radiated energy to protect the group of soldiers. Hyunwook frowned, taking notice, but they had already raised their hands high. A barrage of blue sharp projectiles shot forward. They pierced straight into the body parts, causing them to scream. Hyunwook urged. Platoon leader. Yunha replied, "I understand." She raised her sword and stabbed straight at the demonic armor's face. However, the one beside him raised a large greatsword high and slashed down hard on the golden cage. Before he could succeed, he was rammed by the life armor. After that, he was also tightly squeezed by the shoulders. Meanwhile, the blue spear pierced into remaining one. New dominance power stronger than death magic was activated, named Decree. Hyunwook was startled and looked up. Dominance power. A notification appeared. The old dominance power will be replaced. A master authority affecting the life armor. "You want to keep this authority to enhance the life armor's power?" He immediately answered, "I agree." The demonic armor he attacked suddenly spewed thick red gas. An event occurred. "You have used master authority on life armor A. Warning that life armor functions may be limited." Its body turned blue. A decisive sword strike beheaded the comrade. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Even Karen widened his eyes in shock. He realized, "So it was you, the one who ruined my fun." He panted angrily, "What fun, if you don't want me to break your horns?" He gritted his teeth, emitting a thick green aura. "You return my comrades to me." Somehow Yunha had been wounded on her shin. The demonic armor sat up, forcing her into a defensive stance. Karen closed his eyes and covered his mouth. "So weak, you really disappoint me." Hyunwook frowned and glanced. "It's not over yet." A blue flash lit up through the forest. On the other side, the demonic armors roared as they advanced. The life armor raised a sword to block. Karen mocked, "That attack just now was impressive. I'm curious what you'll do next." "But is all you know how to do is provoke and control demonic armors?" He raised his face and smirked. "You can't use holy power. What can you do with just 2 demonic armors?" Blue light flashed from the trees. Hyunwook realized this was the moment. He lowered his head. "You are right now I can't do much." Karen gave an arrogant smile. Suddenly, a sharp blue spear shot toward him, startling him. He raised 2 fingers near his neck. "So I will turn the tables." Sir Tristan's guardian bow item appeared, with effects of tracking enemies and piercing magic resistance. Karen leaned back to dodge the blue arrow. He turned and fled. The curse effect of Gregory Azazel dissipated. Holy power was recovering. Yunha was startled to see the sword glow. "My holy power has returned." Hyunwook halted and ordered, "Platoon leader, handle the remaining demonic armors. Everyone hunt down the progenitor immediately." The soldiers answered in unison. Understood. Yunha yelled out, "Hyunwook, go with Sangjun." He retorted, "Kangjin's life depends on this battle. I have no time to waste." His plan was to charge forward quickly. The spear tip weaved between the tree trunks, leaving a blue trail behind. Aaron ran while turning his head to speculate. Could it just be an ordinary arrow? Impossible, that was a divine bow. Hyunwook glided through the air like a passing breeze. He gritted his teeth and executed the sword technique. Seeing the arrow glowing in the forest, he whispered, "There it is." Hyunwook summoned a crimson spear. Karen was already panicking before the spear tip hurtling closer. She bit her lip, watching the arrow nearly pierce her body. Just as the arrowhead struck the emblem on her chest, a fierce surge of energy exploded behind Karen. Hyunwook raised the spear high, breaking the attack. "Give back my comrades." She seemed to be waiting for the attack to land. That dagger shot straight forward. Then it was caught up in a reverse current of air. A flash of fire suddenly appeared on Karen's chest. She sighed. Now I am not just sad anymore. Two long, sharp horns extended. Her body became large and sturdy. Hyun-wook was stunned by this sight. Karen, without a scratch, grasped his arrow tightly. How disappointing. She shouted in frustration. How hateful. I never thought I would have to reveal my true form to a commoner like you. The red energy struck Hyun-wook directly in the back. He silently activated his indestructible diamond body. Next, he was sent flying far away. Karen cried out when she saw the crack on the emblem. I never thought I would have to pretend to fall for such an obvious trap. She emphasized, by someone who does not know how to use the divine bow. Hyun-wook lay there, blood streaming from his mouth. Next, she wanted to confirm if the person who fired the area of effect attack with the commander was the same person. He propped himself up. Is that important? If you tell me where my comrades are, I will tell you. The magic circle appeared along with Karen's mockery. Yes, very important. I cannot leave without seeing the despair on the face of the one who ruined my plan. Hyun-wook stood motionless before the sight of a blood web suddenly rising from the ground. It grew larger with the expansion of the magic circle. He gritted his teeth and speculated, this web covers the area outside the battlefield. Wait, she said plan, so they were prepared from the start. What do they want? On the other side, the command post was also covered in those red webs. People inside had all fallen and were stuck firmly to them. Then the webs retracted, pulling them up like puppets. When they lifted their faces, they had turned into vampires. Back here, Karen bluntly stated, you will soon meet those you seek. The hidden bunker area also had webs extending to it. Won-suk had been defeated and lay flat on the ground. And Wook froze, realizing, could it be? Karen sneered, but since my subordinates have already killed them, you probably will not be happy. His expression changed as he roared, you bastard, stop right now. Won-suk opened his bright red eyes wide. She retorted, what is it? Someone who cherishes his comrades like you should kill them again with your own hands. The group of vampires broke the windows of the operation center and rushed outside. As soon as they landed, they kept screaming, and they all leaped high towards the massive magic circle. The bunker entrance was under constant attack. Everyone panicked. Watch out for the vampires. Be careful of the corpses around. If not dealt with, they will attack. The soldier was startled as if he saw something. What is that? Wait, could it be? Observing the blood-soaked man, he wondered. Lee Won-suk. Next, he leaped high towards the mountain peak. Over here. Hyun-wook held the spear and fired a black energy, unlocking it. Karen easily dodged and taunted, is that all you have? He gripped the spear tightly and charged forward, but he was entangled by the web. Hyun-wook was pushed to the point of bracing himself with his feet. To make matters worse, he was unluckily cut on the waist by the red thread. Karen hung leisurely, teasing, why are you so angry? The people you miss are almost here. Do not die before that. Hang in there. She smiled and raised her hand. I am truly curious about your expression of despair when you see your comrades in a half-dead state. Hyun-wook gritted his teeth. Damn it, this is tougher than I thought. Noticing her cracked emblem, he thought, I already broke Gregory Azazel's curse with the divine bow, so I can use holy power again, but red alert for the area gathering evil demons had been issued. Dark attribute data had increased by 50%. Andis's healing power increased by half, while the number of monsters pouring from the gate doubled. He remembered the analysis. The totem was still active. It had made her stronger. Using holy power only cost mana, so there was only one way left. Karen's eyes went wide in shock. Mana potion level 3 information panel appeared, used to help the user condense mana. Mana reached 100%, warning that using too much would affect the body. Hyun-wook crushed the potion bottle. Listen, you were the one who crossed the limit first. Another defensive item jumped out, the Crown of Light and Shadow, increasing resistance against the undead. The special characteristic was to grant an aura to a piece of equipment, holy power or dark magic. Each grant came with a penalty. A purple circle appeared on his head, a life for a life, blood for blood. Hyun-wook declared he would risk his life to cross the limit. This time the skill information appeared when he chose the dark aura. Effective granting 30% of the Mark Magic Crown to the equipment, penalty being health decreased by 30%. The spear radiated purple energy. He exclaimed he would use the buff, fighting poison with poison. Thanks to the influence of the demonic area totem, Hyun-wook's dark aura surged. Aaron stared dumbfounded at the series of actions, not understanding where this source of dark power came from. With eyes tainted by magic, he shouted to prepare mentally. He would use stronger dark energy to suppress it. Just as it burst forth, the force blew away several spider webs. Karen frowned at that sight. His arm changed color as he used further reinforcement of the spear shaft, becoming indestructible. Next, he grit his teeth and gripped the shaft tightly and swung it fiercely forward. The slash with dark energy flew straight toward Karen. She flew up to dodge, unable to believe he created the dark attribute himself to use the totem. It was insane. Hyun-wook saw this and assessed, good, it finally had an effect if he kept pressuring her like this. But the image before his eyes suddenly blurred, accompanied by a warning that the source of dark energy had reached its limit. The caster was entering a frenzied state. Darkness spread, wanting to take him over. He cursed, why now? The totem was stronger than he thought. A drop of water fell onto the lake, causing ripples with the flow of thought. He needed to escape right away, but elsewhere Sang-jun tilted his head in wonder what was going on. Suddenly realizing something, a series of antennae appeared before him. He exclaimed, the platoon leader and the other platoon leaders were here. Looking at the mad people collectively summoning their power, he trembled and muttered, had they already taken down all of them? His eyes narrowed in deep thought. He gently set Kyung Jin down, telling her to lie still. Damn it, he hated these kinds of things the most. With a short sword in hand, he said he had had enough of commanding for fine liquor, and it seemed there was no choice but to take them down to protect her. He lunged toward the group of antennae. Sangjun shouted with a determined look, sorry, but rest in peace. Back on this side, Karen was forced to dodge an attack from Hein Wook. Next, she dodged another dark magic spear thrust. Finally getting hit, she cried out in pain. After that, she lifted her wings high. Meanwhile, he had fallen into frenzy, only knowing he would kill the enemy. She threw out a web, mocking that he had lost control, was being absorbed by the dark energy, and thought he could beat her. Hein Wook used his body to tear through the red silk strands. Then he raised his spear high and enthusiastically swung it toward Karen. She dodged hastily, cursing him as a madman. Swung powerfully, forcing the illusion to lean back just to escape. At that moment, one shoved down from the sky. The large axe met the spear shaft, causing a shockwave that kicked up dust. He had lost his reason, putting all his strength into pressing down. Hein Wook easily pushed back. Then he directly headbutted one suck. Karen made a decision, saying watching him made her sick. She would kill him and his comrade. The web shot straight toward the two men. Hein Wook jolly jumped up and took the opportunity to shatter one suck's axe. His hardened hand grabbed hold of one suck's throat. Dark energy radiated out, enveloping one suck. Suddenly, Hein Wook regained lucidity in his mind, asking himself what he was doing. He had to get out now, calm down. Yunhe's cries for help rang endlessly. Wook, save me. Dozens of comrades reached out their hands trying to pull him down, screaming for help. Captain, save me. He panicked as many hands grabbed him, screaming in terror. Back in the present, Hein Wook remained frozen in that same posture. His eyes gradually regained their focus. His hands slowly relaxed as well. A warning appeared. The user's despair and rage had reached its peak due to the dark energy. Hein Wook screamed in agony. Update notification. Congratulations, you meet the conditions to unlock the item's hidden attribute. His body suddenly erupted with a violent surge of blue energy, blasting one suck away. Flames blazed up fiercely. A stream of compressed power surrounded Hein Wook's body. Received the Hell-grade demon medal. The hidden attribute is the Hellfire state. Unlocked when dark energy peaks, the flames will burn until that energy is depleted. He stood there quietly, fully recharged with energy. Karen panicked. Hellfire. Even as a vampire, he had never seen this power. Something was wrong. He had to escape from here first. Before he could move, a blue flash of light severed one of his legs. It was Hein Wook who had controlled the spear. He raised his hand to catch the weapon as it returned. Karen clutched his leg, screaming in pain. His eyes flashed, like a god holding the power of life and death in his hands. In the dream, a desperate Hein Wook struggled, reaching out a hand seeking salvation. As he was pulled down, he told himself to wake up. His face sank beneath the water, his hopeless eyes trying to calm himself that if he got swept away, he would be completely devoured by the darkness. Back to reality, Hein Wook seemed calmer, determined not to let that happen. Karen unexpectedly deployed a gigantic magic circle in the sky with dark red wings on his back. He shouted and hurled a ferocious attack at him. You arrogant bastard, I will tear you apart. Countless cobwebs formed a circular encirclement and advanced to attack. He released a source of spiritual energy enveloping his body, maintaining balance in a fighting stance. A barrage of cobwebs rushed forward. The ground shattered into tiny fragments. They wriggled everywhere, leaving no place intact. Hein Wook used both hands to block two large boulders. From within the cracks, a source of blue energy appeared, burning everything away. Seeing this, Karen exclaimed in shock. He burned my cobwebs. He, his body covered in blood, pointed a finger at his opponent. A stake coated in spiritual energy flew around, then attacked and drove deep into Karen's back. That woman lost her balance and fell forward. Hein Wook seized the opportunity to deliver a strong slash with the spear. The magic circle shattered into countless pieces. He immediately returned to a combat stance. His eyes blazed with a powerful blue light, determined to take her down. Karen gritted his teeth in fury. He could not defeat him by force. The battle between the two was extremely intense. Even those standing far away could see thick smoke rising. Park Jun-mo quickly ordered, hurry up, find the patriarch. He added, Sergeant Choi, the platoon leader, and Sergeant Hein Wook are fighting for their lives. We must do everything we can. Saying that, the three ran over and saw a statue with a strange face. They shouted, Corporal Park Jun-mo, I found the patriarch. A second later, the three surrounded the patriarch, and he spoke, all right, everyone take the holy weapons and set up the C4. He turned his head and asked, Mintai, we need your shield, can you hold out? Mintai replied with a determined look, everyone is risking their lives. I will endure until my last breath too. Junmo upon hearing this raised an eyebrow slightly, silent and hesitant. At that moment, Mintai placed the shield next to the patriarch. Both strained together. Junmo shouted loudly, deploy the holy shield. We need to combine our strength to break the patriarch. Everyone struggled to push the sword deeper into the patriarch behind him. He held a lightning-infused hammer and spoke, I will strengthen the sword with holy lightning. Junmo gripped his weapon tightly and said the explosive force from the C4 attached to the shield will help the sword break the nest. But if we cannot withstand the shockwave, we will all be blown apart. He shouted an order just as a hand from the teleportation gate reached out. Everyone, grit your teeth and hold firm. It immediately knocked all three down, causing them to lose balance and fall backward. In an instant, a head emerged with sharp fangs and three horns radiating a fierce purple light. Then it slowly stepped out with a colossal body clad in sturdy armor. That was the giant armored demon boss monster. It opened its mouth and roared violently, the situation growing more tense with two battles happening simultaneously. On one side was Hyun-wook and Karen, on the other side the giant armored demon blocked the other three. Karen looked toward the monster, calculating that crazy bastard is out of options. I have to abandon the plan and destroy the patriarch. She glanced at him, thinking he would not receive the corn and escape the berserk state. The rest the giant armored demon would handle. As soon as the words left her mouth, Karen immediately flew toward the giant armored demon, and a second later Hyun-wook leaped to chase after him. At that moment a shout rang out, and the giant armored demon began to destroy the origin. Hearing that, it turned its face toward the direction of the call. As if receiving an order, the giant armored demon raised its axe high, preparing to attack. The three people trying to destroy the origin saw this and panicked. At this moment, Hyun-wook was only a few meters away from her. Karen then poured all his power into the arrow aimed at him. The distance between them grew shorter. She pushed hard against the arrow and shouted loudly, "Stay away from me, you disgusting bastard," charged at Hyun-wook with terrifying strength. He did not hesitate and raised his weapon high. Then he struck back with all his might. Immediately, it changed direction and turned back. Karen raised an eyebrow watching the movement and quickly flew over. Strong impact force pushed him towards the giant armored demon. She ran while keeping an eye on the arrow flying towards her. Now Karen was attacked from two sides, completely unable to turn the situation around. On the ground, the giant armored demon was holding its axe to destroy the origin, the other three still struggling to hold their positions and crouching low. Karen's eyes widened in fear. He was throwing it back at me. At that moment, Hyun-wook grabbed Karen from behind. At the same time, the arrow in front also arrived. The arrow pierced through both them, flew straight into the giant armored demon, and caused a massive explosion. The other three struggled against the smoke and dust, letting out panicked cries. Karen leaned against a tree trunk, his body pierced with a large hole from the previous stab, coughing harshly in a pathetic state. Hyun-wook staggered to his feet with an arrow embedded in the center of his chest. Without hesitation, he decisively yanked it out. Seeing that action, she let out a contemptuous chuckle. You foolish fool." Karen shouted angrily, "You were supposed to let us destroy the origin. You threw away the only chance to end your eternal night condition." Ignoring the reproach, Hyun-wook stepped forward and snatched the fossilized eye-shaped ring from her chest. He pulled it off forcefully. Karen continuously spewed criticisms. "You will become a monster endlessly craving the death of your fallen comrades." She watched Hyun-wook raise the arrow high and sneered. "I will turn my back, kill you. I wonder what emotions you will have then." Without hesitation, he fiercely stabbed the arrow down into the center of her chest. A blue flame erupted, engulfing Karen along with a piercing scream. "Ah!" Before dying, Karen flashed a cruel smile and said in a chilling voice, "I will watch you from hell and witness your hopeless death." He said nothing, just stood silently looking at her. Then Hyun-wook muttered, "That was close." On the path, a purple light stream appeared along with blazing golden rays. Suddenly a voice called out, and Sergeant Hyun-wook appeared with three people. All were struggling to pull him out of the ocean. Immediately, Hyun-wook opened his eyes wide and gasped for breath. Back in reality, he was still standing watching Karen being burned by the fierce flames. At the same time, the origin also shattered after the battle. The system announced the origin had been destroyed. The evil meeting area had been eliminated. Suddenly a voice rang out. "You said your comrades would abandon me." On Hyun-wook's face, small fragments gradually flew off. He returned to his normal form, his eyes full of confidence and a victorious smile. "No, they risked their lives to save me, just as I risked mine for them." He recalled the moment in the forest. In his hand, he firmly gripped the eye. Hyun-wook glanced around, then brought the eye close to his mouth and signaled, "Support team, report on survivors." The assault team approached. One spoke up, "Corporal Park Jun-mo. Jun-mo is alive, Min-tae is wounded. Sergeant Hyun-wook, are you okay?" Seeing the entire team, he was overjoyed. Notification appeared, "Congratulations. You have used the holy relic of the fallen angel Grigori Azazel. It has an undefined effect after absorption." Receiving the mission complete notification, Hyun-wook reminded everyone that the main target had been eliminated. Quickly regroup with the platoon leader. The boss monster is about to awaken. Suddenly he coughed up blood. The soldier saw him in pain and turned back to ask, "Sergeant Hyun-wook." He recalled the times he had been corrupted. Damn it, could it be from overexertion? On the other side of the forest, the boss monster had risen. Hyun-wook took his spear. He gripped his weapon tightly, then shouted loudly, "Support team, evacuate this area." It struck down hard, aiming to attack Hyun-wook. Seeing that, Jun-mo hurriedly rushed forward. He stared wide-eyed as it summoned its power, indestructible diamond body. At this moment, another notification appeared, warning the caster's body could not withstand the indestructible diamond body. It has been rejected. Hyun-wook was surprised, wondering if he had been rejected. Then he blamed himself for not being able to stop it as the blade tip neared his head. Jun-mo, terrified, screamed for the sergeant, closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, waiting for death. The blade swung down and struck deep into the ground. After that impact, an explosion erupted. Hyun-wook slightly opened his eyes and saw that he was still alive. He was a bit surprised to see the blade so close to him. A tiger appeared from somewhere and lunged at the monster. It clamped its teeth tightly onto the monster's face. It decisively bit its head off, blood splattering everywhere. Hyun-wook and the entire team were stunned by the sight. A helicopter flew in, hovering above the tiger. Door opened, and a person jumped to the ground. A tall man landed heavily. He slowly stood up. Kang Seok, his face fierce but his tone caring, asked if everyone was safe. Seeing him, Jun-mo beamed and called him battalion commander. Hyun-wook made a motion with his spear. A notification appeared, congratulating him on defeating the Red Armor Demon boss. The tiger was Kang Seok's divine beast, named Sanwang. Kang Seok observed, relieved that he had not arrived too late. The stone statue collapsed, and 2 beams of blue light flew from its eyes. A voice rang out along with footsteps. Sergeant Hyun-wook, I heard you access the armory. He said he hadn't expected him to take all the weapons. At that moment, Hyun-wook held 2 medals from the statue's eyes. He quickly stuffed them into his mouth, ignoring Kang Seok's words. The battalion terror incident is over. Give me a brief report. Notification congratulated him on absorbing the Demon Legion medal, its effects unknown. After the absorption, Hyun-wook's face turned serious. He raised his hand in a salute and reported the planned attack by 5 players. Hyun-wook recalled Arin's story that 4 had been eliminated and 1 was imprisoned. Sang-jun stared blankly at the blood-soaked corpse on the ground. Hyun-wook continued, most of the military officials were currently missing. Sang-jun gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky in fear. Yunha panted, saying a casualty assessment of the soldiers was needed. She brushed her sweat-damp hair, and Hyun-wook hesitantly said the remaining monsters would be dealt with. He concluded the report at 6:37 a.m., stating the counter-terrorism operation was successful. The sun peeked over the horizon, lighting up the town. Kang Seok smiled in satisfaction. Your report always has what I want to hear. He sat up, surprised, asking if it was over just like that. Jun-mo looked up, puzzled, asking why the sun was rising already. He pointed at the sky, asking why it was still so dark. Hyun-wook spoke up, drawing Kang Seok's attention, calling him battalion commander. He admitted he had to hear a report he would not want to hear this time. Hearing this, he was slightly startled and raised an eyebrow. Hyun-wook told him about the dragon breathing fire and burning everything. Fire raged everywhere along with the battle against the undead. He said the terror incident was just the beginning. In the dead of night, the entrance to Seoul was in chaos. Vehicles were gridlocked, and people fled in panic. Hyun-wook said the real purpose was to start the 4th wave, making humanity afraid. A massive black dome appeared behind the clouds. He emphasized that the starting point was Seoul. This is a wave disaster. Monsters flow in to occupy the environment, transforming the land into another place. Jun-mo and Min-tae heard this and gaped in astonishment. He shouted angrily, so from the beginning they had a different purpose. He ordered everyone to return to the battalion and prepare for assembly. Hyun-wook trembled. Seeing him strange, Kang Seok asked if he was alright. A warning notification appeared, saying the Demon Legion medal was being digested. Pain may occur. His current physique could not withstand this pain. Hyun-wook suddenly collapsed to the ground. Kang Seok and Jun-mo shouted in panic, asking if he was okay. In pain but unconsciously, he heard a voice calling his name. In the past, Sang-jun asked the captain how he knew the 5th wave would start at the base. All eyes were fixed on him. Hearing him ask, Hyun-wook explained that it was actually very simple. He once said the first time was in California, a wreckage zone with 2 fierce dragons. Second time was in Shanghai, a swarm of snail monsters with hungry eyes ready to destroy. The third time was in Berlin, at the bottom of the deep ocean, an abandoned bunker. And finally, the 4th time was in Seoul, a burned-down palace. Hyun-wook explained the only commonality before the waves was the surge in high-grade gate appearances 3 months prior, as if everything was gathering power to erupt simultaneously. And he said gloomily, assuming we know the origin of the wave, but what about the villains blocking the way, and our equipment and supplies are nearly exhausted? Hyun-wook was slightly angry. He admitted they were strong and better equipped, but in the 4th wave, we stopped them from using the legendary item Mist Utane. Many people sacrificed themselves for that. He continued that was thanks to the sacrifices of legendary heroes like Lee Sang-ji-hoon, Han Taizan, Choi Jung-cheon, Kim Kang-seok, and Steve Marine. He asserted that the villains were formidable because they could create disasters, also known as waves. Hyun-wook remembered them ravaging the city under Juna's leadership. He angrily said they create waves to destroy humanity to gain experience and stronger items. Suddenly, he emphasized louder, but now it is different. We know their next target. Hyun-wook looked at everyone and reminded them, instead of passively chasing them, we can prepare and counterattack. He frowned with a determined look. That alone is enough for us to act to protect humanity. Hyun-wook's memory returned to a freezing night at humanity's last base. A pair of feet slowly stepped forward in the darkness. The man holding a weapon warned, hands up, stand still and take off your hood. The blonde man smiled brightly, muttering, my friend. Yunha burst through the door and asked breathlessly, Hyun-wook, what is going on? Her face was full of worry. Why did you bring a stranger here at such a critical time? I told you not to. Hyun-wook reassured her. Do not worry, I vouch for him. We need him. We survived thanks to his risks. He is also a comrade. A door sound made him startle. Hyun-wook called out joyfully, hello. He nodded to thank him for coming. The man looked pleased to hear that. Hyun-wook then introduced him as Gordon Brazil. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was lively with the sound of clinking glasses. A friendly orange-haired girl complimented Orihen Cole. This time you brought a rare item. Thanks to it we created a masterpiece. Gordon replied, that is great. He asked curiously, what did you create this time? That girl was Baek-seol, the first elder blacksmith chosen by the 7 dwarf council members. She asked back, why are you asking about that? She began to suspect Gordon, could you be a traitor? He hurriedly waved his hand saying no, just curious. The image of a hard-working spider spinning its web was exactly like Gordon's mood right now. Baek-seol replied sincerely, I know, just kidding. Who would think our mayor is a traitor? She winked playfully, I really want to tell you but I cannot, you understand? He forced a nervous laugh, yes haha. Next he turned his gaze to the left. His eyes passed through the crowd mingling noisily at the party, and stopped at someone standing pensively by the window. Hyun-wook silently looked at the scenery outside. At that moment, a sigh sounded, so boring making everyone turn to look. Sang-jun walked over to Hyun-wook, talking nonstop, everyone was having fun. Then suddenly someone made the atmosphere awkward. He heard the man hinting at him and blurted out in surprise, ah. He lowered his head to apologize. Before he could finish, the man jabbed back. Oh, are you crying? Are you hurt? He expressed his heart. Seeing everyone happy makes me remember my lost former comrades. I wish I had become stronger sooner to save them. He raised his hand and lightly punched his arm to comfort him. This punch is to mourn the fallen comrades. Take it, you useless fool. Sang-jun clasped his hands behind his head and said casually, you fool who can change the past. Do you think you can turn back time like in a comic book? He continued, look at the present, you have saved so many people. Without you, the Blinkmage squad would have all died at the front line. He added that the crafting blacksmiths had escaped slavery. Then Baek-seol was drinking a whole bottle of wine, while the person next to her had to stop her. Sang-jun did not stop. The casualty rate of the search team also did not stop at 9%. Finally, he made a throat-cutting gesture to conclude, we probably would have all been destroyed. Suddenly, he spoke up, making the man slightly stir. Let me say it directly. Hyun-wook said sadly, if I could go back to the past, I want to save everyone every time I go on a mission. He painfully recalled the scenes of destruction from before. I cannot stop thinking about the comrades I lost. He pointed at him, looking displeased. They knew they could die and still fought. We did too, and you were the one who saved us every time. He started to raise his voice. Stop thinking nonsense, focus on being the squad leader. Sang-jun suggested having a few drinks. As soon as he finished, Yoon-ha grabbed his ear. Are you trying to cause trouble with the squad leader on purpose? She laid down the law harshly. Our defense squad will not let it slide. He yelled for mercy. I only wanted to cheer him up. Hyun-wook flinched to avoid the argument. She did not care and continued scolding. Do you not see that you yourself are the one ruining the party? Then she signaled her underlings. They quickly gagged and lifted Jong-jun up to go drink his favorite alcohol. Yoon-ha said to let Sang-jun be, since he always acts that way. Then she turned to ask Hyun-wook if he was okay, making him shyly reply it was fine. And Hang leaned on his arm in anger, saying it was a guard's duty to care for him. Sang-jun, even as he was pulled near the door, shouted that she was spoiling him too much. Quiet laughter began to emerge. As if under a spell, Lilan burst into laughter, making the whole party double over. Gordon asked in admiration if they were close friends, and Minnie agreed with a yes. He put on his hat and walked away with words that confused him despite seeming friendly. The 2 guards standing below the building heard the laughter and felt envious. Ah, the shift change was a mess. I just want to have my first drink in ages. The other guy suggested having a bowl of noodles after the shift, as he heard the shipment contained instant noodles. Suddenly the 2 noticed Gordon walking outside. They wondered where he was going, and he replied that his role was over, and they could rest. Even with the answer, he still felt puzzled, and suddenly a back covered in sharp scales appeared behind him. The serpent demon swiftly rushed over and finished off the 2 men. Gordon smiled brightly and muttered that today was their unlucky day. From outside, a horde of ferocious serpent demons began pouring in masse. They quickly entered the building, bearing their razor-sharp fangs. A single strike pierced through a person, causing the death toll to rise steadily. A distant henchman saw this and was utterly terrified. Before the serpent demon approached, he managed to report the intruder over the radio. A huge explosion rang out, creating a deafening sound. Everyone was startled by the noise, and the fun immediately stopped. Hyun-wook reacted quickly, ordering everyone into position. No sooner had he spoken than a violent surge of power from outside struck, blowing everything up and sending people flying. A man wielding a blood-soaked blade entered ferociously. Hyun-wook ran while telling them to take Gordon away, but Min-hee replied that he had gone missing. He gripped tightly in disbelief and blurted out what. Announcements continuously ordered the lockdown of the buildings, and the shutters came down just in time to block the demon horde. Another urgent report stated that buildings D and B were out of control, as the demons blocked the doors with their bodies to let their comrades charge in. A man with a radio reported that they moved as if they knew the building's layout, making it hard for us to hold out long. Han-wook gritted his teeth, trying to analyze the situation. Then he shouted loudly for everyone to leave, that he would hold them off, and for them to evacuate quickly. Outside, the enemy was marching with the heavy footsteps of demon statues. Juna looked at the henchman behind her in annoyance, calling it too noisy, saying just sending a few was enough. Said with disgust that there was no need to bring the entire army just to destroy them. On top of the demon statue, a long-haired figure sat there, shouting in disdain that it looked disgusting. He immediately recognized it and exclaimed in surprise the name, Soul Manipulator. The Vanguard reported that the primary target was the Soul Manipulator. The leaders of the enemy army advanced simultaneously. The reports turned horrifying as they confirmed the presence of high-rank villains. The Vanguard used magic spears to fire projectiles at them, but the situation was not favorable. We are being attacked relentlessly by the entire villain army. Han-wook cursed to quiet down and worry. Over the radio, an order came for the search team to teleport to the primary target, and he immediately objected, demanding they turn back. Jang Jun's group escaped through a side passage, dodging the enemy army. He said Han-wook was the primary target, and the Soul Manipulator even had traitor members. If we miss this chance, we will have to wait for another attack. Understand this is an opportunity. Quickly replied that nothing was ready to use the model yet. Then he swiftly used magic to fly out the window. He landed in front of the group and yelled that if there was any problem, everyone would die because of him. Min-hee also told Sang-jun to leave because she was not mentally prepared. He ignored her, continuing to run and saying that the research risks had been stated before, so stay clear-headed and do what needed to be done. He stood frozen for a moment at that reply. Bai-su called him over the radio to report that the underground lower flank had been reinforced to withstand a meteor. She told him to stop worrying and to end the chaos with the weapon she had created. The enemy army kept marching forward relentlessly to attack. John frowned and asked Han-wook if he wanted to keep dwelling on regrets. That moment, two giant pythons spewed a beam of purple light, incinerating the building. He gritted his teeth, struggling to thunder the tension. Then he waved his hand to assign the mission. The creation team prepared the target, and the search team protected the teleport team when the circle appeared. The commander loudly ordered everyone to evacuate as quickly as possible, and those who received the mission all smiled in satisfaction. Han-wook declared that today we would eliminate the #1 target, the Soul Tamer. Everyone shouted in unison, Roger. Countless Roger drones appeared across the sky. The Soul Tamer still sat calmly on the back of the demon statue. Roger dispersed the formation, encircling the enemy troops from above. Everyone focused on the battle, cutting down the demon horde, and reports rang out. #1 in position, #2 in position. Messages continuously updated the team on the situation. #3 and #4 in position, cooperating to take down the giant green monster. That man suddenly raised his head to observe. At the foot of the slope, the underlings hesitantly asked if the elder intentionally avoided mentioning the unfinished repairs. Bai-su nodded. That was right. If he spoke out, Han-wook would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because of them. The system gave an emergency warning. The configuration exceeded the limit. Mana at maximum, skill combo overloaded. The powerful magic could be life-threatening. Han-wook struggled to focus his magic, thinking that one wrong move, and he would kill his own teammates. The vortex was spinning, moving rapidly forward. That man stood up abruptly due to the unusual commotion. The vortex opened, revealing a giant sword. The sword shot down towards the ground. Blood seeped from his mouth due to the energy expenditure, but the determination in his heart was to protect everyone. He raised his hand to control it, shouted loudly, "Charge forward, target." The Soul Tamer stared straight ahead, unable to react in time. The sword slammed heavily into the ground. Han-wook shouted, "Iron Storm, nothing compares." A horde of monsters was violently flung in all directions by the explosive force. Team members overhead hid behind obstacles, trying to avoid the intense wave of pressure. Where the sword struck, a great flame erupted, illuminating the entire sky. Han-wook on the observation platform also had to shield his eyes with his hand. The blazing red energy radiated ever stronger, scorching the demonic monsters. Soon they had suffered significant casualties. Corpses lay scattered all over the road. Only then did the team members stand up, hurriedly aiding their comrades affected by the explosion. Han-wook anxiously ordered through the radio, requesting all teams to report their survival status. On the other side, the guard team was still putting up a stubborn resistance. Yoon-hae immediately replied, all members of the guard team were alive and currently engaging the monsters. Up high, the smoke just dissipated, revealing the figures of Sang-jun and Min-hee. Sang-jun shouted loudly. The scouting team and reserve team had lost contact with 60% of their members. He worriedly asked about the crafting team, but another report cut him off. The Soul Manipulator confirmed alive. Indeed, that man was still standing safely amidst the blazing crimson energy bushes. He felt a painful burning sensation and screamed. Scouting team looked through binoculars and reported that man was severely wounded. Sang-jun suggested Lee Han-wook's meteor was effective. This was the opportunity. A thought flashed through Han-wook's mind. This was the chance of a lifetime to finish off the Soul Manipulator. He lifted a series of swords into the air, ordered the guard team to immediately join the battle and clear out the remaining monsters and villains. Yunha heard this, turned her head and asked Han-wook, "Where are you going alone without the guard team following?" He replied, "With the current forces, it was very difficult to deal with the monsters that had infiltrated the hideout. The guard team needed to return for support." As Nguyen Rang pondered for a moment. Then she turned to the team members and shouted loudly. All guard team members quickly joined the battle. One team member asked, "Where is the platoon leader going?" Yunha quickly answered, "I will follow Commander Han-wook." Han-wook thought to himself, if he killed the soul manipulator, everything would end. The opportunity to liberate humanity was within reach. He focused his magic, transforming it into powerful chains that coiled around two massive buildings. All of his energy was poured in controlling them, straining with all his might. The two buildings were immediately uprooted into the air. He slowly moved towards the soul manipulator. He was terrified, drenched in sweat. Han-wook charged forward, leading thousands of sharp blades. His figure darted through the forest of swords, displaying his determination to destroy the enemy. Fragments of stone fell like rain due to the impact of the attack. The relentless strikes poured all their force onto the soul manipulator's position, creating a powerful and devastating blow. As the smoke slowly cleared after the impressive attack, Han-wook quickly landed. He looked at the soul manipulator, who was pierced through the body by several swords, and taunted, "Finally we meet face to face, soul manipulator." He pulled a sword from the ground and said bluntly, "What is with that face? Do you think it's unfair? You have taken the lives of tens of billions of people. Get rid of that thought." He reached his hand out toward you, his eyes pleading as he explained, Not letting him finish, you swung your sword in a quick, clean slash. "Stop it, don't bother making excuses anymore." His head was severed from his neck, fresh blood spurting out like a waterfall. Immediately, a notification sounded that the first target had been successfully eliminated. Everyone was extremely astonished. But looking back, the skeletal eyes still had that slanting purple earlier. Now it had faded, leaving only two dark sockets on the bone face. The monsters that were ferocious moments ago all fell one by one. The team members sensed the undead monsters. They have stopped moving. Suddenly a figure shot out from the ruined building, launching threads to attack them. Sang-jun immediately coordinated the team, focusing fire on the remaining villains. Today is the day of humanity's liberation. They assumed a majestic formation, ready to attack. All 7 battle units used synchronous magic. They all struck toward Juna at the central position simultaneously. He struggled to shield against the streams of magic. He cursed through gritted teeth, "This is truly troublesome. That depressing bastard, what the hell is he doing?" At this moment in the sky, where did thousands of evil dragons appear from? They opened their mouths wide, roaring unpleasant sounds. The system announced soul transfer. The contingency ability that is only activated in specific cases for the soul tamer has been triggered. The caster's soul is being transferred to a backup body. Han-wook was startled seeing the countless evil dragons charging toward him. The backup body transfer progress has advanced to 30%. You looked at the corpse of the soul tamer, hesitating. "Don't tell me." The process speed surged to 70%. The evil dragon landed on the ground with a loud crash. The process is nearly complete, displaying 99%. His soul began to merge with another person. "I am you, you are also me." That body opened its lifeless eyes wide, the pupils beginning to show a purplish red hue. A notification was sent, "Congratulations, soul transfer 100% complete into the new body." He, now in a different form, stepped down leisurely from the evil dragon. Then, standing on a cliff, he looked down at Han-wook's trembling, fearful figure. He raised his hand and began commanding the evil dragons behind him. "Let darkness cover all places." The skeletal soldiers who fell earlier now seemed re-energized, beginning to awaken. The whole horde of monsters gradually rose up. Causing chaos, the system continued with an announcement: "Night of the Dead." The soul tamer has declared the Night of the Dead. The undead are forever obedient, even in death. Fear was evident on the faces of the team members. Han-wook was furious. That bastard had been leading him along his scheme from the start. The soul tamer smiled hideously with a triumphant look. A scene of brutal combat unfolded again. Helpless voices rang out. The monsters had revived. Even those killed by Liu Xing had risen again. He tried to fight and dodge them. He began channeling magic within his body. A terrifyingly powerful energy source radiated from his body, forming a moving flame. It exploded like a firework, ravaging the building he stood on. Han-wook saw the situation was not good, his face changing color. He immediately gave the order, "Everyone, evacuate the area quickly. Don't resist anymore, run." A death notification appeared, using the Predator skill, utilizing the skills of the player who was absorbed by the Sovereign. The soul tamer used light speed to fly down from the cliff. He extended his fist toward Han-wook, who quickly braced himself. He began executing a technique, transforming and strengthening his body. But before he could, the punch landed squarely on his arms, causing them to break from the violent impact. Under the heavy force, he was sent flying far away, his body tumbling freely along with the swords. The scene viewed from above now was truly too chaotic. Debris flew everywhere along with the flames spewed by the evil dragons. Hyunwook crashed hard into a wall. A notification displayed, using the Predator skill, utilizing the skills of the player who was absorbed by Hellfire. He raised his hand, channeling magic into a massive fireball. He threw it straight toward the still-pained Hyunwook again. He saw the sphere hurtling toward him, and could only grit his teeth and endure. Yoonha arrived then to rescue him. Hyunwook, stay calm. No matter what, you must continue to survive. He saw her and shouted, Yoonha, what the hell are you doing? Run right now. She used her shield to block in front of him, then turned her head to look at him with a gentle yet resolute gaze. No, I will be your shield. Your first life was me, after all. Night Soulmaster looked at the two with eyes full of disgust. The system displayed the use of the Predator skill, utilizing the techniques of the player who had absorbed the divine power of Aside's Hequin. He roared like a dragon, creating a powerful purple sonic wave, and frantically screamed Yunha's name. The ferocious attack shattered the shield in two, sending both people flying. Not stopping there, someone else was rushing over from another place. A giant figure with a spiked mace flew toward them. He swung his mace down hard, forcing them to split apart to both sides. In the end, both crashed heavily onto the ground littered with rubble. Sang Jun cried out in dismay, Lai Hoang got. From behind, a spear stabbed straight through the unprepared Zhang Jun. It was the spear of Hoang, one of the high-ranked villains. Den Taikun let out a delighted laugh, ahaha. His tentacles kept stabbing forward. At that moment, a large swarm of insects flew toward where Yunha had fallen. They rapidly converged on her in a relentless wave. Hearing the loud commotion, she struggled to open her eyes and look around. Instantly, the entire swarm swarmed in. Insects flew into her mouth. Above, Juna licked her lips in satisfaction. Her silhouette sat on the edge of a building, the blazing red moon making the scene horrifying. Ah, disgusting, she pointed a finger, don't squirm like that. It's repulsive. Hyunwook looked at the situation and wept helplessly, please. He begged, run. People were falling like straw from the attacks of the beast horde. In the distance, from within the ruins, the footsteps of a mysterious figure in a white robe emerged. He pleaded with his life, please everyone survive. The mysterious figure walked straight to Hyunwook and stopped. He immediately recognized Gordon Brazil. He shouted in anger, you dared to betray us, didn't you? As soon as he finished speaking, another explosion occurred. He looked around and said cheerfully, the safe zone is about to be wiped out, isn't it? His tears kept falling, and he loudly demanded why he did this. He was the Guardian. He cut him off, it wasn't his fault, but a way of life that only followed the system's orders. He looked at the scattered corpses, his indifference to the world making Hyunwook not realize that a Guardian could also become a villain. Hyunwook let out a helpless laugh. Who would have known that players, not monsters, were the ones who destroyed humanity? He slowly removed his mask. Oh, humanity's last savior, Iron Great Emperor? Ah, no. Gordon mocked, it's an F-rank player, Hyunwook, right? He arrogantly spread his arms. We are the chosen gods, the gods who decide humanity's fate. He bitterly cursed, look at yourself, a villain talking like a lord. If only I had known to improve myself sooner. He laughed mockingly. Don't you sound ridiculous saying that? Gordon looked down at him. Don't pretend to regret, because even if you had known sooner. He stared at him with eyes full of hatred. He gloated, the fate of a worthless F-rank like you still wouldn't change. This is the final verdict. A man named Kwang stepped forward, raising the spiked mace high. Gordon turned away, leaving words perfectly suited for someone like him. He screamed in despair mixed with fury, Gordon Brazil. Those tears fell, merging into the flow of time. He opened his eyes wide, realizing he was lying on a bed. Hyunwook tiredly sat up slowly. Jun Mo, standing guard by the forest, sensed the movement and asked suspiciously, Sergeant Lee Hyunwook. Everyone inquired, Sergeant Hyunwook, are you okay? Are you crying? Teasing chatter arose, a man who is the king of ruthlessness crying, something must be wrong. He stopped them irritably, enough. Looking out the window, he said softly, I just dreamed of a tragic future. Everyone was bewildered. Tragic, a future? A magnificent aurora outside the window did nothing to soothe his heart at that moment. Hyunwook said solemnly, a future that must not be repeated. I have to change it at all costs. The sky was split in two, light and dark. The crowd was in chaos. A frantic voice called out, my daughter is still in there. Soldiers blocked a middle-aged woman. You cannot enter. She knelt and begged, please sir, just once. The firm voice replied, ma'am, no one is allowed in. From high above, the deep blue sky stretched endlessly, but suddenly a black spherical barrier appeared in the sea of clouds, like a black hole devouring the space within. At Gyeongyang, the National Gate Crossing Committee's Unified Command Center was displaying the Board of Directors image. Honestly speaking, we must admit that. They emphasize that we are completely powerless. A hall with a large screen showing an image of Earth from outer space. In the center of the stage, a robot sat cross-legged, its long tentacles spreading across the floor, and murmurs of discussion began, yes, but on the side of public opinion. The board angrily straightened up. Come on, then why are we still talking here? We need to quickly prepare the world to respond after the wave. Suddenly a hand went up, and the commotion ceased. Sorry for interrupting. It was Kang Seo-yun Jumana, the representative of the Korean Player Guild ranked 4. She spoke. So are you saying we just abandoned millions of innocent people in the wave zone? The board gritted out Representative Kang, that is not what we mean, but we cannot enter there, so what else can we do? To affirm his point, he emphasized that we need to choose and focus for the safety of the entire country, not just the people of Seoul right now. Receiving such a reply, Seo-yun gritted her teeth in contempt. That is just a roundabout way of saying you care more about protecting your seats than the people's lives. As if touched on a dark spot, the board angrily shouted in unison, Representative Kang, what did you say? We all want to save Seoul, but we need a way to do it. Currently we have no way at all. Seo-yun put her hands on her hips and offered an opinion. There are still some player guilds inside we can contact. If we cooperate together, we can minimize civilian casualties. Another person on the board scratched his head and spoke. Would those players listen to us in this situation? She declared flatly, one more thing, the Jumana Guild will provide hero-grade items to players who eliminate the corruption factor inside the wave zone, and a legendary grade item to the player who acts most actively. The board members were all shocked, unable to believe she would do that. She pushed the atmosphere to a climax, letting them know that she could not tell her guild members to run away and survive, standing idly by for the guild's benefit. Seo-yun slammed the table in anger. We will do everything to save even one more person. Are you satisfied now? Everyone was silent, not knowing what to say in the face of such decisive determination. She sat down heavily in her chair, thinking angrily. She never thought she would have to buy a solution to a national crisis with money. What a load of crap. In the quiet night, the ground was full of roots and dry bones, the atmosphere extremely gloomy. A military voice shattered the somber darkness. Attention, Sergeant Hyun-wook. I have business with the battalion commander. This is Monster Defense Brigade 3, Battalion 1, the underground bunker. Kang Seok began, are you okay? Hyun-wook stood at attention and reported yes. His gaze was firm. Battalion commander, I have an idea. He tilted his head and frowned. What idea? Hyun-wook recalled the vampire Arin and stated, I heard that the terrorist suspect we captured, he confirmed had escaped in the cell where she was held. Only a few bent prison bars remained. Kang Seok was troubled, raising his hand to his forehead. That is right, a headache. Hyun-wook reasoned, a prison built with mana stones and wind barriers to hold players. Unless they are S rank, there is no way to escape on their own, and came to a conclusion, so I suspect there is a traitor hiding within the military. The city situation is very dangerous. Monsters are everywhere. Hyun-wook reported the severity. Battalion commander, Seoul is being attacked by monsters, and many criminals, including the terrorist suspect, are out of control. He did not stop there but continued, and they wander all over Seoul. Countless shelters have been built to avoid and survive the monsters. It is unavoidable that there will be those who use their abilities. Attacking innocent people will now be even dangerous because of them. Not hiding his worry, he said seriously, the fact is, even our military, which has suffered the least damage, needs a lot of time to re-equip and deploy. Kang Seok eagerly gave a sinister smile. Then I look forward to it. What idea do you have? Hyun-wook outwardly exasperated, but inwardly amused. That is the battalion commander for you. He must have been waiting for him to say that. He did not hesitate and spoke directly. I propose forming a special unit to ensure the safety of the people and stop the wave of corruption. Kang Seok seemed not quite to understand his meaning and asked, a special unit? As he explained, outside on the ground countless corpses lay scattered. Buildings were burning fiercely, a scene of devastation. He put his hands on his hips and questioned, in this situation, we need to appoint at least a few people in charge. Will they listen to us? Hyun-wook smirked, confident of the outcome. You do not need to worry about that. That desolate scene again. A few people shouted to each other, take care of the wounded first. There are still many monsters. Everyone be alert. No one knew what Hyun-wook said to Min-hee, but after hearing it, he was stunned. Are you crazy? This is the military. There is a clear hierarchy. How can a soldier give orders to officers on what to do? He lowered his head dejectedly. I also find it a bit ridiculous, so I only assigned regular soldiers. But the battalion commander said. He recounted Kang Seok's aggressive shout. How can a unit not have officers? Hyun-wook concluded. So the battalion commander yelled at me and said at least I should bring the second platoon leader, the one he trusts most, along. He thought in surprise. The battalion commander said that. He pretended to turn away. It is just advice, and besides I have no one else. He repeated, no one else. Hyun-wook linked back to the previous Rain of Swords and asserted, how can I perform a wide area attack without you? Min-hee stood on the high building laughing gleefully with the crowd below. Hyun-wook continued painting the scene if his wide area attack saved the people in this crisis. Taking the momentum when mentioning his gleeful face, he said, I even thought the big guilds would compete to get you. He turned away as if no longer wanting the deal but seeming like he had no interest. Minhee grabbed his shoulder firmly. Wait, you said I would be an advisor, that is different. After hearing this, he secretly grinned sinisterly with a triumphant expression, knowing the fish had taken the bait. A large fire engulfed the forest. People shouted to each other, giving their all to cast spells to extinguish the giant flame. The fire is spreading to the mountain. Shoot water. A total of 5 people, 4 using water magic behind, 1 standing in front, concentrating the streams of water to surround the fire. See, he muttered, my term is almost over. Why am I still standing here? I should have been pulled out by now. Han-wook came running from behind and yelled, Sergeant Kim Si-hee. She turned to look. Oh, the chatterbox. The wind force from her magic was too strong. He held his hair and approached her. You have been assigned to the special unit. She cast her spell while raising her hand to hear clearly. What? I cannot hear you. He gave a thumbs up as a sign of approval. I successfully delivered the message. She did not understand what he was saying and shouted, cannot hear anything. He walked off in one go, leaving her wondering why she felt the last days of his term were about to be ruined. Sang-jun curled up and hid under the thicket, yelling out that he did not want to. He was surprised because he had not said anything yet. He lay there yelling like a child, saying he did not care. No matter what he said, he would not do it. Han-wook was at a loss for words for a moment, helpless against that man's extreme reaction. Sang-jun continued to sulk, asking if he knew what he had gone through to get Valentina 30. Even though his military service was almost complete, he would not do it. Began to list his faults, asking if he had been drinking while on duty. He had extended the coordination schedule to 1 or 2 weeks when it only needed 2 days. He had a smug look on his face, laughing to provoke. If the battalion commander found out, then forget about the term. His military life would never end. He stood up abruptly, throwing off the blanket in anger. Fine, what should he do? Won-suk saw his monster-like appearance reflected on the water's surface. He was bewildered by the face covered in blood, blue eyes, and intimidating fangs. He peeked behind him and saw a squad of soldiers with guns hunting for the monster. If they found any monster alive, they were to kill it immediately. Wood was terrified of his appearance. If those people found him, they would surely think he was a monster. He did not hesitate, using his strength to leap and disappear into the night. Over the forested mountains, the night sky stretched endlessly like a mysterious black silk cloth. Han-wook and the soldiers shouted for Lee Yu-suk. He muttered that he was sure he had stayed conscious and saved Won-suk. That guy had run off somewhere. It was he himself who had saved him when he lost his reason and transformed. He recalled he had knelt down, raised his hand in surrender, and protested that he was not the one running away. He insisted he was, he pleaded that he was not. Han-wook did not find him, sighed, and looked into the void. See, this guy is exactly that type of person. But this time trust me a little more. The building fire at the foot of the mountain had been extinguished, and an emergency assembly order was announced. Soldiers hurried to carry out the mission, gathering at the training ground. There would be no resupply upon departure, so bring everything. Han-wook was surprised to see the person standing before him, his eyes widening. He immediately performed the military salute towards Yeon-ha-gim. Her expression was strange. He wondered what was wrong, captain of the assault team. She hesitated, her eyes avoiding his. Ahem, Han-wook, all this time I have misunderstood you. So that was it. As if a knot had been untied, he smiled brightly, saying it was fine. Suddenly she put her hands on her hips and changed her attitude. But that did not mean I completely trust you. Han-wook found it confusing, the corner of his mouth twitching, asking why she suddenly said that. She shouted in his face to observe him, saying she had decided to join the special unit. He paused, frozen for a moment, slightly stunned by those words. Regaining his composure, he looked at Yeon-ha gently, saying he understood. He was looking forward to it. Now it was her turn to be surprised. Rather, she blushed shyly and turned away, saying, me too. Han-wook thought that now Yeon-ha had joined. He had all the trustworthy people now. He looked towards the future, confiding that when he first turned back time, he had tried to avoid involving his comrades. Everyone lined up before Battalion Commander Kang Seok. Attention, report a total of 11 members plus 3 drivers for the special unit. He quickly cut in, saying, wait, special unit? He did not like that name, it was a bit messy. Han-wook still did not stop his train of thought. He had thought it was a way to protect everyone. Continuing to name the team, he thought carefully. Company, alright. Call it the Steel Company. Everyone was dismayed because the name sounded terrible. In Han-wook's mind, as the future in his memory changed little by little, he realized the challenge was only overcome when everyone was together. Kang Seok shouted loudly to report again. Deep down, to stop the Seal Wave and protect the future, it needed everyone. He led with a determined face and shouted loudly on behalf of the team. Gusts of wind cut through the dark, cold cave. Han-wook breathed heavily, his body covered in fresh blood. Sweat dripped from his face. He stared in shock at the scene before him. Around him lay scattered monster corpses and red energy stones. He picked one up, energy radiating from it in surrounding green electric currents. The system rang out, congratulating him on unlocking the energy plunder skill after use. Total energy increased by 0.7%, but as consumption increases, the increase will gradually decrease. He was leisurely enjoying the item when suddenly the ground shook with long streaks of water. With unimaginable power, the monster's form shot up, carrying dislodged earth. Hanwook also jumped to dodge the blow. A swing slashed past his face. Luckily, he dodged it by a hair's breadth. His body was agile. In an instant, he escaped the surprise attack. Glared at him angrily with 6 glowing red eyes, its fangs wanting to tear him apart. The system announced an event mission. A swarm monster had appeared. The lord of the domain, the scorpion creature, you will enter his lair and become the prey. The monster violently slammed its giant tail into the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave. Hanwook was not daunted, even a little excited. You think I am struggling, so you aim for the head? Too obvious, knave, you fool. The lord of the domain, with its giant body, swung its arms down like falling from the sky, aiming to smash him. The situation was extremely precarious. He dodged while observing the monster. That man whipped his tail like a storm towards Hanwook. His body was agile, his feet gliding across the ground. Another moment and it would have been dangerous. He placed his hand on that man's body to gain momentum. He flew up, pouring all his strength into the spear in his hand. With eyes full of determination and an indomitable will, he accepted death. The monster opened its mouth wide and charged straight at him. Seizing that opportunity, he also charged straight into its mouth. The scorpion monster Hanwook, now only the spear in his hand, remained unbroken. Sharp teeth dripped with sticky saliva. His body slowly sank down, the acid in the monster's stomach eating away at his flesh. Hanwook was in pain, but his face was full of triumph. The fool thought simply, but he had a perfect plan. Because of that, I will deal with you quickly by using transformation power to block the acid, ending with an explosion. His right eye flared up, magic radiating powerfully, his face covered in cracks like destruction, like a nuclear bomb about to explode. The system warned the player could be harmed if the skill was used incorrectly. As if reaching the pinnacle of power, his body glowed, his clothes torn to shreds. At the same time, the monster's belly began to swell violently. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. A sphere of light appeared in the air, the monster's body torn to pieces. Its head flew in all directions, not even having time to scream. The glow gradually faded, revealing Hanwook's image, just as the monster's head fell. The system notified him that he had eliminated all monsters and received a gold card. Ownership of the item was confirmed the moment he received it. His naked body emerged in the white smoke. He looked at the newly acquired gold card with satisfaction. It was worth enduring the monster's terrible breath. Suddenly, the system asked him if he wanted to use the gold card. A cunning look appeared on his face. He decisively used a spell to burn the card in his hand. Of course he would use it. The system congratulated him for learning a new skill through a special awakening. The skill was called Metal Manipulation D rank. It used mana to change the shape of metal within control range, mana consumption depending on the mass. Hanwook thought about metal manipulation, and immediately his right hand turned into metal. The system warned that when using this skill, enhancement could not be used. As soon as he finished speaking, both arms turned into sharp weapons like blades. Hanwook was full of confidence. Perfect. With this, he was sufficiently prepared for the Seoul raid. At this moment, his face became more twisted than ever. The system continuously notified him that he had used energy theft. The redstones were drawn towards him. Hanwook hugged them with joy. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Let the feast begin. A week later, the Seoul raid occurred. The silent space was suddenly filled with an urgent announcement from the National Gate Response Headquarters. A single gate enveloped all of Seoul. This was an emergency warning, requiring all citizens to evacuate to the nearest shelter. The streets were in ruins, the cries of children lost from their parents making the atmosphere even heavier. The emergency announcement echoed everywhere. From somewhere, countless undead swarmed into the city. One charged straight at the crying boy. The boy's face turned pale with fear. Just as they were about to grab him, a truck came speeding in. With terrifying speed, it slammed into the undead, sending them flying like a mess, saving the boy's life. A squad appeared, holding guns, jumping out of the truck. They formed a line in front of the undead, unleashing a fierce barrage of gunfire upon them. One person stepped forward to protect the boy and ordered, "Focus on blocking all routes where monsters are coming." The boy stopped crying, curiously turning to the man standing beside him. Junmo comforted the boy. "Hey kid, are you okay? No need to worry anymore." The boy smiled and called out, "Uncle." Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Min-hee's voice rang out, "Damn it, Junmo, I told you not to advance too far." See, he stood on the truck giving orders. She landed on the ground with 2 magic orbs in her hands, reporting yes. Moss-colored light rays from her 2 magic orbs shot into the horde of undead. Her power was like a fierce storm, blasting them away. In the night sky, waves of undead were thrown back into the air. They were flung far out of sight. Meanwhile, a man was hiding behind a building, observing everything. He raised his hand to stop the civilians behind him, wondering what was happening with those soldiers. See, he focused her spiritual power, propelling her body upward, holding weapons in her hands ready to fight. Then he activated his magic. A small vortex filled with golden characters appeared in his palm. He shouted loudly, "Advance." The vortex flew out immediately upon receiving the command, shooting straight forward. It targeted the undead that had been thrown up, piercing through them one by one. in sync with Sihi. Taking the opportunity, Sihi swung her sword, slashing through the remaining undead, cutting them down with astonishing speed. She glanced and muttered, "That meddlesome old man tricked me." She recalled the time before the fight. In the darkness illuminated by the spinning magic circle, Sihi spoke, "You plan to go in there alone?" She scolded him for promising to let her join the leveling bus trip in exchange for her registration. The person opposite replied, "I went in first to check." "Ah no, I have an event quest so I can't help." She tried her best to persuade him, her eyes full of worry. "Everyone knows that. What if you go in on your own and run into danger?" Manhwa smiled reassuringly, telling the commander not to worry, he would return right away. "Trust me, I am very confident." Back in the present, she scolded him accusingly, "You liar, you said you would return quickly, but how long has it been?" Suddenly she noticed something. A gigantic blue monster, hundreds of thousands of times bigger, rushed in from somewhere and slammed down hard. The horrifying shockwave flung Sihi far away. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, kept her balance, and did not fall or get hurt. Dust slowly cleared, revealing a deep crater in the road. The giant blue monster with a head no different from a chameleon. It roared, sucking all the air into its mouth. Junmo and the boy watched in astonishment, not understanding what it was trying to do. It roared and then suddenly exhaled powerful waves of sound, causing intense vibrations. That force shot through the air. It was nothing short of a storm. Veins bulged all over Sihi's face, her body stiffened and she could not move. Everyone fell into that dire situation. Junmo struggled to move, only wanting to shield the boy. Minhee strained herself, reaching out for something. At the same time, the undead all turned their heads to look. As if re-energized, they charged at the assault team like starving ghouls. Sihi was frozen, unable to do anything as the undead drew near. She was terrified, only a hair's breadth away from death. At that moment, a shirtless man shouted loudly, manipulating metal. Manhwa charged in, using his bladed arms to slice off the monster's head. He urgently shouted over the destructive sound, telling everyone to snap out of it and fire back. Hearing his voice, the entire assault team snapped out of their stupor. Regaining their fighting spirit, they unleashed a fierce volley of gunfire in time. The undead rushed in closer. On the other side, they were regrouping as if preparing for another attack. Sihi recovered her strength, swung her sword, and unleashed a skill, the familiar blue magic wave destroying the undead. She turned to look at him with loving eyes, "You nosy old man." Then she started scolding, seemingly not yet noticing he was shirtless, saying he was late, and if he was late again then… Suddenly she stopped, stared intently. She must have seen something she should not have. Junmo was delighted to see him again, Sergeant Li Hang. He was stunned when he saw his condition, and uttered the last word very slowly, "Gook." Junmo could not believe it, stunned. He asked what happened to him. Ignoring his words, Manhwa raised his hand, a faint blue light appeared, creating floating iron pellets. He gave a decisive order, "Switch to steel, everyone hold your attack positions, I will provide support." Bi Sung was astonished, not understanding what he was seeing. Manhwa threatened and urged, "Do not ask, do you want me to kill you before the monster does? Everyone attack, fight seriously." The boy from earlier kept staring at an object, involuntarily muttering softly, "Uncle the elephant." The fighting spirit surged like a wave crashing ashore. The whole space seemed to boil. Every warrior was ready to charge in with determination to fight to the end. After the battle, everything sank into absolute stillness. The sky was pitch black, only the stars twinkled like gems against the infinite backdrop. The scene was devastated, monster corpses lay scattered, the road covered in blood. Only then did Manhwa put his clothes back on. He zipped up his jacket, his movements gentle but focused. Suddenly, the soul beside him whispered something into Sihi's ear that displeased her. Sihi quickly reached out and grabbed that soul, protesting, "What did you say? Keep it to yourself if you want to see him naked." He was startled. "What?" The soul sulked like a child, huffed, and turned its face away. He turned and said to Manhwa, "You said you would complete the mission on your own, but look at you like this." He laughed it off. She continued, "There is nothing worth seeing anyway." He felt like salt was rubbed in the wound, saying, "Nothing worth seeing? That is…" Seeing her expression, he was about to speak, but stopped, then mumbled, "Yeah, it is just because it is too cold." Jun led the boy to stand before them. "Sergeant Li Hang-guk." He asked curiously if he was okay. What happened to his uniform to end up like this? Manhwa looked at the boy hugging Junmo's leg, then explained he had to leave his post because of this child. Suddenly his eyes widened, his brow furrowed as he noticed something. Seeing him acting strangely, he asked, "Sergeant Manhwa." Manhwa signaled for Junmo to be quiet. Then he shouted loudly, "Those people hiding over there, please step out." The man who had been hiding during the battle was startled. All stepped out, raising their hands to show good faith, explaining they could not get into the shelter and had to find another place. Manhwa emphasized again, everyone could not get in. He frowned, wanting to confirm the truth. Suddenly, the boy hugging the leg trembled, ran quickly towards the man, calling out, "Father!" He suddenly hugged the boy tightly, calling him son. When the boy was safe, he said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my child. I was desperate. It is a relief to meet you all." Manhwa darkened his face, asking him back, "Are you sure?" Man was confused. "Huh? What do you mean?" At that moment, a large iron ball flew swiftly in front of him. It stopped in front of the people who had been hiding earlier, making him ask, "What are you doing?" Manhwa's right eye glowed, his pupil contracted, casting the magic like when he crushed the hell monster. The ball slowly cracked, and he still did not understand what was happening. A loud explosion rang out. All of those people's heads burst, dying on the spot. The boy was terrified, staring wide-eyed at the father. The whole team was shocked, unable to help being stunned, shouting, "Have you gone mad?" Yunmo yelled loudly, "Sergeant Han-wook, what are you doing?" Han-wook paid no attention to him. He used magic to retrieve the knife at his side. Then he rushed forward quickly, his hand aimed straight at the boy, about to grab him. With that speed, Han-wook easily caught the boy. His face was full of menace, his brows tightly furrowed. He warned, "I absolutely hate being stabbed in the back. You had better stop that right now." He pointed the knife tip at the head of the boy, who was weeping pitifully. He gritted out each word, "Before I kill you, that is all." Han-wook grabbed him by the neck, lifting him high, showing everyone around what they feared the most. Min-hee, though scared, bravely raised her gun. "Hey, you bastard, put the boy down." All the soldiers aimed their guns at Han-wook. Tiong heard that and became frightened. Sergeant Kim Si-hee kept his composure, aiming his gun straight at Han-wook. Min-hee cursed, "You madman, how can a soldier kill civilians? Put the boy down now." Han-wook, are you listening to me? He kicked the dead man's body aside. Han-wook pointed at the red weapon on the man's back. "They are not civilians, they are players, intending to approach us while hiding otherworldly weapons." Min-hee froze, her eyes open. Everyone around lowered their guns, raising their hands in commotion. "Wait, he is right, they had us surrounded and they killed people." He looked at Sergeant Kim Si-hee in disbelief, both of them staring at each other in shock. Suddenly Han-wook spoke up. "Hey, stop pretending." He brought his face close to the back of the man's neck, the knife approaching his throat. "It has been a while, Assassin Kim Hgu." He slowly replied, "I do not know you at all." Asu frowned, glancing sideways with suspicion. "Who are you?" His small body suddenly transformed. Haku turned into an adult, holding weapons in both hands, causing Han-wook to lose his balance while choking him. Min-hee and Si-hee were startled, quickly aiming their guns at him. Su spun around, thrusting a sharp blade into his hand and his neck. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Han-wook with resentment. Haku's attack was frozen because he had used a technique on half of his face. Han-wook frowned angrily. "One who knows you very well." Upon hearing this, his face shifted from fierce to fearful. He seized the opportunity, punching him hard in the face. "Because I am the one who beat you black and blue in the past life." A moment later, Hsu groaned as he swallowed the steel balls, his throat bleeding profusely. He swallowed with difficulty, realizing he had been captured by Han-wook. Yahello was tied by him to the pillar of the flower arch. His teeth were quite broken, his mouth full of blood. He shouted, "You pervert, stop making me eat. What kind of soldier tortures people with these steel balls?" Han-wook calmly bit into a steel ball. "Huh? Torture, what do you mean?" He ate quickly, licking his lips smugly as he looked at him. "I usually eat them. Eat enough and you will get addicted to the taste of steel." Haku looked at him in fear, eyes welling up. Why the hell do you eat those things like that? He didn't care, pinching Hu's mouth to feed him more. "Come on, swallow another one." "Talk, go ahead." He shouted helplessly. "Wait, I know, I will confess." He started vomiting information about Gong at tea. Axu recalled the man's back and the corpses, recounting. He slaughtered all the guards in the Dong Yimun shelter and took it over, then completely destroyed it. No one can enter anymore. Han-wook thought seriously. He destroyed the shelter? Imagine the terrifying wolves during the full moon night. "I heard about the evil man who destroyed the shelter, slaughtering survivors to experiment with enhancement magic." Han-wook recognized the evil man, Antidao. Han-wook reasoned inwardly. In the past life, he was so cautious that everyone knew he was an evil man, but his face was never revealed. Could it be him? Haxiu said. "Finally, some residents escaped that place because they couldn't stand the tyranny. We were sent to bring them back. I transformed into a child, just to avoid harming them. Everything is true. Please believe me." He grumbled irritably. Yes, truly nonsensical. He squeezed that man's mouth shut and pressed him hard against the wall, suspecting he had other motives. He asked the reason he targeted civilians was because it was an order from him, right? The system panel appeared. The mission logs were all in progress. 1. Buy time until the annihilation is complete. 2. Before the soul wave ends, assassinate 50 civilians. 3. Afterward, meet the evil alliance. Han-wook asked through gritted teeth, "Isn't that right? Assassin, the evil named Kim Hgu?" He squeezed his mouth shut so he couldn't speak clearly. You. Who are you?" His eyes blazed with blue light destruction. The marble in Haku's belly swelled up, causing him to scream for a while before gradually losing consciousness. Han-wook walked outside. Tiong came over and asked, "Did he commit suicide? Who exactly is Gong XT to make him do that?" He asked worriedly, "Shouldn't we wait for Captain Yunhe and Sergeant Sang-jun?" Han-wook looked displeased. "No need, they are busy. They still have to save the colonel and repair the hunter's armor. They won't make it in time." Tiong disagreed, arguing back, but they said he already destroyed a shelter. "So how do we open that door?" Grinned slyly. "Don't worry, I have a way." Tiong was surprised, staring at him in shock. That expression again. A moment later, everyone arrived at the place. Han-wook shouted loudly, "This is the official military of the Republic of Korea, AMT. Open the shelter door immediately." He pounded on the door with all his might. "We received a report of illegal occupation of the shelter. That is a crime that can be dealt with immediately. If you don't open the door, We will use a master key to forcibly enter. Taong helplessly covered his face, so his plan was to bluff that we have a master key. Hyun-wook thought to himself, the fact that they locked themselves inside proves they don't know anything about situation out here. He laughed while pounding the door. I will give you people some time. After reporting to our superiors, we will consider this an illegal occupation and enter. Hyun-wook rejoiced inwardly. They won't know that the regular military isn't currently operating by the rules. After a while, the door slowly opened. Everyone was astonished. Taong brought his hand to his mouth, unable to believe it. Is it really working? Sihee beside him widened her eyes. Hey, it's opening. The young man walked out. What's the matter? Hyun-wook frowned. You had the door closed too tight to hear clearly. We received a report about the illegal occupation of the shelter. Gong XT shouted from inside. Illegal occupation. How absurd. We are strictly following all safety regulations. That man led everyone inside. Please, come in and inspect. They passed through, but those inside paid no attention. XT explained that because the citizens followed orders well, this place was an excellent example of operation. He walked behind that man, wondering, doesn't seem like anyone cares about strangers coming in. It's as if they're pretending to ignore it to hide something. That man turned back in confusion, huh? He burst out laughing. Just kidding. That man was annoyed, staring at him silently. Hyun-wook turned to look at the person behind him. Taong looked at him smiling. Both seemed to understand each other. XT spoke up irritably. Is this all the soldiers sent? Or is there anyone else? Hyun-wook pursed his lips teasingly. Why so many questions? Do you think you guys can handle this many? That man knew he was being teased and got angry. What do you mean? He chuckled and waved his hand. Just kidding, just a possibility if you are a criminal player. That man's veins bulged, grinding his teeth in rage. Look here, what do you think you've been doing this whole time? Are you trying to probe me with those jokes? Hyun-wook's face turned serious. He spoke through gritted teeth. You're the one joking around here. I've been observing all along, based on how you packed this hall with armed thugs. That's right. He turned and yelled at his comrades. All forces open fire. XT panicked. Hearing the command, they raised their guns. Fire at those inside the shelter. At the same time, one among them drew a sword to resist. Taking advantage of that man's opening, Hyun-wook threw his weapon. Gong XT, if you want to blame someone, you better find a guard uniform that fits you first. Immediately, that man transformed into a giant with a body covered in stone, causing him to startle and step back. That man's right eye deformed into a red-black color. He roared, you insignificant soldier. I'll crush your noisy mouth. Hyun-wook was grabbed before he could react. Everyone around was also in a fierce battle. That man slammed him into the wall hard, creating a large dent. XT, in his monster form, said we have to keep quiet, right? Suddenly an explosion occurred right on that man's head. That man, with a bloodied face in pain, was broken by Hyun-wook's blow. XT moved flusteredly, revealing his body still pinned to the wall. He spoke up unexpectedly, so you're stone, huh? His entire body transformed, becoming sleek and shiny. He laughed loudly and introduced himself, and I'm steel. The soldiers kept firing at the group of players. XT roared in anger, how despicable, a soldier harming civilians. Hyun-wook sneered, civilians. In an emergency, our duty is to protect them from people like you. The stone fragments flew up, gradually obscuring that man's gloomy eyes. On the other side, soldiers and players continued their exchange of fire. He spoke up. You just slaughtered the guards here, and you still dare to act noble with me. Gong XT, where are the real civilians? That man charged with his arm clutching it. What the hell is this? Hyun-wook frowned, glaring. He agilely bounced up, causing XT to crash into the wall, straight through to the other side. He took the opportunity to hurl a spear into that man's body. Release. He exploded with power to push back XT. Standing amidst the rubble, he asked if that man had destroyed the shelter to experiment on living people. He tightened his grip on his spear and snapped. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no experiment conspiracy. He continued, the shelter was overloaded, but the soldiers still shoved people in. Those people only make us starve sooner. He puffed out his chest arrogantly. You are a player, so you understand. Losing people like us is a huge loss for the whole nation. The image of Gordon suddenly flashed in his mind. Hyun-wook ground his teeth in hatred. I once heard someone say exactly that. XT argued further. We risk our lives fighting every day. We should be treated better. Everything I do is based on objective logic. He suddenly cut him off enough, making him freeze. Hyun-wook gathered energy and lunged. I don't care if you are a traitor or not. I am still gonna beat you to a pulp. That man raised his hand to block his punch. The stone armor on his hand shattered instantly. It quickly reformed, catching him off guard. He grabbed him by the throat and said arrogantly, looks like you underestimate me. Know your place. Just as he raised his hand to punch, he lifted his arm to block. He gritted his teeth, enduring the relentless barrage of attacks. Next, he was lifted high into the air by him. Then he slammed him hard into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. And the two of them fell straight down. Their landing spot was the tunnel below, where the subway trains run. Hyun-wook was unharmed. He asked playfully, is that all you got? Then immediately used metal manipulation. Instantly, sharp spikes grew from his arm, blasting away the stone fragments on XT's hand. He warned, while using metal manipulation, the strengthening spell will lose its effect. He swung his transformed arm and punched him directly. Punch shattered his stone mask. Next, he used the strengthening spell, channeling all his energy into his two fists, and delivered an extremely powerful punch straight to XT's face. Countless punches filled with hatred rained down on his face, forcing XT to shout, "Stop." The battered face he begged, "Please stop, please." Hyun-wook stood up straight. Suddenly, he sensed someone's presence. It was a group of civilians swarming towards them. A haggard woman clasped her hands and begged, "Please save us. We really didn't see anything." A little girl in her arms said weakly, "We did everything you asked. Please believe us." Hyun-wook was enraged. Did this bastard really starve all these people the entire time? His eyes widened in sudden realization. Wait, so he is not a traitor. It is just about the food rations. Then why did he keep the civilians imprisoned? At some point, XT had taken a hostage. He screamed, "What do you want? I just want to live. What is wrong with that?" Only then did Hyun-wook realize his position. He was standing on the empty armor, while that man taunted, "Come on, try to get close to me." He frowned in certainty. Now I am even more sure he is not a traitor. XT backed away while holding the gun. "I did everything you asked. Why wouldn't you spare me, you traitor?" Suddenly, his head exploded right before that man's horrified eyes. Hyun-wook gritted his teeth and concluded, "The real traitor is definitely hiding somewhere around here." After a moment, the person across from him reported, Corporal Park Jun-mo reporting, "Out of the 32 players who illegally occupied the area, 21 were killed and 11 wounded have been detained." Seeing Jun-mo bow his head, Hyun-wook asked, "Jun-mo, what is with your expression?" He turned his face away and confessed, "Even if they are criminals, killing them it is all very difficult." Looking at the man clearing the bodies, he said, "Listen, that is never easy." Placing a hand on Jun-mo's shoulder, he comforted him, "But if we do not act in time, we cannot save the innocent. That is a soldier's duty." Jun-mo's eyes went wide as if waking up when he told him to quickly pull himself together. Suddenly a loud voice shouted, "Call the person in charge out here. I need to speak urgently." He wondered who it was. Jun-mo recognized him. "Ah, he is the civilian representative." Hyun-wook frowned. "Civilian representative?" The two men spoke in turn. "I am a retired congressman. I am Lee Hongjin from the Merchant Association. I demand an immediate discussion on the distribution of food rations." They started arguing. "I am a congressman, so you have to listen to me first." The other sneered, "Where were you when the shelter was under occupation? Now you are flaunting your position." On the other side, Jun-mo advised Go-sung, "Sir, please let us clean up." He refused. No, you saved an old man like me. How can I let you help again? Even as a soldier you find it unpleasant. Just let me do it." Then he added worriedly, "There is something very dangerous here," making him suspicious. "Dangerous?" Pointing towards the basement from which a roar echoed. He explained that for some reason he could not reveal, but he heard the breathing of a monster approaching very close. He pleaded, "Please go and scout that place urgently. I am afraid something bad will happen." Jun-mo was bewildered. Could there be an intruder inside the shelter? Meanwhile, outside, the tense arguments continued. "Choose a representative for this shelter first." Sang ignored him. "What nonsense are you talking? I am a congressman, so of course I should be the representative here." Thinking of the enemy who had not yet appeared, Hyun-wook fell into thought. The traitor used Gong XT to spread fear, then could act freely behind the scenes. But the puppet Gong XT was already dead. He pursed his lips, concentrating. When the military was stationed here, the fastest way to control the shelter was to become the representative. Looking at Sang arguing with his mouth wide open, he wondered, could it be one of the two of them? Hongjin kept refuting, or was someone manipulating the crowd from behind? Hyun-wook felt disgusted thinking about the traitor. That bastard, where is he hiding? Somewhere, green tanks containing human bodies were lined up in rows. On the walls, half-human, half-beast corpses were pinned up like a collection. Man, sickly the point of being skin and bones, stared wide-eyed in the water. Someone was biting into a fresh piece of meat from a corpse. Drops of blood fell as a cart slowly rolled away. It was Go-sung transporting the body just now. He looked around anxiously as he heard something. Arin lifted her blood-smeared face. A scream echoed, shattering the silent space. She hid behind a large tank. The scene Go-sung saw was an unfortunate person lying there, body covered in fresh blood. Looking closely, it was the face of a man. Arin appeared right behind him. The soft sound, she was easily subdued by Go-sung with just one hand. His pupils changed as he growled, "You brain-dead bastard. I told you not to touch my things." Arin was released, weakly leaning against the wall, blood. "Ah, the vaccine please, not toxic blood. Give me fresh blood quickly." But after waiting a long time, she only saw Go-sung standing by the lab table laughing eerily. His voice echoed in the room filled with experimental tanks containing floating bodies inside. He held up a vial of medicine, inspecting it. "You fool who drinks salt water to quench their thirst." Hearing that, Arin silently cursed him, "That crazy perverted bastard." She screamed in confusion, "Why did you drag those soldiers into the infiltration process?" Go-sung smirked victoriously, "Once the process is complete, what can the soldiers do to stop it? Instead of acting myself, I just want to use their lives as substitutes." Arin recalled being attacked by Sergeant John last time and shouted, "You are the real fool. Do you think why we failed? It was because of those damn soldiers. Those people are very different." Before she finished, Go-sung suddenly slammed the table hard. "I do not need your useless excuses." Arin listened irritably to the criticism, you keep failing only because you are useless. Then he turned around and boasted, hey, look forward to what is about to happen. With a creepy smile and a vial of green liquid, he uttered, the lives of everyone here are in the palm of my hand. Scene changed to the shelter cafeteria. Hong Jin from the Merchant Association was devouring the meal in front of him. Yu Zhang walked over from a distance and complained, how could you distribute rations so recklessly? Hunger must have taken control of you. He retorted fiercely, pointing at the refugees, look at this child. How can you say that when they have suffered from hunger? Before a full inspection, he had unexpectedly distributed rations to the people. Hong Jin yelled in accusation, you will not use rations as an excuse to control us, will you? Gong XT was wrong. Diu Sang, being confronted, snapped back, do you think a congressman would do such a thing? Do not make baseless accusations. Hyun Wook watched from a distance, a politician giving a tight rebuttal to assert his position, but the suspicion that they might be the traitor could not be ignored. Junmo, carrying food supplies, approached where he was standing, Sergeant Hyun Wook. He asked timidly, can we get our rations now? Hearing that, Hyun Wook snapped, no, someone is behind Gong XT. He must be plotting while hiding somewhere. What if he poisoned the food? Junmo hesitated at the advice, safety here will collapse if we become his victim. Do you think that is okay? Then he replied softly, no. Someone brought a tray of food to the two, hey, why do not you try some delicious hot rice? Old Go Sung kindly invited them, the meat is also good. Come on, eat up. Hyun Wook refused. Supplies are the most important thing in a disaster. We cannot take from the evacuees, we already received our portion from the military. Junmo hesitated, looking at the overflowing tray of food. Go Sung tried to insist, but Hyun Wook still pushed the tray away. You do not need to worry. This left him momentarily stunned. Radio sounded, hey Hyun Wook, he heard and told him, please wait a moment. Then he turned away, took the radio, and answered, this is Sergeant Hyun Wook. The other side reported, I plan to come down there with you. He snorted, no, who asked him to be so devoted, damn it. Old Go Sung looked at him irritably. Beside him, Junmo was drooling as he stared at the food tray. On it were plenty of meat and vegetables. He made a sound of satisfaction. Then he turned to ask him, more importantly, any news on what I mentioned yesterday? Junmo replied, yes, we are investigating inside, do not worry. Old Go Sung smiled reassuringly upon hearing this. Ah, that is a relief. The scene shifted to the strike team with Hyun Wook standing before a tunnel covered in strange plants resembling fiery red roses. Min Hee, holding a rifle, remarked, these are not plants from Earth, the temperature is different here too. Turned to him, this place must be one of the causes of the intrusion waves. Hyun Wook agreed, correct, if we cannot stop this thing then. He remembered the city destroyed by monsters, just like the first wave in California. The second wave of blue-skinned goblins erupted in Shanghai. And the third wave of withered mutant plants appeared in Berlin. Hyun Wook frowned tightly, Sil would soon be overrun with monsters too. Eyes widened, hurry and level up with your teammates. I and Sergeant Sihihi will support you. The corridor ahead was covered in thick fog. He exclaimed how unlucky it was to be stuck in this narrow tunnel. Wind blew dimly across the roof of the shelter. A polite little girl held an empty cup asking for more water. Go Sung kindly knelt on one knee to pour water. The girl thanked him. But hidden behind the kindness was a vicious smile. He sneered that you are truly unlucky. Go ahead and try to stop this with military discipline. Cause this thing is completely different from a normal gateway. Han Wook and Sergeant Sihi looked in horror at the plant slime falling down. She wondered if the two of them could do it. If this was the invasion source, was it on a completely different level? Han Wook took a defensive stance and agreed. If it was a monster lord, the difficulty would require a full S-rank team to attack. Sihi asked in surprise, so isn't that the same as committing suicide? The spatial gate opened among the vines, creating a wave. The shockwave struck both of them strongly. Han Wook smiled confidently, we will stop it. As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters rushed out from the gate. Min-hee stared at them in terror, her eyes wide. The horde of monsters poured out from within the vines. Hyun Wook shouted with determination, since they have built a nest in the tunnel, the only path is victory. All we need to do is protect this tunnel. Hyun Wook called out loudly, Sergeant Sihi. Although startled, she followed orders. The spirits surged out from her body and rushed toward the monsters. The spirits attacked with each blow. The monsters took whatever came. But the monsters remained unharmed, striking through and cutting the spirits in half. Min-hee focused on fighting and asked how long we need to hold on. Hyun Wook attacked while ordering the start of a retreat. The front was still chaotic, but the spirits were gradually being shattered. The monsters still advanced powerfully. Min-hee shouted in worry that this was being forced back, not a retreat. Suddenly, a massive monster stepped out from where the vines clung. It placed its foot on the open ground. Its foot was slippery, bloodied, and covered in bulging veins. Hyun Wook gritted his teeth, observing, the monster was affected by the invasion environment, so the expansion from the gate was necessary. The monster realized its foot was transforming. When leaving the invasion environment, their defense dropped below average. He used magic power to pull steel balls from the container, telling Sihi to compress the wind when he spun the balls. Hyun Wook controlled the balls to fly for maximum acceleration, wiping out everything in one go. Hearing that, Sihi struggled to swing her sword wide to both sides. She recalled the spirits fighting the monsters. Only 2 people remained in front of the monsters, along with the floating steel balls swirling with magic power. Han-wook sneered tauntingly at the monsters, asking if they had ever heard of a grinder. He would grind them to dust. He waved his hand, driving the pile of balls into the vortex along with her wind magic, and Han-wook ordered right now. She followed by pouring in her magic power. The magic-infused steel balls, accelerated by Si-hee, pierced through the monsters like a whirlwind. The monsters were torn apart in the fierce storm from the combined attack. Yoon-wook maintained the offensive, saying the invasion source was a blessing. If it wasn't ended from the start, we would be doomed. At the shelter, Hong Jin struggled to climb the stairs, his stomach churning, not understanding why. His face contorted, drenched in sweat. Fang grew out. Hong Jin suddenly transformed into a monstrous beast. He roared, not believing his own eyes. Then someone slashed his neck, blood spraying out. A quest panel appeared with a hidden quest, requiring staying away from light. The first task was successfully completing the beast transformation experiment 30 times. The 2 ongoing quests were slaughtering 1,000 civilians and raising 30,000 other creatures underground. The one who killed Hong Jin was the imposter staff member named Go Sung, a defiler. The panel congratulated him on completing the living experiment and awarded a monster cultivation item. The item could summon a shadow that hid within the moonlight when channeling magic power to someone who had consumed the player's magic power. Old man Go Sung chuckled with delight. The final experiment was complete. Now it was time to change the stage and take control of the entire area. Back at the gate, a spatial gate slowly creaked open, making them all stare intently. The gate kept widening further. From within, the head of a giant monster suddenly appeared. It made everyone step back in fear. In a certain city, the sky was dark with heavy rain. The monster from before was now trying to escape from the spatial gate. Frustrated at being stuck, it slammed its head down on a pillar, shattering it into thousands of pieces. It lunged forward even more, determined to break free. That scene terrified everyone inside the building. Finally, it broke free, its massive body blotting out the sky. Then it roared, causing the surrounding buildings to collapse. It walked amidst the lightning strikes, looking truly terrifying. An AMT team member, his face full of terror, realized the invasion caused monster lord he had seen in his past life was truly too massive. Han-wook watched this scene with fury, and even the earthquake alarm went off as the giant creature heaved itself out of the ground. He recalled how, just as he had finished destroying all the monsters, the spatial gate suddenly appeared. How were they lying scattered on the dirt floor? That gate was gradually bringing a new disaster. Seeing this, he shouted a warning to CI that the monster lord was about to escape and to compress the wind one more time. At the same time, a notification panel appeared. The invasion caused Monster Lord, a demon named Gabi Dudun, had appeared and would bring disaster from the heavens to destroy the trespasser. So the giant monster was named Dudun, and had now gotten its jaw out of the gate. Then it opened its mouth and let out a fierce roar. Han-wook felt the energy it emitted was not insignificant, and he was somewhat cautious because this pressure was different from standing far away. The roar alone was enough to freeze the body. Si-hee was also extremely terrified at this moment. Her face pale, she asked in panic, "What is that?" Quickly returning to a skeptical state, she asked if they really had to destroy this thing, because he said it required an S-level threat. Hearing this, Han-wook remained steadfast. "We can do it." According to the information, that creature is exerting its full power on the surface above. Suddenly, a series of tornadoes moved into the neighborhood, and he told Jin and we have to stay out of its range for a moment. The scene shifted near a tornado mercilessly sucking up everything. His voice rang out saying that the first invasion cause was luck granted by the divine altar. Currently, another monster appeared at the gate, jostling with the one already there. He used a skill to counter, telling CI that he would transfer it to her, and she had to squeeze out every last drop of her mana. She also shouted back with determination. He became more resolute than ever, ready to fight to the very end, and told her to release the strongest wind force to crush its head. Everything would end. Instantly, the round eye orbs knocked away the small monsters. Even Dudun was wounded by his power. He widened his eyes and unleashed a final move named Destruction. In the blink of an eye, it was enveloped by thousands of lightning bolts, writhing in agony. The noise he made was so loud that Aaron and Gosung downstairs could hear it. The old man noticed and smirked crookedly. "The invasion lord has appeared. Enjoy the beauty of the soldiers dying one by one." Aaron asked discontentedly why he said everything would end when the lord appeared, but now he planned to go back to see what. The old man swiped a hand across his neck with a dismissive sign. "Do you know why you always get destroyed? Because you don't know how to pay attention to details." He continued lecturing, making her grind her teeth in anger. "The arrogance of thinking you cannot be defeated by those below S-class is your weakness." He told her to shut up and listen. Suddenly, a spatial door appeared. Someone slowly stepped out from within. Immediately after, he raised his gun in defensive vigilance. Then he cursed in annoyance, "Han-wook, you bastard." He recalled the conversation with Han-wook. "Are you two planning to attack the invasion cause?" He bluntly admitted it, making the man angrily say this was a red gate that couldn't even be compared. He countered that it was luck, a dry, narrow concrete bunker. and the chance of a monster lord that dominates the sky and water appearing inside was extremely rare. Before it rose above ground, that thing could not use even a tenth of its power. He didn't hesitate, asking him to trust him and help with another matter. The man still hesitated, asking what he wanted him to do himself. Immediately, he laid out the plan: find the person controlling things behind the XT gong. If he has such ability, he must have his own private space. He said that place looked like a laboratory and might be locked or hidden behind an invisible magic circle. The man asked irritably what he was supposed to find there, and he answered, the antidote. Looking at how that man died through the gong, he must have used a type of magic poison. The man asked loudly in shock what kind of poison it was and if he had been poisoned already. He immediately told him to lower his voice. He warned that if they were heard, the whole team and the citizens would be in danger. Sergeant Kim and he would go destroy the invasion cause even if it cost them their lives. The more he spoke, the more horrified the man became. If the antidote wasn't found, they would all die. He was the key to the mission and absolutely had to find it. Back to the present, though Min-hee was quite dissatisfied, he still reassured himself that being the key wasn't bad. He immediately dashed towards the gate to return, but secretly wondered how to find that thing in such a large shelter. Switching to another scene, the monster Dudun had fallen after Hyun-wook's attack. See, seeing it wasn't destroyed yet, trembled in fear at our attack's effect. Following her words, he also thought now that it had done nothing. It still lay still, but neither of them dared let down their guard. Suddenly, it opened its eyes. Its mouth revealed rows of sharp teeth along with massive tentacles, and it let out a mighty roar. Psychic power burst open, long tentacles emerged, and a roaring sound echoed as if carrying the force to blow away an adult. The monster launched its tentacles to attack, but both of them dodged. One strike missed, and he seized the opportunity to draw his weapon, intending to cut it off. But as soon as he landed, before he could do anything, a pointed tentacle lunged at him. Han-wook managed to dodge, and the ground behind him was shattered by the tentacle. He roared with determination. He must take it down before Baeksun became a land of death. From defense, he switched to offense. The two advanced, and he wondered, but how? He shouted loudly, I will crawl into its mouth. She was astonished. Are you crazy? Her voice echoed. She did not understand what he planned to do. But even a single misstep, even if he took down the monster lord, it would be difficult for him to return. Even so, he did not change his mind. I know, but I have to stop it from pulling its head into another world. Hyun-wook ran deep into its mouth, determined to land a final blow to destroy it. Attacks came one after another, and he nimbly dodged them. He used souls to hold the monster's head back. He did not hesitate to charge straight ahead, where had he never risked his life. Sensing the prey had fallen into its mouth, it immediately closed its mouth. Suddenly, a nearly transparent hand was placed on it. After that, more and more of her souls flew over to hold onto it tightly. She tried her best, and the monster's head was now covered by countless souls. He shouted loudly, draining her energy to maintain the spell. But the souls struggled to keep their form, gradually breaking apart. Exhausted, he unwillingly admitted, I have reached my limit. No longer hindered, the monster tried to pull its head back into its own world. She yelled out to him, Hyun-wook, back where she was. He was horrified. This was not the plan. What now? A voice rang out from the darkness. There is a survivor returning. She was startled. Who are you? Gu-sung grinned, turning to Arin. What else are you doing? She retorted irritably, do not pretend when you only gave me that rotten blood. He said to the restrained I have never seen that girl before. Lucky the old soldier is not here. Gu-sung guessed, they are stronger than I thought, because the monster only fought with its head through the gate, so it ran into trouble. The monster seemed uncomfortable. It only wanted to go back. Suddenly, its eyes opened, glowing brightly. Unable to withstand the pressure, it opened its mouth wide, revealing the spell formation being cast inside. A terrifying force caused it to bleed continuously. Blood splattered everywhere. This scene stunned even the three members. Both Gu-sung and Arin could not help but be astonished. The monster's head, covered in blood, fell before their eyes. The system announced, Gabi the overlord monster has been defeated. The invasion spread decreased. Destroy the core to completely stop it. Its mouth was now full of blood. Arms struggled to emerge from inside its body. Han-wook was still unconscious. He slowly crawled out. Then he fell to the ground, followed by a long streak of red blood. His eyes widened. No way, do not tell me he slowly stood up, letting out a bizarre laugh. Arin recognized the laugh. It is him over there. He continued laughing, the smile gradually losing its humanity. Gu-sung was also shocked. How is that possible? The latter stopped. Hey, I finally get to see your face, heretic villain. The monster showed no fear, boldly advancing with power swirling around it like imperial thunder bombs. His fierce eyes charged straight into the attack. The system warned, continuing to control metal will affect lifespan stamina at 30%. Hyun-wook did not retreat, charging forward with red power swirling around him, silently cursing, silence, close to death, and the storm cloud sword acts like a glutton. At that moment, the system brought up item information, the name Stormcloud Sword, absorbing the blood of the monster lord. Mysterious energy is drawn into the sword 89%. When full, it will release ultimate potential. Hyunwook was puzzled and pleaded, the stomach of Gabi the overlord monster is too big, just a little bit more please. His eyes shone brightly, release it now, Imperial Thunder Bombs. The system notified you of defeating the monsters Gabi and Duden. As a result, the spread and invasion speed have decreased sharply. Find and destroy the core to completely stop it. Junmo was surprised by the notification, not expecting them to act immediately. But could those two defeat the monster lord? The war soldier replied, I believe so if Sergeant Hyun-wook claims to be S-rank. He quickly added, if everything the sergeant said is correct, this place is about to become a living hell. The nearby residents were startled to see the system panel. They gathered out of curiosity. The Special Forces team came up from the elevator and warned everyone to stay vigilant. He slowly cried out in panic, no way, don't tell me he's naked again. Before she could finish, Hyun-wook shouted while charging, now is not the time to worry about such trivial matters. He, eyes wide and mouth agape, looked at him naked all this time, yet he called it a trivial matter. Hyun-wook angrily lunged a punch at Arin, saying that stopping the monsters was more important. Go-sung shouted in fear, hey, what are you still doing here? Arin, both flustered and annoyed, cursed, damn it, I don't want to get involved with them. A purple circle suddenly appeared in her right eye's pupil as she prepared to fight. In an instant he was close to her. Arin was about to unleash her skill but realized his target was old Go-sung. He used his arm to block Hyun-wook's attack. Sergeant Kim-sa, I'm counting on you. She was startled by his sudden command, as if he had already left the military. Hyun-wook focused on guiding C. If the report was correct, the link between you and it is. But at that moment Go-sung transformed his arm into a massive claw. He witnessed it and yelled, hey, in front of you. By the time he turned his head, it was too late. Go-sung grabbed Hyun-wook's face with his large hand. He threw him high into the air. Then, using momentum, he slammed him to the ground, a very powerful blow. But Hyun-wook quickly transformed his body into steel, laughing triumphantly, so that's all you've got. Go-sung tried to stay calm. Oh, right, your body can turn into steel. Hyun-wook struggled, causing him to waver. Just then, Sergeant Sihi flew in to provide support. He arrogantly exclaimed, then let's see how long you can resist. Upon hearing that, she tried to move faster. But Arin had already noticed her and blocked her path. Sihi pointed her sword at Arin. What is the link? Don't interrupt me mid-sentence. I'm furious now. Come on. Arin complained impatiently. I don't want to drag this out. Let's finish this quickly, you bitch. She frowned in annoyance at the insult. Minhee entered Go-sung's secret room, finally found it. Who would have thought they cleared out the water storage room to turn it into a laboratory? Poisonous water pipes were being discharged into a water tank. He angrily drew his gun. Damn it, how long have they been dumping poison into the water pipes? I need to find the antidote quickly. Minhee ransacked the room. Where could it be hidden? He went to the experiment table. At least he must have left some behind. Suddenly Minhee paused for a moment. He looked at the test tubes containing humans inside. Then he looked at the werewolf corpses nailed to the wall. Only the dead bodies in the test tubes were left alone. Finally, he glanced back at the water tank from earlier. He exclaimed in shock, the water tank, it couldn't be, no way. On Hyun-wook's side, he infused magic into an arrow. The arrow was about to strike Go-sung, but he was already on guard. He arched his body into the air to dodge. The arrow circled around and returned to Hyun-wook. Go-sung calmly showed interest. Oh, you can attack both close and far. What are you still doing there? Come here. The steel fragments on his face were about to shatter. Hyun-wook silently stared at him with furious eyes. Go-sung sneered, what's wrong, plotting something? He shouted in annoyance. The steel fragment on his cheek fell off. Why is this old man so cheerful? Can't you see I'm exhausted? Go-sung frowned in disappointment. I thought you were using your brain. Turns out you're still useless. Hyun-wook secretly wondered, in the past life the wise defector never fought alone. There must be a reason for him to act now. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Is he stalling for time? Go-sung was still full of energy, raising his hand to summon magic. At the same time the system panel appeared. You are using monster cultivation. You use summoning magic, the silhouette hidden in the moonlight. The appearance time depends on the target. He laughed gleefully. No matter how much you analyze, the refugees are still in my hands. What use is your plan? Hyun-wook gripped the sharp arrow and charged at him. Shut up. Back at the subway, the woman holding her child asked the man clutching his head, are you alright, sir? Suddenly the monsters swarmed, causing everyone to scream in chaos. Junmo immediately loaded his gun and ordered, open fire, keep them away from the civilians. The entire team acted instantly. They fired back at the swarm of monsters. One of them raised its claws in a threatening manner. Junmo panicked and aimed his gun at it. Another creature was terrorizing a mother and her child. It was the same woman and child from earlier. It intended to finish them off with its claws. Mother hugged her child in fear. Suddenly it froze and screamed because of something. Water sprinkler on the ceiling suddenly blasted. The monster writhed and screamed, terrifying the mother and child even more. The water droplets touching its skin caused its outer layer to dissolve. Astoundingly, inside was old Go Yong. It was Minhee who had turned on the water sprinkler. He looked around and reluctantly admitted that Hyunwook's prediction was correct. Minhee recalled what he had said. The enemy must have prepared a large supply of antidote. At the time, he had denied it, thinking it was nonsense. Who would poison people and then stockpile antidote? But Hyunwook still insisted that his preparation had no gaps. If the poison was used to mutate humans, he must have accounted for losing control. Trust me, even now Minhee couldn't believe it. He had actually filled the water tank with antidote. Hyunwook, you madman, how could you have predicted everything like that? On the other side, Hyunwook and Go Sung. They were engaged in a fierce battle. Both were thrown back by each other's power. Just then, a notification board appeared. The figure in the moonlight has returned to the darkness. Warning, your control over the mutated creatures is dropping rapidly. Warning, you have lost control. He was stunned. What? Go Sung could not believe his eyes. He glared at Hyunwook with fury. You dare to ruin my plan? Before Hyunwook could understand what was happening, the system board appeared again. He read it and broke into a smug smile. This drove Go Sung into a frenzy. The villain transformed into a different shape and charged straight at him, saying, You ruined my plan, don't expect to survive. He raised his massive claws and stabbed directly at him. You won't die easily. I will experiment on you until you beg to die. Go Sung attacked with his giant hand, saying, I will keep your head intact to display it. Suddenly, he sensed something charging toward him. Exhausted, Hyunwook still wore a proud smile. As he saw the system notification, the Storm Cloud Sword had fully charged to 100% energy. Hearing this, Go Sung was stunned. The system announced, Congratulations. The Storm Cloud Sword has released its potential and upgraded to the Black Hand Cloud Master. The Black Hand Cloud Master materialized before Go Sung. The system described the item, Black Hand Cloud Master. Effect, absorbs water, moisture, mist, or lightning strikes. When the heavenly lightning is exhausted, it needs to be recharged. Go Sung reached out to grab the sword, but it immediately refused and attacked him. The sword flung Go Sung far away. It immediately flew back to its true master. That master was none other than Hyunwook. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Go Sung yelled angrily, Damn monkey! Continued to threaten, saying, I will dissect your teammates and stuff their corpses together. Hyunwook spoke up, saying, Hey, you bastard doctor. Do you think you are so smart? I think you are only courting loss. Open your eyes wide and see how much longer you can keep jumping around. With a resolute expression, Hyunwook said, I will turn you into a stupid dog that only knows how to bark. Arin dashed forward quickly, unleashing a lethal move to corner Sergeant Kim. He was thrown against the wall. Though her shoulder was already injured, she forced herself to focus on fighting. Arin laughed triumphantly and taunted, still as slow as ever. She raised her hand to deliver the finishing blow, asking, in the end, what part of you is worthy to fight me? He knew she was cornered. She closed her eyes and gritted her teeth in fear. In the critical moment, a sword tore through the ground and flew up, separating Arin and He. The sword swept past, leaving a long trail behind. Flow of magic coursed between them. Before he could regain his senses, the sword flew deep into the tunnel. The Ice Queen could not believe it. That was impossible. Arin struggled to stand up and ran quickly towards the sword. She had to check again. Arin hurried away, stirring up dust, and only then did He slowly wake up. Not seeing her, she immediately shouted, but it was too late. Hey you, where are you running off to? Come back here. The sword flew straight towards Hyunwook, so it was his. He shouted angrily, Hey you bastard doctor, you think you are so smart, but I think you are just making a loss. He spoke in a provocative tone, pointing his sword at him. Let's see how long you can keep jumping about. I will turn you into a stupid dog that only knows how to bark. That man Go Sung gritted his teeth, but soon after he revealed a sinister smile. Go Sung shouted, pointing at Hyunwook, It is true that I was killed by your sharp blade, but unfortunately my intellect sees through everything you hide. I will not fall for your trap. Hyunwook looked at him nonchalantly. What the hell was he talking about? A flash of lightning struck, and Hyunwook disappeared right before his eyes. Quickly appeared behind him. What a fool indeed. Before that man Go Sung could react, he unleashed his move, Infernal Dark Hand Cloud Lion Slash. Fortunately, he managed to dodge his technique, but not long after, Hyunwook immediately chased after him with his sword. He slammed the sword heavily into the ground, and magic power immediately attacked Go Sung. A powerful blow sent the renegade flying, the severely wounded back already covered in blood. Not stopping there, Hyunwook tried to rush forward. He chased after him, determined to finish him off immediately. Go Sung panicked seeing his sword approaching. Hyunwook shouted in determination, It is over, you renegade. But suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred. The armor on his arm exploded. The explosion threw Hyunwook off balance, and Go Sung took the opportunity to retreat. The armor shattered into pieces, surprising everyone. At the same time, a warning panel appeared. You can barely withstand the power of the Infernal Dark Hand Client anymore. He angrily yelled, I have told you so many times, you should have restrained it earlier. That crazed sword is draining your strength. It is weakening you slowly. How is Sergeant Sang-jun supposed to deal with such a giant monster? That man Go-sung smirked arrogantly. Idiot, were you trying to use a weapon beyond your ability to trick me? A warning message appeared. Radiant One, a special frequency will emanate from the wolf and the moon. Anyone who hears this frequency will be pulled into a virtual space controlled by the subject. Warning, number of people pulled is 1. He said cruelly, this is your end, you worthless monkey. Go-sung chanted a magic spell, drawing Han-wook's attention. A gust of wind rose from Go-sung's position, forcing Han-wook into a defensive stance. When he looked again, the surrounding scenery had completely transformed. Beneath his feet was a sea of blood. Above him was a blood moon with dancing lightning. Han-wook was both surprised and worried. Is this an illusion realm? He tried stomping his foot in the water, becoming more certain. This is an illusion realm, but the scent and feel were all blood. Could it be just an ordinary illusion? Go-sung's image appeared under the water. Seeing you so flustered is truly laughable. This illusion art directly controls the brain. You will never be able to distinguish illusion from reality. A hand rose from beneath the water, tightly gripping him. At the same time, a set of wolf claws pressed down from above, crushing Han-wook. He laughed maniacally. Die in despair and be imprisoned forever. The giant hand tried to crush him, but Han-wook quickly shifted to a defensive posture. The wolf's head suddenly appeared in the void. You will never escape this perfect technique of mine on your own. This will be a spectacular death for the fool who dared to ruin my plan. Sung's ethereal hand strained, squeezing him tightly. But Han-wook remained calm, his voice contemptuous. Are all your techniques just like you, full of nonsense? I will never escape this perfect technique. Back in reality, his power enveloped the arrow hurtling straight towards him. The system panel blazed, announcing, item failsafe Sword of Night Chiston. Effect attacks designated target without fail, ignores magic resistance. Go-sung's eyes widened, coughing up blood. He clutched his head in pain. On the other side, Han-wook had also returned to reality. That man Go-sung could not accept the result. Why after all, the perfect plan, the virtual space all reduced to nothing. A pinnacle skill cannot be destroyed so easily. Han-wook said calmly, Pinnacle strategy, stop your nonsense. You are just a coward hiding behind plans to survive. Go-sung upon hearing this roared in anger. Shut up. Do not make me rip out your insolent tongue. Han-wook held the infernal dark hand cloud lion in his left hand and the spear of Achilles in his right, ready to fight. The warning panel appeared again. Infernal dark hand cloud lion, spear of Achilles. Warning, the two tower aura attributes are incompatible. If forced to use simultaneously, the subject's life is not guaranteed. He saw the warning message and smirked. This damn status window seems more considerate now. If I cared about my life, do you think I would retreat? The renegade villain began to panic. Again, that damn mouth. Now you are really going to sacrifice your life to kill me? Have you never thought twice? Han-wook's smile gradually lost its human quality. He thought to himself that he had done this thousands of times in his past life, just to survive through everything. What can a coward like you, with your mediocre plans, do to me? Fear of death is a fatal weakness, and I will make sure everyone dies. He rushed towards the old man, firing his gun and destroying the target. Han-wook became more interested. He smiled maliciously, then took down Go-sung. Dung couldn't block in time, both of them died. Han-wook used his two swords along with his own strength. With immense force, he sent the old man flying. Everything was perhaps over. He returned to his human form. Han-wook looked at the unconscious Go-sung and said, that's right. His face was full of resentment. The coward from before has turned into a madman. You are the one who made me this way. At the same time, Arin was trying to move as fast as she could through the streets. Her eyes were severely injured. Arin muttered to herself as she walked. I knew it. Getting involved with these soldiers was a terrible plan. She had seen it when Han-wook landed the finishing blow on Go-sung. That had left her stunned at that moment. Arin suddenly remembered and grew angry when he began his suicidal attack. He turned back to look at her and flashed a smile. Were they a special forces team full of madmen? A moment later, Arin landed on the ground. She entered a dark place so no one could see her, panting from exhaustion. Arin gritted her teeth, regretting the dirty blood she had drunk that was rapidly sapping her strength. She needed fresh blood. Suddenly she looked up towards the side of the road and saw a person walking. Arin was secretly delighted. Could that be a survivor left behind? Following that thought, Arin leaped high into the air. She intended to use her claws to swoop down and attack, but unexpectedly she missed her grab. What she received instead was a cold blade pressed against her neck. Arin was startled. What? Clearly they had no means of self-defense. I didn't even see it coming. That girl taunted softly, attacking from behind. Don't you have the honor of a warrior? Are you strong? Arin lifted her head. Before her was a beautiful girl whose words were cold. If you are strong, then you will only end up losing your life here. Han-wook raised his hand, and a large purple gem appeared. This is the experience point reward for the strike team. Suddenly, the large object split into countless smaller ones under his power. A notification panel appeared. Congratulations on destroying the wave core. The degradation has been neutralized. Players participating in eliminating the origin will be awarded experience points. The area will transform into a dimensional stone mine. Min-hee quickly covered herself with her hands. Is it truly over? Han-wook smiled brightly. It's over. Now it's time to receive the rewards. Everyone's experience points gradually increased as the small purple objects flew towards them. One person was astonished. What is this incredible amount of experience points? One by one, the team members cheered. I leveled up to 30 so fast. I'm already level 33. One person exclaimed with anticipation. Can we reach A0 rank or B rank? Suddenly, a pair of radiant golden wings, emitting dazzling beams of light, unexpectedly appeared behind them. The wings began to beat powerfully, feathers falling one by one, carrying a hidden power. The members were exhilarated. My body is overflowing with power. What is this? A notification panel appeared. Congratulations, special conditions have been met. All participants receive a blessing. Sacred blessing. Holy light power increased fivefold. Recovery ability increased twofold. Han-wook looked at his comrades seriously. With your current levels, you have all reached the level of a monster countermeasure squadron commander. Every time you eliminate a source of degradation, you will become stronger faster than anyone else. The members looked at each other, unable to hide their surprise. I promise that after this wave ends, each of you will be strong enough to become the ace of a company. Amidst the team's loud cheering, Han-wook emphasized, make sure you survive. Beside everyone's joy, Park Jun-mo sat in a corner with a gloomy face. A sharp voice called his name. Jun-mo looked up in surprise. He stammered, Corporal Park Jun-mo, yes sir. Han-wook was serious. You and I are the same. We can't level up. Don't be sad, wait. I will make you stronger. Or do you not trust me? Jun-mo quickly replied, I trust you, sir. Han-wook gave an affectionate smile to his companion. The ground suddenly shook. Countless large and small rocks fell chaotically along with a massive object falling from above. Everyone was shocked. Corporal Han-wook, are you alright? Large object appeared, causing confusion among the people. Is that a steel woman? They discussed. No, it looks more like a sword. Can you even call that a sword? Han-wook touched it lightly. It was a sword, but not the ordinary kind that could be swung. Notification panel appeared. Item information. Name, Fragment of Decay, 1/13. Hero rank, Sealing effect, mass release from 1 to 5. The user can seal and release mass. The sword grants the Golden Zone physique. Shockwave releases a surge of power. The destructive force is proportional to the level of mass released. Memories surged vividly in his mind like slow-motion film reels. That was the iconic soul for the nickname the Great Steel Emperor in his past life. Next came the image of the sword being driven into the ground. He had risked his life to gather the 13 fragments and bring them to the blacksmith. Gangsi Hayek once forged a legendary sword, unparalleled and mightier than all, but that was a very long time ago. The notification panel appeared again, and the mass of the sealed Mowgli fragment returned to the number 1. Under Han-wook's influence, the sword's blade was coated in a blue hue and radiated countless beams of light. He revealed a triumphant smile, and the sword began to shrink. It nestled perfectly within his palm. A powerful voice rang out, telling everyone to finish their business here quickly and move on, as there wasn't much time left, and to only take what was necessary. On the ground, countless blue items were scattered everywhere, and everyone was astonished to see they were all expensive magic ores. They fumbled to touch them while cheering in delight. This place was like a mine, and they had no idea how much this haul was worth. With this amount, they could buy an entire normal guild, and they called each other to bring their spatial bags quickly. Han-wook, his entire body stained with blood, slowly approached CY and asked if Sergeant Kim was okay. She avoided his gaze, touched the wound on her shoulder, and said she was fine, that this type of wound would heal quickly, then asked again about the compatibility with vampires he had mentioned before. Hyun-wook frowned in confusion, realizing it was the opposite. In fact, there was a very clear method for her to win. See, he exclaimed in surprise, what? His eyes landed on her shoulder covered in scratch marks. He gave a pained smile, saying she seemed a bit surprised to fight players after a long time of only facing monsters, and that a player battle wasn't decided solely by level. She had good combat skills. If she fought again, she would understand immediately, so hurry up and start. See, he lowered her head and said she had let her go. If that woman had hidden immediately, finding her in this disaster would have been impossible. Hyun-wook suddenly remembered Aaron standing there watching him fight and reassured her not to worry about that. Her eyes widened as she watched. A small object flew at an incredible speed. It attached to the hem of her clothes, and before she could run, he had already planted a chip on her. He smiled smugly, saying he didn't know the exact location, but at least knew the general direction. If they chased now, they would catch up before the wave ended, of course. If she was still alive, the cold, sharp blade touched her skin, making Aaron wonder why she had not been killed yet, but she saw this as her chance. His sharp fingers were ready for a sneak attack. He would decapitate her in a single blow. After spinning his wide cloak, he asked if she was strong. If she wasn't strong enough, she would die here. Aaron jumped up, her eyes blazing with fury. What are you saying? In the blink of an eye, he had vanished. At some unknown moment, Xiaoyu had teleported behind. The sword began to emit countless rays of blue light. Aaron tried to defend herself weak. He struggled violently. everything around began to collapse. Arin was dazed and confused. Had he just cut down several buildings with that slash? She had not even seen it. After sheathing his sword, he said in a deep voice that he had simply placed sword key on every path she could run, but was her skill level so low, she could not even read a single sword strike. Countless massive boulders crashed to the ground, tearing through the silent space of the night. Slow footstep approach. Xiao Yu spoke with authority, saying she should thank her own weakness. Arin's eyes flashed with resentment and humiliation. Before leaving, she left a single sentence. A true warrior never strikes the weak. Arin was stunned, unable to stand any longer. She struggled to her feet, wondering who that man was and where these crazy people came from. In the vast sky, many chaotic voices spread news about the killer golems roaming the East End district, which meant a dark mage was nearby, and that number 13 had connected with an unknown player. At the National Gate Response Command Center, reports kept coming in, including one about mage number 44, his location Darim Haijong, establishing contact with B-rank player Richo Hai, and contact with mage number 51 had been lost. Suddenly bad news came. They were under attack. The back of a girl standing alone before a large glass window was visible, and the situation was far too fragmented. Her face was full of worry. The players were just jumping into individual battles, only thinking of saving themselves. It could not continue like this. She was Kang Seo-yun, representative of House Jumana, Korean player rank 4. She chewed on her fingernails continuously, thinking that a key figure was needed to unite all players in this raging Seoul wave. The room door burst open, and a voice reported to Representative Kang that they had just received news that the source of the degradation in the East Night Gate area had been eliminated by a player. Seo-yun was extremely surprised, asking who it was, if it was a famous guild, who their leader was, and what their rank was. The assistant quickly read the information on the screen. Location was Southern 1st Battalion, 3rd Anti-Magic Regiment, but it seemed to be a small task force with a commander who was just She frowned, listening, and repeated, an F-rank sergeant. Seo-yun shouted, "Are you joking? They were a monster defense team, yet they were soldiers and F-rank sergeant at that." She asked him if he knew how important this information was at a time like this. Light, slow footsteps approached her, asking what she was losing her composure over. Given the current situation, having low-level rippers everywhere was only natural. She complained irritably, thinking he had already left Korea, not knowing what he was doing here. The man replied sternly that of course he had not left. He simply did not intervene in a situation where there was no better option. He was Kibik Jun, guildmaster of Daesan, the Southern Korean Guild, rank 3, and ranked 10th among Southern Korean players. Seo-yun looked relieved, listening intently as he said one of the guild's key assault teams had completed the gate opening in the area and was resupplying. When finished, they would go scout the source of the degradation. Jun confidently continued, saying they were a skilled team with an A-rank player as their captain. With him as the core, they would unite the players and save the citizens of Seoul. It was a good countermeasure, so she should trust team leader Chu Kyo-yang. A blood-soaked monster lay sprawled on the ground. A man carrying silver loot on his shoulder reported to the team leader that the citizens were surrounding them, asking to follow. This man was Chu Kyo-yang, the captain of the Daesan Guild's main attack team. Weak, but determined voices of the citizens rang out, asking to be escorted to the nearest shelter, that they would do whatever he said. His eyes gleamed red as they swept over the crowd. He called them fools, asking what they thought they could do, as his main skill was controlling monsters. Everyone looked up the moment he gave the order. Finish the unfinished business, understand? Rocks and earth came crashing down like an avalanche. Monsters swarmed in, swords slashed repeatedly, and blood splattered everywhere. Kia went mad, biting and tearing at the thing in his hands, growling, "Kill them all so no one can stab us in the back anymore." The sky was pitch black with torrential rain. 4 little girls struggled to run forward. 2 of the girls suddenly stopped and looked around. "Do you guys hear that strange noise? Why is it like that? Is it a dog howling or something?" Gio turned his head. "Breathe steadily. Once we get past this place we can rest." His eyes welled up with tears of fear. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I've been slowing us down. Just leave me behind." Gio cupped the girl's face and scolded her. "Dong Hai Mang, what are you saying? We can't do without you. Don't say that anymore." The girl was moved. "Jiho, thank you." Not far away, a loud explosion made the 4 of them cover their heads in terror. Despite her fear, the girl raised her hand to stop everyone. "Everyone stop!" As soon as the explosion ended, the 2 girls in front fell hard to the ground. In a flash, Jiho pulled the girl and ran into a dark corner. "Hide inside," the girl kept covering Hai Meng's mouth. "Hold your breath now." 4 monsters flew down from the sky to the ground, continuing to advance. They approached the 2 girls lying on the ground. They picked up the 2 fainted girls, preparing to leave, while one kept vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Gio saw the 2 carrying the girls leap into the air and fly away. The remaining 2 were extremely cautious, both looking in one direction to scout. One monster gradually approached the dark alley to check. Jiho nervously instructed. Hi Mang, listen, no matter what happens, you must stay still, survive, and go call for help. The girl was frightened. Don't scare me, please don't. From the alley, the girl nimbly ran out to lure them. Chase me, you stupid zombies. The girl kept running down the street, trying to escape them. As she ran, Jiho was so scared she started crying. Instantly, the monster had already flown up behind the girl. Like lightning, it grabbed the girl and flew into the air, leaving that place. Hai Mang hid there, only able to tightly cover her nose and mouth, holding her breath and watching. The girl looked outside, growing more terrified by the second. Someone, please help me. The monster stood before her. It slowly swept its gaze over. Is anyone there? Anyone at all, please? Though she dared not make a sound, Hai Mang's tears kept flowing. Please save me and my friends. The monster almost spotted her. It grinned a ferocious smile that made her panic. Please. As that man drew near, a sword suddenly pierced through his chest, blood splattering right before the girl's eyes. Blood gushed out violently, and the monster immediately fell to the ground. A blurry figure stepped over from afar. Hey little girl, are you okay? Hai Mang gradually calmed down. Is that an angel? Please save my friends too. Huing Kuk laughed and asked, startling the girl so much she fell backward. Hey little girl, you. Seeing that, he was utterly confused. What's going on? The scene shifted to another place, a desolate landscape. Monsters were violently smashing through the high-rise buildings in the rain. A team leader gave orders. Everyone listen up, run eastward. What are you still doing, huh? The leader yelled angrily. We can't help her if she gets caught by monsters on the way. The monster broke the glass and stuck its head in. Jiho urgently grabbed the girl's hand. Are you okay? We have to run. Just a little more, you can do it. Running outside, looking back at the monsters at the school, the two girls held hands. Don't give up. Jiho looked at the girl and gave a bright, encouraging smile. See, I knew you could do it. We made it. The girl worriedly instructed, Hai Mang, listen, no matter what happens, you must stay still, survive, and go call for help. Okay. Hai Mang reached out to grab her, but Jiho had already run out to lure the monsters. Don't go, don't sacrifice yourself for me. Let me die instead. Please stop. Hai Mang jolted awake, her hand clenched tightly as she called for Shinji Ho. Suddenly, a voice came from beside the wall, catching her attention. We did that to save the students. He asked with disgust. So you chose to save that female student so they could escape? The other replied, the monsters lurking around made protecting the shelter too difficult. We had no choice. The scene was gloomy. The school lay in ruins. Girls' high school, a temporary shelter. Dong Ho glared arrogantly. I've decided sending the children to another shelter is for the best. Great Mountain Guild, concentrated attack team. Subordinate Chukyo Yang, leader of Team B. Han Wook's face darkened, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Even though you were attacked by monsters for no reason, sending the female student away without a player escort is truly abnormal. He furrowed his brows in irritation. Look here, are you interrogating us? Behind him, several dozen people looked displeased. Dong Ho said coldly, we are the Great Mountain Guild concentrated attack team. Do you know how valuable we are? Han Wook pursed his lips and avoided his gaze. We didn't participate in the attack, but volunteered to protect out of principle. As team leader, I can't let the guild's combat strength be harmed. His words grew sharper. He was blunt. You suddenly appear and judge our decisions. Is that right? Are you some kind of management association or what? He suddenly smirked slightly in calculation. That man's lackeys definitely aren't acting as a protection team, but I can't make baseless accusations, so why not release a scent first? Suddenly, Han Wook beamed a bright smile in response. I see, it's just a misunderstanding. Have you heard of the Dark Magic Association? Hearing that, Dong Ho looked at him in fear and surprise. The Dark Magic Association. He recounted in detail with a very serious expression. Correct. They are an extremely dangerous cult that worships mana and carries out many human sacrifice rituals. A Dark Magic Society turned young girls into sacrifices. But before I arrived, the monsters I took down were all wearing robes. That is exactly the robe of the Dark Magic Society. They kidnap students to offer as living sacrifices. We do not want to waste forces just to protect this shelter. Dong Ho could only open his eyes wide and listen. He believed finding traces and eliminating them was the best way. He secretly wondered how that man knew so much. Han Wook yelled angrily at him. The human sacrifice cannot be completed instantly. We still have a chance to save those students, as long as they have not regained consciousness. Suddenly, Hui Mang opened the door and ran straight in, asking hurriedly, so they are still alive? The whole room fell silent, all eyes focused on the little girl. Hui Mang looked like she was about to cry, pleading earnestly. If I can save my friend, I will do anything. If you need a sacrifice, I will take their place. He stared intently at the little girl standing there. If you can save your friends, then... Han Wook stepped closer, tilting his head to speak. I understand your feelings, but now is not the time for a student to show up. Our mission is to guard and protect the people. The little girl remembered the image of him saving her life back then. The little girl became even happier, looking at him and asking, are you an angel? Little girl smiled happily, tears still lingering streamed down. So lucky, it turns out it was not a dream. He really came to save us. He slightly closed his eyes, speaking absently. So just leave this to us. Suddenly the little girl fell to the ground. Startled, he frowned and looked, "Huh, little girl?" See, he saw this and ran over to support Hui Mang. "Sergeant Heinwook, what did you do again?" He innocently raised his hands. "No, I really did nothing." At that moment, a voice urged him from behind. "So what is your plan?" Dong Ho lost patience and stepped forward. "Even if the Dark Magic Society is behind it, we do not know where they are. So how can we save those students?" His gaze was calm, a glint flashed as he glanced at him. "It is simple." Han Wook laughed, a hard-to-read smile. "I will let myself be kidnapped instead of the students." After hearing this, he was shocked and asked again, "What?" Her lively eyes widened and her rosy lips were slightly pursed. The soldiers could not help but laugh, trying to compose themselves, constantly sneaking glances. The hem of the short skirt fluttered slightly with each movement. See, he could not control her anxiety and spoke up. "Those monsters will not bother to capture you." He could not help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, I did not think it would look this bad. But oh well, the monsters will not judge based on looks anyway." A member of the special forces ran over. "Sergeant Heinwook, what you mentioned to me is true, that you think they are supplying female students to the Dark Magic Society." He glanced around probing. "That is right, absolutely." Casting a look towards Dong Ho, Gu saw him discussing with his team members then. Feeling someone staring at him, he glanced back and froze. That soldier asked again, "But should not we take care of them first instead of giving them a chance?" He glared somewhat sharply at him. "I told you, without clear evidence or a valid reason, moving against a large guild is very dangerous." Heinwook flashed another mischievous smile. "But I have thought of another way." Two straight lines of vehicles drove swiftly in the dark. That soldier exclaimed in surprise, "Another way?" Hyunwook remembered his comrades Yunha and Jongjun. "Yeah, a trump card we hold that they would never expect." He frowned, carefully observing, "I have done what I could. All that remains." And his eyes shifted. In a corner was Hui Meng standing quietly alone. The little girl prayed with clasped hands, utterly devout. This further motivated Heinwook. He thought to himself, must save those children and these people. Two little girls sat inside, trembling as they looked outside. They watched the huge enraged monster until I arrived there. Its growling was so loud that Jiho panicked and covered his ears. "Please try your best to protect yourselves." Shortly after, he urgently and strongly shouted, "All right, let us start the plan to rescue the people." A strong wind hit Heinwook, blowing off his wig. Dust flew everywhere, forcing him to cover his mouth and squint. At that moment, two monsters jumped down from the air. Seeing this, Heinwook pretended to faint. Dong Ho and the soldier were hiding in the distance watching. He frowned with worry. "Captain, is it okay to let them leave like this? If they sniff out our connection to dark magic, they said the source of corruption has been wiped clean. So can we deal with them now?" A hand grabbed the shoulder of Heinwook, who was lying unconscious on the ground. The two monsters looked down at Heinwook's appearance and immediately showed signs of panic. Dong Ho frowned angrily at the soldier's words. "Idiot, do you think you can? They surely have their own main army. If careless, not only us but also Captain Chu Kyo-yong could be in trouble." After seeing Heinwook cross-dressed and lying unconscious on the ground, one monster could not stand it and vomited right beside him. The other one moved away from him. That monster looked at his comrade vomiting and felt a chill. Then he struggled to lift Heinwook onto his shoulder. They carried Heinwook and left together. Dong Ho was still talking to the others ambushing on the rooftop. "That brat trying to expose the Dark Magic Society will not change anything. Above all, if he gets taken to their base, then we have less to worry about." He smirked triumphantly. "That is a place where no one can use their abilities. It is called the player's hell. Once the rescue operation begins, we will attack from behind immediately. The most natural way for a player to die is in operations like this." The monster holding him threw the tightly bound Heinwook down. His two hands were locked in a prison cell. He opened one eye to look around. "Hey, where am I?" Hyunwook jolted awake with a start, filled with anxiety. A prison? He had only dozed off for a moment, and they had already bound him with mana cuffs. He penously looked at his body, then suddenly recalled and asked, "Wait, when did they take my equipment pouch? Don't tell me this is the infamous Seoul Detention Center?" The sky was gray, and a barrier was enveloping the Seoul Detention Center area. Min-hee led the ambush team on the road below the prison. Jun-mo stood beside him, looking in that direction and asked, "This place is the Seoul Detention Center, right?" He showed a worried expression. If Sergeant Lee Heinwook is also held with mana cuffs, then wouldn't the situation become hopeless? Min-hee was also bewildered, but Jun-mo tensely explained that the Seoul Detention Center was surrounded by a barrier exceeding A rank. If we don't destroy it from the inside, we can't get in. The huge semicircular barrier covered the entire eastern part of Seoul. After a moment, Jun-mo held his gun while observing the situation and asked, "Chung-oo, do you hear anything?" Min-hee calmly aimed and replied, "It's the sniper team, we've already secured the firing point." He penisilly asked if continuing the operation was alright. Min-hee calmly answered, "This was Hyunwook's plan. He is always a few steps ahead. He surely has a plan already." The command rang out. Everyone held their positions. Inside the pitch-black prison lit only by a flickering red light, Hyunwook thought, "Yeah, I haven't thought this through carefully." He gritted his teeth and glared at the red glowing cuffs on his hands, thinking he was in big trouble. A voice suddenly rang out from the opposite cell, startling Hein Wook. Ah, how much longer do we have to clean up their mess? Bong Ji shouted in frustration when he saw a cell boss sitting in silence. Wait, damn, this guy has been like this all day. Hey, you should. Before he could finish, Won Chun interrupted him. Ignore him. The Dark Magic Society will take him away. Don't cause any more pointless trouble. Suddenly, Jiho and the two girls spoke up. But is the Dark Magic Society's information reliable? They said they faked our deaths and gave us new identities. But it can't be that easy, right? They won't stab us in the back. The prisoners heard the entire conversation. Bong Ji opened the room door and the three girls went in. He angrily put his hands on his hips and spoke, startling Jiho and the two girls who covered their heads in fear. Do you think we will let them escape? We are not handcuffed anymore. Bong Ji sneered, shut your mouth and let's finish this quickly, okay? The girls' screams rang out as the prisoners rushed in to carry them away. In the panic, one girl tried to call Jiho Jiho. At that moment, she also screamed in fear, someone help me. The prisoners threatened, my god, shut up. Bong Ji curled his lip in curiosity. What are they going to do with these brats? What a nuisance. Won Chun, standing outside, yelled in annoyance. I told you not to cause trouble. Stop talking nonsense and move quickly. Hearing this, he started to get angry. Do you think you're the boss here or something? That man sneered tauntingly. Who told you that you're easy to read? I can see right through you. He mimicked in a mocking tone. What the hell is that cripple saying? I can take him down in one hit. Won Chun used his power to stop Bong Ji. Strange red symbols appeared on his ankle. Want to go? He raised his voice, making him afraid and look away. I will do anything to get out of here, because there is someone I need to kill out there. He threatened fiercely, anyone who gets in my way, I will tear them apart, remember that. He was Lee Won Chun, a C-rank player, the school bully at Hein Wook's arena. Bong Ji, scared, quickly carried the girl outside. Hey, I didn't mean it that way. He and the man passed by Hein Wook's cell. His footsteps stopped. He turned his head to look at the person lying unconscious in the cell. Won Chun glanced at the person, then walked on unconcerned. Hein Wook remained still, waiting for him to pass. When he felt the man had left, he turned his head and frowned worriedly. I need to move quickly. He held up the mana-containing handcuffs towards the door, silently pleading, can I use a little mana from these cuffs? Please, just a little, please, useless. That man suddenly turned back, surprising Hein Wook. He looked at him contemptuously. You moronic zombie bastards brought another freak back here. Hein Wook angrily stood up, causing his purple wig to fall off. Won Chun's mouth fell open in surprise. Huh? A girl? Hein Wook grinned, raised his hand in greeting. Oh, Won Chun, long time no see. How have you been? He went crazy and screamed loudly. Hein Wook, you son of a bitch. Do you want to die so badly that you came all the way here? He launched a power attack at him, red symbols appearing on his lower leg again. Suddenly, flames burst out outside the prison cell. Min Hee and Jun Mo, lying in ambush before the barrier, witnessed this. Jun Mo panicked and called to the officer, sir. He quickly shouted into the radio to alert the sniper team. Through the scope, he saw a hole blown in the prison wall, and smoke billowing everywhere at the same time. Tai Young, aiming his rifle at the explosion, reported, we can't assess the situation because of the heavy smoke. The barrier is still active. On the rooftop of the opposite building, the assault team members were still watching with their guns, with some B team members hiding and observing behind them. They had fierce expressions, holding swords in a ready stance, prepared to charge at any moment. Down on the street, Min Hee commanded the members, Min Tai, raise your shield and move forward. Jun Mo asked in confusion, the barrier is still up, but the signal doesn't match Sergeant Hein Wook's. He quickly put on his combat gloves. We can't miss it if that really is his signal. The whole plan will fall apart. He asked urgently, then what do we do about the barrier? Can we use teleportation to get through? Min Hee had a serious expression, determined not to hesitate. Time is critical. Just do whatever you can. We can't just sit here and die. The B team members hiding behind watched the assault team, just as Min Hee's command rang out. Listen up everyone, the moment we pass through the barrier using teleportation, we won't know what will happen. Be alert. A B team member mocked, damn it, shouting and screaming in the middle of an attack mission, messing everything up. This is pathetic. Min Hee remembered Dong Ho's instructions. There's no way they can destroy the first source of degradation. Then he ordered everyone, once they move, we will attack from behind. Scene shift to inside the prison. Won Chun's attack created a hole in the wall, while Hein Wook had been thrown against the wall by him. His face was devoid of all humanity. I prayed every night just for today, the day I would have the chance to kill you and tear you apart. Peace, my prayers came true, and on top of that, you're handcuffed with mana cuffs. I can't stand this excitement. His frail appearance looked no different from a girl's. Lee Won Chun, you really are a stubborn child. That's why your leg ended up like this. He gritted out each word, you're the one who made me like this. He grinned triumphantly, got him. That man prepared to launch another kick at him. He quickly raised both hands, aiming for the man to destroy the handcuffs for him. Man's foot was just a hair's breadth away from the middle of the handcuff. He didn't kick but kept his leg raised. Won Chun seemed to have seen through the scheme. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I'll get provoked and break these mana cuffs for you? He wore a ferocious expression, immediately changed the direction of his kick, aiming for Han-wook, but he quickly ducked to dodge. That's right, good thing you're not a complete idiot. Having just dodged the attack, he used the opportunity to escape from him. Won-chun behind him shouted to the person sitting at the far end, "Hey, you there. Catch that pervert." A man with a hood pulled tight, looking unapproachable. Seeing that person's expression, Han-wook was startled and stopped short. He was both surprised and worried. Won-chun quickly caught up. That person raised a fist ready to punch Han-wook. In front of him was the cell boss with a huge fist. Behind him, that man spoke while charging forward. "This time you are dead for sure, oh Iron Helmet Warrior. No place left to run." Won-chun laughed gleefully. "Ahaha, you thought you could escape from here? There is no retreat, you should face it, I will." Gaeta had not even finished his sentence before he took a punch so hard that blood sprayed from his nose, nearly tearing his face apart. That punch made him unable to stand, flying a full dozen meters away. Han-wook also looked in shock toward the unfamiliar man. Suddenly he looked at that man's face and froze. His eyes were full of surprise and astonishment. "You." The cloaked person revealed his face clearly, causing Han-wook to exclaim "Won-suk." At a gray high-rise building, 10 minutes before the meeting between Han-wook and Won-suk, a pair of small feet dragged long trails of blood across the stone floor. Other corpses also lay scattered, dragged in a similar manner. A red-robed figure waved his hand and ordered, "Bring the next offering here quickly. Do you people not want to return to the mana circle anymore?" Jiho, who had lost consciousness, was placed on the sacrificial altar by them. The leader shouted loudly to the group of followers, "We pray with fervent hearts to obtain eternal life. Please grant us the key to the path." The crowd simultaneously clasped their hands and chanted, "Please grant us that key. Please grant us eternal life." According to the leader's magic, a violet light circle flashed intensely. Jiho was lifted up by magic, blood being gradually drained from her body. The little girl, controlled by the dark power, screamed in pain. The blood energy was drawn up to nourish the tree gradually growing from the magic circle. The illusion of a giant ancient tree radiated brilliant light, scattering 100 flower petals down to the followers below. The two leaders watched Jiho fall back onto the altar table. One of them turned and gave a signal. Seeing that, he sneered, then raised his hand and said, "Finally we have found the last offering. Once it is complete, we will be able to meet him." According to Ada's words, the 3 children were lifted up by magic. They continued to pray, "We offer these 3 children bearing pure mana so that the red flowers may bloom." A group of followers excitedly roared in frenzy. Aaron stood in the corner watching that insane scene. I don't get it, damn it. What are they wasting all that blood for? That is why I have never liked these cults. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out from outside the building. Aaron startled and turned around. "What is that? I just felt a strong impact." One of the 2 leaders suddenly raised his hand. The followers were startled, focusing their eyes on him. That man calmly looked towards the grand altar. The female leader licked her lips suggestively. And Ada spoke in a sly voice, "O pure followers of mana, before the red flowers bloom, you still have a task to do." From afar, a large hole appeared in the building, with dust and smoke still billowing. On the lower floor was the meeting between Han-wook and his former comrade. He bowed to the sergeant. "How did you get here?" A handcuff was removed and thrown to the ground. Won-suk looked at him in surprise. "Never expected us to meet in this situation. What is with that outfit?" Han-wook answered urgently, "It is really good to see you, Won-suk." His hand clenched tightly. "Don't tell me you are the same as them, and an accomplice in the child kidnapping." Won-suk quickly clarified, "Not at all. I got trapped here because of the barrier around the player prison. Please believe me, I have done nothing." Han-wook was still puzzled. "Then what about your appearance? How did you get here?" Won-suk explained, "I don't even remember. Everything is a dream." He recalled the chaotic memory. "When I opened my eyes, I found myself looking like them." Won-suk was running away with this appearance at that time. Not to mention other players, even my comrades could attack me. He was extremely panicked, so there was no other choice. I could only run. Then stopped at an empty street finally. Won-suk lay exhausted on the ground. I was completely worn out and collapsed. He gasped for breath, trying to understand what happened, but was still extremely confused. Tears of pain fell. I despairingly accepted the reality that from now on I would have to live as a vampire. 2 figures in red robes appeared. They asked if you were a failed experiment. Won-suk's vision darkened. When the 2 Dark Magic Society leaders arrived, I lost consciousness and woke up to find myself here. Han-wook was suspicious too. He thought there should only be 1 Dark Magic Society leader, so who is the other one? Won-suk pleaded earnestly, "Please believe me, I really have done nothing." Han-wook frowned, glancing away thoughtfully. Suddenly, he patted Won-suk's shoulder, more importantly the children. "Do you know what will happen to them?" He was not very sure. They are probably on the highest floor. Once the blood of the 3 children possessing pure mana is spilled on the altar, they said the red flowers will bloom. I know the children are sacrifices, but I do not understand what the red flowers mean. Won-suk said sincerely, "That is all I have witnessed. I truly have never done anything. Please believe me." Han-wook looked at him in silence. His sharp eyes seemed to be waiting something. Uji stood across from him with eyes teary as if about to cry. Hyun-wook suddenly attacked, causing the burly man to hastily pull back. He said with a look of full trust, "Of course, I believe you, do not worry." The large Won-suk acted coy like a child, leaving Hyun-wook helpless as he told him to stop. It was too awkward to look at. From the iron door came a booming shout asking what was going on. Why was it locked? Open up. Get out of the way. Just break the door down. Hyun-wook quickly said, "Won-suk, listen, I am giving the order. We will split up from here." The sound of breaking the door continued fiercely. "I will go to the highest floor, and you go down to find a way to shut down the barrier activation device." Hyun-wook repeated, "Won-suk, can you do it?" He answered resolutely, "Yes, sir, I can do it." Suddenly he lowered his voice, approaching Won-suk. And one more thing." With that, Hyun-wook hurried away, leaving him alone to guard the door. The prison cell door was blasted open by a fire magic spell from one of them. Won-suk stood his ground firmly. They aggressively cursed. "What is wrong with him? What do you think you are doing? Not only did you not reveal your name, but you are also blocking the way." He let out a loud roar to intimidate the escaping prisoners. The sound carried a fierce momentum as he charged forward, caused them to retreat a few steps in fear. Hyun-wook's words echoed, "You have not been reported for desertion yet. You are still under my command. If you run, I will kill you with my own hands." Won-suk spoke up, "Want to know my name?" He charged forward, "I am from the Anti-Monster Brigade 3, Hyun-wook Battalion, Assault Company, Private Lee Han-suk." On Hyun-wook's side, he was running with all his might to the upper floor. While escaping, he muttered to himself that if he was not fast, the children would be in danger. Arriving at the place, he quietly hid outside the door to observe, needing to approach very carefully. The scent from the room rushed out, forcing Hyun-wook to cover his nose. Why is there this stench of blood? He thought, it definitely cannot be from just one or two people, impossible. Inside the room, corpses were strewn about, with only 2 leaders doing something to 3 floating children, being used as sacrifices. Hyun-wook could not believe it. Has the dark magic cult been slaughtered completely? The leader in the back seemed to sense something. He turned around to investigate. Who dares to approach this sacred altar? It made Hyun-wook jump in fright. He hurriedly fled from his hiding spot. Immediately after, a large explosion blasted out, even reaching outside. The poor building gained another hole in its wall. Hyun-wook grit his teeth to dodge the shockwave and rubble from the attack. One of the sacrificed children, still barely conscious, whispered, "Please save me." The female leader sneered, "Are you only capable of hiding like a little mouse?" She licked her lips with a bloodthirsty expression. Then she stripped off her robe. "Come out here. If you show yourself now, I will mercifully kill you immediately." Then she changed her mind. "Never mind, just keep hiding. I prefer playing with a cowardly mouse. I am Park Ji-han, the warden of Seoul Prison." Min-hee's entire team gathered before the teleportation array. He and Jun-Malik exchanged a tacit look, recalling Hyun-wook's instruction to use a feint operation. A team member wondered what a feint operation was. Looking at the other group, he remarked that the Daisen Guild was clearly in collusion with the dark magic cult. Neither side could rashly attack each other, because they were a guild while we were a military unit. He analyzed with a serious expression. "When the attack starts, they will target us from behind. We will pretend to be weak to lure them into attacking first." Hyun-wook's eyes showed certainty. "Thanks to that, we will have a justifiable reason to counterattack the Daisen Guild." Min-hee rested his chin in thought, creating a justifiable excuse to attack such a large guild. He gave a look, "But there is a huge flaw in your plan." Staring straight at Hyun-wook, "You will carry out the rescue alone, and we cannot withstand their firepower." He smiled confidently. "You do not need to worry, just focus on buying time." Then he grabbed Min-hee's hand. "You are the key to this operation." The lieutenant hesitated. "So it falls to me again." He snapped out of his memory and decided, "We will begin the feint operation right now." Tae-young was already in a ready aiming position. 3 members of Daisen wanted to launch a surprise attack from behind. Suddenly someone flew up high right behind them. It was Si-hee, watching everything with indifference. She landed heavily on the ground, sending all 3 of them flying into the air. Next, she grabbed her sword and spun around decisively. With a few light sword swings, she completed her task, causing 2 of them to spit blood on the spot. He held the blade against the remaining man's neck, warning him not to move if he wanted to keep his head. He urged him, "What are you hesitating for? Quickly send the signal that the assassination was successful according to the Modi plan." That man listened, immediately pressing on the screen on his wrist. The other side received the signal. Team leader Dong-ho was pleased and ordered the attack team to move in. They gripped their swords tightly, springing forward. Dozens of people charged straight ahead all at once. Min-hee received the news from Si-hee. The sniper team was safe. The Daesan group, unaware of the situation, still charged forward, wanting to attack them. Min-tae immediately raised his shield when Min-hee shouted his name. He placed the shield in front of his teammates, reporting that the barrier had been activated. Min-hee decisively ordered the whole team open fire. A line of gun barrels aimed directly at the enemy group. Those holding swords were caught off guard, completely losing their advantage. Dong-ho grew angry, cursing the damn soldiers for being discovered somehow, then yelled for them to charge in. The mage team, those holding staves, immediately rushed forward. Magic circles appeared with their movements. Violent fireballs shot straight into the soldier unit. Everyone quickly took cover behind Minta's shield. A massive wall of fire seemed ready to devour them all. Ho laughed triumphantly, imagining the AMT being burned by dark mages, and gleefully ordered them all killed. Suddenly, a mage was hit directly in the head by a bullet. Tiong's gun barrel was still smoking after that shot. He shouted loudly the marksman had locked the target, requesting support. Ho was stunned, not understanding why there were snipers, and where those stupid assassins were. He waved his hand to order the armored unit to block them. But Min-hee's team had already teleported through the magic circle. Min-hee still held the shield to block the magic fire. Ho frowned and looked over a water screen. When did they get here? Min-hee raised his gun, ordering the whole team to move to position A and open fire. They all fired a continuous volley toward the enemy. The opponent timely blocked it with a shield formation. The rain of bullets continued to pour down without stopping. Ho angrily swung his arm, shouting that they had targeted him from the start, daring to make a mockery of the Great Mountain Guild. A giant thorn appeared with his declaration. He declared he would personally dig graves for all of them. The thorn spun rapidly, forming a terrifying spiral drill. The spinning force was so strong it sucked up rocks and earth. Min-hee's eyes widened as she witnessed that scene. Ho leaped toward them carrying murderous intent. He sneered, telling them to feel free to make their plans, but he challenged them to see how they would deal with this whirlwind. The giant drill plunged straight into the squad of soldiers, and Min-hee panically asked Hyun-wook when the stealth fragment would appear. On the other side, Bong-ji lay motionless with his mouth agape. Won-suk panted heavily, his body covered in fresh blood. Beneath his feet were people who could no longer move, and he pressed a button on the wall, and a voice announced that the barrier around the building was about to be deactivated. Memories flooded back. Hyun-wook had once seriously told him not to run but to fight. He remembered his words, to protect his comrades like a soldier, and they would protect him in return. The announcement sounded, and Won-suk decided, Sergeant Hyun-wook, I will no longer flee. Back to the raging Ho, he roared, you stupid arrogant bastards, I will tear you apart. Rocks and earth flew up with the violent suction force. Suddenly, everything suspended in the air froze in place. Both he and the giant thorn came to a complete stop. Sang-jun appeared right behind him, shouting, get lost, don't block my path. Next came powerful sword swings unleashed. Sang-jun landed with a shocking, imposing presence. When the effect took hold, Ho screamed in pain, his body covered in slash wounds. The people of Great Mountain and Tiong were all startled in shock. Jun-mo joyfully called Sergeant Sang-jun's name. Ho fell heavily to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. He slowly removed his hat, his expression relaxed. Hyun-wook tilted his head back and let out a fierce roar. Sergeant Jung-jun was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, and asked him what the matter was. He gave a mad grin and asked where the bastard Hyun-wook was. The soldiers immediately fell silent, not knowing what to say. One man stammered and pointed a finger toward where he was standing. It was the building whose barrier had halfway descended. Hyun-wook was standing near the gap, clutching his injured arm. Jong-jun became frighteningly excited and yelled at Hyun-wook to wait for him to be flayed alive. The system announced that the barrier around the building was about to be deactivated, stunning the nearby soldiers. The announcement repeated, and Sergeant Seehee watched the unfolding scene intently. The notification board displayed that the Shadow Worship quest was entering its final stage. 500 followers were needed as sacrifices, their blood spilled to make the red flowers bloom across the land. Ji-hyun shouted loudly at his subordinates. He said he would handle this place and ordered the others to go complete the ritual. One figure in the group suddenly tore off his red robe. The clothing was tattered, twisted into a grotesque shape. A heavily perfumed woman gripped her weapon and smirked, saying she finally had some entertainment. Hyun-wook grew worried, because there was supposed to be only one leader of the Dark Thorns Magic Society, but now there were two enemies. The ritual circle emitted a purple light, generating an extremely powerful whirlwind. It mercilessly drained the blood from the sacrificial victims. A diamond-shaped crystal with sharp edges gradually formed. Hyun-wook tensely realized it was the core of the origin of decay. Ugly, tangled branches began to sprout from the crystal. They spread throughout the room, piercing everything in their path. Ji-hyun watched the branches shoot into the sky, lifting the priest higher and higher. On the other side, Sang-jun was still dazed and confused about what was happening. The soldiers outside panicked, pointing and screaming about something strange. A trunk with interwoven branches was punching through the roof of the apartment building. Fragments of debris scattered everywhere. Hyun-wook remembered Won-suk's words. If the pure mana blood of 3 children was spilled on the altar, the red flowers would bloom. While dodging, he reasoned about the pure bloodline of the children. He gritted his teeth when he saw the red flowers and the tree suddenly materialize from thin air. A figure from the Dark Thorns Magic Society controlled the branches to imprison the children. Hyun-wook thought he had to save the children before the red flowers could bloom. The image of intertwined gray-brown branches emerged, and he was determined to rescue them no matter what. While Hyun-wook was fighting back fiercely, Ji-hyun had already spotted his location and yelled that he had found him. The shout startled Hyun-wook. The woman immediately attacked straight toward where he was standing. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. The powerful strike caused branches to sprout forth. The spot warped, and Hyun-wook cursed while dodging, wondering if he should look for his bag. The woman suddenly leaped behind him, mocking his perverted outfit. Her hammer aimed straight for Hyun-wook's flank. He quickly reacted by chanting a greater fire spell. Armor enveloped his body, and a spirit hand extended to block the blow. The collision between the spirit and the weapon created a massive shockwave. Hyun-wook wondered if this was a summoning god or not. Just then, Sergeant Kim Si-hee appeared unexpectedly. She hurriedly asked if Han was okay and if she was too late. He replied that she had arrived just in time. He added that besides her, there was another person, and he would go deal with him. Ji-hyun licked his lips with interest, saying this seemed fun. A replacement for the pervert had arrived. He's eyes widened in surprise. She captured a spirit formed from mana, saying she finally had a decent meal. The spirit's agonizing scream echoed everywhere. She excitedly ordered the mana valiant to devour everything. He angrily lunged toward her. A flash of light from the head of the hammer showed that she was gathering energy. She was preparing to unleash an extremely powerful strike. Hyun-wook panicked and carried Si-hee as he rushed side to dodge. That woman's strike tore straight through the building, creating a large hole. The two lost their balance and fell downward. Hyun-wook searched for a handhold while explaining, Sergeant Kim Si-hee, you have to be careful. If she catches you, she will drain mana and release it all. Si-hee was astonished, releasing all stored mana. He tried to remind her, you have to be careful in both close and long range. I am going to save the children now. Before leaving, Hyun-wook looked at her intently. You still remember what I said, right? There is no predetermined advantage in combat. You can only find a way to win until the end. Si-hee suddenly understood. She brushed past Hyun-wook. I understand, I am fine, you go quickly. From afar, Ji-hyun saw Si-hee return. That woman casually absorbed mana from the soul in her hand, not knowing how much mana one soul holds. Annoyed by the interruption, I was enjoying my meal. It looked delicious. Si-hee grew angry. Are you enjoying this? The souls gathered around her. Chuckled with satisfaction. Haha, so many souls come to greet me. Perfect, my whole body is trembling with excitement. Si-hee swung her sword and charged. Do not cry or beg for mercy. Si-hee's soul rushed fast toward that woman's attack. That woman received it eagerly. I will drain all the mana from those souls. Come here. The middle of the great tree suddenly shook. The priest of the Dark Magic Society raised his blade high. He prepared to execute the first child. As the blade was about to descend, an external impact knocked his weapon away. A strange object appeared before him. The system was activated. 1/3 of the Muglade shard's weight had been released. The greatsword appeared in midair, grew larger and larger, pressing down on him. His entire body was pinned beneath the blade, causing the blade to be embedded straight into the ground. Hyun-wook arrived in time, standing still. He controlled the greatsword with 2 fingers. You are the leader of the Dark Magic Society. I do not know your intentions, but stay away from the children now. The attack tore his robe, revealing a ferocious face. He stood up straight, his staff wrapped in his robe. Hyun-wook was stunned. Wait, he is not human, that is. His true form was a dark elf. He gritted his teeth. How could such cruel creatures help such a rotten one? Thinking about dark elves, beings who had fallen for opposing the gods. Power exploded, or enveloping him. You bastards, you are even going to sell children. The dark elf spoke in an incomprehensible language. The system updated information, item, attribute, increased attribute resistance. Special feature provides aura attribute to equipment. Holy power, dark magic power, warning of consequence when each aura is provided. The 2 abilities cannot be used simultaneously. Choose one. The aura made Hyun-wook's hair stand on end, his eyes full of killing intent glaring at the elf. Shut up. What the hell are you saying? No matter what you say, I will kill you. Earlier, Hyun-wook had said, Sergeant Si-hee, you are too honest. Si-hee wondered, what is wrong with being honest? He thought of other soldiers. Not just you, most military personnel are the same. He spoke while walking. In the military, they teach based on capability, so they take the rules in the book as the answer. He became serious. But when the book says dodge, what will you do if you cannot dodge? He looked at the wound on her shoulder. When I cannot dodge. Currently, she was summoning souls to prepare to confront Ji-hyun. Laughed with delight. Haha, so many souls come to greet me. Perfect. I am trembling with excitement. Si-hee pointed her sword and charged. Do not cry. The souls and she rushed together toward Ji-hyun. That woman assumed a combat stance. Still laughing, challenging. I will drain all the mana from those souls. Come here. That woman swung her hammer, pushing the souls back. Tremor shook the great tree. Finished again, taking them down one by one, continuously missing the souls. Her voice was disappointed. How shameful. I wanted to play more. Suddenly, Si-hee pointed her sword and charged straight at that woman. She flashed a sinister smile, then unexpectedly lunged forward to attack her. Spirit hastily rushed over and pushed her out of the way. The power radiating from it forced everyone to step back. Ji-hyun looked at her with disappointment. She said that fighting someone of the same level would be more interesting. Si-hee stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. That woman thought of a new game. She asked the spirits if they liked playing hide and seek. Ji-hyun initiated an attack. Immediately after, the layer of earth and stone above pressed down and sent something. In the pitch-black darkness, she thought in panic. She wondered what kind of game that bitch was planning to play now. She was startled because she could not see anything. A notification window appeared about the hero-grade item, Manavalon. It possessed the power of mana detection, target suppression, and mana absorption. Then it released them to create a shockwave. She laughed cheerfully, saying loudly that she could not escape her grasp. She asked if she was done running. She quickly jumped upward, but was injured by a sharp branch. She closed her eyes. In front of her were the corpses of 2 warriors. Ji-Hyun continued hunting the spirits and searching for her, asking where she was. She lunged out and grabbed a spirit, saying she found it. Then she disappointedly said she had missed her grip. She taunted Si-Hee, saying she was so fierce earlier, but now she was nowhere to be found. There was only darkness before her eyes. She panickedly thought that woman was using a spirit detection skill. Ji-Hyun targeted another spirit. She turned back, exclaiming that this game was really fun. She continuously took down many other spirits. That woman said if she kept hiding, then she would. The only way left was to drain all the mana from these spirits. Her eyes widened in shock as she watched the spirits being taken down. That woman mocked her, saying she was about to go mad from her own helplessness. That woman grinned sinisterly, offering a choice, telling her to kneel and beg for mercy. Si-Hee gritted her teeth in anger and replied with a single okay. She immediately gathered the spirits together. Her order to gather surprised that woman. She apologized, saying she could not afford to lose the spirits. That woman sneered, saying her mana concentration would make it easy for her to see her location. She lunged towards Si-Hee and prepared to attack. She was attacked and her movement restricted. She realized she could not dodge in time. She suddenly remembered something Han-Wook once said. When there is no chance of winning, use everything you can. She anxiously asked him again about that statement. He smiled and explained to aim at the opponent's back to finish them in one strike. She stammered, asking about the back. He said there was no fairness in a fight between players. Fighting fair against an evil person is foolish. He patted her back gently, saying war was not a sport in a real battle. He told her to forget about fairness. Only then would she survive. That woman excitedly rampaged, then froze in confusion. She was surprised because that was not a real body. Si-Hee was already waiting below. She seized the opportunity to counterattack, startling that woman. The hammer and those spirits all fell down below. That woman angrily cursed her as a coward, asking how she dared to call herself a warrior. He calmly replied that it was ridiculous. She looked at her with contempt, saying she covered the darkness and absorbed mana like a leech. She sneered, saying no warrior fights fairly against a child kidnapper. That woman's face darkened, and she immediately threatened to kill her with her own hands. Right after, she quickly swung her sword and finished her off. Energy shackles binding the spirits also disappeared. Ji-Hyun's lifeless body fell weakly behind her. Looking back down at her, he said bluntly, from now on if he has to fight her again, he is ready to become a murderer. Back to Han-Wook's battle, the leader of the Night Guild slowly stared at him, with the unconscious Jiho behind him. That man began to mutter an incantation, thinking about controlling metal in his mind. He shouted angrily, "Shut up, what nonsense are you babbling about? I'm going to kill you anyway." Powerful cold air emanated as that man raised his sword pointing at him. The tense air enveloped the two of them. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Both of them charged at each other at the same time. He and that man swung their weapons and slashed at each other. Suddenly, John's body emitted golden light patterns, and as he rushed forward, he shouted, Han-Wook. Han-Wook couldn't hide his joy. Sergeant Jong-jun, I am in danger. Before he could rejoice, he had to hurriedly raise his armored hand to block an unexpected sword strike. That man bared his teeth in a mad grin, found it. Metal clashed, sparking, and he urgently tried to calm him. Wait, Sergeant Sang-jun, listen to me first. That man did not want to listen. He roared, "Shut up, are you crazy? How else could you do such a thing?" Suddenly his eyes widened as he noticed something unusual. While the two were struggling, the night elf rushed in to intervene. One swing of his sword sent dirt and rocks flying, forcing the two apart to dodge. Pressure spread, trees sprouted thickly from nowhere, obscuring the city. Soon, large dents appeared on the cliff, but luckily the buildings above were unharmed. Han-Wook witnessed this and was secretly horrified. Blowing away big trees like that without using mana, that man is too dangerous. Not letting him get distracted, Sang-jun gripped his weapon and charged out from the white smoke. "I will kill you, Han-Wook." He grew even more worried. Maybe he was the dangerous one. That man glared and snarled like a wild beast. They are priceless, precious children, born from blood and tears in this godforsaken place. Han-Wook tried to resist. Stop it. Now is not the time for that. Snap out of it. To explain this attitude, we go back to earlier. Yoonha and two others. The girl with her mouth agape was Baek-seon, Jongdu's granddaughter, the one who would create top-tier items. Looking at the armor spread across the floor, the girl was excited. "Grandpa, this is the first time I've seen so much hunting armor." The man standing next to her was Zhangdu, a master who created countless items. He replied gently, "Inside the gate there were only B-class monsters, so collecting this much is truly impressive." The girl pointed and asked, "Big sister, can we repair them as we wish?" Yunha nodded, "Yes, we rescued you all for this reason." Baeksion's eyes lit up. I thought he was just rich, but who knew he was a high-class warrior? She secretly calculated if she smuggled a few guns, she could make a decent amount. The girl touched the armor. "Oh my god, this is reinforced ori alloy, and it has a magical link to the sword." Zhangdu tried to stop her but failed. "Hey, don't run, you'll trip and fall now." Yunha turned and asked Sang Jun, who was lurking behind her, "Where did you just go?" That man started to evade. "Sergeant Choi Jun. I just took care of myself after the mission. There are many things to do." She lost patience. "Just say it clearly." That man put on a pitiful look and complained, "As soon as I got back I had to fight and rescue people. This is too much." He added about having no time for himself, not even opening a bottle of whiskey. Suddenly a voice from the radio cut in, "Platoon leader." Yunha ignored him, focused on the device. "Hey Hein Wook, did you bring the blacksmith?" She answered honestly, "They are admiring the hunting armor." Sang Jun crossed his arms over his chest. "Tell him I'm dead." Hein Wook was satisfied and gave orders. "Tell them to disable the magical link on a few sets. Bring the armor and weapons for reinforcements, and bring John along too." That man groaned no. He crossed his arms in discontent. "After the mission I have been fighting continuously for a month, so no means no." Suddenly a white grin appeared along with a sneering laugh. The soldiers were overwhelmed by the number of potion bottles. That was Sang Jun's stash. "If he finds out, we are done for." A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes, but when preparing supplies, we accidentally brought along the crate of liquor he had been saving for 2 years. If something happens to us, it can't be returned. This is a threat. I think you should come help." Sang Jun yelled loudly, "What are you saying? Give me back those babies of mine." The volume was so loud that Hein Wook had to move the phone away. "Do you want me to go crazy? Give it back." He pretended to have a bad signal. This triggered the madness in him. "How dare you, secretly taking them, my babies?" That was the cause of the current tension. He questioned loudly, "Tell the truth, you drank a few bottles already." He hurriedly explained, "No, especially not on a mission." Both slashed at each other, forgetting the enemy. "Don't lie, I clearly saw you drinking." The night elf sighed and then uttered a string of bizarre language. A one-eyed demon face gradually formed on that man's arm. It also hissed in a similar tongue. It launched countless long, dark red tentacles, screaming incessantly. On this side, Sang Jun was busy biting Hyun Wook's armored earlobe, so he didn't notice his surroundings. He slowly stiffened and then shouted a warning, "Sergeant Sang Jun, in front of you." That man blurted out, "Ah." A cluster of tentacles shot up into the sky. A dark energy wave spread throughout the area. Reaching a certain height, they all clenched down like sharp claws. His eyes flashed. "Ha, you're truly a brother. You can fly. Handle this first. I'll get you next time." He hesitated. "I haven't mastered it yet." That man used all his strength to throw him away to avoid the tentacles. Meanwhile, he kept his distance from the attack. "Ah, what are you planning?" He also moved away from the enemy's attack. Suddenly their growth speed increased, and he was floating in midair, unable to gain momentum. Sang Jun had to dodge to the side, using the muzzle of his gun to massage the tentacles. Ah, so annoying. Their target now only aimed at him, ignoring the shadow above. The ground cracked severely, wood splinters flew everywhere. He skillfully kept himself safe. Han Wook observed and waited for the opportunity to summon the greatsword. The notification panel showed the energy from the Muglay fragment had dropped from 5 to 2. Greatsword plunged firmly into the ground. Several bodies lay scattered nearby. He directed the greatsword to where Sang Jun was confronting the direct assault from the mass of tentacles. Sharp point almost touched his glasses. Just then, the screen displayed a notification that the energy from the Muglay fragment had surged back to 5. Greatsword timely blocked the horrifying attack within a hair's breadth. It continued to dig deeper into the ground, ignoring the vines from the tree roots that rose up to surround it. The monster on the dark elf's hand did not stop, the sounds growing more chaotic. Both landed safely. He breathed a sigh of relief. The man sneered, "Why don't you just die?" He retorted, "Don't worry, I will kill you." He furrowed his brow, unable to communicate normally with Choi to run anymore. While the two were suspended in the air by the black energy, Jiho lay motionless on the ground. Sang Jun asked in a low voice about the children. Hyun Wook answered with a start. He was astonished to hear him say he would handle all of them at close range. His answer was very clear, and the man also confirmed he would provide support from a distance. The countdown began. 3, 2, both the elf and the monster were bewildered. The greatsword had somehow already appeared before them. 2 young men posed ready for action, one standing behind controlling the weapon. The other knelt down holding a sword like a true knight. As soon as the slogan rang out, they immediately attacked. He dashed forward rapidly in the direction of his shrinking greatsword. The monster agitated its tentacles, uttering bizarre language from its mouth. The distance between the two sides gradually closed. The sword suddenly grew large, deflecting the enemy's killing blow. He saw the opportunity was ripe and ordered the execution. The moment the dark elf entered the line of sight, the monster was still stunned, but it was already too late. Sang Jun's entire body glowed golden, his gaze turning serious. Taking advantage of the opponent's confusion, a cold sword edge pressed against his neck. A moment later, the burly man's body was headless, blood spurting in a stream. After that risky move, he was also feeling tired. The lisp, thought to himself, complete, but the monster on that arm still had its own consciousness. He did not expect this, his expression showing slight panic. The severed head slowly reconnected to the body. This sight horrified Hyun-wook. Soon the head was reattached perfectly, the wound gradually healing. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and laughed in contempt. The result was that the dark elf seemed to have just returned from the dead. The dark power had increased even more terrifyingly. Sang-jun used the heavenly cloud sword to slice off the dark elf's head. The monster on his hand flashed a sinister smile. Immediately after his head was reattached, the monster's eerie laughter echoed, darkness radiating from the sword. Sang-jun stood frozen, speechless. Han-wook gritted his teeth in anger. The surrounding space suddenly became enveloped in dense magnetic energy. The scene, like hell rising up, left Sang-jun stunned. He had to cover his face against the power emanating from the dark elf. Hyun-wook thought to himself, the mana gathered is massive. If this drags on, it will be disadvantageous for us. From the shadows, the monster on the dark elf's shoulder suddenly leapt high and unexpectedly split into two entities, its power doubling. Two were astonished. It split into two. Which one is the real entity? A wave of shock surged. The monster whispered to its comrade. The dark elf watched Jong-jun while replying in the monster's language. Han-wook gritted his teeth and cursed. Now who is the main body? The two against one plan had turned to dust. He stood before Sun Run, shouting incomprehensible words. In the tense atmosphere, Jong-jun cynically reassured himself. Why are these guys screaming in my face? Like the anime I watched. They will say a mere mortal dares to face an immortal. The only outcome is hell. You planning to say that too? The shadow elf was confused that the enemy kept jumping, but whatever, anyway. Sang-jun lunged with his sword, clearly declaring, I will slit your throat in two. See how many strikes you can take. He did not reply, only swung his powerful weapon down, creating a strong shockwave. On the opposite side, the monster charged toward Hyun-wook, began to unleash its four major limbs. They immediately launched a relentless assault toward him. He widened his eyes, trying to observe closely to dodge, but it was too fast. Hyun-wook used all his strength to block them. Sang-jun, swift as lightning, used heavenly cloud sword to cut the shadow elf's body into pieces. He gently sliced him into small fragments with his formidable weapon. Done with the task, he leaned back to rest, smugly sighing, well, not that hard, but I have low blood sugar now, need some booze. Saying that, Jong-jun took out a bottle of liquor hidden in his pocket. Meanwhile, the shadow elf's body slowly regenerated. He was still maneuvering, hiding to take a sip of the fine liquor. The man fully recovered, immediately swinging his weapon to attack while his opponent was off guard. Luckily, Sang-jun managed to raise Heavenly Cloud Sword to block. But it did not stop there. The man's sharp strike cut through both the liquor bottle and his armor. Back on the other side, Hyun-wook struggled to withstand the monster's attack. Even using his hands to brace, he was still flung far away. Looking at the wound on his arm, he admitted, its destructive power is too great, I cannot keep up. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The number of sealed Muglade fragments decreased from 5 to 1. Just as the info indicated, in an instant, it shrank down. Hyun-wook decided to leap back to create distance. He continuously dodged its relentless attacks. Monster still wore an excited grin, playing with him like a cat with a mouse. The shadow elf seemed to want to say something, but no one except his comrades understood. He looked at Sang-jun lying on his back in the distance, muttering. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, you are indeed somewhat impressive, but in the end, still just a human. His head had a few question marks, but the other man was unfazed, rambling on, from now on you will face the fury of the immortal. Why are you silent? I am dubbing for you. Jong-jun stopped his rambling, widening his eyes in mockery. Oh, the Russian train is gone. It has seeped into the blood, but because of someone, I no longer feel anything. Shadow elf silently watched him. Sang-jun focused his power, pointing Heavenly Cloud Sword at the opponent, emphasizing, I do not care if you are immortal or not, but daring to touch my liquor, even if you do not die, you will suffer painful torture. The monster's face was extremely arrogant. Hyun-wook dodged a blow while forming a hand seal for a skill. Let me see how long you keep smiling. The Muglay fragment was controlled by him to fly beside the monster, startling it. A notification appeared. The number of released Mugli fragments increased from 1 to 5. Instantly, it transformed into a giant form, its blade cutting into the monster's body. Immediately after, it sliced the monster's body in two, but it still wore a sinister grin. Its legs grew long, stabbing straight into the ground. Hyun-wook sensed something odd, thinking to himself, it is laughing again. It must be hiding a trump card. The monster's body joined back together, as if nothing had happened. Hyun-wook gritted his teeth in anger. Just as I thought, this thing can also regenerate. The monster laughed arrogantly, as if it had reaped a harvest. Sang-jun was still fighting with all his might, sweat pouring down his face like rain. The entire battlefield shook as the shadow elf exchanged blows with him. He suffered a deep wound on his arm from Jong-jun. Hyun-wook observed, realizing the monster had regenerative abilities. But that was just a shell hiding something. This amount of mana and regenerative power is truly immortal. His mind struggled continuously, dodging attacks while calculating. Think, Hyun-wook. Think of countless battles you have faced. An idea flashed like the last spark in the night. Monsters often conceal themselves, so they use immortality to hide weak points if both are not the main body. His gaze swept over the unhealed scar on the monster's sleeve, then quickly shifted to the injury on the shadow elf's left shoulder. A light at the end of the tunnel appeared. I see it. Han-wook's eyes seemed to see through. Wounds on the same body part cannot regenerate. Both bodies of the shadow elf had revealed their weakness. His mind lit up. The reason that one-eyed bastard split off is because they are both real bodies, belonging to the same entity. He looked toward his comrade worried, but the problem is Sergeant Choi Young-jun. His stamina is weakening, and he is starting to be too reckless. Will he listen to me? We must end this in one final strike. Han-wook leaped high into the air, calling for Sergeant Sang-jun to cooperate. They are not immortals. If we attack both of them at the same spot, they will not be able to regenerate anymore. He tried his best to persuade him. Listen, we have no other choice. We have to slash their necks at the same time. His will surge like a tsunami, Jung-jun retorted. At the same time, who said that? I won't let this bastard go easily. After hearing that, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Won-suk advised him wholeheartedly, calm down. Aren't you going to save the children? The city was shrouded in gloom. A giant tree grew from the towering detention camp, its black roots reaching out like claws enveloping the surrounding structures. These words were like a wake-up call to his pride. No, let me go. Han-wook ordered grumpily, then calm down and follow the plan. Seeing that the enemy hadn't surrendered, the monster continued to launch its attack. He put all his strength into decisive blow. We only have one chance. Concentrate. The shadow elf rushed forward hurriedly, as if sensing something bad was about to happen. Han-wook immediately created a shield, activating a defensive skill. He used all his strength to block the monster's attacks, each strike carrying the hopes of all humanity. He turned and shouted a signal now. Sang-jun understood and flew up, raising the heavenly cloud sword high. His body was like a bright lamp about to purify the shadow elf. Han-wook put all his strength into charging at the monster. Sang-jun had already placed his blade right on his neck. Then he used a single slash to sever his head. Han-wook's sword blazed with hellfire, the cut tearing the monster's life in two. Light began to show when looking through the giant tree on the building. Just then, the system displayed a notification. You have successfully eliminated the source decay. For the Darkness Priest boss monster, each person will receive a gift that they had taken from the followers. Looking at the enemy's motionless corpse, Han-wook panted heavily, secretly relieved. We have stopped the second source of decay before the boss arrives. If we keep this up, he painted a bright vision in his head. There will be Soul Wave. He gave a proud smile. The first wave humanity has overcome. In the silent space, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. Sang-jun suddenly called his name, making him glance over Lee Han-wook. The question slowly left his mouth. Are we done? Thinking it was nothing, he pushed himself up with his hands, satisfied, and replied, I am done. Even though there were hiccups, we got through it all thanks to you. The upcoming mission. Before he could finish, he impatiently interrupted. Are you done with your disobedience? The baseless accusation stunned Han-wook, huh? Before him was Sang-jun's extremely furious face and the cold sword raised high. Han-wook stammered, calling out the other's name. Sergeant Sang-jun. He ignored the bond of comradeship through thick and thin, swung his sword straight at him, and roared, You still dare to talk nonsense to me? Where is my children's food supply? Seeing the situation was bad, Han-wook blocked the blow while trying to calm him down. Sergeant, calm down. It is still safely stored in the supply depot. Do we really have to do this right after winning? He still grumbled, Shut up. Who said I won? In another space, a fatal question suddenly echoed. Who said it was over, as if signaling an impending storm. As the voice faded, a pale hand stabbed straight into a child's stomach. Cute little girl beside him suffered the same fate. So Aaron was the culprit, Agal shouted in fury. It is not over yet. At that moment, a deathly notification appeared. You have offered a sacrifice to the celestial altar. This notification was like a slap in Han-wook's face, shattering the beautiful dream he had longed for. Not stopping there, another ominous system panel appeared. A red flower bud will soon bloom on the altar. Aaron's face appeared no different from a demon from hell, his pupils flashing with a deadly red light. Your nightmare has only just begun. The entire scene was shrouded in darkness, the only light coming from the giant tree. Suddenly there was a call, Sergeant Han-wook Lai. Someone's hand was holding a few very neatly folded items. So it was Won-suk. He raised the items high and shouted excitedly, I brought you a change of pants and a storage bag. Lance Corporal Jung-jun, you're here too? But when he witnessed the horrifying scene across from him, he slowly lowered his arm, puzzled. But what are you two doing? Han-wook immediately called for help. Lee Hun-shu, come here and stop him now. With Jung-jun's throat, he quickly explained, I cannot pull my sword and slash him. I swear I never touched your alcohol. I only sniffed it once. In the tense moment, Sang-jun suddenly relaxed and fell backward, surprising him. Hey, by the heavens, Sergeant! He just fell freely and landed with a thud on the ground. Han-wook turned to look, feeling confused. His gaze began to grow hazy. I'm so tired. I spent too much time moving constantly. On this side, the children were still lying motionless, showing no signs of waking up. He slowly drifted off to sleep but still tried to threaten. We saved the children. After I rest, I won't let you off. During work, Han-wook realized he was the hardest to control but also the most reliable. Ju-ming had already started seeing signs of him from the previous life. Then he looked at him with eyes full of goodwill. Good job, get some rest. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. For successfully eliminating the Darkness Priest, you receive a gift, an ancient copper coin of an underworld kingdom. He focused on the blazing copper coin in his hand, speculating, an underworld kingdom, so it is a dwarf's copper coin. It is known that the dwarf race created the legend of magic technology. Traces are only found through items and ruins. They invented powerful weapons because they were an ancient civilization that never appeared in the previous life. So their items were unbelievably expensive but extremely effective. Hyun-wook gripped the bronze coin, telling himself he could summon ancient items with it. He could not eat this. Suddenly, something on his chest began to glow brilliantly. The system immediately appeared. Congratulations, you have absorbed the Demon Legion medal. Helion rejoiced inwardly. The Legion would take about 7 months to evolve. Not stopping there, the system notified him he had obtained a new skill after absorbing the elite item. The skill was named Signal Core, increasing metal control ability by 30% and Centurion power by 10%. Reading this, he could not help widening his eyes in astonishment at the Centurion power. According to his understanding, Centurion power allowed one to control others to create followers. His own abilities were irrelevant before, but now, it was different. Hyun-wook recalled the recent chaotic battle and resolved his confusion. Now he understood why that bastard could control an entire massive army. Ingranrang was stunned thinking about the soul manipulator, the one who revived undead. Good news kept being announced. The weight of metal he could control now exceeded 85 grams. Transcendent senses increased by 30% were activating. He suddenly grinned a sinister smile. Hyun-wook's eyes turned ice cold. From now on I will absorb all of your abilities. Won-suk worriedly looked at Sang-jun lying limp on the ground, asking if Sergeant Choi was okay. He calmly replied he always slept like a log when tired. He was asleep but still tightly clutching a bottle of dwarf moonshine, muttering in his sleep, I will not let you go again. He picked him up onto his shoulder while wondering. Sergeant Hyun-wook was still fighting down there. Was he not planning to go help? He firmly shook his head, then quickly put on his pants, said it was not needed. This left him extremely baffled. At this moment elsewhere, the chaotic battle was still raging fiercely. A person in the strike team pointed towards the gate and shouted, everyone prepare to teleport. The enemy was still deploying troops to resist. Reinforcement was very difficult because of those mages. Seeing the Great Mountain Guild person climb onto the rooftop, a member of the counter-strike team immediately announced our position had been exposed. The situation was urgent. Min-heesh the person beside her and snapped, what are you still doing? Tae-young did not answer, only urged them to move quickly. The Great Mountain Guild soldier roared, but his comrades were still there. That man with half his face covered behind was still manipulating, ordering to kill them all. He raised his eyebrows doubtfully. Can you really do that? The team leader was dead. The mission failed. Do you think Chu Kyo-young will easily let us go? The military side was still trying to resist the fierce attack of the enemy. Min-hee widened her eyes in shock at the scene before her, her mouth gaping in fear. The opponent was gradually gaining the upper hand. He could only weakly defend. Fortunately, his comrade appeared just in time to help. Suddenly, several military vehicles arrived for reinforcement. A woman's foot quickly stepped out of the car. The Great Mountain Guild soldier called out in surprise. It is the Black Knight. Min-hee beamed a bright, joyful smile. She appeared majestic, her aura fierce, worthy of her title as humanity's savior. She decisively gave the order, violently opposing the military during a disaster as grounds for executing you right here. Proceed with immediate execution. Back at Hyun-wook's place, Won-suk followed him while asking, even the platoon attack commander is here, so where are you going? He paid no attention to those words as he was busy thinking about Aaron. That bitch was definitely still around here. The feeling was so wrong. Why did she not run to the next source of degradation? They just kept walking, unaware that a pair of eyes was secretly watching them. That gaze was fixed on the very careless Won-suk. Hyun-wook slightly sensed that killing intent and glanced up. In a flash, a figure suddenly appeared, pointing a sword at Won-suk, but he swiftly blocked it. He did not hesitate to lure her away from him to avoid unnecessary harm. See, he was confused when the opponent blocked her. Why are you stopping me? That is the vampire who threatened us. Hyun-wook grabbed her wrist and explained, calm down, he is one of us. After speaking, he still held her hand to keep her safe. When their four eyes met at close range, Sihee's face suddenly flushed red with shyness like a tomato. She quickly raised her sword, turned around, and walked away. It seems you have your reasons. Seeing she understood, he smiled gratefully. Thank you. I will explain later. Good job, Sergeant Kim Sihee. Hyun-wook cheerfully praised, thanks to you all the priests are dead. Now we just need to eliminate the core. The second erosion factor is complete. She said nothing, only looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Suddenly a voice rang out, who said everything was over. That person punched both girls hard in the stomach. Aaron officially appeared, arrogantly declaring that things were not over yet. This caused the three of them to simultaneously lose their lives. A horrifying scene occurred in the air. Cerberus emerged, opening wide its jagged teeth to create a terrifying orb of electricity. Having gathered enough energy, it opened its ragged jaws wide and spewed out countless lethal fireballs. The entire ruined and devastated street was immediately engulfed in a blazing sea of fire. Han-wook struggled to hold his ground, gritting his teeth in fury. Damn it, of all the things that could happen, this is the worst. The situation was dire. He had to quickly devise an escape plan. Sergeant Si-hee, please take the children away from here. Following the order, the two souls moved closer to Arin to seize Ji-ho back. Hyun-wook raised two fingers pointing to the sky, determinedly shouted, "We must stop the final sacrificial ritual by all means." As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow from the supreme bow shot swiftly towards Arin. The soldier's actions infuriated her, making her roar, "Who allowed you to do that?" The system announced that the supreme bow of Knight Chiston had the effect of perfect accuracy, nullifying all of the target's magic resistance. The arrow retained its full attack power. She struggled to flee from the danger zone. Ari realized he could not escape this bizarre weapon, cursed in annoyance. What kind of insane arrow was this? Finally, the arrow caught up and pierced her heart, causing her to lose strength and fall backward. The arrow completed its task and dragged Arin roughly across the ground. On the other side, Si-hee and the soul announced the rescue mission for the survivors was complete. Though severely wounded, she resisted fiercely, ready to die, shouting that Cerberus had been summoned and Seoul was doomed. The bodies of two young girls lay abandoned. She cared nothing, ignoring whatever might happen next. Han-wook suddenly activated the power of the Light and Dark King, boosting his immortality attribute resistance. Each type of aura had its own penalty. He could only choose one. He stepped forward to refute Arin's bitter words, declaring he would take down Cerberus and protect Seoul. He spoke with a resolute tone that he would stop everything as well. He activated the Holy Cross aura, increasing the Supreme Bow's power by 5 times at the cost of 10% of his mana. The arrow emitted a faint golden light, instantly making her feel uneasy. The small streak of light formed a massive whirlwind, causing her agonizing loss of control, doubling her over. Han-wook watched the scene tensely, thinking this was a gamble. He could not complete the mission without losing anyone. A voice from his other version sounded, reminding him he knew that well, but belief still pushed him on. He knew it was unavoidable, but no matter how many times, he could not bear it, so the young man's eyes blazed with more determination than ever. "I will do it." Meanwhile, Cerberus let out a horrifying sound. A notification appeared like a death warning. The gatekeeper of Hell had turned through the barrier into the mortal world. Si-hee, enduring the terrifying sound, tried to encourage Han-wook, asking if he planned to smash its head like that goblin. He covered his ears and answered loudly. The previous ritual sacrifice was stopped, so it had not emerged yet. They had to find its weakness quickly. The twin flute girl also had to exclaim, even if they found that thing's weakness, would it even be useful? In the air, the massive silhouette of Cerberus writhed incessantly, trying to escape its cage. Below, Yunha's small figure continued to fight tirelessly. And then bad news about Cerberus's emergence continued to appear. She was terrified, her blue eyes wide with shock. The group could not hide their fear of the horrific sight either. Fear slowly became evident on the faces of the brave soldiers, facing the three-headed monster threatening the entire city. Han-wook frowned, swearing he had been preparing for a long time and must succeed. He kept one thing in his heart, even if he had to sacrifice anything. With nothing left to stop it, Cerberus indulged in its instinct to destroy the world. This time, the boss opened its jaw wide, preparing to release another violet energy sphere. Countless energy streams from the spines on its back shot out like a web, destroying all surrounding structures. He heard the notification and believed it. If he said so, she trusted him too, so let's begin. Han-wook immediately gave orders through the radio. Plan B, use lightning rod tactics to fight the boss. The army heard the order, struggling to withstand the storm and the seal. The command continued. The platoon leader and Jun-mo advanced to point A. He assigned tasks to each team, ordering the rest to deploy the weapon crates. The voice from the radio made Jun-mo's eyes widen, saying he was the key and could die if things went wrong. Hyun-wook gave his comrades the choice, but still asked if they trusted his command. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, "Of course I trust you." A brief notification appeared on the screen, the amount of released Muglay shards. A giant sword appeared in the air, shooting straight towards Cerberus. Unfortunately, it sensed the danger and dodged just in time, escaped, and the sword slammed down into the empty lot. One of its paws swept across the road, creating sparks and crushing several cars. A muscular arm reached out, catching the falling staff in midair. Han-wook handed it to Won-suk, ordering him to pick it up and coordinate an attack, asking if he was going to leave him behind here. At the same time, Cerberus was cautiously watching the giant sword beside it. He explained the altar site was the safest point, and Sergeant Choi Yong-jun would not sleep for long. The tense situation forced him to fight for every second. He had to deal with it before it adapted. Cerberus slowly groped around while Yoon-ha carefully hid behind a nearby house. The radio sounded, ordering the attack team leader to draw its attention, along with soldier Lee Hyun-suk. She opened her eyes wide in surprise, asking if Won-suk was still alive. The other side only replied they could not let it see their tactics. Yoon-ha's voice rang out, asking if she could trust him again. The answer was a firm affirmation. Yes, that's right. Hearing this, Jenna was tense but still decisively agreed. Okay, I don't know what you plan to do, but I trust you won't let me down. Immediately, Yoon-ha stepped forward with her shield held high, exuding the heroic posture of a female warrior ready for battle. Hyun-wook solemnly called out the name of the comrade beside Lee Hwan-suk, and he quickly responded according to military orders. Soldier Lee Hwan-suk reporting. Afterwards he was entrusted with a great responsibility to bear. I rely on your support. These words made the burly man freeze at a loss for words. A few seconds later his aura shifted, displaying absolute loyalty. Please leave it to me. Receiving the assurance from Won-suk, Hyun-wook hurriedly ran off and called for Sergeant Si-hee to set out. His figure leaped nimbly across the buildings. As he soared upward he thought to himself with satisfaction, finally having a team that truly knows how to fight for him. A fair, slender hand suddenly gripped his wrist tightly with force. Si-hee still used her strength to lift him, flying swiftly through the air. At the same time, the soldiers were busily transporting weapons. A soldier suddenly noticed something, stopped his hands, and lifted his head to look high above. Everyone saw a silhouette charging towards the giant thunder beast. It was the figures of Won-suk and Yeon-ha, working in perfect unity. Together, they blocked Cerberus' actions. He gathered momentum, preparing to land a lethal blow on the beast's head. Meanwhile, she poured all her strength into a devastating strike aimed at its aged skeleton. The combined attacking power of both individuals caused tremors that shook even the weapons in their hands. But unexpectedly, Yoonha's sword tip was nothing more than a toothpick against its hardened bones, and Won-suk's spear point was not even enough to scratch the itch of the beast's thick fur. Yoonha froze, as if she could see the clear contempt in Cerberus's violet eyes, and it decided to toy with the two little ants. Streams of violet lightning pierced through her sword and entered her body. Won-suk also had to withstand a portion of the extremely severe attack. It flung him into the air, sticking out its long, slimy tongue as if wanting to swallow the opponent in one gulp. Another head also opened its jagged maw wide, lunging straight at Yoon-ha. While Si-hee pulled Hyun-wook flying to another area, a piece of bad news appeared. Cerberus, the gatekeeper of hell, is initiating an area magic called the Abyssal Inquisition. Realizing this, he asked in horror, how can it use wide area magic while it's still unstable? A strange black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, signaling an ill omen. The beam of lightning emitted from Cerberus's spine was what summoned that black hole. Black vortex absorbed the lightning's power like a bottomless pit. Then it gradually expanded, creating a pressure-filled atmosphere that engulfed everything. Suddenly, a massive lightning pillar, like a sky pillar, crashed down from the vortex. Its target was an old tree, but midway it was blocked by a spatial gate that appeared abruptly. Yoon-ha struggled to open her eyes, witnessing this brutal scene. Nearby, Won-suk was also petrified by the pillar of light. The soldiers moving the weapons had to cover their heads to avoid the shockwave from the lightning pillar, and Hyun-wook stared wide-eyed, helplessly watching that terrifying power. At a distance, Jun-mo mustered all his courage, raising his sword as a conductor, blocking the path of the colossal lightning bolt. From Si-hee and Hyun-wook's perspective, they saw the pillar of light as if guided, redirecting its destructive power to the top of a high-rise building. Even so, he was still uneasy, only gritting his teeth and wondering if the building could withstand that strike. The colossal lightning bolt continued to strike directly at the top of the high-rise building. Its power was enough to destroy the entire city, but now Jun-mo alone bore all the pain. It was then that Hyun-wook clearly saw the small silhouette engulfed was his comrade, so he frantically called out his name, Jun-mo, but he was already scorched all over by the lightning, unable to hear a single word. At the shelter in Onion High School, the desolate and ruined scene clearly bore the marks of disaster. Jun-mo received the sword, asking in shock, "Isn't this the Celestial Cloud sword? Why are you giving it to me?" Hyun-wook replied seriously, "I'm only lending it to you for now. But do you really intend to do it?" Jun-mo did not hesitate. "Yes, someone as weak as me must do everything to become stronger." He warned in a low voice, "If you dare to fail, be prepared for the consequences." Hearing this, Jun-mo tightened his grip as if silently encouraging himself. Moved, he poured out his heart. "I have lived my entire life in obscurity and oblivion. A failure like me living is no different from meaningless existence. We all know that ordinary players level up and grow through combat. But both Jun-mo and Hyun-wook are special over-level evolutionary players. He had to find their own breakthrough methods without receiving help from anyone, even though he had tried his best to support Jun-mo and his lightning attribute, but all failed. Nevertheless, his trembling eyes were still full of determination. "From now on, I will not live like that anymore." Seeing that spirit, Hyun-wook only thought somberly, "There is only one last method left." Unaware of his struggle, Si-hee said with immense confidence, "Corporal Park Jun-mo, just leave it all to me, I am ready. I will not let down your expectations, Sergeant Hyun-wook." Seeing that expression, he suddenly recalled the past. The image deeply etched in his mind was the final day of that person. Hyun-wook's gaze became unreadable as he sank into memories. He could not clearly remember Park Jun-mo's past life because he had died very early. He could not help but worry. What if this chess game failed? What if he was wrong again? Could it be that he had to bear responsibility for this death? A moment later, on the rooftop of a tall building, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, tearing through the sky, and Hyun-wook had just managed to dodge to the side. That lightning bolt struck Jun-mo directly. His entire body was enveloped in sparks of electricity, causing his eyes to roll back white. In the sky, bolts of lightning linked together, forming a blinding electric current. He shouted loudly to transmit more motivation to Jun-mo. In his heart, he silently hoped for him to endure. The cluster of lightning converged on the sword and spread to Junmo as well. The energy source was too strong, causing his hood to fly off. Junmo still did not give up. He continued to endure, but the weight from each wave of lightning made it difficult for him to resist. Yanwook could only silently watch with anxiety, praying for him to hold steady. The bolts of lightning converged into a glowing electric sphere in the sky. Immediately after, a notification panel appeared. Player Junmo had successfully opened the path of energy evolution. Even though the pain and weight kept increasing, he was determined to raise the sword high. Another notification panel appeared, showing that Junmo had unlocked the self-flight skill. He slowly floated up, still gripping the sword tightly, feeling the immense flow of power coursing through his body. Witnessing that scene, Hyunwook could not hide his joy, his eyes full of hope. Not long after, a dark notification panel appeared. Cerberus's area of effect magic, Infernal Cloud, had been absorbed. At the same time, the unusual lightning clusters on the rooftop drew a lot of attention. But that did not stop Junmo's joy. Sergeant Hyunwook, I made it, I can feel the power surging. Before he could enjoy the joy, overwhelming emotion made his voice tremble. This was the feeling of evolving. Hyunwook was also full of confidence and happiness. It worked. His awakening marked the beginning of defeating Cerberus. Just as he landed, Minhee rushed out from the spatial gate to ask about the situation. Hyunwook quickly replied, "There is no time to explain. You and Sergeant See prepare to activate the spatial gate in the central district." He was startled at that and asked, "Where are you going? Shouldn't you be supporting the team leader in the attack?" Hyunwook quickly jumped onto the vehicle carrying the monster and explained, "Junmo has blocked the area of effect magic. I trust the team leader and Wonsuck can buy enough time." He touched the dark mark and silently made up his mind. "I will temporarily tame this bastard." An information panel appeared. When merging with the dark magic in the soul vessel, the player could either succeed or be devoured by it. The notification came true when Hyunwook was nearly swallowed by the dark threads, just as he thought. It was not easy to tame. In the critical moment, he quickly activated the related holy skill. Feeling the dark magic dissipating, he smiled triumphantly. But he did have a way. The solution was to control metal. Hyunwook quickly seized control of the metal energy source within the monster. At the same time, in another place, Junmo, having just awakened his power, was now facing Cerberus head-on. Seeing its target, it entered an attack stance, gathering a fireball as a finishing move. Suddenly, Wonsuck, holding his weapon, flew up to the central district just as it was about to strike. Even so, he could not stop the devastating attack from hurtling toward the target. Facing Cerberus's sudden attack, Junmo could only stand frozen in confusion, unable to resist. Seeing that look, Wonsuck angrily shouted, "Hey, you useless fool, dodge now." Just as it was about to unleash its next move, he used his weapon to deliver a powerful blow to try and block it. But seeing his attack was useless against Cerberus, Wonsuck immediately turned back to check the situation. Fortunately, it had been partially affected, the powerful force redirected elsewhere. The entire city instantly sank into a ceaseless rolling sea of fire. Junmo, still not having regained his composure, collapsed, still holding the sword imbued with lightning power in his hand. Seeing his pathetic state, Wonsuck laughed loudly. "See, I will become the next player here." Before he could gloat, Cerberus's paw was right behind him, aiming to stomp down on him. It dealt Wonsuck a nearly fatal blow, impossible to dodge. He was hit without any defense, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just then, on a distant rooftop, a massive wing appeared, drawing Cerberus's attention. Unhazer raised her hand high, preparing to launch the technique Celestial Wing Divine Grace. As soon as she finished speaking, that wing immediately shot toward it. However, this attack was quickly blocked by Cerberus, using its jaws to bite down tightly. In an instant, her Celestial Wing Divine Grace shattered into pieces. That scene shocked and terrified Yunha. How could he, an ordinary walking corpse, bite through Celestial Wing Divine Grace? Without hesitation, it opened its sharp fangs wide, preparing to devour her as she struggled to escape. Each sharp fang almost sank at Yunha's body. But just before it could catch her, she was flung far away. Junmo was flying on his own to dodge the scythe of death, worried when he saw squad leader Yunha was still in danger. He looked at the sword in his hand and began to doubt himself, wondering what a newly awakened person like him could do. Yunha was knocked back, falling heavily to the ground. Seeing her gasping for breath after fighting Cerberus, Junmo compared himself and thought that even a warrior like her struggled. At this moment, the image of the giant murderous monster and Yunha appeared. The two created a complete contrast between cruel power and small, resilient will. This made him even more tormented by his own cowardice, but he saw that she still stubbornly raised her sword after repeated failures. In that moment, Junmo looked back at himself and silently made a decision. He could not remain a coward by simply thinking this way. He immediately charged down with unwavering resolve, telling himself he could do it. However, the system coldly announced the bad news that Cerberus had fully adapted to Earth. In an instant, its entire body erupted in a violent, massive blaze. Not long after, Cerberus rose again with its power multiplied. It scanned the area with its murderous eyes, searching for its target, and it opened its sharp fanged jaws wide, preparing to finish off Yunha right before it. She witnessed the impending end and could only feel helpless as she had no holy power left. It gathered a ball of lightning with terrifying pressure, aimed straight at its prey. In that critical moment, she suddenly remembered Hyunwook's words and wondered what trump card he had meant. Cerberus's thunder sphere quickly shot straight down. Yoon-ha could only raise her small shield to block the blow, like a last fragile hope, but the electric bolts had not yet touched her when a sword absorbed them all. Junmo held the sword in front of him like a hero arriving to save the day. He quickly turned and asked Han if she was okay, leaving her stunned. He absorbed every powerful electric current fired by Cerberus. Though electricity crackled around his body, his eyes and voice became steady as he told her to stand behind him. Suddenly, another head of Cerberus opened its mouth wide, gathering a fireball for a counterattack. Junmo noticed that action and gritted his teeth, cursing. Instantly, it spat out a powerful stream of flame and lightning toward the opposite direction. Facing the danger, he did not hesitate to shield Yoon-ha and warned her to find a place to hide. Suddenly, a message appeared stating that one of the 5 Mowgli fragments had been released. In the blink of an eye, a greatsword flew in to intercept Cerberus's fire and lightning attack. Behind the sword stood Hyunwook in his massive black armor with Holy Spirit light above his head. His appearance left the other two both surprised and overjoyed. Hyunwook turned back with a strong, calm gaze, reassured them, praised them, and told them to fall back. Then he asked Junmo how he felt after the fight and if he could handle it. Junmo firmly replied that he could now stop it with the Sky Cloud sword. Hyunwook smiled triumphantly, knowing his gamble had paid off. He turned toward the opponent and encouraged Junmo to try to distract it as much as possible. Junmo felt his spirits lifted and boldly unleashed an extreme lightning force technique. Both of them flared with the fire of battle in their eyes and charged forward. A message appeared again, stating that the number of released Mowgli fragments had increased to 2. Immediately after, Hyunwook deployed 2 greatswords ready for battle, engaged Cerberus directly. Meanwhile, Junmo began releasing lightning force through his weapon. Then he concentrated his attack on the monster's right side. Hyunwook's gauntleted hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, manipulating the metallic flow within it. He raised his sword high, leaped up, and aimed straight for Cerberus's topmost head. The number of released Mowgli fragments continued to increase, reaching 3. When the sword collided with the skull, the blade immediately sparked with intense friction. Hyunwook's eyes blazed with fury and fighting spirit. He shouted loudly, challenging Cerberus to prepare itself for death. The sky blazed with continuous lightning bolts striking down, while the ground shook violently from the aftershocks. From Cerberus's mouth, a lightning sphere was gathering with twisted electric arcs. Sensing the sign of an attack, Hyunwook immediately leaped backward. His heart churning as soon as the sword left his hands, he gritted his teeth and wondered if he had failed. The system unexpectedly announced that the personal microflight skill allowed the body to hover up to 5 meters above the ground. At that moment, Junmo's worried shout came from below. Sergeant Hyunwook. In an instant, he appeared and used the Sky Cloud sword to block Cerberus's attack. A notification appeared mid-battle bringing good news. The controlled lightning charge had increased 8-fold upon exceeding the absorption threshold. Junmo tilted his head and shouted loudly, asking if Hyunwook was okay, and said he would take care of this bastard. Hyunwook smiled with full trust and yielded to him. With those words, Hyunwook cancelled the skill and shot straight down like a meteor. Junmo shouted his agreement without hesitation. But before he could attack, another head of Cerberus suddenly spewed a fierce pillar of fire sweeping straight toward him. The scorching flames made Hyunwook grimace, quickly raising his hand to block and activating his skill in an instant. A notification panel appeared. The Spirit Hunter armor activated its fire-tempered steel, granting fire resistance to the user while warning of the danger of degenerative dark magic. He braced himself, enduring the heat that seared his body, gritting each word in his mind, truly worthy of being called Hellfire. If not for the Spirit Hunter armor, I would have been burned to ashes. Not wasting another second, he immediately directed the Mowgli shard straight at the head of Cerberus that was spewing flames. The next notification sounded. The amount of Mowgli shards released increased from 2 to 4. The giant sword whistled through the air like lightning, plunging straight into its target. Yet it was still useless. That powerful technique did not inflict any damage on it. The central head, with its murderous eyes, stared directly ahead, radiating an aura of death and terror. A flicker of caution crossed Hyunwook's mind. It was all futile. None of the attacks were effective. I have to find its weak point. Junmo was still shouting amidst the chaotic battle. Sergeant Lee Hyunwook. I am barely holding on against its attacks, but can you take it down soon? We need a truly powerful blow to finish it. He clenched his jaw in tension as a thought flashed through his mind. I know I am trying. Hasn't Lee Min-hee's teleportation arrived yet? Perceiving the unstable situation, he shouted loudly, Junmo, tactical retreat. Cerberus clearly would not let the two of them go, its sharp eyes locking onto its prey. Its massive body immediately lunged forward, shattering a series of buildings in the blink of an eye. Cold, mechanical voice announced, the gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus, has completed adaptation, accelerating the degeneration process. The roar of thunder and lightning mingled with the ceaseless eruption of flames, as if wanting to devour the entire sky. Blazing heat directly onto one of the assault team members, make him shout hurriedly. The flames are spreading, gritting his teeth through the stinging pain. He still tried to track Cerberus. The target is entering the bombardment zone. The two-man assault team silently observed the situation from the rooftop of a nearby building, but it wildly charged forward at great speed, destroying all obstacles in its path. Its massive form swept past where the assault team was gathered near the supply vehicle. Just then, a cheer rang out amidst the chaotic scene. Great, the teleportation setup is successful. Minhee did not hesitate, immediately ordering Si-hee to prepare the weapons. She replied decisively as her eyes stayed fixed on the target. It is done. He spoke amidst the turbulent atmosphere with all the earnestness he could muster. Han-wook, please, we only have this one chance. I beg you to succeed. At that moment, the teleportation device was gradually moving into the chaotic sky above the battlefield. There, Cerberus continued to spew furious flames at the two men. Not stopping there, another head combined the power of lightning with brute force. Junmo dodged the flames and immediately lunged forward, swinging his heavenly cloud sword to try and control the lightning sphere forming in the monster's mouth. As he braced himself in that stance, Hyun-wook's shout suddenly rang out from behind. Get out of the way, Junmo. Hearing this, he did not hesitate to dodge to the side. At that very moment, his command-like voice sounded like thunder. Execute now. The amount of Mowgli shards was quickly released from 2 to 5. He poured all his power into controlling the Mowgli shards, spinning them fiercely before driving them straight into Cerberus. But even such a powerful technique was like a mere tickle to it. He gritted his teeth, calculating inwardly its toughness and speed are beyond imagination. It is adapting and growing stronger. As Hyun-wook was trying to think, his eyes suddenly caught sight of Cerberus's mangled head. I need to find its weakness quickly. Wait. He suddenly seemed to realize something. A thought flashed through his mind. Now I notice this horned beast is protecting that incomplete head. He scrolled through his memories, trying to recall the information. Cerberus was originally a 3-headed monster, each head controlling an element. Fire, lightning, or poison gas. But right now it is only using fire and lightning, not poison gas. So what does that mean? A bold and breakthrough conclusion flashed in his mind. That incomplete head being protected is definitely its weak point. He did not hesitate, charging forward while shouting loudly, Junmo, I found its weak point. I will deal with the remaining head. You keep distracting it for me. Right then, Junmo's system panel lit up. Power consumption exceeded the requirement. Hidden skill is being unlocked. Seeing the information on it, he was immediately startled. But then he called out to reassure the other, okay, you be careful. Cerberus was not idle either, its eyes blazing fiercely in a raging fury. It simply continued forward, spewing flames without pause, as if wanting to burn away everything in its path. Elsewhere, a member of the assault team quickly reported, we are in trouble. The drone cannot reach the target's altitude because the lightning is too dense. Immediately after, the cold, mechanical sound from the communication device rang out. The target is 3 kilometers from the bombardment zone. Minhee immediately turned, strode forward, and ordered sternly, damn it, try to control it and fly as high as possible. The drone carrying the teleportation device was now hovering above it. The target is 1 kilometer from the bombardment zone. Notification sound came again. The target has entered the bombardment zone. Just then, Hyun-wook had managed to land on a rooftop, narrowly escaping Cerberus's pursuit. He did not hesitate, activating his skill to use his soul to lift his body into the air. Then he quickly reported through the communicator, Sergeant Hyun-wook moving to the teleportation bombardment zone. At the same time, Si-hee, upon receiving the news, shouted loudly, hey, Minhee immediately calmed her down with a tense voice. Damn it, we cannot do anything but trust Hyun-wook. Continue the plan to move the weapons to the teleportation zone. She quickly received the order and activated her skill, focusing all her power to move the weapons to the teleportation zone. The weapons flew through the teleportation gate one by one. Simultaneously elsewhere, Hyun-wook had also approached the teleportation gate. His soul carried him through, then immediately dropped him from a terrifying height. The moment of plunging down like a meteor, Hyun-wook clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Hidden arrow first release. Cerberus seemed to sense something was wrong. It looked up at the bright speck standing out against the pitch-black sky. In the blink of an eye, before it could even react, a tiny arrow descended from the sky at breakneck speed. It swooped down like lightning, grazing past 2 massive heads to aim directly at the unfinished head. But in that instant, the bonehead beside it turned back to block the attack. The arrow buried deep into the skull, causing it to stick out its tongue in pain. A roar of fury echoed through the space. Right after, a heavy crash rang out like a terrible explosion. Hyun-wook frowned, growing more certain of his guess. It was protecting the weakness. Had the sneak attack failed? Still, he did not give up. Then I will crush you with destructive firepower. A barrage of weapons shot down swiftly as the command cry rang out. Iron Rain advance. Swords plunged straight into Cerberus at supersonic speeds without any warning. Hyun-wook also charged into the fray himself, but suddenly lunged straight into the gaping mouth of the bonehead. A bold thought flashed through his mind, and he decided to take a risk. The aiming path was lost, the final shot had to hit. At the same time, Junmo held the heavenly cloud sword, gathering a sphere of lightning with arcs surrounding the blade. Finally, the hidden skill was unlocked. The lightning breath was ready. Only one rule remained. Still, he chose to save this limited edition technique for Cerberus' head. Then Junmo shouted in coordination, "Sergeant Lee Heinwook right now." Heinwook seized the opportunity, unable to hide his excitement. "Well done, Junmo. I did not misjudge you." He quickly unleashed a stream of deadly energy, aiming directly at the monster's only weak point. As the beam entered the eye socket, it halted before starting to counterattack. Heinwook gave it no chance and immediately shouted, "Release, Supreme Muglay." The small beam instantly turned into a massive Muglay fragment, crushing that head. Cerberus screamed, its roar tearing through the space filled with ultimate agony. That moment in the control room, a report on the abnormal phenomenon rang out. There is an unusual mana wave suspected to be the second boss monster. The entire T-San squad supporting the shelter has lost contact. Seo Yun lost her composure, muttering under her breath, "What the hell is Chu Kyo Young of Team 15 doing?" Suddenly, someone spoke up, long time no see Representative Kang. Behind them came the bustling footsteps of a group of people. With an annoyed expression, she spoke in a half-sarcastic, half-challenging tone, "Myung-ho from the Black Tiger Unit, or should I call you the Presidential Secretary?" Myung-ho stood with his escort team, calmly replying, "I have many titles, feel free to call me what you like." He looked at her and said, "I came to ask for your cooperation." Seo Yun looked irritated, responding, "I thought the government only looked after its own people, nowhere to be seen when needed, and now you come begging for cooperation?" Myung-ho explained, "The number of players determines a nation's strength. The US and China failed against the waves for 10 years because of complacency." He continued, "Acting recklessly will leave you unable to recover, even vulnerable to invasion. Players are a country's national defense." Seo Yun asked, "So cooperation means telling us to just stand and watch?" He denied it. "No, a special task force has already deployed to conquer the first wave." She was startled. "Wait, is the rumor about the F-rank soldier true?" Myung-ho looked at the screen and coldly replied, "That is correct." Finally, a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. Seo Yun stood in the corner, her heart full of worry. Can we really do this? Meanwhile, on the front line, Hyun-wook strained himself in battle, shouting, "Muglay, release maximum mass." He activated the Divine Blessing, increasing the effect fivefold, power increased by 50%, but losing 10% mana. Hyun-wook maintained his balance midair after landing a dangerous blow on Cerberus. The situation was dire. He gritted his teeth and risked it all, fight to the end. Damn it, it has come to this. Immediately, he activated the metal manipulation technique to finish the beast. As if to celebrate, a notification panel appeared. "Congratulations, you have defeated Cerberus. The degeneration has slowed and will cease once the core is destroyed." He gradually calmed down after the fierce battle. Han-wook yelled to his comrades, "The second source of degeneration has been destroyed." The whole team cheered loudly. "We did it." The soldiers rejoiced, unable to speak. Fan Yun smiled brightly. Everyone fervently celebrated this overwhelming victory. Joy did not last, as a notification panel warned about the dark magical corrosion from the armor increasing. Heinwook was startled, not yet recovered from exhaustion, when he faced another issue. He looked toward the core among the rubble and shouted, "Not yet time to celebrate." He ordered his comrades, "Follow me, we will destroy the core at its root. The rest of you find survivors and prepare to move." Everyone shouted in unison. Core on the demonic tree was glowing with a magical purple light. It shattered into 1,000 pieces before Heinwook and Junmo's eyes. The notification panel confirmed the core was destroyed, ending the degeneration process. Those who destroyed the source of degeneration received experience, and the degenerated area was converted into otherworldly magic stones. The two silently watched the unfolding events. "You have received an item, Mistutine Seed. When it grows, it will become a divine tree with sacred power." The notification panel disappeared, and the seed materialized, falling into Hyun-wook's hand. Junmo was surprised by the meager reward. "This is no ordinary staff. It is a divine weapon that slays gods. A weapon that once killed Bander, son of Odin. Because it was too powerful, it never appeared in its complete form. You need to plant the seed. Helping it sprout and nurturing it until it becomes a divine tree is quite troublesome, but it is still better than coming empty-handed." At this moment, Junmo's expression was as if he had just realized something. He blurted out, trying to sound positive, "Why are you so serious? We have destroyed the source of the corruption. Now I know how to level up. We just need to take down the last source, right?" Heinwook only replied sternly, saying things were not that easy. He recalled Cerberus and continued, stating there was still one more boss monster. Scenes of fierce battles with the monsters kept flashing through his mind. The other monsters, which had been hesitating until now, would pour down like a torrent. Heinwook continued his reasoning, saying now they could no longer worry only about the gates. At this moment he had realized another imminent danger. The monsters would soon flood Seoul, and hey, Park Jun-mo. Hyun-wook called out loudly, Corporal Park Junmo, keep your ability to level up a secret. If anyone asks, say you received a skill after completing the mission. Junmo was puzzled by this request, asking why they should do that. Hyun-wook had only one reason, because he was still not strong enough. If everyone knew he could now level up, he imagined the troubles Junmo could face and analyzed that every organization of every country, every guild would seek him out. Wait until you are strong enough first. If they could not take him over, they would find a way to eliminate him. Only then did Junmo startle in panic. In the city sky, a strange purple halo had just manifested. Hyun-wook was ready to depart, continuing the fight against evil. He gathered everyone and announced clearly, "Everyone prepare. From now on, monsters will appear in areas without gates." He looked at Won-suk and Yoon-ha, saying, "Attack leader, please open the path for us." Turned to the group of soldiers led by Junmo and Kyung-jin. Platoon leader Park Junmo and Kim Kyung-jin. All the rest of you, head to the shelter and protect the survivors. But the two still wanted to fight by his side. "Are we not going to participate in destroying the last source of corruption? We will go too." Hyun-wook immediately corrected them. "Fighting is not a soldier's only duty. There are no players in the shelter. Would you let those survivors die?" Hearing that, they lowered their heads and answered in unison, "No," as if in remorse. The righteous army was ready. He shouted, "Everyone move out." As soon as he boarded the train, Hyun-wook received a call from Kang Cheon. "Can you hear me? It is Mang-ho." He replied firmly, "Corporal Hyun-wook, reading you loud and clear. I have been waiting for you for a long time." "Sir, was my request approved?" At headquarters, Mang-ho answered the call in front of Seo Yun. "Do you know how hard I had to fight for your request?" The regiment commander even put his position on the line. Hyun-wook, recalling Kang Cheon, thought to himself that he truly appreciated his enthusiasm at this moment. Mang-ho continued to announce, "We have received approval from the president. You may use all military armories, except the president's personal arsenal. All of South Korea's most advanced weaponry will support you to the end." Myung-ho declared, "Do you know, there has never been a precedent in AMT allowing a player access to an entire division's weaponry." Hearing this, Hyun-wook made only one small request, "Thank you, sir. Send 4 mages who can cast teleportation spells to each armory." Myung-ho smiled triumphantly, "And you have just been granted access to the Jumana Guild Armory." Demanding everything, how bold. Seo Yun immediately continued, "This is Kang Seo Yun of Jumana. I have some high-level players I am contacting." She affirmed confidently, "They are all A-rank players. They will be able to help you if contacted. And also, there is an S-rank." But the situation was too urgent, so Hyun-wook only told her one thing, "Whatever it is, you had better do it quickly." This made her ask, "Huh?" With the demeanor of a composed commander, he only said softly, "We do not have time." Immediately after, the control room detected an abnormal movement. Mana storm confirmed, source unknown. It is growing larger. This one is about 20 times the size of a normal gate. The two of them were startled by the bad news. How can this be possible? In the sky, the mana storm was gradually transforming into a monstrous gate. A horrifying demonic hand emerged from the gate as if it were part of a demon's body. The hand slammed down onto the city, destroying countless buildings below. But that was not the end. A series of other gates appeared, accompanied by countless demonic hands ravaging the city. On the ground, every soldier was in a state of extreme panic. Yoon-ha was startled and shocked by the ominous turn of events. At this moment, a demonic form was gradually materializing in the sky over Seoul. Immediately, it crawled out of the gate and was about to charge straight down into the city. The information panel confirmed this was a great danger. Beelzebub was trying to break the barrier, enraged by the loss of Cerberus. Back at headquarters, Mang-ho asked Hyun-wook with a serious expression, "I do not doubt you, but can you really do it?" The information panel continued to update, stating his appearance was delayed due to the incompleteness of the corruption. Hyun-wook silently watched Beelzebub gradually descend into the world through the monstrous gates. Finally, the information panel warned that the time until his appearance was 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 21 seconds. His eyes blazed with purple light and determination. "We can do it. I will be the one to end this wave in Seoul." In the gray space, the children rushed in, their voices urgent, as they asked if teacher Jung-jun had really enlisted. They surrounded him, the boy smiling brightly and asking if teacher would fight monsters. Dongmin excitedly continued, saying that leveling up must be really fun, just like playing a game. He pinched the child's cheek hard, asking if he thought the military was a joke. Teacher was going to protect children like them. The boy's smile vanished, and he hesitated as he asked back, "Protect us." A moment later, the scene changed completely. The children lay motionless, their bodies stained with fresh blood. Dongmin looked coldly ahead with his deeply gouged eyes, his voice filled with reproach, asking why Jong-jun hadn't kept his promise to protect them. When he and his comrades arrived, it was already too late. Amidst the devastated ruins, that tall black monster had attacked the children without mercy. He had tried to break through the encirclement as fast as he could, but this world was too cruel. Jong-jun could no longer believe his eyes. Time seemed to freeze. Thanks to Kyung Jin's call, he woke up from the horrific nightmare. Jung Jun gasped for breath. "Sergeant, are you okay?" He sat up, his head pounding painfully, as if he couldn't remember anything. He asked where he was and what happened to the children. Jung Jun's ears rang at his words. They were all dead. Only one child remained. He recalled the scene he had just witnessed. That man Arin had done such cruel things to the children. He roared, asking what the hell that idiot Han Wook had been doing. The two looked outside, where the battle was extremely tense. He also felt heartbroken for the children. It had been a sudden ambush. He couldn't have done anything more. The horde of skeletal hounds seemed driven, charging forward at full speed. One was struck by lightning, but the rest continued rushing toward their target. On the speeding vehicle, Jun Mo unleashed a flash of skill. One skeletal hound was hit and tumbled to the ground. Seeing the endless wave of beasts, he turned back to remind Sergeant Huang Guk that they would catch up soon. He stopped to command Jun Mo, not noticing a skeletal hound charging at him like an arrow. He said there was no time left. They had to eliminate them to reach the Rendezvous point. Hearing the noise, he spun around, frozen as he saw it leaping, intending to crush him with its body. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Wonsuck teleported just in time to reach Hein Wook. He skewered the monster like a tomato. Blood splattered everywhere. He asked if it dared to cause trouble here. He took down one easily, then grinned widely, proudly introducing himself as Lee Wolsuk, the future ace of the team. While he was hyping himself up, Yunhe executed a beautiful move, taking down 3 other skeletal hounds. Her hair fluttered like an angel's, every movement graceful and elegant. She lowered her altitude, her attacking movements incredibly skillful and decisive. Amid the tense battle, a notification appeared with good news for Hein Wook's side. The Hell King Beelzebub was trying to invade this space but was delayed because his weakened state hadn't recovered. He had just stuck his head out, but before he could do anything, he was hit by 2 consecutive attacks and was firmly wedged into 3 spatial rifts. The notification continued counting down the time until his descent. The clock showed only 5 hours, 32 minutes, and 12 seconds. The scene returned to where Jung Jun was recovering. Before him was a cardboard box filled with bottles of alcohol in all shapes and sizes. When Teacher Jin announced the battlefield situation, the A-rank players were gathering at the 3rd weakened source. Sang Jun held his head in pain, telling them to bring the alcohol here. He stammered, only managing a single reply. Seeing his slow understanding, Sang Jun snapped in annoyance, telling them to bring his things here. He pointed toward the box of alcohol in the corner, saying it was over there. He received a bottle of barley liquor, immediately twisted off the cap, and chugged it in one go without stopping. Standing nearby, Ung Jin saw him drinking like water and tried to dissuade him, asking if it was wise to drink like that before heading into battle. Sang Jun didn't reply, only kicked the weapon crate beside him. Inside were all kinds of swords, blades, and spare weapons. Seeing him silently grab a random sword, he shuddered in fear. He said to think of them too, since they were about to go into battle with him. He turned to look at the skeletal hounds, tracking every movement. His voice asserted that he would go alone, asking if they knew why he always acted alone since being promoted to a rank. Teacher Jin's face was full of confusion and doubt. Jung Jun turned back to look at him, a strange smile spreading on his face. He said they were all too slow and cumbersome. That was the reason he always went alone. He took a breath, then delivered a final line, thinking no one would understand anyway. His face twisted to an extreme degree. Shouting loudly, he leaped toward the skeletal hounds. Jung Jun, fueled by alcohol, his reckless blood surging, charged into them without hesitation. The skeletal hounds rushed quickly toward the tempting prey before them, their mouths open to the max. Charged forward, unleashing a chaotic ultimate technique. In an instant, they lay scattered on the ground. Han Wook, who was fighting, saw him veer off below and quickly reminded him not to leave the formation. Jung Jun immersed himself in the battle, letting out a wild laugh as hot blood splashed onto him. He roared that anyone who dared touch his precious little ones would pay the price. He didn't say much, charging forward crazily, warning everyone to get out of the way. Han Wook saw him causing chaos and cursed, calling out the name Sergeant Choi Young-jun in a helpless tone. He was angry but also partly sympathized with his inner wounds. Since the last mission, Sang-jun had only worked alone. No one could control someone with psychological trauma. For him, killing was an elegant pleasure, but he only truly indulged when he had alcohol in him. Those hideous skeletal hounds were chasing down innocent civilians who were unarmed and could only run for their lives. Sang-jun was rampaging through a sea of blood when he froze at a horrifying sight. Countless corpses lay at the feet of the massive monster. Only Suho remained, the boy trying to escape his fate. But the monster had already bared its teeth toward the child. As the skeletal hound extended its long, slimy tongue, Suho stood frozen, unable to move even an inch. In that life-or-death moment, Jung-jun slashed down with a massive strike, cleaving the monster in 2. He landed gracefully, asking worriedly if the kid was okay. Suho still hadn't recovered from the shock of his life, his entire body stiff with tension. When he finally calmed down, tears streamed from the boy's eyes, mingling with his dirty face. Seeing Suho about to cry, Sangju instinctively jumped up and shouted at him to stop crying. He looked around asking where the others were, where the kids' parents were. Jung Jun's gaze swept over a corner. He suddenly realized something, then fell silent before the wall covered in bloodstains. Suddenly, Suho ran over and hugged him tightly. He was bewildered, not knowing what to do, only awkwardly scratching his head. Intending to pat the boy's head to comfort him, Sang Jun asked softly, "Kid, are you alright?" Looking at Suho's face, he suddenly remembered his pitiful student. His eyes wide open, he was speechless. His hand trembled, and the painful past flooded back into his mind. Amidst the pain, a hailstorm came down, and he could only shield Suho with his body. Han-wook jumped down and yelled, "Sergeant Choi, do not leave the formation while on a mission." Seeing him holding a child, he asked curiously, "Usually you always avoid children." He did not answer, his face darkening. "We are taking this child with us. He has no one to protect him." Han-wook stiffened his face in protest. "Impossible. We are about to face the demon King Beelzebub." He was adamant, "I will not accept refusal. The shelter is no longer safe now." Memories of the students who died made him determined to protect Suho. He thought Beelzebub had weakened after being sealed. If we do not take him down, Seoul will collapse. Feeling the child hold onto him tightly, he said, "The A-rank players are gathering. It will be safe there." Han-wook was frustrated by his stubbornness, especially when it involved children. He was startled when he saw Suho looking at him curiously and immediately yelled, "Do not look, he is a monster." Surprised to see him agree, he widened his eyes. "So we are taking the child along?" Han-wook set conditions first. "But there is a condition, only bring him to the Rendezvous point. You must take care of him and follow my orders." Sang-jun hummed to brush it off. "Yeah, we will see if I listen or not." He yelled, "Every order, no exceptions." He quickly shielded Suho, reluctantly. "Fine, I will listen, you annoying bastard." Hearing the answer, he stood up. "Let us go, hurry up." The boy was still holding on stiffly. He said helplessly, "Kid, you have to let go of me." Han-wook laughed slyly. "Great, this way I can control Sang-jun for a while." The situation was not good. One magician had died at the hands of the monster. She and her teammates were ambushed, covered in blood, the radio calling for our rank players to go to the Rendezvous point. Kyo Yeon laughed scornfully. "Ridiculous, an emergency gathering? Is there anyone else coming?" Behind him were giant snails. A-rank players lay scattered at his feet. He crushed the radio. He crushed the radio, gritting his teeth. "Fools." His eyes lit up, extremely excited. "The hunt begins. Things will not go as you planned." At the assembly point of the unofficial Seoul emergency response team, an excited voice rang out. "Finally, the Steel Army has arrived. Everyone has been waiting for the legendary figure." Seeing only this many people, they were astonished. "Is that all? Surely there are more." Han-wook stepped forward and reported formally, "The Steel Army has arrived." Kang Seok rushed over to hug him tightly. "Good job." Hyun-wook avoided him in disgust, but a low voice cut in. "The matter is not over yet." A dark figure silently approached, causing a rustling sound. Just that was enough to silence the two men. Alertness was raised to the highest level. Realizing it was discovered, the snail suddenly charged forward, landed on the roof of the car, causing everyone to retreat in panic. Steadying her body, Yoon-ha tightened her weapon and charged forward. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Her words calmed the group of soldiers, and they all raised their guns. A resolute voice stopped them. "Stop, that is an ally." Kang Seok retorted, "Do not bring in any more." Kyo Yeon walked slowly, responding indifferently. "Bring in how?" An entire legion of giant snails appeared, led by the fat man who laughed sneeringly. "I was just checking the soldiers." Kang Seok's eyes blazed as if he was only a step away from launching a punch. Everyone murmured, "Is that Kyo Young of Daesun?" He became even more arrogant. "The military is just a training ground. Do not mess with our work." Kang Seok flew into a rage. "Are you insulting my military?" The atmosphere became heavy. He taunted, "Do you want me to show you that I meant it?" Sang-jun quickly covered Suho's eyes. "Do not look, that thing is dirty." Kang Seok gritted his teeth. "Consider this a favor. The military must not harm civilians." Smiling twistedly, "Why not admit you are afraid of losing all your subordinates?" Hyun-wook clenched his fists. "Do you represent the guild? Is this the stance of Daesun?" Kyo-young turned around, sneering, "Who are you to interfere?" Kang Seok cut in. "He is the key to destroying the last source of corruption." He widened his eyes. "A rookie commander, you are insane." Han-wook pointed at the 3 gates. "They will merge and Beelzebub will appear." The screen displayed a close-up of the 3 critical locations. He presented the plan. "The AMT Alliance will attack each gate with holy magic." Kyo-young rejected it. "Forget the bombardment idea. The gates cannot be destroyed." He lost patience. "I want to hear the plan to kill that demon, not this useless talk." Hyun-wook bowed his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and honestly replied that with the current resources, they could not do anything. Those words were like adding fuel to the fire, making that madman furious. How dare he gather high-level players without a plan? Kang Seok placed his hand on his shoulder, gently reminding him that he wasn't speaking idly, but he shook his hand off, full of spite. Even so, he obediently let Hyun-wook continue to point out the core issue in detail. They couldn't kill the true body of the Hell King beyond the gate, but they could inflict damage on the parts that had crossed over Seoul. Kyo-yeon thought the plan was like a child's game. "We can't kill him, but we can cripple him. Then what, is that even feasible?" Hyun-wook was undaunted, replying that they had seen the exposed bones on the parts. Because the body was incomplete, they could restrict its movement. He lifted his head ahead, his voice calm but sharp. If they destroyed its core, they would be the first to conquer a wave. Kang Seok nodded slightly, rubbing his chin in consideration. It sounded feasible. The way to defeat the wave was to destroy the core, causing the degradation. Then he narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. There was one problem. None of the necessary A-rank players had shown up. Was it still feasible? Han-wook adjusted the diagram, confidently proposing an alternative plan: gather all C-rank and above players to attack in turns. Dissatisfaction was clear on Cao Yun's face. Easier said than done. The system had never allowed such easy attacks on monsters. Hyun-wook remained calm, lifting his head to look straight ahead. Rephrasing the question, was there anything that allowed them to attack all three areas at the same time? He immediately pointed his finger at him, as if he had found valuable evidence to mock. See, he has no experience at all. Kang Seok crossed his arms to suppress a laugh, but the corner of his mouth still curled up. Experience really wasn't important for this kid. Han-wook stayed silent, letting him speak instead. He was the one who crossed the red gate and Seoul Station with only an S rank. Kyoyong was skeptical. The information was so shocking it was absurd. S rank? Don't lie to me. This is getting more and more ridiculous. Unexpectedly, he nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're A rank, almost S rank, so what you say makes sense. Han-wook's sharp eyes showed a confrontational attitude. Attacking all three targets at once was very difficult because besides you, there was no one else. Kyoyong glared, his mind in turmoil. What's wrong with this bastard? He doesn't know, does he? He shouted in frustration. He tried to regain a calm demeanor, making up a random excuse. Perhaps they had all run away or were dead naturally. Since he was exposed, he reluctantly accepted, left with no choice but to attack all three at once. Handle the rest yourselves. A sinister glint shone in his eyes. If he took charge of one area himself, what could they say? My job is to deal with them one by one. Kyoyong became even more arrogant, using a half-mocking, half-challenging gaze, afraid to attack with the realm unit. Are you? I'll take command. Han-wook smiled slyly, pretending to be grateful. Wow, the Days and Guild steps into command. I feel more at ease now. He laughed triumphantly in his heart. Got him. Then looked at him with a slightly sinister expression. I'll look forward to your participation. The unexpected attitude left Kyoyong slightly stunned, his face clearly showing tension and wariness. He suddenly spoke loudly like a declaration. Excellent. We will proceed with a simultaneous attack. Not giving the opponent a chance to react, he added, blocking off all escape routes. You promised, as the face of Daesun. He stepped back half a step, a wave of unease suddenly spreading down his spine. Wait, I have a bad feeling about this. Han-wook stared intently at him, laying out conditions as part of the plan. In return, we will decide who goes where. Not long after, the first signal came back from Gangbuk, Team 1 ready to attack. Immediately following, the Gangnam Army also reported that Team 2 was ready to attack. At Gansel, they were in position, Team 3 ready to attack. Attack Team A at Gansel, Beelzebub's head position consisting of Chu Kyoyong, Lee Min-hee, Han-wook, and Kim Si-hee. Attack Team B at Gangbuk, Beelzebub's right-hand position, consisting of Seo Yoon-ha and Sang Jun. Corporal Park Junmo was also present. Jang Jun sat down in front of Suho, kindly telling him to listen to the soldiers and not stray away from the adults. At the same time, Han-wook silently cast his gaze over the other two people in the room, and he spoke in a clear voice, announcing C at Gangnam will take charge of Beelzebub's left arm. That is Han Tessin, the S-rank warlord. Kyoyong thought he misheard. What, a warlord in Seoul? Kang Seok was also slightly astonished. How come he hasn't shown up until now? He answered honestly, Tessin just stepped out of a spatial gate. We have a reliable source saying he will return in 1 hour. Neither of them could hide their astonishment when he added, the gate he returns through will open in Gangnam. That reliable source was Han-wook's memory. He had seen that event repeated over and over in reports about the Seoul wave. The file on the warlord stated that he had single-handedly fought against the Hell King, which gave him a lot of information. Han-wook stepped forward to look directly at Kang Seok, wanting him to handle the command. He immediately nodded in agreement but still had lingering concerns. That man had already turned and walked away, his face dark and stormy. Kang Seok remarked that he was a cunning bastard. His words had logic, but the plan was trustworthy. Han-wook had considered this, calmly replying that he had thought it all through. That was the reason he placed him in the same team, to keep an eye on him. Suddenly, Kang Seok placed his hand on his shoulder, addressing Sergeant Han-wook. He slightly slumped, his voice hoarse with emotion. Thank you, and I'm sorry for putting so much burden on your shoulders. This attitude made Han-wook flash a mischievous smile. Then he lifted his head and looked straight ahead. It's fine, through all of this I've had many chances to grow. I'll do my best. Kang Seok seemed relieved of a great weight, a bright smile blooming on his lips. Immediately he grabbed the radio and gave the order, teams fire everything. Subordinates outside, upon hearing the order, quickly opened fire. Shoot. As soon as the words ended, hundreds of bullets flew straight toward Beelzebub's head. One barrage barely ended before another arrived, each wave storming in relentlessly. The bullets lit up the entire sky like a rain of fiery red meteors. Han-wook turned around, urgently ordering the squad leader to take Kim Si-hee and Private Kyung Jin to point B. That person immediately nodded. Without wasting time, he immediately joined the command. Team B, move forward, get going. Then he quickly glided backwards, before cautiously instructing, Captain Chu and I will approach the gate together. There are many monsters nearby, so move very quietly. Kyo-young's gaze swept over the slug next to him, his voice cold, but full of implication. Of course, there are plenty of monsters. Han-wook seemed to notice something, quietly calling out to Captain Chu. Suddenly, that man rushed to attack him from behind. The fat man chuckled smugly, his face twisted with satisfaction. A pretentious tier soldier died in just one hit during the mission. What a shame. At this moment, he propped his hands on the ground, directing his slash straight at that slug. I really hate being stabbed in the back. Kyo-young's face turned pale as a familiar blade pressed against his cheek. Han-wook flashed an arrogant smile. That way, every move is already within my calculations. But you really acted just as I expected, Chu Kyo-young, didn't you? Do you think you can escape this? The timeline rewound to 1 month ago at Bunang Park Gate. For some unknown reason, Hizung was so panicked that his whole body was covered in dirt. It turned out he was trapped in the middle of a pack of red bears, some of which were baring their teeth. So Brother Vu, the sharp one, kept charging at the intruder of their territory. Suddenly, a huge axe flew in from nowhere, then chopped straight down on its head, making it fall backward. Not just it, but the entire pack of its kind also fell one after another. Under the brutal massacre by the group of slugs, Kyo-young walked over arrogantly from behind, his gait and gaze both exuding smugness. He used people as bait, thinking it was the best way to lure the monsters, then humbly flattered, Captain Chu Kyo-young, you've arrived. Thank you. Before Hizung could finish speaking, he received a thunderous slap. The person standing beside him glared coldly. Yeah, enough. Even as he struggled like a fish out of water, the irritation in the depths of that man's eyes could not subside. Using people as bait was effective at times, but being watched by so many eyes like this was really annoying. Over here, upon seeing her cubs being slaughtered, the lava bear furiously unleashed a damage skill. The system immediately popped up a notification. The intermediate monster lava bear, leader of the red bear species, has appeared and is moving to claim the territory. That was hardly the main goal Kyo-young aimed for in tonight's hunt. He did not care about that stupid bear's territory at all. What really interested him was that other person. Despite just suffering a setback from the earlier attack, the slugs not only did not retreat but also rushed forward, clinging to their opponent without letting go. The lava bear was poised to charge at the culprit before him, but was powerless because the barrier was locking its legs in place. At that critical moment, a system window suddenly appeared, announcing that the monster realm taming skill had been activated, allowing control over monsters by seizing their hearts. The monster's consciousness was gradually fading away. The bear roared in agony, its soul being drained away bit by bit with every passing second. Soon after, the cold mechanical voice rang out again. The monster realm taming skill has succeeded. Having obtained the lava bear's heart as he wished, Kyo-young could not help but show a vicious smile. Strands of souls quietly slipped into pouch hanging at his side. Not long after, the screen displayed a new notification. The taming and authority training skill has been activated. The monster has now accepted the skill user as its master. Now, the lava bear seemed nothing more than a soulless husk, having lost its autonomy, bowing its head in submission to its enemy. In his past life, Chu Kyo-young once led an army of monsters capable of rivaling mid-sized guilds, and was considered an A-rank player closest to S-rank. After the seal wave ended, the entire city was engulfed in flames, and no one knew where he had disappeared to. Around that same time, records indicated a soul tamer appeared after his disappearance, wielding the ability to command an entire army of monsters. The suspicious clues and strange coincidences raised a major doubt. What connection did these two people have? Could Chu Kyo-young have awakened as a soul tamer? Suddenly, that slug appeared and delivered a precise slash right into the middle of Han-wook's back. Because he was not paying attention, he took the hit, his body collapsing heavily to the ground. The fat man bared his teeth in a savage grin. A pretentious soldier died in just one hit during the mission. What a shame. Though pinned down and unable to resist, he still raised his mouth in arrogant defiance. But you really acted just as I predicted, Chu Kyo-young, didn't you? Do you think you can escape this? The next reaction made that man widen his eyes in shock. Han-wook twisted his body and sprang up, using metal to knock the blade out of that slug's hand. Seizing that brief window, he immediately backed off to create a safe distance. While taking a defensive stance, he shouted loudly in accusation, "Coward, did you eliminate all the other ranks like this? Was it Dazengari, or did you do it all on your own?" Behind Kyo-young was a dense army of monsters, all staring at Han-wook with ferocious eyes. Even though he had just escaped danger, that man remained completely unshaken. "Oh, look at this. What's this?" Do you think you can deal with me if I act alone? I'm Chukyo-yang. Do you think I'm the kind of person bound by an organization like the way you play soldier? His eyes darkened, cold as a blade. But it seems you know more than you should, which is even more reason for you to die. With that, the swarm of monsters received the order and charged simultaneously. Han-wook immediately heightened his guard, narrowly dodging the incoming blade. The slug's missed slash shattered the ground beneath his feet, sending debris flying. He took advantage of the opening to slip away. Using the bodies of the other monsters as stepping stones, he shot straight toward Kyoyong. Leaping up, his eyes locked on the target, he decided to hold back no longer. Then I have no choice but to beat the answer out of you. Unfortunately, that man was already prepared. He raised both hands to block the sword tip, pressing down on the blade to reduce his force. Han-wook was surprised, not expecting Kyoyong to be able to stop this strike. That man spoke with a mocking tone, exposing his plan. But what now? Do you think you can deal with me when I don't have my monsters by my side? At some point, the red bear had closed in, its gleaming claws swiping toward Han-wook. The sense of danger made him retreat in an instant. Even so, he still got a claw grazing his arm, the gash tearing open with excruciating pain that pierced to his core. The ground where those claws struck immediately exploded, dirt and stones blasting apart. Han-wook narrowly avoided a fatal blow. He forced himself to stay calm and analyze. From earlier until now, he had not seen that man display any special ability besides controlling monsters. He retreated behind where the brains were still poised to attack. Could it be that he could only control the monsters because they hadn't awoken? Or was he simply not a necromancer? His thoughts became confused by the vague clues. Just then, Kyoyong spoke again with an interested tone. Hey, what the hell are you? You are definitely not some worthless trash, so why pretend to be so weak? He still watched in silence, analyzing every word. A necromancer, someone with a growth rate that surpasses levels, quickly became famous through explosive development. That meant Chukyo-yang should clearly know the growth potential of F rank. That man pointed at Han-wook as if provoking him. If you tried so hard to kill me that you hid your rank, then you are truly no ordinary person. Just dealing with you and ending it here would be like doing things halfway. That man's gaze turned cruel. I am sure you will spill everything when an arm is no longer intact. Having said that, Kyoyong swung his hand to control the rotting debris floating in the air. His action made Han-wook freeze. Whoa, what is that? Red Bear wielded a blade enveloped in fierce flames, preparing to attack him. He panicked and retreated to dodge. Could it be that Kyoyong also possessed a fragment of demonic power? The area in front of him took the full brunt of the blow, the recoil blasting Han-wook's body far away. The explosion erupted more violently than the surrounding buildings, flames soaring high into the sky. Before he could recover his senses, the brains swooped down from above. They split up to cut his body down to the ground. That man had lost interest, coldly ordering the finish. Cut him up. Han-wook immediately shouted loudly to negotiate terms. Wait, I have information about the villain quest. I hold a key secret about the Hell King, something needed to complete that quest. His face was twisted from pressure, silently hoping. Now take the bait quickly. If you are truly a villain, I am sure this information will be extremely attractive to you. However, events unfolded beyond Han-wook's expectations. That man raised an eyebrow in doubt. What is that villain quest? His eyes went wide in shock, all his plans shattered. He doesn't know about the villain quest. Is he acting? No, impossible. If he truly were a villain, pretending not to know makes no sense. Their villain alliance doesn't care what they have to do to achieve their goals. Could it be he really isn't a villain nor a necromancer? If not either, then why? Han-wook's mind was in turmoil. He blurted out in anger. Then why? If not for that damned villain quest, why did you harm people? Why are you obstructing the conquest of this wave at all? The question seemed to strike a nerve in Kyoyong's psyche. He sneered, then glided towards the front of the Beelzebub head emerging from the gate. Why? Because I want him for myself. He spoke in a mad and idealistic tone. The guild master told me to just do what I like, so I have no reason to give way. Why should I stop the descent? I will take the Hell King for myself. Hearing this, Han-wook ground his teeth, cursing word by word, you bastard. He couldn't believe the truth he heard. You must have a reason. Even if it's not a justifiable reason, did you harm people just because they got in your way? Kyoyong replied as if it were completely normal. Hey, why shouldn't I do that? Me, you, the monsters, we are all destroying each other in this crazy world. I have to seize every chance to deal with anything that could harm me. Isn't that reason enough? His anger reached its peak. Now I am sure, no more reason to question. This damn deep-sea bastard is not a necromancer. He shouted the order loudly. Mole, release. The giant sword suddenly appeared and cleaved the red bear in two, blood splattering everywhere. Kyoyong did not expect this situation. Han-wook continued commanding, Didi, fell not. It immediately stabbed through the head of a brain. He continued summoning Achilles' spear unfurling, carrying a violent aura that swept away the brains blocking his path. The wind cloud soared, and the crane holding Cloud Master flashed out, forming a net that annihilated all enemies. Bodies of the brains convulsed, a burnt smell spreading in the air. Han-wook stepped lightly onto a ledge. At this moment, Han-wook stood still on a high rock outcropping. He silently looked down at Ki-yong amidst the rubble. Rage surged, darkening his face. A powerful shout burst forth. A scum bastard like you could never be a necromancer. I don't need a useless pig like you. Suddenly hearing these blunt words, that man did not react in time, his face showing a stunned expression. But he changed his expression quickly, covering his mouth to scoff and speaking in a mocking tone. Oh, really? That's ridiculous. I, Chu Kyo-yong, have been taken for a fool. Right then, Han-wook was startled to realize a steel tentacle had appeared above his head without him knowing. Just as he stepped back, it stabbed hard right in front of his eyes, shocking him. The tentacle wildly smashed through the rock, emitting a piercing sound. Moreover, it successfully sent him flying far away. This sudden appearance made Han-wook's thoughts chaotic. When did he get here? How could such a massive object get so close without a sound? The colossal figure of Zikoloteros slowly materialized, lunged forward, striking towards him with its tentacle. The cruelty on Kyo-yong's face had replaced his earlier moment of timidity, his voice becoming more domineering. Hey, you lowly soldier, open your eyes wide and see why the world evaluates my power as equal to a mid-sized guild. The steel tentacle attacked relentlessly, the continuous blows forcing Han-wook to try to retreat and dodge. This trouble wasn't over when a new one appeared. From behind him, an oxer suddenly swung its club and closed in. Luckily, he reacted in time, immediately leaping back to avoid a fatal blow. Its eyes emitted a green light, seeming to be a sign of being controlled. It wasn't just one, but a whole pack of berserk brains charging at him. Han-wook had to use several times his normal reflexes to dodge. While being ganged up on, Zikoloteros' steel tentacle suddenly lashed out, piercing through an oxer in one strike, turning it into a funny mess. With a shocked heart, he quickly retreated to avoid the blow. Both people and monsters are nothing but disposable tools to him. Steel tentacles from the gigantic body frantically smashed the ground, debris flying rhythmically. From the dark corners, the minotaurs also stirred, joining this mob fight. Their eyes were like the oxers, their expressions revealing savage bloodlust. In the center of the battlefield, Han-wook struggled, blocking attacks from the indiscriminate tentacles, while dodging the heavy swings from the oxers. He seized the moment, quickly bracing his hand and using the skill. Following the metal manipulation energy, the Mugly bar floated in midair. It powerfully charged toward where he was fighting, while Kyo-yong leisurely advanced toward the other bar. The pouch containing the monster's souls was hung on that man's hip. That man bent down to pick up the greatsword, his mouth incessantly taunting, "The army nowadays really are a bunch of clowns, getting stopped like this. They said you were F rank, so I thought you'd be at most C rank." On this side, the steel tentacle from Zikoloteros pierced through dozens of giant oxer, and the spear of Achilles also weaved through to finish off the ox behind them. The heavenly cloud sword and the Fianot bow carved a bloody path to help Han-wook charge out. That man's prideful voice rang out alongside the relentless attack from Zikoloteros. "Yet you swept through my army." Faced with its fury, he could only continuously retreat, dodging with difficulty. That man grew increasingly dissatisfied, seeing that he managed to escape the dozens of flying steel tentacles. He even blatantly blocked the tentacle of Zikoloteros, a mighty ancient demon beast. Kyo-yong picked up the Mugly bar, his face full of anger. "Damn it, that guy is at least A rank. I never expected such an ordinary person to hide this much strength." That man screamed in intimidation with a furious gaze. "Damn it, but no matter, I am still the Chukyo-I. You think an A-rank soldier all alone can fight against my power? Monsters, assemble." Following that man's command, hundreds of monsters. A massive object rumbled over, startling Han-wook. On the ground, Oxer and Minotaur ferociously carried weapons and charged forward. On the rooftops of the buildings, hundreds of gups gathered, waiting to pounce down and join the battle. Kyo-yong raised his face and yelled imposingly, "Let me show you why they call me an A rank nearing S rank. Let me admire the look of despair on your face amidst the sea of monsters." He gritted his teeth and glared, his mind unable to believe it. Damn it, did he summon all the monsters out? He immediately raised the Fianot bow, aiming straight at that man, inwardly deciding not to get tangled up with this whole horde. Han-wook skillfully dodged the steel tentacle, his heart set on finishing that man off immediately. Kyo-yong saw him charging and laughed loudly in mockery. "Haha, seems you're not that stupid. You think taking down the commander is the end of it." That man swung his sword with force, blocking the front. That man had already charged to his position, a sneering smile on his face. Facing the powerful counterattack, he was forced into a defensive position and had to leap backward. While busy blocking the Mugly bar, the steel tentacle from above also came flying in. That man's face showed cruelty. His voice contemptuously yelled, "You think I've gotten where I am today just by controlling a few monsters, you fool." Unable to win in a direct confrontation, Han-wook played a psychological trick, hitting Kyo-yong's weak point. "You're the fool. You don't even know how to control Mugly properly, do you?" While on a winning streak, hearing the provocation, Kyo-yong froze for a moment. What? Unnoticed, the Mugly bar had already grown huge and shot straight down. That man, panic, dropped the sword in his hand. Its enormous weight weight pressed down on him, forcing him to brace himself and even get pushed back a few steps. His face turned serious, enunciating each word clearly. What I'm aiming for isn't you. The system panel appeared, introducing the Felnut bow with its never miss ability, bypassing all of the target's magic resistance. Then the arrow flew, targeting the object on Kyong's hip. To that man's shock, Hyun-wook controlled it to cut the pouch clean off. The small brown object landed neatly in his hand. That man roared in fury. You bastard, do you know what that is? How dare you touch it? Bring it back here now. He reached his hand into the pouch's opening, smiling provocatively. I know very well. The treasure pouch containing the hearts of the monsters you worked so hard to collect. Not expecting his secret to be revealed, that man stood frozen, stammering, how did you? His fury reaching its peak, Kyong strained and threw the giant muggly bar to the side. That man, sweating profusely, pleaded, if you release it now, hundreds of monsters will go mad, we'll both die. Hyun-wook only cast him a mocking look. I'm afraid their target isn't me. He directed his gaze to the horde of monsters waiting behind. I bet they have countless blood debts they want to settle with you. We're bristling with aura, exuding a dark, combative spirit. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Kyong's face gradually turned pale. The man quickly raised both hands in surrender. Wait, be realistic. You think you can defeat the Hell King without me? His hand, deep inside the pouch, revealed a golden light. He grumbled in reply. I can try. But first, there's no way I'd cooperate with a backstabber like you. Seeing Hyun-wook's resolute attitude, Dan clenched his fists and cursed. Damn it, you also deceived me about being a Frank. Humans are inherently liars, thieves and murderers of each other. That's their nature. He irritably rejected Kyong's way of thinking. The pouch glowing brightly attracted the monsters. Utterly boring. Shut up. That's not everyone's nature. Not everyone is like you. As soon as he finished speaking, he yanked the lock open, the brilliant golden light beginning to burst out. That man let out a helpless roar, his eyes bloodshot. The shimmering golden light shot from the pouch into the sky like fireworks. It signaled the surrounding monsters. That man tried to lunge at Hyun-wook, but before he could take a step, a steel tentacle pierced his stomach. Zeklos Teros stared intently, its eyes turning red with fury. Hyoyong screamed in pain, you bastard, how dare you betray your master. The freed monsters didn't leave him alone either. All of them madly charged at him. Carrying their resentment, they unleashed earth-shattering attacks, making him spit blood and fly backward. He quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield that was not his own. Firm's silhouette stood amidst the ruined buildings, surrounded by his 5 floating weapons. The system immediately displayed the parameters of the Mugle fragment, the second of 13 fragments needed. Hyun-wook threw Kaioi a look of utmost contempt and fury, a fitting death for one who treated human lives like weeds. In the Gangnam district, where Bilzupop's left arm reigned, a fiery figure landed nearby. Hantesan, filled with wrath, initiated the battle. You destroyed my dwelling, now I will crush you. He leaped high, facing the massive, thorny being. Hantesan raised his flaming fist and struck, shouting that it would end in one blow. With that, he launched himself like a missile, aiming straight for the right arm, blazing a trail across the sky. The activated team below witnessed an utterly surprising scene. The S-rank skill of the sovereign Hantesan. One strike from Hantesan hit the arm, creating a massive explosion, but it remained unfazed. His face was shocked to see his attack blocked by a single hand. Bilzupard had transformed, his body radiating a powerful dark force. Not giving Hantesan time to react, he landed a painful blow straight to the face. The punch sent him flying far away, crashing into the building behind. The force was so great that Hantesan destroyed 3 or 4 high-rises in a row from the momentum. Finally, he slammed down hard, shattering the ground beneath. The system displayed a warning. The first of the 3 manifestation bodies of the Hell King Bilzupup. The purification process ended in a blink. His massive, arrogant form stood towering in the blood-red sky. As for him, he had lost consciousness from the heaven-sent punch, sprawled across the ruined rubble. Information about the powerful entity was introduced by the system. Arrogance had taken shape and descended upon the mortal world. His eyes glowed red, his majestic face bearing the demeanor of the strong as he glanced at the insignificant ants of the earth. After that blow, Hantesan lay sprawled on the ground, unknown if he was still breathing. The colossal left arm tore through the sky and touched down, even a light contact causing the space to violently quake. He awoke to the reverberations, his eyes wide open. He sprang up as if completely unharmed. Hantesan glanced around to assess the situation. The civilians had either evacuated or died. Regardless, there was no one left to worry about. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his weapon. In the midst of the dire situation, he still looked up to the sky and muttered. It had been a long time since he last went all out. Hantesan took a running start and leaped into the air, his speed as fast as the wind, leaving only a trail of brilliant afterimages. Even while flying, he did not forget to yell insults at his opponent. Give it your all, you damn coward. Arrogance was stunned to see him revive, his mouth drooping as if he had lost his meal ticket. But he managed to keep his composure. He raised his hand to block Hantesan's frontal attack. His eyes widened in surprise, and at the same time his hands swiftly threw him aside with the momentum. Whether by accident or design, his body was flung toward the grotesque forearm, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Having completed his great deed, Arrogance still turned his head to look back at his opponent. Who would have thought Hantessen was unharmed, flying back to retaliate right in the center of Seoul. You destroyed my hope of having a home here. I will destroy you. Saying that, he struck, landing a hit right on Arrogance's face. The terrifying force radiating from Hantessen's weapon terrified the activated team on the ground. Only one person bravely tried to calm them. Do not panic. We need to continue supporting the Fist King in battle. Hold your positions. He was hit so hard that his face twisted to one side. Too stunned to react, he held that strange posture for a long time. Before his soul could return, he was already preparing a new skill. Life is full of surprises. Arrogance was hit again. In that critical moment, his wings suddenly sprouted. Arrogance's face darkened. Seeing his tightly pursed lips was enough to know he was deeply irritated. His entire body suddenly split into two separate parts. Arrogance used one hand to tightly grip Hantessen's neck, the horrifying molt causing him to exclaim is that the bastard's true form. In the Gangbuk district, Attack Squad B fired a continuous volley of bullets at Beelzebub's right hand. Sensing the tense situation, Yoon had discussed tactics with her teammates. Chojan Jun, use the fastest sword energy to deal damage. I will widen the wound, and Jun Mo, use lightning attack. She was so engrossed in speaking that she did not notice she was about to be struck by a falling object. Everyone, maintain vigilance. Jun Mo, with a dazed expression, could only watch while Min Hee, quick-witted, timely warned, Captain, shield in front. The foreign object crashed into the ground, causing all three of them to lose their footing and stumble backward. It slowly split open, emitting a purple aura from within that sent chills down their spines. The second manifestation body stepped onto the sticky membrane that had risen, accompanied by the black smoke. Ukai exhibited a seductive stance, looking at the prey before him with a provocative gaze. Yunhei instinctively acted to protect her allies. Everyone, take cover behind my shield. Waiting for the other two to get into a safe position, she began to chant a spell, Holy Light Dome. The barrier was just in time to protect them from his magic. However, Dukai's magical power was no joke. Some rays still managed to get inside, causing Yunha to struggle. He continued to leisurely unleash skills, with an expression as if he did not care about the world. The system panel appeared once again, warning the second manifestation body of the Hell King Beelzebul Envy has descended. In the combat zone of Assault Squad A, the head of Beelzebub finally revealed itself. The battle here was extremely fierce, the air burning hot from gunfire everywhere. Only Famine was standing leisurely in a corner. It turned out he was focusing on chanting a spell with his familiar provoking expression. The system warned again that the third incarnation of the Hell King Beelzebub had formed and was about to descend. Kang Sok immediately ordered the ambush team, the entire squad expanding their holy barrier of protection. They immediately complied, many circles releasing to form a solid shield. The two streams of magic collided, creating an explosion that dazzled the entire space. Meanwhile, Sisan was still in a fierce stalemate. Arrogant, with an icy cold face, raised his hand to form a fist. He did not hesitate for a moment, throwing a punch straight at the opponent's face. Sisan, being restrained, could only shout, "Wait, stop, my face." The two of them clung to each other and crashed into a nearby building. Yet Arrogant was still full of energy, punching and striking without rest. Sisan was beaten so hard he sank in the ground, but still managed to yell, "You bastard, can't you hear?" His voice turned sharp and serious, making the man open his eyes wide. "I told you to stop." Unable to bear it, Sisan yelled, "How dare you hit my handsome face?" The reply was a punch straight to his chin, sure to leave his teeth shattered. The entire building for a moment erupted like a volcano from his power. Though his face was a mess, Sisan still tried to be stubborn. "Just wait for me." Two bitter rivals thus hugged each other, soaring up and then crashing down. This time the battle tilted towards the one bearing an idol's burden. Sisan laughed hoarsely, declaring he would fight like a true man of honor. That statement fueled the fighting spirit, making Arrogant smile like a demon for the first time. Both cherished their faces, so upon clashing they simultaneously punched each other in the face. Even though he was sent flying, the man still bared his teeth in a mad grin. Sisan also got heated, his face distorted but still smirking with bloody provocation. Then came a flurry of kicks and punches. The more he fought, the more his heart raced with excitement. He grimaced and wondered, this ugly bastard doesn't know when to tire. Sisan threw another punch at the opponent's chin, an old move but still effective. After striking, his whole body involuntarily sagged from the mounting fatigue. As for Arrogant, he showed no sign of pain, instead curling his lips in amusement. Seeing that, Sisan was startled, silently wondering, is he smiling? The man countered with a Dojemon iron headbutt, smashing directly into his head. Sisan could not resist gravity, free falling and destroying yet another building. Luckily this time he still had enough wits left to brace himself. Inside, fear began to creep in. "He's recovered, you coward, you're dead." Before he could decide to fight, the man had already leaped down from above. He stomped directly on Sisan's head like a crushing blow. Shockwaves reverberated far across the space. His anger flared. "You filthy piece of dirt, get your foot off me. We have to fight to the end, until one of us dies." Arrogant paid him no mind, raising his sharp, gleaming claws in a boastful display. Seeing this, Sisan was also stunned. "What is that?" By instinct, he raised his arm guard to block. Suddenly, someone from afar cut in with Japanese words, "Are you strong?" In an instant, the area around them was filled with cuts. Sensing danger, Arrogant immediately leaped high to escape. At the same moment, Xiaoyu appeared, his hand still holding a sharp sword stance. Si-san had just escaped death and complained, "What the hell is Japanese? Get lost right now, you weakling." Xiaoyu's gaze was icy as if he wanted to devour him alive. He uttered softly one cut of the sword. As he finished speaking, he swung his hand, flicking the sword, a flash of bright arc tearing through space. Arrogant, standing high above, was also stunned by such power. He hurriedly chanted a spell to block the attack. Wind and dust mixed together, obscuring the vision of all three. As the smoke gradually cleared, Si-san looked up and was surprised. On both arms of Arrogant appeared sharp cuts. Even he himself could not believe it. Everyone was panicked, only Xiaoyu remained calm, lightly smiling in praise of the opponent. Seeing him charging in from somewhere, Si-san turned and questioned, "You bastard, what the hell are you doing?" Gently reminded, "You are weaker than him, step back." Regrettably, Si-san did not understand a thing, still snapped, "I don't like anyone taking my prey, don't you interfere in my fight." Pride quickly assumed a combat stance, its wings spread wide and flapping, generating strong gusts of wind. Then he abruptly stopped, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely as if he wanted to tear the enemy apart immediately. Aishan panted heavily but still forced himself up, issuing a warning to back off if he didn't want to die. At this moment, Pride had also gathered enough energy, ready to spring and leap. Despite being covered in wounds, he still took the initiative to attack, determined to strike first. With a life-or-death spirit, both of them charged at each other ferociously. They rushed straight into each other like opposing forces, neither willing to take a step back. Xiaoyu silently watched from the side, seeing the critical situation. He could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion occurred right at the space where they clashed, engulfing a corner of the city. Unable to ignore that scene, he resolutely plunged into the center of the battle. Right at the moment the other two were about to clash, Xiaoyu firmly grasped his sword and powerfully slashed downward. A clean cut descended, sending the pair flying to both sides before they could understand what happened. The force was so strong that it shattered the surrounding buildings in the blink of an eye. With his vast experience, Taishan managed to stab his weapon into a wall to slow his fall. Pride fared a bit worse. Even with wings, he couldn't stop his free fall. After stabilizing his body, he shouted angrily, "Are you crazy?" Xiaoyu calmly replied with a mocking tone, "Thank your weakness, it saved your life twice. But if you continue, you'll be the next to die." While the two were engrossed in their verbal exchange, Pride continued his transformation, and tense screeches echoed in the dark space. Both were stunned, their bodies freezing, as if they sensed something was abnormal. His hand was enveloped by a mysterious energy force, his body gradually becoming twisted and deformed. He roared like a brutal beast just released from a long-imprisoned cage. When his face had completely changed, Pride bulged his eyes, opened his mouth and laughed sinisterly. Xiaoyu tilted his head in shock, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Tai-san showed extreme disappointment, muttering, "He transformed. So he was always hiding his strength from me." Though they disliked each other, they both decided to cooperate to eliminate Pride. He was smug, acting like he could take them both on alone. Even though he had praised Xiaoyu's attack earlier, now he took the initiative to strike at him. Next target was Tai-san, who was too slow to keep up with his speed. Pride attacked relentlessly, swinging his fists continuously, giving his opponent no chance to counter. The rain of punches forced the target to just take the hits, the violent gusts of wind adding to the villain's aggressive momentum. Xiaoyu was knocked flying to west, and Tai-san was sent flying to the east. Amidst the ruins, he cackled triumphantly, looking arrogant as if he were a superior being. The immense pressure caused a high-rise building to collapse, signaling an omen of doom. Tai-san struggled to stand, provoking Pride. "I'm usually lazy, but now I'm starting to feel patient." Xiaoyu from the opposite side also began to get serious. "It's been a long time since I felt this excited." As soon as he finished speaking, he tumbled through the air and suddenly lunged to attack him from a distance. He charged forward like a moth to a flame, fighting for his life, unleashing a mysterious sword that pierced through the void. However, Pride quickly dodged by creating a penetrating space. Under that eerie magic, the sword in his hand was split in two, but there was a blessing in disguise. The tip of the sword still got close to his abdominal cavity, where a suspicious, glowing red gem was exposed. Pride panicked and instinctively retreated. Xiaoyu noticed the anomaly. All this time he had only used pure strength, but now he was dodging. He was trying to protect something. Caught out, he flew into a rage, intending to unleash a counterattack. He finally understood the issue, thinking to himself, protecting something. So it's because of this. Xiaoyu decisively slashed straight at the gem, and as predicted, he hurriedly shielded it with his hand. With sharp eyes, he calculated the next move, thinking he had to finish him within the next 2 strikes, or it would be very dangerous. Tai-san's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. "Hey, didn't I tell you already?" He shot forward as if afraid of losing his target, saying, "Don't steal this from me." Xiaoyu could only throw his hands up with this kind of person, thinking to himself that someone was truly foolish. A huge explosion suddenly occurred, with a devastating power comparable to a Hiroshima city. Tai-san proactively asked, "Is he hiding something in his stomach?" stomach? Before he could hear the answer, he went to verify it himself. The destructive power of the attack was truly immense, flames billowing up, lighting up the entire sky. After that blow, Pride kept clutching his stomach as if it were a precious treasure, further confirming the guess that he was indeed hiding something. Tai-san advanced aggressively, as if the victory was already his. See, I never lose sight of my goal, except for that one time. He attacked like a storm, and he naturally had to withstand the blow. His hardened arm slowly began to show warning signs, with severe cracks clearly appearing. Pride's face was twisted in extreme pain, his bloodshot eyes full of agony and suffering. Cornered, he swung his arm violently, putting up a fierce resistance. Just then, Tai-san suddenly felt the pain hit him. He collapsed in front of the enemy, his arrogant expression frozen for a few seconds from not understanding what happened. He writhed and vomited in waves, then fresh blood gushed out in streams, scattering everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, he clenched his fist, preparing to land a fatal blow. In his current condition, Tai-san could do nothing but endure the opponent's fury. He unleashed a flurry of consecutive punches, each one incredibly powerful. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the air, dragging along the buildings destroyed by the eerie power. That arrogant man's body seemed to absorb something, gradually becoming enhanced. As for Tai-san, he looked like a wreck, his eyes glazed and no longer lucid. His entire body was enveloped in a strange energy flow. He looked like a dwarf in front of that giant. He gave a manic smile, his bloodshot eyes turning a mysterious purple. Seeing him sit motionless in a pool of blood, Sioyu spoke with a mocking tone. He taunted him, calling him a foolish idiot. Then he used both the carrot and the stick. But the way he fought an opponent stronger than him made me unable to acknowledge his warrior spirit. Gripping the sword firmly, his gaze was more resolute than ever. I take back my words about you being weak. Thanks to the opening you created, I will take him down in the next strike. That arrogant man merely dismissed it as empty talk, still letting out a light, satisfied laugh. Does Sioyu's face look like he is joking? You are lucky to even see the Winter Order alive and well right here. Satisfy him to your heart's content. Don't make me play the fool. He drew his sword and chanted an incantation, one sword the ultimate profound principle. Even though the sword was only half intact, he brazenly attacked the enemy without any hesitation. Before the slash could even tear through the void, the result was already extremely surprising. Though he struck wildly, the area taking damage was very deliberate. The arrogant bear hurriedly covered the weak point on his chest. Sioyu charged forward, intending to end the battle. This was the final chapter. Tai-san had woken up from behind at some point, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he cursed irritably. This bunch of bastards all came to snatch this from me, damn it. With extraordinary willpower, he rushed forward, determined to seize the chance to kill the enemy. I will not let you steal the finishing blow. The arrogant man's blocking arm shattered before the powerful force. The gem inside also shattered, scattering everywhere. Furthermore, he was turned into a donut, his body pierced with a hole right through the abdomen. Before dying, he could only roar out in extreme pain. The notification panel appeared just in time. Congratulations, you have completed the mission. Black hole appeared again, this time signaling an omen of good fortune. His body gradually dissipated. Sioyu pointed his sword at Tai-san, reproaching him. How disappointing. I told you to fall back. He did not understand what he was saying, this Japanese devil. I was already annoyed that you butted into my fight, and instead of apologizing, Tai-san angrily turned around to question him. Is this how you treat me? Sioyu was not one to back down either, and retorted, you better be strong enough to take it, otherwise it will really hurt. Ukai was observing from hiding, seemingly having sensed his comrade's death. He involuntarily smiled in amusement. Then he turned back to watch the spectacle of the two puppets fighting each other. Junmo slowly opened his bloodshot eyes, preparing to attack. Yunha was also on high alert. He gathered force into his legs and leaped forward. She did not hesitate and rushed after him. They charged straight at each other. One unleashed a lightning bolt, the other used a shield. He chuckled, satisfied with his perverse amusement. Going back to the beginning, Yunha sensed danger and shouted, everyone, take cover behind my shield. Like lightning, Dukai summoned a sharp bolt of lightning that tore through space, shooting straight toward the target. She did not flinch, pouring in all her strength. The Alliance Master stands firm. She held steady amidst the storm caused by the fierce attack. He smiled faintly as he saw her struggling appearance, thinking to himself that this one truly did not know her limits. Yunha gradually weakened, signaling her comrades, I cannot hold out much longer. On my command, everyone scatter. Sang-jun looked up and spotted the problem. Captain, the shield. In the blink of an eye, the shield shattered, but it did not break her resolve. Now everyone, get out of here. Before she finished speaking, her pupils dilated to their limit. The lingering lightning bolts were reflected in her beautiful emerald-like eyes. An infinite vortex appeared, engulfing Yunha, pulling her into the boundless depths of the illusion. She slowly stood up, looking around. She glanced around at the unfamiliar scenery. Finally unable to hold back, she blurted out, where is this? The familiar voice from the mirror rang out. You failed again. I am disappointed. The daughter of a knight commander is not allowed to lose. She was stunned by the scene, her lips moving to let out a sound of surprise. Xian Mo coldly scolded, do not speak weakly. Receiving the clan's support yet still making mistakes is a disgrace. The scolding voice continued, but Yuzi's reflection appeared in the mirror. You are still a coward, afraid of what others think. Do you plan to hide under your sister's shadow forever? Yunha was startled to see a familiar face. She retorted, what do you know? I suffer so much, always being compared and looked down upon. Her eyes fearfully glanced at the cracking mirror, a threat ringing in her ears. Yunha, I told you to be tough. Suddenly, the jealous one rushed over with horrifying speed, shouting, don't expose your pathetic emotions. In his rage, he did not hesitate at all, pouring killing intent into the sharp sword tip. It stabbed straight forward as if to pierce through everything. Everything was too fast. Yunha could not react in time and was struck a fatal blow. Her body was suddenly pulled to a different space, her feet landing smoothly by inertia. She did not know when she had put on the uniform, her stance instinctively ready for battle. Feeling a sharp pain in her chest, she woke with a start, checking her condition. Yunha was surprised to see a familiar scene, the dueling arena for the president's selection. At this moment, the jealous one lost patience and raised a hammer to point directly at the other person. Hey, what are you doing? Junmo was scared and instinctively backed away a few steps. He stammered, this place is the gymnasium, the man urged impatiently. So will you do it or not? Crowd in the stands cheered excitedly. Junmo has awakened, but he is still a failure. Just fight. Sanguk taunted. Let's see how the incompetent one fights. Junmo nervously explained. The sergeant said to keep it a secret. Hearing this, he sneered mockingly. Truly an incompetent. Has to ask for permission even to shit. See, a real failure. His patience had limits. The jealous one rushed over, swung the hammer down beside him, causing Junmo to fall backward. He said sternly, emphasizing each word, so will you do it? Junmo was dazed, unconsciously repeating the opponent's question. So will you do it? The angry students fanned the flames. Hey, be serious. Are you deliberately failing? How long will you keep dodging? Junmo covered his face with his hands, only able to lower his head and apologize. Sorry, I will do better. The jealous one was annoyed, couldn't help but lecture. Sorry my ass, how will you do better, you idiot? He directly launched an attack, creating bolts of lightning that blasted the door frame, the tremendous power sending everything flying. Panicked screams echoed, everyone was thrown into the air, the atmosphere becoming even more chaotic. Sanguk, his face gray with fear, was twisted in horror as he witnessed the terrifying scene. The jealous one tried to awaken the other, repeating, are you finally going to do something? Show them that I am not to be bullied. Junmo was as if hypnotized, his brain shutting down, completely refusing to process information. At this very moment in reality, the jealous one slowly revealed his true form, leisurely observing the carnage he had just created. Junmo gritted his teeth so hard a grinding sound came out, full of anger. Just one more spark and he would explode. Yunha was not much better, her sharp eyes blazing, her fiery red eyes becoming an effective weapon. The corner of his mouth slowly curled up into a sickly, delighted, eerie smile that sent chills down one's spine. In the illusion of the dueling arena, Yun had charged straight forward recklessly, launching an attack without hesitation. The jealous one nimbly sidestepped to dodge her attack. The sword, missing its target, plunged deeply into the ground, creating a loud noise. The floor cracked, but she did not give up. He noticed and raised his shield to defend. He continued his psychological attack, transforming into Yuzi to remind her, you are being controlled by your emotions. Yunha bitterly hated the sound of the scolding, ignoring the words, focusing entirely on the battle. The jealous one ruthlessly knocked away her sword, the attack fast and precise, leaving her no time to react, and she fell backward. He unsparingly pointed out her flaws. You cannot control your emotions, your moves are obvious, and you are still trying to imitate your sister. A lump of grievance choked in her throat. Yunha bit her lip until it bled, swallowing all the surging emotions. Yuzi asked helplessly, are you crying, Yunha? Before her eyes were two confronting figures, her mind in turmoil, her whole body trembling as she called out to her sister. The sword tip immediately changed direction, coldly pressed against her neck, so sharp that a single cut would mean death. The jealous one heartlessly uttered venomous words. Why don't you just die and stop bringing shame to the family? Yunha vented her frustration. This shame, what else do you want from me? I have tried my best. He scolded sternly, your best, don't be childish. Effort is meaningless if it doesn't achieve results. The jealous one paused for a moment then asked, but you already know that. That's why you fled into the army, isn't it? Hitting her sore spot perfectly, she was petrified, tears welling up at the corner of her eyes, threatening to fall. He flew into a rage and roared, I told you to hide your emotions. Distracted by the illusion, she did not notice the lurking danger. Over at Junmo's side was true chaos, the crowd scrambling to flee from the wave of killing intent. He used all his strength to tightly hug the person in front. No, stop, the jealous one struggled in annoyance. Let go. Showing no mercy, he directly punched him, a blow that seemed capable of knocking him out at any moment. a hateful glare directed at the fleeing crowd. We will show those bastards who the superior one is. He shouted with certainty, you want to show them too. Junmo hesitated briefly, his mind manipulated. That is right, I want to be accepted. But your reason won, he bravely replied, but not this way. Duki stiffened, his face gradually darkening, unable to believe his opponent's mental fortitude. He angrily raised his hammer and charged forward, you damn idiot. Sparks flew from the dramatic clash. Kept provoking, acting like this will make you fail forever. Junmo strained to block the blow. Sergeant Lee Han-wook told me to wait. It is not the time. He gave a sly smile and advised, just be honest. Next, he slowly transformed before him into the person he hated the most. Suddenly, Dukai became Han-wook with an excited expression. It is me, right? He kept growing, forcefully pressing in. I have hidden your path, only speaking when I needed to use you. He panicked and refuted. No, that is not it. He leaped up to deliver a fatal blow. The one you hate most is the one who is like you, but always ahead. It is Han-wook. Suddenly, a flash of light swept across, blocking the hammer about to strike down. Yunha unexpectedly appeared and took the blow, as if there was a disturbance between illusion and reality. Junmo was overwhelmed by the sudden attack, as if fighting an opponent in the illusion. He was thrown far away, shaking the entire building, leaving no trace. However, Yunha was in the illusion. Reality was the same, her actions clear, the only difference being reality. Without hesitation, she quickly ran to find the other's traces to eliminate him. Duki gleefully watched them torment each other in the illusion, observing two bodies seemingly killing each other. Junmo gathered his strength, gripped his weapon tightly, and charged straight ahead. On the same nerve, Yunha held her sword and shield ready to fight. Suddenly, a voice cut through, your taste is terrible. He was astonished. He glared with murderous eyes at the figure slumping down. Sang-jun breathed heavily in exhaustion, silently reflecting on the miraculous moment. Everyone cheered happily for his achievement. Just as expected, Jung-jun is a national treasure. They praised, if not for you, we would have failed. You contributed 72%. Even A-rank Manhwa is no match. In their hearts they mocked, that bastard Choi acts like an idiot, always showing off. That damn dog, look at his face, it is annoying. Who knows when he will become a villain? Duki slowly appeared, sneering, do you hear that? Those are their true thoughts. He bluntly retorted, jealousy, envy, I am used to it, so what? He turned to question the person beside him. The one wearing a face like mine irritates me more. Without hesitation, he swung his hand and sliced through his opponent, giving him no chance to resist. His entire body was cut into hundreds of pieces scattered in midair. Sang-jun gradually regained his senses, looking up at the chaotic scene before him. The gloomy aura around him whispered, my hand has gone too far. Duki puzzledly lowered his head to follow every action of the figure before him. Sang-jun slowly looked up, his eyes sharp as a knife. I cannot let you live. These words terrified his opponent, his eyes wide with shock. He swung his blade across his opponent in an instant. He said with a tone of disgust, you are getting on my nerves. His blood-stained face accentuated his madness, not knowing what to cut to relieve the irritation. On the other side, the opponent lunged forward, spewing venomous words, I told you to hide your emotions. Yunha was caught off guard, blocking while staring wide-eyed, you're just imitating your sister. He fought more fiercely, causing his opponent to lose balance and lean back. Your emotions are ruining your sword path. With no way back, she gritted her teeth, trying to find balance again. Yunha launched a powerful blow with determination, but her opponent dodged by a hair's breadth. The ground shattered from the powerful strike, rocks flying up. Despite her stamina waning, she maintained her stance, her eyes unwavering. He dodged and immediately got cocky. You think that is enough to close the distance? Yuki lost patience, his eyes cold as he raised his weapon enough. He swung his sword to the side. A surge of demonic energy exploded, forcing Yunha into a defensive retreat. Black energy swirled hazily, sealing the only path out of the arena. Dust swirled around, she covered her nose with her hand, but her eyes never left her opponent. Dukai scoffed, uttering a heartless remark. I cannot stand it anymore, Yunha. Stop clinging to your sister's coattails. The words cut deep into her mind, her face clouding over with darkness. As she was lost in thought, her opponent strode closer. His sharp gaze swept over. He echoed the woman's voice, if you keep imitating, you will never catch up to your sister. He charged forward with a sword in hand, delivering a decisive blow as if wanting to end everything instantly. In that hair-trigger moment, Yunha was still confused with chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Amid the chaotic scene, she seemed to detach from the noisy world to find a quiet space of her own, telling herself maybe she should really give up. The cold blade pierced through her body, blood spraying everywhere. At the same time, Junmo was no better off, knocked backward by his own lightning. Seeing his opponent weakened, Dukai immediately unleashed a flurry of attacks while spitting venomous words. The thing you envy most is me, Han-wook. Junmo, though knocked to the ground, refused to admit it. Seeing that, he became even more irritated, each word dripping with malice. Right, you are still green. You are not allowed to show emotions yet. Hide them until the right moment. Hearing that he was in extreme confusion, his bewildered gaze fixed on the other. Seeing his inner defenses shaken, he did not hesitate to add fuel to the fire. Keep hiding until I call you out again. At this point, Junmo slowly stood up, his eyes calm but his mind made up. I awakened after risking my very life. Sparks of electricity flickered around the hammer in his hand, energy accumulating brilliantly like condensed thunder. He gripped his weapon tightly, retorting to what he just heard. How much longer do I have to hide? Dukai, having achieved his goal, began to gloat, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. You finally show your true face. See, you still want to be recognized. Each of his words seemed to fuel his anger further, the lightning around Jun Mo's weapon roaring fiercely. He had reached his limit, spilling out everything he had suppressed for so long. Yes, I envy you. I also want to be recognized, but I always fall behind. This excited Duki even more, his body assuming a combat-ready stance. A failure like you gives me goosebumps, always pretending you don't need what we have. He did not let his opponent react, lunging forward and swinging his weapon. As he was about to deliver a lethal blow, he realized that within that person lay twisted malice to the bone. Junmo unexpectedly did not dodge, taking the blow to his temple, which made his face flinch in pain. His entire body shook from the heavy strike, then he collapsed to his knees. He did not relent, intending to strike again, but the other's words made him freeze. What's wrong with you? Elsewhere, Dukai in Yunha's form was still screaming in fury. How long are you going to stand there? She actually stood still, tightly clutching the blade piercing her body. I have given up. Dukai stood motionless, his gaze showing an indescribable hint of confusion. As if a surge of power rose within her, Yunha spoke with conviction. I give up on the thought of becoming you if that means losing myself. Each word she uttered stunned Duki. I will be known as myself, not a fake copy of anyone. His expression shifted from astonishment to anger, his brows furrowed almost touching. Cornered and losing face, he screamed in rage. Don't be so arrogant. What can you do? You are nothing. Yunha firmly poured out her heart. I am not alone anymore. Suddenly time reverted to earlier, Hanwook having just finished his presentation. My report ends here. Immediately, she spoke up to Object, her eyes and voice full of doubt. Do you really think the three of you can take down the Hell King? Even just a fraction of his power is already too much. After that statement, he remained silent, his face emotionless as if probing the other's intentions. She felt awkward under his gaze, a strange feeling rising, prompting Yunha to ask back. What? Hanwook stepped forward gently and asked in return. Are you worried? Do you think we cannot do it? Receiving the unexpected question, she hesitated. I mean, not giving her a chance to speak, he coldly stated firmly, I trust my team. Yunha maintained her focus, listening to every word carefully. The name Junmo was called unexpectedly, catching him off guard. He turned to look at the curly-haired boy and spoke, making the latter shiver. Sergeant Sang-jun. His words were neither slow nor rushed. Hanwook's gaze still fixed firmly on Yunha. I want all of you to believe in yourselves. He smiled gently, his eyes warm as if to convey courage, and trust me, the one who always stands behind everyone. Returning to the present, Duki was still cursing. You have deceived yourself your whole life. Do you think you can truly believe in yourself now? Responding to him was a resolute Yunha, cracks beginning to appear on her body. That's right, so I will trust him. He is my teammate. The space paused for a beat, then shattered like glass hit by a violent force. The same happened with Junmo, though he suffered a painful blow, he still spoke strongly. Yeah, I am a failure, arrogant too. That is why I could trust him that much. A sense of danger came too fast. Dukai could only scream, his voice echoing through the space. Shut up, pick up your weapon. In contrast, he was extremely calm. Him, Sergeant Hanwook. As he spoke each word, his body gradually shattered into floating fragments. He even trusts people like me. On another battlefield, Duki was still straining to launch attacks at Sang-jun, who was charging in like a storm. Seeing the enemy dodge easily, his expression soured even more. As he approached, Dukai immediately fell into a passive stance, his face changing color. Sang-jun attacked while sneering, you just keep throwing those. New slashes continuously appeared in the air. Come out and show me your real face. I will finish this quickly. With no chance to resist, Dukai took every slash, fresh blood splattering all over his body. He would not give up, quickly timing his move to grab the squirming worm before him. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his hand with sharp claws, ready to strike down the motionless opponent. In the moment before striking, Dukai's eyes met something that made him freeze for a second. Yunha appeared right in front of him, her entire body radiating a fierce fighting spirit that stunned him. Sang-jun was delighted to see reinforcements and quickly pointed out the target to his teammate. Captain, the target is the gemstone at its navel. That's its core. The sword in Yunha's hand glowed with her speed of approach, emitting a soft, gentle yellow light. In an instant, she closed in on the opponent, swinging her sword in a smooth arc that pierced through the gemstone like it was flowing. Duki was sent flying backwards by the powerful blow, with dust and rocks scattering with each impact. He managed to block with his hand, but the sharp sword blade had already cut through more than half of the gemstone. The urgent situation left Duki momentarily unsure how to handle it, so he just stood still and took the hit. John saw something was wrong and immediately called out for help, shouting, Junmo, you bastard, what are you doing? Soon as he finished speaking, faint purple lightning flashed in the midair, making Duki even more anxious. Junmo did not hesitate and charged forward, still having the leisure to call out his name in the air. Corporal Junmo, reporting in. His hammer struck directly onto the blocked sword blade, splitting the gemstone in two. Duqi's body then shattered under their seamless coordination. He seemed unwilling to accept the harsh reality, burning with vengeance, determined to push the fight to the very end. Immediately, the system screen displayed a notification, congratulating him on defeating Duqi, one of the three ideological forms of Beelzebub and the source of corruption. 2/3 of Beelzebub's forcefully descending physical body had shattered. Upon hearing this, Junmo shouted with immense joy. Kept cheering, we did it. Yunha beside him maintained her cold demeanor but still replied, yeah. Suddenly, she glanced toward Junmo, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. Huh? Yunha stared at him intently, beginning to search her memories. I have never seen you smile before. Sang Jun finally broke free from the monster's grasp, then recalled something and said with regret, right, I forgot to set it up so that it would feel the most pain possible. He kept slashing at Duqi's immobile corpse, inadvertently ignoring the fragment of Beelzebub's body being sucked toward the spatial gate. Junmo looked up, worried for his comrade. Only one left. Will Sergeant Han-wook be okay? Yunha immediately reassured him. Trust him. From the teleportation gates in the sky, Beelzebub's limbs fell one after another onto the calm sea surface. The sight before him made Beelzebub freeze, his deep gaze concealing complex thoughts. Right at that moment, a drone gently approached the spatial gate. He quickly detected it and spun around toward the opponent. A pair of human legs faintly emerged from the spatial gate, weakly stirring as if trying to crawl out. Soon after, Han-wook fell down, his entire body suspended in midair. Faman still did not understand what had just happened, silently observing the situation. Before he could react, his cold rang out, all AMT squads move open. The sky was immediately covered by countless, densely packed teleportation gates, reminiscent of the grand scene from Endgame. Motionless in the void, he calmly watched the mortals flailing about. With surging momentum, Han-wook pointed straight ahead and shouted his decisive command, Steel Rain, bombardment preparation complete. On the bridge spanning the river, Kang-seok directed the medical team to quickly clear the way. Then he assessed the casualties and sent them to the rear lines. Those still able to fight moved forward. Amid the tense atmosphere, Jung-sik asked in a low voice, Sir, we cannot hold out much longer in this state. Can we truly trust a single soldier? He answered firmly, we survived the Seoul wave because of his tactics. He stated the current situation, but we are still short on men. His attitude grew even more resolute. That is precisely why I trust him. He always maximizes the power of a small group. I and the entire army have bet Seoul's future on Sergeant Han-wook. Back in the battle, he gripped his weapon tightly, gathering all his strength to face Beelzebub. At Han-wook's command, the steel rain opened fire, and countless sharp swords were summoned from the massive vortex. His expression did not change at all, seemingly contemptuous of human strength. From the spatial gates, countless swords rained down simultaneously, too dense to dodge. The powerful swords immediately pierced through the monster's body, creating countless holes. Corners of Beelzebub's lips curled into a faint smile, showing interest for the first time in the mortal's performance. Amid the heavy night, the flashing light from the barrage of missiles illuminated the sky, striking straight at Beelzebub's head. Seeing the horrifying sight, Minhee exploded in fury. Did that madman dump the entire arsenal into one attack? What the hell is he doing? No planning at all? Complete waste. Meanwhile, Han-wook continued to unleash attacks, looking no different from a god descending upon the world. With a sudden start, his eyes widened, filled with doubt and warning. It turned out Beelzebub had long left his position, changing direction to glide across the water, silently ambushing him. The gusting wind did not even make him blink. He steadfastly stared at the target above like a wolf stalking its prey. Immediately after, he charged forward, his movement shooting straight toward him at an unbelievable speed. Just as Famine reached out to grab him, Han-wook jumped into the magic circle to escape. Losing sight of the weak prey, he roared in rage, causing the air to violently tremble. Below, Minhee panicked as the ground shook with the roar. What the hell? After all those attacks, he still has not been hit. How can we win? Without making them wait long, he gathered power in his hand, a blue light emitting that made everyone feel the imminent danger. Security felt something was wrong and quickly reported, AMT Ron squad, scatter to the designated positions. The soldiers knelt down, engraving the order into their minds for the arduous mission ahead, and scattered to the designated positions. A stream of blue light suddenly surged from Faman's hand, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The released energy carried a strong magnetic field, pushing everything aside to keep its trajectory unaltered. As it plunged into the city, it created a horrific explosion, its heat wave dyeing the entire sky red. Junmo struggled to stand firm in the wind, revealing his unease. He has become much stronger than before. Should we not provide support? Yoon has shielded herself from the wind in front, repeating his earlier instructions. Han-wook said no matter what happens, do not interfere. There must be a reason. Just as Fam-en was about to unleash another move, a vortex flashed above his head. Hyun-wook charged out from it, his hand controlling a sword wreathed in lightning, pouring all his hope into the decisive strike. Go Hattu Chi Vansu. The sword tip grazed within inches. Fam managed to startle but still dodged the deadly deadly strike. Seizing the opportunity, Han-wook signaled his teammates to reload the weapon magazines of the 3rd and 4th armory. The soldiers immediately acted, chanting spells and reporting continuously. The spatial ring had just opened. All the swords were transferred as supplies. The second barrage ready. Han-wook's sharp sword missed once but still relentlessly pursued Beelzebub. Fem still tried to kick low into the path of the sword force. He decided to deal with the ant that dared to block his way. A blue light containing tremendous energy gathered in Beelzebub's hand, aimed directly at Han-wook. In a dire hair-trigger situation, he silently called the sword to protect him. Moments later, the fragment turned colossal, blocking his powerful attack. His face twisted in anger, he gritted his teeth and unleashed another move. Beelzebub's fierce strike was blocked again by the sword that had just appeared, but the impact also sent him stumbling backward. Han-wook gritted his teeth and endured, channeling more energy into the Muglade fragment to fight back. He had just left the danger zone when Beelzebub's blow sent him flying, falling freely from a height. The situation spiraled out of control. He had to shout for backup, Captain. Everyone below immediately obeyed the order, confirmed his position, and dispatched the drones as close as possible. The unmanned aerial vehicles were controlled to guide Han-wook toward the spatial ring over the sea. However, Fam was faster, flying over to tightly grip his neck and drag him away without mercy. Thinking he had escaped, the backup plan dashed. Han-wook glared at him with hatred. Fam pushed him through a series of buildings, smashing him hard into the ground in the blink of an eye. The brutal impact forced his body to carve a long trench. Han-wook tensely muttered a strengthening incantation. His skin turned metallic, resisting the intense friction as he was dragged along. He stared at the human, his patient face now twisted with rage at the persistent threat. The sound of wind tearing grew closer and closer to the two of them. The colossal sword appeared just in time to rescue Han-wook from the perilous situation. Strangely, the sharp blade turned horizontally, toppling the surrounding structures. Seeing the change, Fem immediately teleported despite still dragging him. In an instant, both vanished from the chaotic space. Leaving behind the ruined scene, he hurried to find another place to continue his unfinished work. Seconds later, in a desolate wasteland, Beelzebub hovered amidst the rubble, coldly watching the mortal lying battered. Before him lay Han-wook, motionless, a large pool of blood behind his head, his fate unknown. Thinking he had finished off the obstacle, Fem bared his sharp fangs and laughed with delight. His mouth stretched crookedly from ear to ear, revealing the demon's true nature, reveling in pleasure. Min, he called out anxiously, Han-wook, answer me. Han-wook, you lunatic. He couldn't contain his excitement. He really lured the opponent to the right spot. You did it, Han-wook. The golden magic circles appeared in the sky again on his command. We have the bombardment coordinates set. Ron began to pour out from the magic circles, ready for the next wave of attack. Hangsi UK received the news from the radio with satisfaction. Sir, the target has entered the designated zone. He commanded sternly, maintain wind speed at 0.2 meters per second on the wire within a 20-kilometer radius of the target. Chant the adjustment spell. The soldiers shouted in unison and obeyed, now chanting the wind speed adjustment spell. Clouds of dust billowed up, obscuring the base of the skyscraper. The city fell silent, awaiting the next battle. Min-hee screamed into the earpiece, trying to contact Han-wook. We're ready now. Answer me, Han-wook. After a moment, he coldly opened his mouth, eyes fixed on the gleeful demon. Sergeant Han-wook here. My ears are about to fall off. Fam couldn't hide his surprise seeing him survive the fatal blow. Though his face was covered in blood, Han-wook still flashed a confident and contemptuous smile. Brace yourself, it's going to hurt a lot. Swords gushed out from the magic circle, as if following a preset command. His mouth gaped open in astonishment, further contorting Beelzebub's face. A single blade, as if destined, pierced through everything in its path. It shot straight toward Beelzebub's head, carrying the momentum of a final decisive battle. He stared in shock as the sword flew towards him, his face contorting as he realized he had fallen into the trap too late. Han-wook loudly challenged, then raised his hand to control the formation. Try dodging this. The whole area is about to be torn apart. Come on down, steel rain. At the summons under the gloomy sky, countless silver swords plunged down like divine punishment. Fam seemed to sense the danger and stopped. Seizing the chance, Han-wook gathered energy in his hand, his face resolute. Try dodging this one too, the whole area is about to be destroyed. Immediately after, countless swords appeared in the sky waiting for the command. Come on now, steel rain. The spectacle was so grand that miles away, pillars of light from falling flying swords were visible. The nearby convoy also felt the shockwaves, having to shield their eyes from the wind. Back on the battlefield, the longswords continued to rain down without pause. Min-hee watched the earth-shattering scene and couldn't help but gape. The shockwave from the attack sent several nearby cars flying into the air. After an unknown amount of time, the rain of swords finally ceased, leaving the ravaged ground filled with countless swords stuck upright. At the center of the explosion, Fam and had vanished, leaving only a blackened mass riddled with holes holes like a beehive. Hyun-wook was shocked to realize that blackened mass was Beelzebub, his strange tentacles pinned down by the swords. He tried to devour those tentacles back into his stomach. Kang Seok witnessed this, frowned seriously, and then reported. Famine had almost completely devoured that pile of tentacles. Minhee's face was pale, and she fearfully said that Beelzebub's will was still very strong and had swallowed all their weapons. After finishing his task, Famine flashed a sinister smile. The system panel appeared, announcing the item Twin Star Crown with the ability to rapidly increase resistance to the Devour attribute. Hyun-wook excitedly pulled out his own Twin Star Crown, ready for a big fight, and said, "What are you smiling at? I've figured out your eating habits." With that, he flashed in front of Beelzebub, his hands enveloped in a familiar blue aura. "You will pay for your indiscriminate eating." The swords were surrounded by a blue light. Hyun-wook's expression turned extremely serious as he silently chanted, "Crush the metal." The energy wave immediately appeared, catching Beelzebub off guard. Hyun-wook looked at him sharply. "This is the price for eating unrefined metal." Hit by his attack, Famine exploded into countless fragments. His head slowly fell to the ground. Right at that moment, Hyun-wook quickly drew his magical tool. He aimed the arrow at the head and said, "Ignore the target's entire magic resistance." A beam of blue light immediately enveloped Famine's head. Cold voice rang out, announcing the item Tristan, the sword breath of failure, with a guaranteed hit effect, ending this damned soul wave. Without any hesitation, Hyun-wook fired the sword breath of failure at him. The magical tool flew swiftly, aiming straight for Beelzebub's head. Suddenly, from that head, countless tentacles shot out to block the weapon. Hyun-wook was extremely surprised by this unbelievable sight. While he was still stunned, Beelzebub began to devour his own tentacles again. A familiar sound rang out with a warning. The devouring will of the Hell King Beelzebub is beginning to regenerate. Min and Kang Seok heard this and stared wide-eyed with their mouths agape in shock. Beelzebub finished swallowing the last piece, fully restored without a scratch, and then let out a roar signaling his rebirth. He reached out towards Hyun-wook, beginning his counterattack. A large explosion erupted immediately after, causing Hyun-wook to lose his balance. Seeing him dodge, he fired another blast, but Hyun-wook evaded it again thanks to his agility. Not giving up, Famine continuously spammed his attacks everywhere. Explosions rang out one after another without pause. The drones in the air were hit and exploded repeatedly like fireworks. Seeing the situation was bad, Kang Seok yelled into the radio, "All units stop immediately and retreat." Minhee quickly reported that Hyun-wook was nowhere to be seen. Yoon-ha and her team said without hesitation that they would go inside, because they needed Hyun-wook alive to continue the fight. Two greatswords suddenly appeared right above Beelzebub's head. Seeing this fantastic sight, even he stopped cautiously. At that moment, the greatswords came crashing down, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The two swords struck the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Hyun-wook surfaced and ordered, "All units stop, hold your positions." He loudly demanded that squad leader Min-hee teleport as close to that will as possible, leaving her stunned. Despite everyone's confusion, he remained firm that they could not retreat now. Hyun-wook stood proudly before the greatsword. "If we retreat, no one will be able to stop it anymore." He continued, saying that all of Seoul and its people would become its food. The image of the monster destroying the city appeared in his mind. Greed ceaselessly devoured the people while everyone was helpless. He was unaffected by the bullets and even smiled with satisfaction. At that time, the soldiers could only stare at him with terrified expressions. Returning to the present, Hyun-wook shouted loudly, "We cannot run, sir. Please hurry. There is no time left." Faced with these words, Kang Seok gritted his teeth in great difficulty. Amidst the tension, the system displayed a notification that the descent of the Hell King Beelzebub had been postponed, with 36 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. Under the time pressure, Kang Seok decided the weapon is ready. Hyun-wook act now. While fighting, he replied, "Sergeant Hyun-wook will complete the mission at all costs. Steel rain fire." Instantly, countless longswords rained down again, aimed directly at Beelzebub. He suddenly flashed an excited smile. Tentacles quickly burst forth from his mouth. They quickly covered a section of space, ready to face the rain of swords from above. His tentacles spread out like a flower catching the falling sword aura. Suddenly, Fan seemed to sense something and shifted his gaze. There was a drone flying amidst the sword aura. It rapidly approached Beelzebub. From afar, Min-hee, controlling it, shouted, "We have brought the drone as close as possible, but it will be detected soon because it is too loud." He quickly replied, "It is fine, just hold the position. I will teleport near it." Hyun-wook immediately advanced toward the magic circle. This was the only sure way to destroy it. He would fly into its stomach, and then use Emperor Chariot explosive shell from within. But reality was not a dream. From the gate, Beelzebub's arm suddenly appeared. Then his entire body emerged, charging straight at him. The attack was too sudden for him to dodge, and he took the full blow. Witnessing the scene, Min-hee yelled Hyun-wook. Fan watched him fall covered in blood, his expression utterly contemptuous. The thing in his hand was Hyun-wook's heart. Fan showed no mercy, crushing it with a cruel smile. A hopeless scream echoed across the battlefield. Report, Min-hee, what happened? Min-hee reported in panic, Hyun-wook has fallen after being pierced through the chest. The bad news struck everyone's morale like a heavy blow, everyone's eyes wide in disbelief. The battalion commander saw the severity and immediately ordered, "Entire AMT team, retreat." At the command, the figures of 3 beasts quickly entered the fray. In that formation, Kang Seok spoke, "I, the battalion commander, will buy time for you to retreat." Back to Hyun-wook, he was now lying motionless in a pool of his own blood. Fanon cautiously used his tentacles to probe him. At that moment, a majestic white tiger appeared. Disturbed, Fanon grew annoyed and swung his hand, striking the white tiger once. The white tiger was knocked into wall by him without time to react. Seeing his comrade hit, King Kong grew furious and charged forward. Before it could even touch Beelzebub, he had already unleashed a blow. Master King Kong also fell, causing Bluebird to dive in for support. It did not hesitate, opening its beak straight towards Beelzebub. A second later, he was trapped inside Bluebird's beak. Having completed its task, it spread its wings and flew away without any hesitation. But nothing good came that easily. Fanon struck, landing a blow directly on Bluebird's head. He swung his hand and Bluebird was torn in two. Blood splattered everywhere, its body slowly falling. The soldiers followed the command, moving quickly. "Everyone up, do not wait, hurry." Fanon saw them trying to escape and laughed with delight. He locked onto the target and quickly dove down towards the group. Kang Seok quickly noticed and leaped up to face Beelzebub directly. Kang Seok braced his body, determined to hold onto him to buy time. "You cannot get past here." Losing momentum, the two fell straight onto the broken stone floor. Beelzebub was furious at being blocked. He gripped Kang Seok tightly with both hands. Fanon used his hair to pierce a hole through him and then threw him away. Kang Seok struggled to get up, supporting his broken body. The form of the white tiger gradually appeared as it said, "I admit that I alone cannot stop you." Then King Kong was also summoned by magical power. Finally, Bluebird, the 3 figures quickly gathered, adding momentum for Kang Seok. He gritted his teeth, speaking each word, "But even if my mana runs out and my body is torn apart, I will not let you chase my soldiers." Challenged, Fanon smiled contemptuously, his eyes darkening. The figures of Azure Dragon and King Kong charged forward to attack. Fanon was not shaken, calmly gathering his power. He smiled slyly. An earth-shattering attack swept across the battlefield. Wherever it went, buildings exploded. Min-hee stood not far away, trying to call Si-hee, "Wake up." Si-hee replied in despair, "We have not confirmed he is dead yet." "He is dead, his heart was torn out. Even an S-rank healer would be useless." City was continuously ravaged by Beelzebub's destructive power. At this moment, Hyun-wook was cold and motionless. The system panel displayed B-rank skill 7 flames breath, life force is draining, the internal furnace is going out. The item Azazel appeared with a faint golden light. At the same time, mechanical sound rang out in warning. The holy relic of the fallen angel Grigory Azazel has not been fully absorbed. Despite the warning, Hyun-wook could only lie still and take the hit. Back to Kang Seok, he and his summoned beast had been battered by Beelzebub. Though his body was covered in wounds, he still forced himself to endure. That man was truly strong. Beelzebub hovered in the air, staring at his challenger, who was now as frail as a dry twig. He began to spew out his tentacles. The long, writhing tentacles slowly advanced toward Kang Seok. He knew danger was coming, but he was exhausted and could only grit his teeth and think, "It is here." At the critical moment when the situation was hanging by a thread, Yoon-ha appeared just in time to save him. Battalion Commander Kang Seok saw her and shouted in panic, "Yoon-ha, why did you not obey the retreat order?" She immediately replied, "There are still soldiers evacuating. I will fight alongside you until the very end." Seeing a newcomer arrive, Beelzebub showed displeasure. He seemed to sense an aura aimed at him and became alert. Yoon-ha's comrade wanted to ambush Beelzebub, but he dodged it. The missed strike made one person think inwardly, "Damn it, it can even fly." Caught off guard by the attack, Beelzebub lost his composure and began to counterattack. Sensing the danger, Orange Head shouted loudly, "Hey, fall back now, he is charging energy for an area of effect attack." Yoon-ha and Kang Seok heard this and reacted quickly. Just as predicted, an area of effect strike descended, causing the already devastated city to collapse even further. Min-hee's group also had a close call. Hyun-wook, however, still lay motionless as before. His face still held that same surprised expression from earlier. Yoon-ha strained with all her might to pull the battalion commander out of the explosion zone. 2 who were with her also narrowly escaped death by a hair's breadth. At this moment, the scene shifted to Hyun-wook, who seemed to be observing everything. The item with its faint golden light appeared once again. Along with it was a notification, B-rank 7 flames aura skill, life force exhausted, internal furnace about to extinguish. Suddenly, the light surrounding the item blazed to life, without any prior warning signal. The system panel displayed the metal control skill information with an error warning. He was about to break the rules as the light around the item grew brighter and changed shape. The system blared an alarm that he had been detected attempting to break the rules and abuse the skill to replace internal organs with a disallowed item, causing a critical error. The wing-shaped item from before had transformed into a heart nestled within Hyun-wook's chest. The system continuously issued danger warnings and demanded the player stop the action, threatening the system immediately, or he would lose its protection. From the newly grafted heart, countless electric threads began spreading outward. The tremor in Hyun-wook's chest grew increasingly powerful. 1 second later, a pillar of deep crimson energy shot straight into the sky. Two people, including Minhee, could not help but be stunned witnessing this scene. The energy source from the energy pillar was so strong that Minhee had to shield himself with his hand. Batman at this moment also took notice and turned his head to look at the pillar of light that had suddenly appeared. Under its terrifying power, even he had to be surprised. From within the stream of energy, Hyunwook began to levitate upward. The mechanical voice sounded again, announcing a critical system error. The player was no longer recognized by the system. He came back to life immediately after and donned a new cloak of determination. Standing before an uncontrollable variable, the system asked who he was. Hyunwook replied with a resolute gaze, "I am Sergeant Hyunwook of the 3rd Monster Counter Brigade." Hyunwook turned to look at the content on the system panel beside him. When he returned to the main mission, there was no time for that useless panel. He had to deal with this matter first. Faman, after his shock, reacted, raising his hand to release a shockwave attack at Hyunwook. The released power quickly shot straight toward him. Hyunwook immediately ducked low, gathering strength for a counter-attack. One release command. As soon as he shouted, from the void formed two massive blades as tall as a building, plunging down to shield him. The impact blade from Beelzebub was already abnormal. The released power grew larger and larger. Faman gritted his teeth, refusing to accept this situation. He used both hands to release all his shockwave power to destroy the blade below. Hyunwook, with determined eyes, replied, "I will not retreat a second time." The accumulating purple shockwave stream grew stronger, destroying the earth and stone around it, but had yet to pierce through the blade. At another side of the battlefield, Kang Seok used his large body to protect Yoon-ha. The magic battle was so fierce it forced even the onlookers to turn their heads and watch. A person ran over from the battlefield area to report the news. Sang-jun asked in surprise, "Hyunwook, you are still alive." He wondered how he could withstand an attack of that level without any protection spells. On Hyunwook's side, the system announced an item information update. The item Grigori Azazel Necklace. Legendary grade attribute Divine Resistance. Original Dark Turtle activated wide area silence effect, suppressing divine power around it. He was conserving strength for the shield while thinking of a countermeasure, his heart pounding wildly due to the silence effect. On the other side, Famine split his shockwave attack into two smaller parts. He planned to destroy both blades at the same time, putting Hyunwook in a difficult position. Hyunwook promptly changed his tactics, lifting the two blades up into the air, not just for blocking anymore. Famine stopped his attack and observed his actions. Hyunwook pointed at Beelzebub's location and gave the metal control command. Metal pieces and weapons inside Beelzebub's body glowed at the sound of his voice. They stirred inside, then emitted a blue light signifying Hyunwook's power. He spoke while moving his hand, "Do not underestimate me." Beelzebub, under the control, plunged down following the movement of Hyunwook's hand. He fell, creating a large crater on the ground. Inside the crater, Famine moved in stiff, painful jerks. He could not resist the weapons obeying orders inside his stomach. Hyunwook had the monster pinned down with the very weapons it had swallowed. Amidst his agony, Fan again flashed a demonic smile as if enjoying the torture. The system displayed the Death Skull Beelzebub, King of Hell, using a spiritual form to absorb the objects he had swallowed to strengthen his body. The number of weapons inside Beelzebub's stomach glowed both blue from Hyunwook and purple from Beelzebub. Weapons moved from his stomach up to Beelzebub's left arm. He suddenly grew massive and growled fiercely as if enhanced. Soon he became many times larger than Hyunwook, making him unable to look away. The system announced a new skill: detection of metal within a 135-meter radius and conditions over 500 grams. Detected a large metal signal 36 meters ahead. The enhancement complete. Beelzebub emitted stark white electric arcs around him. Hyunwook used all his strength to give the metal control command. Under this command, Beelzebub's body began to shrink, catching him off guard. He played dirty again, using his old trick of sticking out his tongue. Hyunwook stood opposite, slightly surprised by his opponent's endurance. Fem opened his mouth, releasing massive tentacles, intending to steal Hyunwook's power. But Hyunwook did not waver. He grabbed one of the tentacles and said, "Are you trying to devour me?" Fem's eyes bulged at his opponent's next move. Hyunwook's body emitted a dark red aura as he unleashed his power against Beelzebub's ultimate technique. "This time, you will be the one running away." He commanded the metal to bend, and the weapons inside him writhed violently, as if wanting to tear through his flesh. Countless sharp objects pierced and stabbed his entire body. The system issued an error warning, the metal bending skill re-established with an unknown level. It originated from the necklace of the Grigori Azazel. Its effect altered, allowing manipulation of metal over a wide area and physical enhancement. Warning: danger when using an unregistered skill. Hyunwook ignored the system error, focusing on Beelzebub. "But first, return what belongs to me." A sphere of light symbolizing power appeared on his chest. He said, "This thing does not belong in your mouth." Beelzebub's mouth swelled as if about to vomit something, the emitted light growing increasingly blinding. Hyun-wook took the opportunity and exerted more power. Immediately, an arrow shot out from Beelzebub's mouth. Hyun-wook created a fiery red orb in his hand, merging the configuration. On the other side, his arm was twisted and warped into a grotesque shape. Pham cried out in pain as his body was pulled into the orb. He clenched his fist, completing the merge metin fusion. The orb floated in midair. Beelzebub's core crystal fell straight to the ground. Without hesitation, Hyun-wook controlled his arrow. He commanded it to shoot forward and destroy that core crystal. Notification appeared praising the elimination of Beelzebub's spirit form, along with 3 out of 3 decay cores. The collapse had been prevented. Hyun-wook looked at the orb before him with a contemplative expression. Then he opened his mouth and prepared to devour it. The system detected absorption of a hyperdense compound. The targets were the metal weapon and Beelzebub's power. The absorption process was complex. The merging progress was at 3 out of 8. The state of partial control was unstable. Hyun-wook was astonished by the source of power he had just swallowed. A massive barrier began to develop cracks. It exploded, hurling debris fragments far away. Notification continued, congratulating him on overcoming the Seoul wave. Complete destruction of all decay cores. Civilian survival rate reached 73.2%. The dome shattered. As a reward, the creation of the sky awaits activation. Only then did Hyun-wook feel a slight relief. All sources of decay had been erased. The Seoul wave was over. He tilted his head back to the sky, gently closing his eyes. Mission complete. Yang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Did that madman really overcome the wave? Who the hell is he? Over by Kang Seok and Yun Ha, both of them showed immense joy. Hee covered her mouth in surprise, while Min Hee jumped up and down in delight. The atmosphere at the school became calm. The police had restored order. The students who had been praying by the soldiers' sides were now dumbfounded by the unexpected result. The civilians in the subway station were guided up to the ground one by one. They murmured in awe. The sky had become bright again. Everything was truly over. Broken dust and smoke still lingered in places, but above all, sunlight had shined through and the sky had returned to a clear blue. Junmo looked at him and asked, Sergeant Hyun-wook, are you all right? We have truly overcome the Seoul wave. He answered softly, things are not over yet. Now, come out. Junmo asked again worriedly, what do you mean? Is there something else? At that moment, a massive shadow suddenly cast down before everyone. A pitch-black space gate appeared, floating parallel to the city. Junmo looked up and asked, what is that? A gate on a flying island? Jong-sik held his head in fear. There is more? Hyun-wook looked up. The object was covered in a layer of black energy accompanied by lightning. The wave reward, the creation of the sky Laputa, had appeared. The system identified an ancient metal language and requested the master key ownership for access. Hyun-wook had prevented the beginning of humanity's destruction. He confidently declared, and now with Laputa, I will prevent every death. The system announced, congratulations on being the first in history to overcome a wave. Seoul will receive a special reward. Elsewhere, a floating island had accessed the real sky through a spatial rift. Mo looked up from the ground and wondered, is that a castle on a floating island? Another person who received the information complained, there is still more? It turned out that enormous floating island was summoned by Hyun-wook himself. The system detailed the notification. The reward for overcoming the wave is Laputa, an object detected in Seoul's sky, requesting the master key ownership for access. The great floating island under his control slowly descended closer to the ground. The system confirmed the sources of decay had been purified. Experience and equipment rewards will be distributed based on the level of combat participation. Beneath the ruined buildings, a group of people were still sheltering. Additional information. The top 15% of participants received attribute points, titles, and increased stats for damage, decay resistance, and mana resistance. The crowd below cheered and chatted. They had just leveled up. One person happily said, at this rate, I will become the best in the company. Another replied, just as Sergeant Hyun-wook said. Jiho seemed not to fully trust this piece. The girl pointed into the distance and asked, hey, is it really over? No more monsters are coming, right? Jong-sik turned around, his voice firm. Of course no more, it is truly over. Everyone survived. After being reassured by him, Jiho finally felt at ease and rejoiced silently in her heart. Another person on the rooftop shouted excitedly, level up. He realized he had just disturbed He quickly scratched his head and laughed it off. Sorry, it has been a while since I last leveled up. Kang Seok looked at his system notifications, smiling. Even a commander levels up, how embarrassing. System announced rewards for the top 10% of combat participants. A full set of rare-grade Ari Chankal equipment, physical and mental resistance increased by 15%, skill cooldown reduction by 5%, additional trait point +1, title transfixers. The tank turned its head to call Yun Ha, who was mesmerized by the armor behind. Hey Yun Ha, We need to start the city cleanup mission. After coming to her senses, she replied to him, yes, I will send a report on what can be done right away. Kang Seok reminded her, no, claim the rewards first. What can we do without these things? Yoonha understood the issue. Upon hearing this, she then agreed to follow his lead. Huh? Yes, thank you. Rewards for the top 5% of combat participants. A rare grade dream staff, mana plus 10, casting speed increased by 10%, lightning magic effectiveness increased. Additional talent point plus 2, title sky piercing judgment. Junmo looked at the reward before him. He murmured, I am in the top 5% and I also received a reward item from the mission. He held the reward excitedly. Before this, I was only F rank. Now I can be considered a proper player. Then Junmo raised it to celebrate and jumped like a child. Sergeant Hyun-wook, look, I am in the top 5% and I got a reward too. Finally, the system announced for the most special person. Rewards for the top 1% of contribution. Item heroic grade GX ring, complete invisibility for 30 seconds. While invisible, cannot be seen, heard, or sensed by mana. Additional trait point plus 3, titled Degeneration Purifier. Hyun-wook received the ring reward and spoke up, Kid Carriot. He looked at the ring sliding onto his index finger and said, I have known not a few heroes who vanished because of this item. Yet, thanks to it, I managed to save them. The ring, after being worn, disappeared as if hiding itself within his body. Hyun-wook looked around, slightly doubtful. Is that all? Wait, there must be more rewards related to Laputa. The system continued to display rewards. Rewards for the top 5% of combat participants. A rare grade mobile adaptive shield. Shield activates automatically in danger. Synchronization mode increases effectiveness when combined with other skills. Additional trait point, plus 2, title child caregiver. Jong Jun looked at the item he received. He sneered, defense plus 20 totally useless. But then he grabbed it and accepted. Suddenly remembering the boy Suho, he tightened his grip on the item and silently promised to give it to the kid. Done with that, Kang Seok and Yunha returned to the assembly point. He ordered, Steel Forces assemble, let us start the cleanup mission. Suddenly, where Beelzebub was, a bizarre large black hole appeared, emitting a purple glow. Junmo looked ahead in panic. The tank driver and Yunha were also surprised by that strange thing. At this moment, the system displayed a new mission, Hidden Mission Path of Inheritance of the Ancient Civilization. As the greatest contributor, you receive the chance to inherit an ancient civilization. Condition: top 1% combat participation. Mission includes exploring ruins, conquering guardians, and verifying the master key. Reward is full access to Laputa. Hyun-wook received the information. He wondered, a hidden mission. He silently cursed the damn system. System, you bastard, you won't let me breathe easy for a moment. Then, Hyun-wook could not irresponsibly abandon this hidden mission. He turned back to announce, Sir, I think I have to do this first. Kang Seok was not reassured. He asked with concern, Are you okay? You don't look too well. Yunha was also worried. She did not want him to fight alone. Call a healer. Hyun-wook, I order you to at least calm yourself before departure. Hyun-wook heard this and fell silent. He said nothing more. In another area, things seemed more peaceful. The armor emitted a strange blue light, as if moving closer to West Mountain. The system displayed the remaining reward notification. Reward for the top 10% of combat participants. Item Hidden Spirit Demon Claw. Lunges a short distance. Knocks everything back. Cooldown 15 seconds. Passive Demon Resistance plus 10%. Additional trade point plus 1. Title Wandering Drifter. He backed away, seeming wary of the system's reward in this situation. For real, that Fist King is really screwed. West Mountain glanced to the side and cursed. Dan Otaku, I will kill you for sure. Back at Hyun-wook's location, Kang Seok finally made a decision. Sergeant Hyun-wook, I order you to proceed with the hidden mission. Hyun-wook saluted to acknowledge the order. Understood. He gave instructions to his comrade and said goodbye. Alright, I have many questions, but I will ask them after you return. Good luck. Yunha made a final request. Don't die, Hyun-wook. This is not an order but a request. Hyun-wook looked at them with determined eyes. He was full of confidence. Hyun-wook placed a hand on his chest and promised his two comrades, Don't worry, I was prepared to die when I came here, but I do not plan to die a second time. Hearing his words, Yunha was a bit stunned. Hyun-wook did not hesitate anymore. He turned to prepare for the hidden mission. Hyun-wook approached the bizarre purple hole. He extended one hand to let it pull him in and spoke. Now, to enter the hidden gate. On the news screen, an image of Earth with strange blue and purple hues. Breaking news about Laputa. Maria stood beside the image of the strange floating island. She spoke. Breaking news. A massive flying object named Laputa has appeared over Seoul. The entire political world is now watching Seoul. People everywhere received the news. They could not help but be surprised. Ancient ruins in the sky. First time in human history a wave has been overcome. Maria's voice rang out. It seems to have appeared after the South Korean military defeated the last core portal. One by one, images of beast monsters attacking the city flashed back in memory. The scene of the green-skinned monster people slowly appeared. The plants inside the island were filmed in sharp detail, clearly showing their strangeness. Joseph provided information. California first, Shanghai second, Berlin third. The waves were once considered impassable. At another television station, Felix and Liliana were also reporting on the floating island. An Asian nation, South Korea, has for the first time overcome a wave in Seoul. The world sends its congratulations. Jonathan stood before the media and the world. He declared, "This victory is a miracle well worth celebrating. But considering the enormous energy within Laputa, we need to discuss the next plan." On one side, a female reporter receiving attention from the press also reported, "Seoul is now a meeting place symbolizing the past and present. We praise them, but we still need a fair solution for a global historical site." The news of the floating island and Seoul's victory shook the globe. Arab leaders replied to the media, "Seoul's victory is a cultural blessing, but the sharing of the fruits needs careful calculation." They kept speaking on the topic. Clearing the Seoul wave is an honor for East Asia. However, we want to emphasize that Laputa concerns all of humanity. According to a journalist, the whole world is paying attention to the island named Laputa, a city that rewrote history and is considered a gift to humanity. Images and sounds of this news echoed everywhere, praising South Korea's achievements but also mentioning that Laputa could be the key to multidimensional travel. Anywhere there was information, reporters and journalists were hunting for it. In the evening, the American flag fluttered in the wind at the Special Operations Command. A soldier walked with military bearing. He raised his hand to the decontamination mask he was wearing on his face. Before him was an assembled army, greeted by a tall black man who ordered his subordinates to pay attention. Right after the command, they stood at attention to welcome the commander entering the room. Gareth advanced into the room, then stood at attention with his feet in a V shape. Jared took off his mask, looking at the people before him with stern eyes. He placed the mask on his chest, and then reported that according to intelligence, no one had full control of Laputa yet. In the current world order, they always stood on the border between peace and war. The tall black man focused on his words, saying that depending on who possessed that airborne fortress, the world would see a new leader in lost technology, and everyone would fight to seize that relic. The woman beside him maintained her poise, listening silently as many nations had already deployed special forces to Seoul. Gareth spoke up repeatedly, saying they would not take what was not theirs. They would protect the glory of great America. Finally, he shouted a command to the entire team, saying they would seize full control of Laputa for world peace. The soldiers shouted in unison, "Clear, sir." Gareth commanded again, saying now to depart. They received the order and then dispersed to carry out the mission, shouting again, "Clear, sir." After the command, it became known that this man with a dangerous face was Colonel Gareth Whitman, commander of the U.S. Special Forces and an A-rank player. In another area, where there were fragments of destroyed structures, blood was splattered and a man's body was injured. The man had been attacked, his face bearing 3 large, not too deep scratches, and his arm was nearly torn apart. He lay gasping on the ground when suddenly a shadow appeared, drawing his attention. It was merely the appearance of a seemingly harmless young boy. Suho looked at him without saying a word, staring fixedly with his round eyes. The man momentarily did not understand who this boy was, wondering if he was someone who would save him. Suddenly, Suho's eyes glowed red and the boy smiled with an ill intent. The system appeared alongside a deathly skull, activating the necromancer's unique skill to absorb the target's active and passive skills while also receiving thoughts with a small probability. The side effect of failed control would cause distorted thoughts, with the activation condition being the target near death or unconscious. Suho activated his power, the boy floating within a serpent that simulated his strength, and then he used that serpent to finish off the injured man. The system displayed a notification, congratulating him on successfully absorbing the beast training skill of Chukyoyon, with beast taming currently restructuring. Done with the task, Suho returned to his normal state, looking at the dilapidated structure before him. Then he turned to look behind him, his eyes glowing with a strange blue light. Hyun-wook rushed off at top speed, muttering curses under his breath. Hidden mission, the path to becoming the heir of an ancient civilization. Submission, solve the puzzle. Find and correctly place the circuit fragments in the Akashic Armory. Total fragments 5, time limit 15 minutes. Failure will seal the armory. Why call this a puzzle mission? It makes me a complete joke. Suddenly, a giant in armor appeared unexpectedly behind him. Number of fragments remaining 1, time remaining 12 seconds. Hyun-wook quickly dodged the attack, simultaneously summoning his weapon and releasing it. He threw the spear, defeating the enemy. Hyun-wook was running out of time. He had to complete the mission quickly. Time remaining 6 seconds. He continued to encounter 2 more giants in another room, waiting for him, and released his attack. Time was very tight, only 2 seconds left. Han-wook swiftly slid past the two gatekeepers to place the stone in the correct position to end the game. I don't have time to mess with you. Right at the moment time was hanging by a thread. Could he complete it in time? Fortunately, Hyun-wook made it in time. Congratulations, the circuit has been connected. All fragments have been placed successfully. The reward for entry to the Akashic Armory has been unlocked. Suddenly the space became unusual, the surrounding scene blurry. Hyun-wook did not understand what was happening. What the hell is this? These damn systems have never been this generous. From the direction of the stone, a kind of light was emanating. What is that? The system displayed a notification, warning of administrator authentication error. Main and submissions completed, circuit stable, but authentication failed. Player data does not match. Identity unconfirmed. Result access denied. Only an emergency key permits entry. Hyun-wook read it and got furious. Is this a joke? Then why did you give me a mission in the first place? What the hell is this? He was disappointed, having gone through all the trouble to get right to the gate. Han-wook placed a hand on his heart and pondered. There was nothing else he could do anyway. Just as Baekseon said, it all came true. He recalled Baekseon's words, replace the body with an item. Are you crazy? Even if it's you, you'd probably die. Calm down, I'm only asking because the theory sounds plausible. He explained each consequence. Even if you succeed, you will escape outside the system parameters, lose your power, be deleted from all missions. Either way, you'll suffer negative effects. Baekseon also warned, remember Han-wook, you no longer belong just to yourself. Don't do unverified things just to save everyone. Turning to the present, Han-wook stood before the gate thinking. He was thinking, in the previous life when he failed before the wave, Laputa was not a reward but a disaster. It said humans had no right to use the ruins, yet the villains still used Laputa's weapons. Suddenly, Hyun-wook thought of something, his expression shifting. That meant there was still another way to enter here. This is why you have to read the contract carefully. Error, warning, player data does not match, identity unconfirmed. Result access denied, only an emergency key permits entry according to administrator protocol. Han-wook finally understood. The reason he met that bastard at the Gasil gate was to get the wrong number key of the Akashic Armory. Han-wook took the key he had to open the massive gate before him. No matter how restricted the access was, he would still enter it. The door gradually absorbed the key in Han-wook's hand. Finally, the gate yielded and opened. But he had a foreboding sense of doom. Wait, inside the door was an entirely different space, fast and silent. Han-wook was furious, seeing nothing, no weapons or master key. Suddenly, a spherical orb flew from somewhere and appeared before Han-wook. It turned out to be a colossal Talos. Enraged, Han-wook drew his weapon and challenged it. Dare to oppose me? But it seemed to have no intention of harming him. It was only scanning. It emitted a beam of light that shone straight through Han-wook. This process lasted quite a while. Talos reported an error. The scan results showed he had inheritance rights but had lost his identity, so it would proceed with an additional check. Summoned a giant entity, requiring survival to prove himself with the Zero Alpha Combat Protocol. Han-wook was quite surprised by the system quest given. The ferocious robot charged straight at him to attack. Han-wook nimbly dodged the blow and circled behind it. He mused on how to take it down. At least you give me a chance. I am very grateful. Han-wook was undaunted, preparing to land the finishing blow. It was just a hectech robot. End it. He hurled the spear fiercely towards the robot. Surprisingly, it blocked his attack. Han-wook looked intrigued. It blocked that strike? Inside its core, the monster was preparing its move. It manifested a giant glowing sword. Talos stood in a corner, observing everything. Han-wook glanced over and said, so you never intended to grant me access? He angrily declared, but I will not return empty-handed. I will forge my own access to this place. The robot suddenly charged straight at Hyun-wook. It was not to be outdone. You think I reincarnate easily after sacrificing my heart? His face full of determination. Watch this Metal Crush upgraded version. Hyun-wook awakened the Super Metal Crush skill. Meanwhile, the scene shifted elsewhere. The army was preparing their gear for the mission. Their identities would be erased upon commencement. The commander spurred their spirits. Think of your families. Success will elevate our nation to a world power. The battle was intense. Russia would possess the ultimate weapons once they captured Laputa. A soldier reported to Gareth that the American forces were ready. He received the news with a serious expression. The corps continuously fueled morale, telling the soldiers they were the best in the world. Teleport station beacon turned green. The teleport gate opened. They paused before moving. The corps ordered an immediate halt. Gareth bellowed the deployment order. The entire army immediately leaped into the teleport gate. Yunha and Junmo stood on the ground, finding it very strange. Strange magic circles appeared in the sky. After a moment, they realized the enemy was above at 1 o'clock. Yunha panicked and reported, "Sir, we are ambushed." Kang Seok did not expect this tactic. Damn it, they were fast. The enemy descended from multiple teleport gates. 9 gates confirmed. In the sky, many soldiers were under constant attack. The ambushing enemy troops quickly detected and returned fire. A series of teleport gates opened, creating a chaotic mid-air battle. Bryson stood within a gate observing the situation. He commanded his troops, keep firing, descend quickly. We must be the first to set foot in the ruin. He jumped down to take out each one, do not forget that. With a stern face, Bryson emphasized the sole target was Laputa. Several corps aimed directly at the target below. The Laputa defense system activated immediately, creating 2 layers of protection. Laputa instantly deployed a shield system to protect the entirety. The white shield layer gradually enveloped Laputa from all sides. They could not get inside. All were thrown back onto the shield. Anyone who touched it was violently electrocuted by the protective layer. Above, the chaotic battle continued as those electrocuted by the white leaves created a shroud of black smoke. Detecting the dual-layer shield and defense system on Laputa, he activated his personal protective gear and began the tactical parachuting procedure. The armor system of the American soldiers was very special, capable of generating a protective barrier around them. All American soldiers were equipped with this specialized parachute armor. They directly contacted Laputa's shield layer. The armor had protected them, and the personal protective equipment was still functioning well. Seeing it was safe, the remaining soldiers swarmed in and landed. Many landed safely, but some were shot down by enemy troops, and the casualty count kept rising. Soldier reported to Lieutenant Bryson that most of the troops were fighting in the air, with no more than 10 men having landed. Bryson ordered the mission to continue, as the shield could only hold for a maximum of 5 minutes, and they had to destroy this defensive matrix immediately. The soldiers received the order and replied, "Yes, sir." They used specialized knives to stab into the shield layer, beginning the destruction of Laputa's defensive barrier. Bryson coordinated everyone, ordering Sergeant Serrano to prepare support, and for those who could fly along with the remaining men to return fire against the other nations. He showed his determination. "We must be the first ones to enter Laputa's control room." Turning back to Hyun-wook's progress, he was unleashing a powerful metal-based technique. The robot had been shattered by Hyun-wook's previous move. Shrapnel flew everywhere. Hyun-wook was also growing after that last technique. However, the robot regenerated into a bizarre form. The system reported an error. Metal control skill reconfiguration fusion. Level unknown. Source from Grigory Azazel. Critical error causing effect change. Free control of metal over a wide range. Hyper-complex fusion. Body regeneration and reinforcement. But using an unregistered skill could cause unpredictable consequences. Hyun-wook continued using another technique to absorb the robot and reconfigure the fusion. In the end, the monster was finally destroyed by his metal control ability. Only a single core remained of it now. The system notified Hyun-wook that he had collected a false release. He looked over at the other Talos. It suddenly turned red, seemingly about to do something. Hyun-wook complained, "Don't make me do any more weird shit." Said angrily, "You call that a puzzle? I just see it as stupid bullying. Now are you trying to kill me to take ownership? If you do that again, I'll devour you too." Talos did not react at all. It just stayed silent and stared at Hyun-wook. Then it suddenly turned a softer blue and issued a notification. "Identity verification complete. You have passed the Ruin Inheritor test. You are granted temporary administrator privileges and are receiving the Master Administrator key." Talos was the artificial intelligence containing Laputa's master key. Hyun-wook looked at the system notification with surprise. He pointed at it gleefully. "So you are the master key. Now I understand why you kept babbling. Don't be shy. Let me love you." Talos grew angry and imposed a restriction due to vulgar language. "Please choose to take the master key or the false release outside." Hyun-wook felt his mouth was a curse, and he relented. "Come on." He cursed angrily. "What? Are you kidding me? I said I'd love you, don't mess with me." His face suddenly turned sinister. "Wait, you said I can only take one thing outside?" Talos did not understand what Hyun-wook meant. Hyun-wook asked Talos curiously, "Hey, what does take mean? Does it mean to truly own it?" Talos stammered back, "Impossible." Hyun-wook's face turned cruel. "So that means I just need to devour this tasty morsel, right?" Returning to the battle at Laputa, the American forces were struggling to break through the shield layer. They finally opened it. "Sir, it is opening. I believe we will enter soon." Bryson ordered everyone else to prepare to enter Laputa. "Hurry, we must get in before he gets here." Suddenly, a bald man with silver-white hair appeared from somewhere. A massive fireball shot straight down onto Laputa's shield. It caused a huge explosion. The explosion spread over a wide area, affecting the surroundings. Bryson recognized what it was. Damn it, the human nuclear bomb of South Korea. It was an old man commanding the 3rd Monster Countermeasure Brigade, arriving sooner than he thought. Jung Cheon shouted in anger, "Who are you bastards? What scumbags dare to touch South Korea's skies?" One by one, more explosions occurred on Laputa. Portal appeared next to Kang Seok's group. Hyun-wook had just returned after collecting the item. Everyone was startled. Sergeant Hyun-wook, having just returned, he didn't understand what was happening. What's going on?" The soldier replied, "It's an invasion. The Brigadier General has entered the field himself." The control corps also returned with Hyun-wook. Its appearance panicked everyone. Thinking it was dangerous, everyone immediately went on guard. "Sergeant Hyun-wook, behind you, watch out." Hyun-wook immediately calmed everyone down. "It's fine, don't worry. This is the master key for Laputa's control room." Jung Cheon reported as soon as he finished. "Commander Kim Kang-seok, this is the brigade commander." He reported taking down a few necessary targets but could not do more. "How is the progress on seizing the master key?" Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook quickly replied, "This is Sergeant Hyun-wook. The master key has been obtained. Now we just need to enter the control room." Jung Cheon asked, "What do I need to do?" Hyun-wook ordered, "Do what you do best. Destroy everything and clear the path." Hearing the order, Jung Cheon became even more excited. "Good. I like that about you." He immediately created a massive fireball. The surrounding land was being drawn into that sphere. Zhang Qian is casting a spell, then I will go all out. He said gleefully, I will show these bastards why they should fear a tactical nuclear bomb. The magic bomb grew larger and larger, emitting a blinding light. Seeing that, his voice became urgent. Commander Kim will be overwhelmed. At this moment, the soldiers continued firing nonstop to suppress Zhang Qian's magic. He still tried to channel his mana to the fullest. Soon after, a massive eagle appeared, spreading its wings to block all attacks. This shocked the soldiers, who could not believe their eyes. While using magic, Kang Seok loudly reported to Hyun-wook, I must get to the commander. The survivors will soon pursue him. Over here, the soldiers seemed exhausted despite achieving nothing. Before leaving, he instructed carefully, I am almost out of mana. My main summons are all injured. Going together would not help. Moreover, the commander will be unable to defend himself after using the skill. Hearing this, Hyun-wook's gaze sharpened, his voice firm, I completely agree, please support him. Finally, Kang Seok looked at him with trusting eyes, take care of my people. Right after, he turned and ran in the opposite direction from them. Hyun-wook loudly announced to the whole team, now let's return to Laputa. Jun-mo doubted, Sergeant Hyun-wook, how can we get up there when it's in the sky? Hyun-wook pointed at Talos, don't worry, this thing will handle it. Soon after, the three were enveloped in a sphere and slowly lifted into the air. All three moved straight ahead, their stances ready for battle. Meanwhile, Sang-jun groaned in pain as he struggled to hold his body. I'm reaching my limit, give me some alcohol. Elsewhere, Min-hee tried to persuade. What are you saying, Sergeant Kim Si-hee? This is an order. The commander has used his skill, you could get caught up in it. You just need to open a warp gate next to Laputa. When it appears, leave the rest to me. Si-hee remained firm. Sergeant Hyun-wook cannot do everything alone. He needs all the support. He asked in confusion, that's true. But our orders are to stay in the rear. Do you owe him something to risk your life like this? Then she recalled Hyun-wook's urgent expression as he rushed over, are you all okay? But seeing Si-hee surrounded by a dense magical net, he halted, I came to help. Si-hee looked over gently, her eyes blank from overrising magic. Who? Help who? Returning to the present, Si-hee smiled softly. Actually, I don't owe him anything, but I feel like I am in his debt. Over here, the number of soldiers arriving grew larger. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, ready to fire if the enemy made a move. Seeing this, Zhang Qian shouted a threat. Back then you all fought to rob us. Now you join forces to bully an old man? Magic converged, forming a blazing fireball in the sky. The fireball expanded further, accompanied by the eagle's screech. Everything was about to be engulfed. Zhang Qian's eyes showed clear fury. He roared, you bastards, get off my turf. At this moment, many soldiers who were not prepared were caught in that fireball. The lead soldier shouted a signal, all troops, take cover now. Two sources of power clashed, neither side giving way. Could not hide his shock at this sight. Over here, Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, trying to endure his overwhelming mana output. Even though he was covered in a protective shell, the blazing flames were still a great threat. Finally, the magic sphere escaped the flames and fell onto the rubble caused by the earthquake. Completing the mission, Zhang Qian held his stance, his breath heavy from the excessive mana consumption. Soon after, Zhang Qian looked at him with a trusting gaze. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I trust you. Hyun-wook quickly received the signal and acted. Thank you, I will definitely protect Laputa. Afterwards, Hyun-wook's group moved closer to receive more magic. At the same time, a notification sounded. Laputa confirms temporary administrator. Intrusion risk 7%, partially deactivating defense systems, opening entrance. As the notification ended, an entrance resembling a honeycomb surface quickly descended. In this life, I will definitely have you the city of hectic Laputa. I never thought there could be a city on a floating island. Look, I thought it would be ancient ruins, but everything is brand new. Just looking at it is a feast for the eyes. Warning, do not touch. Any damage will be repaired immediately. Laputa can designate 3 souls to create wide area blessings and buff power. Additionally, unlike the world tree, Laputa can move anywhere, both defending and bombarding targets. It is the pinnacle of Hectech, and it is the technological essence of the ancient civilization. Be careful when using it. Finally, Hyun-wook concluded, simply put, Laputa brings immense wealth and power to the area that controls it. The owner of this battleship can attack anywhere in the world. Looking at it, his eyes were full of pride. Whenever you show off, you sure talk a lot. Right after that, the system voice rang out again, indicating they had reached the entrance of the control room and requesting temporary administrator verification. Before their eyes appeared an area like a maze with countless complex patterns. Before leaving, Hyun-wook reminded them that only the commander was allowed into the control room and asked everyone to wait outside. But at that moment, his pupils dilated as he detected too many metal signals. While moving, Hyun-wook shouted out guidance that there was an ambush at the 9 o'clock direction. Very soon after, the group managed to get past the obstacle. But behind them, they had to create a protective barrier against the strange magical source. Seeing it attack relentlessly, Hyun-wook immediately deduced that it was a holy armor. When they felt safe, they slowly removed the barrier. At that moment, a man holding a sniper rifle shouted out, "Stop." Han-wook's gaze instinctively turned towards the owner of that voice. On this side, Yun-ha also had the same grim expression as him. Two quickly responded that it was just a warning shot, they did not want bludgeoned. But one soldier flatly demanded that they hand over the master key and surrender to be spared. Hyun-wook could not accept that Yun-ha's holy armor was destroyed in just one blow, and he had not even detected it before they attacked. The more he thought, the more he suspected that their warning was not an exaggeration, and that this group was truly strong, possibly from the villain alliance. At the same time, everyone showed shock at the scene before their eyes. That man still maintained a firm attitude, threatening to kill if they acted rashly and demanding the master key. Hearing that, Hyun-wook could not hide a faint smile, saying that the opponent had made a mistake by confronting him while he was wearing armor. The very next second, he immediately executed the tactic to spread out and circle behind them for close combat. The group of soldiers on the other side did not hesitate and acted immediately, but Hyun-wook did not flinch, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. At that moment, the system panel appeared, reporting an error for the Metal Control Restructuring Fusion skill. Source Gregoria Zazel Chain, warning of using an unregistered skill. Right after that, Hyun-wook activated the restructuring fusion technique. The system kept reporting errors due to using an unregistered skill. The warning grew louder, confirming multiple uses of the unregistered skill and initiating the destruction purification process. The worst-case scenario had arrived as the system reported a destruction in progress status. Hyun-wook realized his hand was gradually fading away like software about to be deleted. He showed clear panic and wondered what the hell was happening. On this side, Yun-ha could not move either. It seemed everyone involved with the technique was affected. When the explosion occurred, a frantic voice called out the name Hyun-wook. But unexpectedly, a girl's spirit appeared and blocked that strike. Seeing that, he had to open his eyes wide and ask, "A wind god?" From afar, Si had appeared. Hyun-wook was surprised to see Sergeant Si, but she only responded firmly that she had come to save him. At this moment, he was creating a formation to prepare a strike. Seeing that, Sihi's pupils dilated, unable to believe her eyes. But very quickly, she dodged the attack with a body shift. The opponent kept firing, causing everything around to gradually be destroyed. She blocked the attack while pausing in confusion. The protective spell array on her wrist suddenly flared up rapidly. It continuously emitted magical power as if about to unleash something. At this moment, that power helped her avoid being hit. Hyun-wook still could not hide his astonishment at an explosion and the enhancement art. But right after that, the piercing notification sound of the system rang out again, reporting an error, causing Hyun-wook to not hold back a frustrated curse. The very next second, a massive explosion occurred, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. Everything seemed about to be completely swallowed by that flame. Seeing that, Jun-mo shouted out in worry the name of Sergeant Hyun-wook. Sang-jun seriously assessed that this devastating wide area attack was on par with A rank and was truly dangerous. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook still endured the pain, trying to find a way to react. At that very moment, Yun-ha rushed over to stand in front of him and called out to the platoon leader. She tried to persuade that if he fell, he could not protect Laputa or their comrades, so he should enter the control room immediately. Her next words awakened Hyun-wook as she said she would be his shield. His pupils dilated and then he paused briefly. After understanding everything, Hyun-wook replied firmly, "Understood." Wasting not a single second, Yoon had truly charged forward to act as his shield, but a soldier suddenly appeared to block her and challenged her, saying he would not lose and told her to back off. Fortunately, Yoon managed to block that attack in time. Right then, she realized something strange. Was that even considered an attack punch? Yet that man kept throwing punches. "Hey, you fat pig!" In the heat of the moment, Yoon saw a familiar strike before her eyes. It was Jong Jun. He had arrived in time to help her. "Want another one?" Continuous slashes caught that soldier off guard, while Sang-jun landed safely. At that moment, the sharp part of his helmet cracked and shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Then he crashed heavily to the ground, creating a tremor no less intense than the surrounding explosions. He announced in a loud voice, "Sergeant Hyun-wook, get inside now, we will hold them off here." Below, Hyun-wook's squad was ready for battle. Suddenly, Sang-jun's sword hand trembled violently. "Fall back, something is wrong, my body won't obey." Though nearing his mana limit, Hyun-wook still sent a signal, "Please handle this place." Immediately after, he shouted to inform all Talos to head to the control room. At the same time, most of the soldiers had been taken down. At that moment, he suddenly understood. They said to only worry about the metal-controlling soldier, but it turned out that guy was unreliable too. Many sources of mana immediately appeared around them. He gritted his teeth, trying to channel his mana to the fullest. A system panel appeared. Activate skill damage absorption. Caster Colonel Gareth Whitman. Target First Sergeant Jocker Bryson. Status bruised, fractured bone, bones bleeding, damage 67%. Caster absorbs wounds, regenerates tissue. Result: target recovers 89%. Caster health reduced by 32%. Pain sensation nullified. Warning: combat readiness state. Drop may lead to temporary loss. After feeling himself become stronger, he muttered, "Thank you, sir." The sight made his pupils dilate in disbelief. Over here, she was equally surprised. Another system panel appeared. Activate skill attribute buff enhancement. Caster, Colonel Gareth Whitman. Target, First Sergeant Zucker Bryson. Mana flow more efficient. Attribute bullet attack power increased by 3.2 times. Attribute conversion speed increased by 250%. Mana consumption reduced by 41%. Duration 60 seconds. Note, mana bullets in heavy machine gun accelerated. Attributes strongly enhanced. At that very moment, the group of soldiers continued to fire attacks. The squad leader ordered in a sharp voice, "Capture them." Seeing this, Yoon-hae immediately reacted, shouting, "Block them." Both sides immediately assumed stances, ready to attack at any moment. Over here, a targeting reticle had appeared in Sihee's eyes. He stared closely at the gun barrel he was aiming. At that moment, Yoon-ha was bewildered. They changed bullet attributes without reloading. She quickly adjusted the team. "Everyone, get behind the shield." She charged forward while trying to dodge all the bullets fired. Over here, he did not dare to let his guard down for a second. Jang Jun's pupils dilated, trying to dodge as much as possible. Because the destructive power of this attack was not small, it caused them to lose balance and get knocked backward, but he quickly landed to avoid injury. At that moment, Sang Jun realized the severity. Each one of them is as strong as a whole company. Who the hell are these people? The attack created enormous blocks of ice covering everywhere. The soldiers who could not escape in time were all encased in ice. In the distance, Heinwook stood frozen before the scene. He could not hide his astonishment, wondering, recovery and buff. This fighting style, is it him? Attribute buff enhancement? Over here, he could still dodge that attack. Without wasting a second, he leaped away. At the same time, Heinwook was still using magic to attack. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with horror as he saw something. Currently, time and movement seemed frozen before Jang Jun's mana. As he dove down, he smirked triumphantly. "You fat bastard, I told you to focus on me." Unexpectedly, his sharp eyes seemed to have predicted it. Just as the blade was about to hit his face, he sidestepped to dodge. As Sang Jun struck down fiercely, he simultaneously sidestepped to avoid it. This made him grit his teeth in disbelief. This bastard noticed me even with my speed. Sang Jun did not give up, relentlessly attacking. Even so, he could dodge any strike thrown at him. He even planned to rush forward and attack Jang Jun by surprise from behind. The moment the sword clashed with the fist, Jang Jun was shocked. Not only did he notice, even though he had a weapon, it seemed like he was the one being overwhelmed. Increasingly, Jang Jun found it hard to believe. He can even keep up with me? The next second, a huge explosion occurred, smoke and fire billowing endlessly. Sang Jun was blasted away before he could defend himself. He slammed hard into the wall behind him, shattering it. Seeing this, Hyen-wook immediately shouted loudly, "Sergeant Choi Jang Jun." He constantly reminded the person behind him to endure as much as possible until he returned. But Sang Jun was exhausted. He thought to himself, Hyen-wook spoke easily. The issue now was not stopping them. He even considered the worst scenario, that they might actually die. A sudden ray of light appeared amidst the pitch-black night. Hyen-wook floated in that space facing the mystical glow. A slow voice echoed. This was the peak of Hektek Nomis, the Laputa Central Control Room, a place that could interfere with the system. Hearing that, Hyen-wook held his left shoulder and calmly replied he knew this was the place to resist the system. The voice rang out again. It was not time for astonishment. You were about to be erased. Hyen-wook frowned and agreed. Analyze what was wrong with him first. The system suddenly transformed, his body slowly dissolving, now analyzing temporary administrator errors. His face was filled with discomfort, his teeth clenched tightly. Before Hyen-wook were two people whose bodies continuously shattered. The system screen displayed countless errors, including date mismatch, thread conflict, overlimit growth, memory alteration, unregistered items, and demon king fragment. Hyen-wook's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He stood silently staring at the scene before him. After a moment, the system announced the analysis was complete. Detected registered data conflict. Your current problem is. After reading the last line, Hyen-wook in the altered timeline lowered his head in silence. At the same time, a notification appeared for an item, the Grigori Azazel necklace. It brought information about gluttony, demon king fragments, and error data, all forming an anomaly. You are considered an error and will be erased. Hyen-wook quickly scanned it, coughed lightly, so he was just a collection of errors. This was bound to happen sooner or later. How to solve it, Talos? Talos replied, you can separate all tangled data from the errors, but during that process, 3 types of data linked to the errors will be affected. Talos' voice was cold. Those were the Grigori Azazel necklace, gluttony, demon king fragments, along with Hyen-wook's memories and skills from the altered timeline. They would be erased. Hyen-wook frowned nervously. Would his memories and skills be erased? If he lost Azazel's power, he would die. If he lived but lost his past life memories, everything he did would be meaningless. He still held his shoulder, turned his head, and asked, Talos, if data can be separated, it can also be merged, right? Talos was silent for a while, then explained, theoretically possible, but merging required separating the error data as well. Success rate only 0.008%, extremely low. You could lose the error data. Talos was not joking. If successful when merging data, you might no longer be yourself. Do you wish to proceed? After hearing that, Heinwook slowly closed his eyes to think. Then he did not hesitate to confess he only had one choice. Heinwook frowned at his fist. Do it. Talos's eyes suddenly lit up. Understood. It transformed everything before Heinwook, beginning the separation for merging, still wanting to say goodbye, because you might be completely erased. Seeing that, he could not help but shout, hey, this was the time for you to encourage me. Talos coldly announced, I am starting. Began the data separation, progress 23%, warning that you might be erased during the separation. Hyun Wook's body instantly mutated. After a moment, Talos said progress 53%. More than half of Hyun Wook's body had disappeared. Talos pushed progress to 78%, warning that the separation speed increased. The ability to maintain the temporary administrator error was nearly zero. The process halting. Hyun Wook panic. No, don't. His face opened in a yell as it gradually faded. Don't stop, no matter what. After a moment, Hyun Wook's entire body returned to normal, his feet touching the ground. Elsewhere, massive ice pillars appeared, blocking the view. A man carrying a gun on his shoulder covered his face with both hands. Nearby, a soldier covered his face, holding a gun, tilting his head slightly in shock. He opened and closed his eyes, speaking softly, I do not admire you for not surrendering, soldier, but we do not need pointless sacrifices. Give up. Hyun Wook trembled involuntarily, his face lifted to the sky, both arms raised high. He held the broken sword in a defensive stance. What the hell were you saying? He could not understand your translation method at all. Before Hyun Wook was an ice wall with countless sharp peaks. A thought suddenly surged in his mind. Should he save the team members? The soldier did not hesitate to mock. You should not have gotten up. He quickly formed a fist, aimed at the opponent. I do not like hitting someone who has lost their mind. Hyun Wook showed no fear, replying with a smile, you have done plenty. Act like a true villain, so I can play dirty without guilt. He immediately swung his sword at the opponent, but he dodged in time. The sword and the opponent's body were only a few centimeters apart, a dangerous situation. The soldier was somewhat stunned, eyes not yet closed, mouth not yet open. Hyun Wook once again swung the broken sword, forming an arc. He lay low, sliding on the ground to avoid the opponent's punch. The soldier could not restrain himself, teeth clenched tightly, eyebrows furrowed. The two brushed past each other with force and decisiveness. Above Hyun Wook's head, a massive tornado suddenly appeared. Opposite, the soldier covering his face immediately pulled the trigger, the bullet creating a strange pattern. They quickly flew in front of Hyun Wook. Seeing that, he hurriedly sidestepped to avoid unnecessary collision. A large flame immediately appeared. Hyun Wook quickly leaped up high. He raised the broken sword again and yelled, only by destroying the main pillar could he win this game. Hyun Wook did not hesitate, charging straight at the masked soldier. He continuously unleashed powerful slashes, sharp and merciless. Hyun Wook could not help but flash a cold, dark smile. Meanwhile, the soldier's body kept spurting streams of bright red blood. Gareth cast a sharp glance behind him, and the system immediately displayed several lines of notifications. Activated Colonel Gareth Whitman's counter-armor ability, reflecting all physical and magical damage received. Reflection rate 120% based on defense and focus stats. Consumes 10% HP, cooldown 60 seconds. Elsewhere, Hyun Wook's glasses snapped in two. He kept bleeding and collapsed to the ground after being shot from an ambush. Seeing this, the sniper soldier coldly turned and walked away. He glanced mockingly, a pity he could not become a ranger under him. Instantly, countless images of Hyun Wook appeared. Back to reality, he lay motionless in a pool of blood on the cold ground. Suddenly, the soldier spoke, attention, this is the next order. His voice coldly commanded the capture of the Supreme Administrator in the control room. Hearing this, the subordinates quickly replied, understood, sir. Scene shift. Talos' eyes blazed bright, lightning enveloping the surroundings. It reported the code merge progress had reached 53%. Core skill data being merged. Hyun Wook's body suddenly shone with a blinding light. Talos then continued. Merge progress has reached 78%. Final phase activating target stabilization protocol. He has fully absorbed the energy. Data merge process complete at 100%. Hyun Wook wore a cold expression, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes showing two eerie colors. A man in a suit stood in the distance observing the chaos in the city center. Baekjun, a level 10 player leader of the level 3 Dazen, held a phone to his ear, worried about the terrorist attacks in Seoul. He frowned, asking sternly if this global chaos was truly necessary, and what to do if war broke out. On the other end, a scheming laugh rang out, saying they would profit as the world slaughtered each other. Baekjun immediately questioned if the plan would face trouble if South Korea managed to control Laputa. Gordon reminded him that Baekjun was getting old and worrying too much. His eyes narrowed, his voice dropping. The US forces were elite troops trained for S-rank assassinations. No one in Seoul could stop them. Elsewhere, the ice wall still stood towering. Hyun-wook remained with his eyes closed, floating in the air. Suddenly he opened his eyes, his face as cold as ice. Out of habit, Hyun-wook stared down at the scene below. Talos immediately faced him and reported detecting damage inside Laputa caused by intruders. Hearing this, Hyun-wook observed those trapped within the massive ice wall. He immediately lowered his gaze downward. Below, a lifeless body lay on the ground. Hyun-wook remained silent, his eyes deep and contemplative. He began to direct his gaze further away. Hyun-wook noticed the scene behind the colossal ice wall. Suddenly he stood at attention in midair, ordering Talos to assess casualties, and it immediately confirmed. Talos emitted a blue light, reporting that 3 members of the Korean ice team had no serious injuries. One had a deep slash wound, but had received first aid. After hearing this, Hyun-wook immediately warned Talos not to get too close. Below, countless large objects were destroying the thick ice layer. They used flames to carry out this difficult task. Suddenly, a giant iron chain was dropped from among the objects. They quickly approached Hyun-wook, and the system immediately displayed a notification. It was the special equipment M7 Smart Mine, emitting Sigma magic to capture the target, the chain tightening to block mana recovery and skill use. A moment later, Hyun-wook was tightly bound by the iron chains, unable to struggle. At the same time, a voice ordered surrender because his team members had been neutralized. Gareth frowned, saying South Korea lacked the strength to control Laputa, demanding hand-over control to prevent further losses to his team. Hyun-wook coldly replied, "Is this how you people operate, robbing the weaker?" Colonel Gareth Whitman of ARS. At this moment, the two were now confronting each other at close range. Gareth furrowed his brows tightly, daring to mention ARS, an earth-shattering secret. His eyes darkened, gritting his teeth in anger, saying he didn't know who he was, but since he knew there was no escape, then ordered him captured. No sooner had he spoken than a giant appeared behind Hyun-wook and replied, "Understood, sir." At the same time, a crimson mark appeared at the corner of his eye, a strength that crushed metal. The moment the words ended, the once solid chain suddenly shattered into many pieces. Seeing this, Gareth quickly stopped his subordinate, telling Lucky to back off. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook had already escaped the captivity of the cold iron chains. He spoke without hesitation and manipulated the metal. Lucky refused to give up, angrily rushing over, saying he could take him down. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive flame appeared and charged forward with immense force. Hyun-wook merely smirked, scolding that he should have followed the command. He unhesitatingly slammed his hand into the opponent's chest, bending and controlling the metal. After that, Hyun-wook coldly unleashed a massive surge of power toward Gareth. Gareth immediately coughed up blood, his eyes becoming vacant. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook remained calm, his eyes shining brightly. Then he shot toward a soldier at blinding speed. Seeing that, Gareth frowned and ordered them to destroy Laputa at all costs. The system displayed information about the skill max stat enhancement for Colonel Gareth. Hyun-wook's entire body kept charging straight forward. Seeing this, the soldier raised his gun again, firing strange streams of bullets. At the same time, Hyun-wook spread his palm, focusing all his energy. He floated and sped forward continuously. Right then, a large flame engulfed the area around Hyun-wook. The sight made the sniper soldier's eyes go wide in shock, amazed that he blocked every mana bullet. Hyun-wook only coldly commanded a single word, "Move aside." He stared at the opponent and said, "Decompose metal." The distance between the two had now closed. The girl in the iron armor seemed to have lost all consciousness. From another direction, Hyun-wook advanced powerfully with his sword. Gareth could not help it, frowning tightly in bewilderment. Hyun-wook had already lunged fiercely in front of his opponent. The system added a line about the anti-armor damage reflection skill for the attacker. Hyun-wook's attack made the blood on Gareth's head flow endlessly. Gareth glanced at the blood, panicking and cursing Hyun-wook for luring him with light attacks. Hyun-wook coldly said that he could not use the immortality skill for 60 seconds. He opened his palm, shot a green energy, and advised him to surrender. Gareth still refused to surrender, thinking it was ridiculous and that he could not abandon the mission. Hyun-wook, with his two-colored eyes, continued speaking of the missing high-level players and the attacks. At the same time, the soldier with blood on his lips knelt on the ground, unrelenting in his anger. He and the girl listened to Hyun-wook's confident tone, growing suspicious. Gareth frowned, saying other nations would not stop their attacks. Hyun-wook unhesitatingly called out, "Talos, open the weapon vault." Talos quickly responded, opening the main weapon vault. Immediately, a disturbance occurred in the space. The soldier immediately showed a puzzled expression. The red-haired girl also gaped in astonishment. Countless streams of blue energy surrounded the island. Particles began to float up and gather in the sky. Seeing this, Hyun-wook repeated that he had told him to stop. Hearing this, Gareth appeared extremely surprised. Baek-jun glanced at his phone, thinking that he was the one who had been blocking the way all along. Gordon smiled, believing he was a 5th tier developed secretly by the military. He did not hesitate to consider the worst-case scenario, the failure of the US RS team. A moment later, Gordon ordered him placed at the top of the assassination list. Gareth frowned, thinking that bastard was definitely S rank, not R rank. He looked at Hyun-wook, questioning the completely overwhelming inhuman power. Hyun-wook spread his palm, his eyes sharp, declaring himself the Steel Emperor returned. He extended his palm, brimming with a source of power, reaching toward Gareth. Gareth's pupils dilated, realizing he could not win against this monster, but his will surged as he remembered his comrades. For ARS, abandoning the mission was never an option. Gareth's whole body floated, held in place by his power. Hyun-wook suddenly became serious and proposed a deal to him. Gareth thought he misheard, asking back in surprise. He whispered a few words, saying he would give them time to think. After hearing it, he appeared utterly dazed for a moment. Titan and Raven below were ready for any situation. Let me be straightforward with Hyun-wook and Gareth. I will give you time to think it over. He was falling freely. Fortunately, someone below caught him with their arms. Seeing that he looked cold, that man said with a faint smile to wait until everything was settled. It seemed Titan was very impatient. Colonel, we can still fight. Please give the order. The girl beside him nodded in agreement, but Gareth was frightened and quickly stopped her, ordering a ceasefire and to wait for Raven's command. All three looked up at Hyun-wook's body. That man presented a deal even though he could easily overpower them. Since he still shows no signs of stopping, we need to understand his purpose first. Scene change, the forces were fighting intensely. This bunch was running amok like madmen in another country. Hyun-wook's expression darkened. His hand summoned horrifying power to control metal. The entire area erupted with a stifling, heavy atmosphere. A few people held torches to illuminate the pitch-black space. Suddenly, all of them were hurled into the air by a surge of blue lightning, throwing them into panic, not understanding what the hell was happening. Even the main forces could not withstand that terrifying pressure. Everyone seemed to be pulled toward the Laputa machine at the center. After completing the mission, Talos reported all hostile actions had been suspended. Hyun-wook gave an order with satisfaction. Hyun-wook's face twisted. He ordered it to fire Laputa's main cannon, the Legado Halo. Immediately, Talos emitted a blinding flash of light and replied, "Understood, Master." Below, Gareth was shocked into numbness on the spot, unable to believe his eyes. Under Laputa's spearhead, everyone was swept away into it. A true dark nightmare unfolded under Hyun-wook's hand, like a message sent to his enemies. He said that if he still saw the ground, there would be only one warning shot. Hyun-wook's brutal empire was about to be unveiled. The relief team had arrived to treat the soldiers' wounds. Watching the helicar fly by, he seemed quite leisurely and enjoying himself. He strode forward aggressively, breaking the quiet atmosphere, saying the goal was suppression so no one would die. Hyun-wook reflexively turned around, looking at the Japanese man and saying that was the reason this deal could happen. Every word he spoke was so precise that Gareth could not argue. If there were casualties, the situation would have been different. Glancing at him now, he was startled to realize he had returned to normal. Was that combat mode? Patience had its limits. Hyun-wook hastily asked if they had decided. Gareth raised his hand to ask permission for one question. Unable to bear it any longer, he had to probe. Why did you only propose a deal to the American side? Hyun-wook laughed upon hearing this and replied, I proposed it to you, Colonel, not to America. Gareth felt as if struck by lightning. To be honest, I cannot see what you are calculating. His heart gradually leaned toward goodwill, but I sense no malice in it. Then he gently took his hand, saying that was the most friendly, cooperative agreement. The sun appeared. Gareth felt a stir of emotion wanting to learn more about Hyun-wook. I suppose I will have to find out gradually. A few days later, the invading army withdrew to their country, the wounded soldiers hugging each other as they limped away. And of course, after appropriate compensation had been made, once again, a tragedy occurred, but this time the terrorists intervened and died on the same day, at the same hour. Scene changed to the hospital. Yang Jun was wrapped in bandages all over, except for Sergeant Choi Yang Jun, who was severely injured. The other team members returned to the unit immediately after recovering. The training yard, Yoonha flew up along with pieces of shattered glass. Thanks to Titan's punch, she had earned this privilege. On the training floor, Si-hee had her neck locked in an arm with a sharp blade. The other person said, "Stay still, pretty little sister." The bullying of the rookies had to stop when Gareth's authoritative voice rang out, "Enough." No, rather they were assigned to train jointly with the US forces in South Korea. He widened his eyes, stepping forward lightly. With a twisted mouth and gritted teeth, he said, "If you're tired, don't force it, just rest, you new recruits." Thinking Gareth was good, who knew such caustic words would come out. Anyway, Sergeant Hyun-wook handled everything. The ARS team learned nothing. Seems you are too complacent with your comrades, so all of you go to the corner and eat dry rations. Sweat streamed down, breath ragged. Si-hee remained silent, but her eyes were full of grievance. Even the strong Yoonha could not hide her discomfort. Hyun-wook leisurely walked in amidst the cursing, "You little brats, get the hell out." A wave of admiration flowed toward Gareth, Colonel Gareth Whitman, a capable commander. At the same time, the best trainer. All the ARS agents were personally trained by him. Just thinking about it made Hyun-wook chuckle with delight. That was the final scene of America, the man who fought against the evil of my past life. Looking toward them fighting intensely, he was satisfied to realize there was no more reliable ally than him. Talos hovered before the power core, ready for the next step. From its sight, a blinding beam suddenly emitted. Laputa struck the city with a surge of blue lightning. A wide area spell was deployed across Seoul, where Laputa was stationed, to accelerate mana recovery and resist psychological effects. The magic circle moved to a large building. Baek-seon stretched, accidentally catching a glimpse of something strange. Ram's mouth hung open in admiration. Was this the thing Sergeant Hyun-wook had talked about? Hyun-wook stood with his hands in his pockets, imposing on his own tower. Information displayed above his his head, setting the Balabo Butter Zone with Baek Sion's workshop as the center. Properties: crafting experience plus 50%, success rate plus 50%, chance of creating a mutated item plus 70%. His hair fluttered lightly in the gentle breeze. This was the true power of Laputa. Thanks to the mana recovery, the workshop's efficiency skyrocketed, and high-quality equipment poured out in bulk. The equipment level of every field would be elevated in an instant. Alone in the night, Heinwook sank into heavy thoughts. His eyes were beautiful but filled with sorrow. Finally, he had changed one of the greatest currents. Would Laputa bring hope for the future? Heinwook himself had asked many times. Were they still walking toward the darkness? The room was vast but devoid of any light. Gordon sat there, dominating the space. He raised his hand to cover half his face. He could not understand. His worries made Gordon lose his composure. How could a small country like South Korea clear the seal monster wave? Or how could the ARS fail to seize Laputa? He recalled the source of Heinwook's power. Could it be? No, that power alone could not explain this situation. His two eyebrows were only a centimeter apart. There had to be something else. He had to find it. Like an emperor seated on his throne, he was irritated, wanting to get to the very essence of this unease. 1 month later, in the magic technology city of Seoul, Republic of Korea Army Joint Chiefs of Staff, press conference was taking place with a large crowd in attendance. The hostess stood before the Laputa machine, explaining clearly. Today marks 1 month since the Laputa incident. We are broadcasting live from the International Press Conference site in South Korea. The audience was agitated, holding up signs in unison. Her voice remained steady as she described the international pressure to share Laputa technology and South Korea's expected stance announcement. On the podium, Ki-hyun stood solemnly before the lectern. The announcement seemed to have begun. Tense as a bowstring, he betrayed no emotion as he spoke as the president of South Korea. Ki-hyun announced breaking news. Greetings to all citizens of the world. Today we announce the formation of a new military unit for South Korea. Two reporters below whispered in surprise. A new unit? Wasn't this a press conference about Laputa? His voice grew louder. A special unit dedicated to Laputa. The sound of clattering footsteps was heard. True warriors lined up neatly, ready to contribute to South Korea's security and world peace. Ki-hyun's arms suddenly spread wide as he declared fiercely. Introducing the Steel Brigade. Jung Cheon stepped out with pride, greeted warmly. The brigade commander, Brigadier General Choi Jung Cheon. Next was the deputy brigade commander, Colonel Kim Kang. He declared powerfully, an air battalion. 3 artillery battalions, along with transport, logistics, and medical battalions. A total of 3 armored and infantry battalions. High-ranking officials were all in shock. Every piece of that equipment was top tier, from A grade and above. The man with glasses stammered, unable to believe this was produced in just 1 month. The stage lights shone brightly on the warriors. The reporters continuously snapped pictures to capture every moment. Yoon-ha's army was serious. Ki-hyun's voice was full of power, a completely autonomous unit, independent and not bound by the regular military organization. The young, emerging, talented faces of the Steel Platoon. Heinwook stood there coolly with the introduction. Platoon leader of the Steel Platoon and owner of Laputa, South Korea's new S rank. So cold, he could not even crack a smile. The great Iron Emperor was Sergeant Heinwook. Upon absorbing the information, the reporters erupted. Sergeant Heinwook, what is the secret to owning Laputa? With this military power, aren't you aiming for world domination? They kept uttering harmful words. Laputa is too dangerous for one nation to hold. It must be handed over to the UN for control. Heinwook's comrades looked disdainful. Those bastards are insane. Jung Cheon shook his head in disappointment, as expected. The world's interest and wariness toward Laputa only increased. At this rate, the government would make a fuss every time they moved Laputa. Then his eyes lit up, full of trust. But you foresaw this situation, right? Jung Cheon was eager to see the next move. Come on, what crazy trick are you going to pull this time? Holding the microphone, Heinwook spoke softly. I am South Korea's newest rank. Below, a dozen large and small microphones were pointed directly at him. Heinwook honestly admitted, no, I was originally an F-rank player. The surrounding space began to stiffen. The journalists were stunned, restless. His next words left them frozen. However, I discovered my own unique development path and ultimately reached the S-rank realm. On the podium, Ki-hyun was sweating with fear. Did we not agree to keep that a secret? Without any hesitation, Heinwook cut straight to the point. If anyone could break the F-rank barrier like me, they could clear the monster wave and obtain the divine weapons of another dimension. Finding it amusing, Jung Cheon burst into hearty laughter. He generously proposed, if anyone is being ignored because you are F-rank, please come to South Korea. Amidst the surrounding chaos, Heinwook still smiled brightly. South Korea, Laputa, and I, the great Iron Emperor Heinwook, will train you. It was now truly a scene of chaos. Reporters buzzed. Can an F-rank become an S-rank? Is it true? Urgent phone calls. Where is the intelligence bureau? Hurry and hold onto the F-ranks in the country. Immediately, the wrath of the leadership. What? You just drove away an F-rank? Insanity. Spend whatever it takes, recruit the F ranks immediately. After that day, the attention on Laputa vanished. Thanks to that, he could quietly prepare for his next move. Yahello stopped and asked maliciously, "What kind of mineral is this?" Baekseon rested his arms, sinking into his own world. There is a lot of research to do here. Even in sleep, he would have to think about it. See, he and his comrades carried a large log on their shoulders, with Titan sitting on it. Heinwook's strength now far surpassed his past life. He had saved many comrades and also possessed Laputa. With both hands clasped behind his back, looking at the Laputa machine, he thought, from now on, Heinwook had to prepare a move to win, not just a simple step. The folder with a pile of photos placed on the table was his application for overseas deployment. Night fell, but was far from quiet as bombs and shells continuously rained down. Inside, the swarm of deep monsters began to crawl out of their hiding places. They used their sharp teeth to tear apart human bodies, preventing unnecessary sacrifices. The door creaked open, and the first footsteps appeared. Heinwook hovered in midair facing Amelia as she bathed herself. He lowered himself closer to her, trying to stop the corruption of the world tree. Looking at the fragile Amelia before him, Heinwook still kept a cold expression. She collapsed in pain, wounds on her body still bleeding, her considered humanity's greatest threat to Laputa. Amelia's eyes shimmered, seeking help to rescue the saintess of the world tree. Before reincarnation, within the Republic of Waste, Liam and Heinwook were sitting by a fire to warm up. He quickly asked in concern, "Are you okay?" Liam waved his hand and replied, "The chapter energy today is too heavy." His eyes were sorrowful. It was all because the tree spirit guards could not protect the world tree and the saintess. Liam shared that the chapter energy from the polluted world tree had strengthened the monsters and weakened humanity. The scene of the decaying world tree appeared like a global punishment if they lost it, and the saintess. Heinwook remained silent, saying nothing. In another scene, Heinwook stood beside Amelia. He looked at her with a pensive expression. Amelia sat at the base of the world tree. After a moment, she stood up and looked at everyone. Amelia Solid, the saintess of the world tree. The two sisters beside her asked worriedly, "Your Holiness, are you all right? Please evacuate immediately." Ignoring the panic, Amelia quickly created a magic circle. Heinwook was surrounded by magic and the system's sound rang out. The blessing of Sephiroth was granted to the target, restoring stamina and increasing resistance. He thought to himself, this buff is top tier among body enhancements, the blessing of the world tree, huh? As he wondered why he received the blessing, Amelia called out, "What are you still standing there for?" Heinwook asked back, "Sorry, what did you just say?" She said coldly, "Go deal with the monsters outside immediately. Relying only on the tree spirit guards won't hold them." After speaking, Amelia added with a pout, "Come find me when you are done." Heinwook was stunned. The saintess indeed had a strange personality as rumored. He muttered to himself, seeing it in person was even more than the rumors. Receiving the order, Heinwook flew to the exit and fought the swarm of deep monsters alongside Kibuka. The people under attack screamed for help, "Save me." Deep monsters brutally tore the civilians apart. Heinwook saw the drone and called Talos. Slepnia, the drone of the Black Iron Platoon, had finished scanning and located the monsters. The drone scanned the entire area, displaying monster locations on the map. He looked at the map and clicked his tongue. These were living creatures, so his metal manipulation was useless. If he hunted them one by one, casualties would rise. Heinwook noticed something strange. The monsters were suddenly gathering in one spot. Drone's voice rang out, "Analysis complete. The monsters are attracted to the person with the strongest life force." The drone announced, "The person with the strongest life force in the city is you, my master, who just received the blessing." His face darkened. Did she bless me already planning this? At that moment, Heinwook was surrounded by deep monsters that Luna, no Saintess Amelia, began to cast magic. "Fine then, I like this now." Then he charged into the swarm of deep monsters to attack. From midair, Heinwook summoned the dark hands of Cloud Lord, creating a massive energy vortex along with metal wind. The horrifying sound made Kibuka look up. He was surprised, thinking his appearance on TV was an exaggeration. Who would have guessed? Then he involuntarily admitted, "You are the great Iron Emperor, Heinwook." Before the castle, Kibuka was still dazed. This guy was the real deal. Inside the vast space, the mana cracked violently. Heinwook strolled in with Luna. They stopped before a door, and she extended her hand to invite him. Kibuka and Amelia were sitting, enjoying life. She picked up a bottle of alcohol and said, "You are here, want a bottle?" Heinwook was a bit taken aback and replied, "No thanks, not even using a glass, just directly going for the whole bottle." Sitting below, Amelia, not sure if already drunk, praised him. "You handled the monsters well." Beside her, the old man crossed his arms in a huff. "Without you, the Divine Guardian team could have handled it themselves." Kibuka tried to maintain a stern look. Kibuka, captain of the Wood Spirit Guard, showing no deference. Heinwook immediately plopped down on the ground. His mouth moved nonstop. "Let me ask directly, is there some problem with the world tree?" Two of them were stunned for 5 seconds at Heinwook's words. He had once assumed that the Republic must be an extremely isolationist nation. Heinwook grew even more suspicious as he spoke. They accepted the exchange proposal that easily. Yunha glanced at him with a look of contempt. His bitter words rang out, so easy that he felt foolish for even thinking of negotiation or infiltration. Using all his mental strength, he deduced that they also demanded confidentiality, and that Hyun-wook must go alone. Hyun-wook confidently judged the World Tree was having a problem, and they could not find a solution. Perhaps they had already verified this beforehand and called him to borrow the power of Laputa. After a pause, Kibuka naturally looked at Emilia with a troubled expression. She gently removed the coat from her arm, revealing an arm that was rough as if severely burned. It was then that Hyun-wook truly understood the situation. He immediately explained. The maiden was a life form directly connected to the World Tree. A few days ago, strange spots began to appear on her body. Emilia held her arm and added, they did not know the cause because she saw nothing unusual with the World Tree. Hoping to ask for help, she looked up at him. That was why they called him there, hoping Laputa had a solution. After hearing this, he fell in a deep thought. Hyun-wook felt a surge of unease. He had read all the data about the World Tree and Laputa, but there was no information about this phenomenon. The image of Liam suddenly flashed through his mind, along with the words of the survivor from the Republic. After pondering for a long time, Hyun-wook finally understood. The corruption began from the very center of the World Tree. He calmly requested, we can find the cause by examining the central part. Please lead me there. Kibuka flared up and shouted, are you crazy? The center is the very root of the divine tree, not a place for outsiders to trespass. Emilia disagreed. She gently sealed the deal, causing him immense fury. Uncaring, Emilia stood up. I am the one about to die. Why are you screaming in opposition? Kibuka was bewildered. That is true, but she took another gulp of wine and said softly, do not worry, I also have something to confirm. If he has evil intentions, then we will just imprison him in the World Tree forever. In a flash, Emilia had brought Hyun-wook to the World Tree. They stood at the rim of a bowl formed by extending branches. Blinding light shone directly into his eyes. It emanated from a giant heart in the center. Seeing it for the first time, Hyun-wook was overwhelmed. So this is the center of the World Tree. He could feel a source of immense life force, different from mana. He observed closely but saw nothing unusual. He felt something brush past his line of sight. Hyun-wook startled, swinging his sword that contained a chaotic energy. Without thinking, he threw it, causing her to panic and try to stop him. The sword reflected through his glasses. Kibuka risked everything by jumping to retrieve it, but his hand grasped only empty air. The burning sword shot straight towards the giant heart. Hyun-wook could only think. His eyes did not see it, but he sensed something that should not be there. As it was about to strike its target, a metal bar suddenly shot out. Kibuka, furious, cursed under his breath. That object pierced out from the giant heart, creating a metallic clashing sound. The Red Knight inside cheerfully held his spear, rambling. This magic is so sophisticated that its only weakness is shattering upon a small impact. The two below looked up in astonishment. Still, I did not expect you to actually attack the center. The heart began to expand, overwhelming everything around it. Truly worthy of your reputation, great Iron Emperor. In the end, everything was engulfed within. He sat like a god atop a pile of monster worms. Meeting earlier than expected, but perhaps it is fate. A pleasure to meet you. Call me the Red Knight. Even Emilia was impressed. An illusion. A charm powerful enough to deceive even the World Tree. Hyun-wook drafted a script in his mind, the villain, but he had no memory of him. All talk and no action, Hyun-wook charged forward aggressively. Looking at him, he was full of questions. Was he behind the corruption of the World Tree? In a flash, the Red Knight pressed his sword to Hyun-wook's neck. Just take down this guy and it is over. Before he could react, the sword tip slashed his neck, blood seeping from the wound. The Red Knight, triumphant, prepared to land the finishing blow. Allow me to take my leave. He quickly slashed across his head, thinking to himself, die. But Hyun-wook stood firm, without moving. The Red Knight was not surprised either, as expected. He even felt a bit pleased. It seemed worth anticipating. At that moment, he had used enhancement to harden his neck. Without resting, Hyun-wook rushed in, intent on fighting him to the death. He used a hot streak to strike at his head repeatedly. Seeing this, the Red Knight glanced at Hyun-wook. Then in an instant he held his weapon and stabbed back. The two dueled from down to up, from dawn to dusk, losing track of the world. Witnessing this, Emilia and Kibuka could only press themselves to one side to continue. She stood under the giant heart surrounded by monster worms, while Kibuka climbed up above. The old man used all his strength, pulling each parasite out one by one. Below, Emilia clutched her heart in pain, coughing up blood without stopping. The girl's coughing made Kibuka notice the Saintess. In the critical moment, he tried to analyze that if he forcibly tore the parasite out, the Saintess would be severely injured. In another corner, Hyun-wook and the Scarlet Knight were still deeply engrossed in battle. The opportunity was blocked by a spear. Hyun-wook intended to continue attacking with his scythe. The Scarlet Knight quickly dodged the shock from earlier. He still complimented the young man on his exquisite combat skills. Hyun-wook cleverly replied that in this world, being good at only one thing makes survival very difficult. Though calm on the surface, inwardly he admitted that man was truly very strong. Hyun-wook recalled his past life. That man was as strong as Gordon's comrades, even more so. If it was him before having Laputa, he would have surely lost his life from the first strike. He held his arm, twisting it a few times to regain his composure. Hyun-wook's pupils glowed with a rainbow light. He affirmed he had changed greatly from before. The Scarlet Knight smiled. It seems you have started to get serious. Although bound by vines, he spoke sternly. In that case, I must prepare properly too. The Scarlet Knight stomped his foot and leaped up, heading toward the opening above. Kibuka was now more cautious too. He could no longer toy with this scum. The illusion disappeared. The true terrible condition of the center was revealed. Kibuka continued. Now there was only faith in him and Laputa. He had to save the Saintess. He jumped up to chase after him, declaring he would personally deal with that parasite. Manhwa called after him, alone is very dangerous. He told himself he could not leave the Saintess alone. Manhwa calculated he had to deal with the center quickly to go help that man. Scene change. Kibuka had jumped to the upper level. As soon as he set foot down, he felt blood under his boot soles. The Scarlet Knight stood there, surrounded by corpses. He mocked that he came a bit late. Kibuka was silent, realizing the people here had been brutally murdered. The Scarlet Knight wiped the blood off his sword, said many guards and maids had welcomed him warmly. He pointed his sword at Kibuka, sneering that the waiting time was not boring at all. The Scarlet Knight's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Kibuka had already charged forward, throwing a straight punch into his chest. He concentrated intensely, staring fixedly at his opponent. The Scarlet Knight was surprised by the stream of diamond-colored power. The thrust created a streak of light that trailed along his flight path. He was knocked high into the air, surrounded by shattered pieces of rock and earth. Even so, the Scarlet Knight remained calm, only sneering contemptuously. Kibuka timely jumped up, continuing to close in on the enemy. His foot stomped forward, accompanied by a surge of immense power. A super kick slammed straight into the Scarlet Knight's stomach while he was still suspended in the air. Kibuka successfully stomped him down to the ground, the earth cracking in a spiderweb pattern. Through his dark glasses, he looked down at his feet. He did not see the Scarlet Knight, only rubble. He smirked that he was truly a little rat. The Scarlet Knight now appeared floating behind his back. He spoke. If you want to change locations, just politely ask. He brushed his hair, continued speaking. But I must also admit one thing. The Scarlet Knight observed, this place is extremely suitable as a graveyard to end one's life. Kibuka replied, this is the plane of the defeated, monsters and even humans who dared to invade. He took off his coat, revealing a magic circle on his back, affirming this was a graveyard created by his own hands. His powerful body intertwining golden magic lines emerged. They slowly enveloped Kibuka's entire body. He tensed his body, emitting extremely vast surge of power. On the opposite side, the Scarlet Knight merely sneered calmly. Kibuka used his bare hands to lift a massive boulder. Then, he hurled the boulder straight toward the Scarlet Knight. He swung his sword without bothering to dodge, staring straight at the boulder. A flurry of slashes tore the boulder into many pieces. The Scarlet Knight shot through them to charge forward. He unleashed slashing strikes toward Kibuka. Blood spurted out along with pain cries. Kibuka drew his hands back into fists, preparing to unleash a counterattack. Golden blazing fist was thrown out by him in a flash. The Red Knight was knocked far away, its back slamming heavily against a rock. He staggered out from the deep crack on the Red Knight's body. Kibuka lunged forward like a flash, raising his leg high to deliver a strike. The kick was released, a flash of light following the trajectory of the force. Kibuka tried to pose coolly, but there was nothing special about it. He rubbed his head in disappointment and walked away, leaving behind the headless corpse of the Red Knight and the long trail from his kick. Suddenly, Kibuka halted. The ground shook, a strange sound rang out along with the one chosen by the World Tree and the Saintess. The Red Knight stood up even as blood flowed in streams, its skin hard as an ancient dragon, its strength reveling a giant ice force. An entity exceeding S rank appeared under the radiance of the World Tree. Kibuka slowly turned his head back. From within the Red Knight's body, tentacles full of fangs sprouted out, a truly beautiful power. Kibuka looked over, thinking this guy was not human, but his identity did not matter. The tentacles curled back, revealing a glowing eye. He wondered why he sensed life force from the World Tree within him. Kibuka roared, how dare you, you filthy parasite. He lunged forward to punch and questioned, what have you done to the sacred World Tree? From the dust cloud, a red streak appeared on Kibuka's hand. His arm had been severed without him noticing. The Red Knight held the arm, its voice eerie as it mocked the pitiful guardian, the power bestowed by the World Tree. He asserted, but you only received a tiny portion. The Red Knight concluded, this is the obvious outcome, as Kibuka gritted his teeth in pain. His arm had now shriveled up. The Red Knight emanated a dark aura from the World Tree. Emerging from the thick smoke, he declared that all the life force of the World Tree now belonged to him. Kibuka immediately activated his inner energy. Afterward, he transformed into a muscular primal man. Flashback to the past. Kibuka sat before the World Tree. The first chosen one was not the Saintess. He sat looking at the tree and murmured. Suddenly, the guards panicked before a small, feeble tribe, at the time when the World Tree had just sprouted. The World Tree emitted a sparkling light. What it needed was not a flower but, suddenly a Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared, devastating the villages. Amidst horrified gazes, Kibuka calmly stepped forward. A guiding voice echoed about the thorn protecting the World Tree. Moments later, it was already defeated by him. Not only that, but he also controlled even the green giants. In an instant, back to the present, he was on the battlefield with a larger body, having conquered 100 gates and prevented 1,000 invasions. Kibuka took the glass of a soldier, then wore them as a mark until the World Tree bloomed. Saintess was born, symbolizing hope, and the guardian of the tree god was established from the flower's power. devoted his life to protecting the world tree. That solitary fighting thorn was none other than Kibuka. Back to reality, Kibuka suffered fatal wounds cut by the Red Knight. He stood admiring, perfect just as expected. His wounds healed within seconds. He remarked on the overwhelming physique and undying recovery ability. Suddenly, Kibuka froze. Usually, a severed arm would have regrown. Was the parasite's claim true? His gaze shifted toward him. In horror, thinking him truly stealing the world tree's life force, the Red Knight was also transforming. Outside, Heinwook and Emilia were still discussing. He asked if the leeches were dealt with. Would the wound on the heart heal? She immediately replied, it could, but can you do it? The moment you attack, they will riot. After speaking, they glanced toward the giant worm monster. Heinwook tossed the coins and said be prepared, then threw them straight at the opponent. One by one, the remaining coins were aimed at each different monster. Heinwook summoned a lightning spear, thinking they would be in chaos if he attacked recklessly, but precisely struck their acupoints thanks to the coins. Afterward, he activated the divine power at the back of his neck. With the lightning spear, he sliced through each deep worm without damaging the heart, intending to eliminate them all at once. Heinwook shouted a loud signal, right now. Emilia quickly cast a spell. She created an energy sphere to protect the heart. On the ceiling, the severed worm bodies began to thrash. They revealed their sharp teeth, then tried to lunge down at her. Heinwook frowned in calculation. These leeches were indeed targeting the one with the strongest life force. He stood blocking Emilia, his mind still constantly calculating. He guessed they would target the Saintess, but he didn't expect there to be so many hidden ones lurking while she was still chanting. Heinwook furrowed his brow seeking a plan, too many to deal with one by one. He glanced at Emilia and analyzed. If he used a wide area skill, the Saintess would be affected. The deep worms had gotten close to Heinwook's face. This was getting troublesome. On Kibuka's side, the battle continued unceasingly. The Blood Knight slashed a blow. He countered with a punch. They both leaped back. Kibuka fell to his knees on the ground. He had a gash on his shoulder, blood flowing out. The Red Knight looked at the kneeling Kibuka, assessing his life force was almost depleted. He mocked, you must clearly understand what that means, that the world tree's end has come. Beneath the tree, everyone stared in horror at the crimson energy radiating from the world tree. Kibuka replied in a low voice with a question, right now? The circle on his back radiated a golden energy like the sun. The energy exploded with the declaration, there will be no such tragic end while I, Kibuka, live. A gigantic figure suddenly appeared. Its form held physical might, granting attack and defense proportional to life force, with super regeneration. Kibuka charged forward with a massive fist. The strong tremor shook everything, thick dust and smoke rising. Suddenly his expression turned to terror. The insects appeared on his skill. The Red Knight said, that too is merely a form of life force. Tentacles from many places on his body began to devour and emerge. The Red Knight controlled the tentacles, making Kibuka's skill vanish, saying he was merely prey. He fell down again and cried out in pain. A tentacle slowly emerged from the knight's hand. It wrapped around Kibuka's neck, a voice sounding a final thanks to the guardian. The Red Knight approached, thanks to the one who isolated this kingdom. He could enjoy his power undisturbed. He was chained by the neck, his face bulging, struggling to breathe. The man continued, yet the one who led the isolation like you, now made a risky move to let outsiders in. Kibuka tried to grab that tentacle, but then weakly let go. The Red Knight puzzled. That was the only thing he couldn't understand. Kibuka thought to himself he didn't trust outsiders. When there was no world tree, they wouldn't even look, but when it appeared, their greed was apparent. Closing the kingdom's borders was the obvious choice. He recalled the scene from those days along with his decisions. They sat around a campfire and raised their glasses together. Lovely children appeared, ready to climb all over his head and neck. Kibuka's face showed clear horror behind his glasses, then witnessed the smile, even though his daughter's blood still stained his hands and the corners of his mouth. Back to reality, Kibuka shouted, but when his own child fell ill, he slammed his head straight into the Red Knight's face. What father would let pride stand in the way? But what stuck to his face was only Kibuka's blood. The Red Knight let go, Kibuka collapsing at his feet. A clawed hand reached down to his head, along with words of comfort, rest in peace, Guardian. The Red Knight gripped his head, hesitantly saying, all that the Guardian protects. To Kibuka's horror, his voice was low, will remain within me forever. Kibuka told himself, is it truly the end? Forgive me, Saintess. At that moment, a streak of energy shot past, grazing the Red Knight's shoulder. A stream of blue energy shot forward, carving a sharp, long streak across the backdrop. The scar-covered Kibuka exclaimed in astonishment, is it you, Heinwook? He looked as if all his muscle had been drained in an instant. Heinwook hoisted the enormous sword over his shoulder, flashing a confident smile ready to switch in and take the field. Kibuka's face was filled with fear, his eyes wide and his body trembling slightly. Why are you here? Did you abandon the Saintess of the World Tree? He replied calmly, the Saintess herself sent me here. The old man was still shocked. What? What does that mean? Hyun-wook looked toward the crimson energy surging from the rock crevice. He continued, "Go back and protect the Saintess. You're not capable of handling the Crimson Knight." Kibuka's gaze was fixed, and he said, "I've brought down plenty of S ranks, but I couldn't even touch him." He yelled, "He is a monster beyond all ranks. I'll risk my life to hold him back." "So you..." From within the crimson energy, the monster's form appeared alongside an arrogant declaration. "Don't worry, Guardian. Your fate is to be my prey." The Crimson Knight held a sharp sword, surrounded by a writhing crimson energy. He sneered, "Be proud." The Crimson Knight stood with his back turned, raising his sword high. The blade slashed through at incredible speed, unleashing its full power. Hyun-wook's sword expanded 1,000-fold, blocking the demonic energy. The quake forced Kibuka and him to cover their eyes. The quake left a deep, long scar in the ground. The distant Crimson Knight spoke, "Guardian Kibuka, you are the one." He turned, his sword held straight out. "Who gave me this power?" Hyun-wook gripped his sword, radiating blue energy. Kibuka behind him showed clear confusion. "What?" The Crimson Knight raised his sword high, his voice low and hoarse. "I can absorb life force, but I couldn't make the world tree grow." He continued, "If you had fallen long ago, the life I drained would have been insignificant." Alongside this came the image of a towering tree radiating a golden glow. That image was followed by Kibuka struggling against the entity invading the divine tree. "But because you nurtured the tree so well, I gained this absolute power." The tree roots gradually transformed into tentacle-like creatures, binding together into a monster that constricted Kibuka tightly. He continued, "Yet it's all thanks to you, Guardian Kibuka." He realized something in horror and shouted, "Did I create this monster and cause the Republic's fall?" A hand gently rested on his shoulder, drawing his attention. Hyun-wook smiled comfortingly. "No, you were right to protect the world tree." With a confident and powerful demeanor, he controlled the sword in front of him with one hand. He arched his back, his muscles tensing, and flashed a confident grin. "So, protecting the world tree from that parasite." Hyun-wook turned to Kibuka and continued, "Will be accomplished by Guardian Kibuka himself." The Crimson Knight sneered, "Are you going to rely on a hollow shell like Kibuka again?" With that, he charged at him like a gust of wind, saying, "You've gone soft, great Iron Emperor." He flashed a challenging smile. "You've been annoying me this whole time." Saying that, he also lunged forward. "Stop acting dangerous with stolen power, you parasite." Beneath the divine tree, two streams of blue and red energy collided at an astonishing speed. Tentacles with sharp teeth also emerged from the tree trunk. The people below were stunned by the sight. A dark red tentacle covered in sharp teeth tore apart and devoured a person. The man beside him collapsed in despair. The guardian tree's power isn't activating. The Saintess of the World Tree, Emilia, had her eyes closed as if deep in sleep. One of them continued to shout, "Kibuka, where are they?" The Crimson Knight's sword and Hyun-wook's blade met, producing a tremendous sound. Unfortunately, the red sword was slowly cutting his blade in half. Then his blade was sliced cleanly into two pieces. That did not panic him. On the contrary, he was unusually calm. Then he looked to the side. Small rays of light were shooting from his hand. He spoke again, "You're too slow, great Iron Emperor." Crimson Knight dove down like a gust of wind. Kibuka beside him was slightly stunned, feeling anxious. As expected, it's impossible. Even as Hyun-wook tried to use his power, his hand moved slightly. The Crimson Knight hovered in midair, surrounded by a deadly crimson aura. His attack created the image of a giant red cross thrusting straight into the sky. Kibuka thought further, the Crimson Knight's physique is still completely overwhelming. Then he swung down at Hyun-wook, the red cross descending, cracking the ground into many pieces. But oddly, his figure was right there. This brought a flicker of joy to the old man. A tentacle extended from behind him. It was the Crimson Knight, extending long tentacles to bind him tightly. The Crimson Knight spoke. "That look in your eyes was full of despair just moments ago, and now it's regained its vitality. How irritating." With that, he raised his hand and the tentacles tightened further. The Crimson Knight continued, "If so, I will kill every member of the Republic one by one, right before your eyes." An image appeared of Emilia in her white clothes, stained with blood, pierced through by a sword. He spoke cruelly, "Then I will finish off the Saintess right in their blood. I will only take your life after those eyes are filled with despair again." Kibuka's eyes now turned manic. He yelled, gripping the tentacle with all his might, "I, Thon Kibuka, Guardian of the Republic, swear on my honor." This caused the Crimson Knight to pause slightly. He bit down hard on the tentacle, lunged forward, and shouted that he must kill him right here. He merely sneered, praising the poor Guardian's easily swayed determination as truly commendable. The Red Knight continued, but said that fist would never touch him. Suddenly, a tank barrel rose from the ground and rammed straight into his chest. The unexpected attack caused the Red Knight to loosen his tentacle. He fell to the ground, his face full of stunned disbelief. Hyun-wook spoke from behind, "Took longer than I thought. Around you are countless glowing swords." He raised his hand. The swords flew along to seek out all the pride of that old man. Kibuka sat on the ground looking at him. Hyun-wook continued, "That old man alone for decades. Hyun-wook clenched his fist. The swords and tank fragments from before were compressed into a large ball of scrap. The Red Knight laughed grotesquely, mocking that calling the scrap pride was truly pathetic. A single slash cut the scrap ball in two. The Red Knight stood amidst it, surrounded by floating debris. He said, "You think you can kill me?" Suddenly, the sword from before hurtled back towards him. Hyun-wook smiled triumphantly. "Why say it's just this much? We've only just begun." The Red Knight executed a few slashes, but they are just remnants of the past. He continued, "No matter how many of these pathetic remnants there are, the sword still surged forward. Suddenly, a sword stabbed hard into his eye, causing blood to splatter. Another sword slashed off his leg. No matter how many there are, a series of weapons like swords, kites, daggers, and spears were all enveloped in a blue electric energy current, all aimed at a single point. Red Knight's remaining arm was also severed. Then his body was cut in two. Half of his face was revealed, his expression shifting from arrogance to astonishment. Now the Red Knight showed clear panic as he was pushed into a corner. He let out a cry full of resentment. Then the Red Knight shouted, "Please, no." Before the swords flying towards him, he pleaded, "Stop." But those things were still approaching. Thousands of swords formed a giant cross, surrounding and crushing him from all sides. He let out a miserable scream. Han-wook smiled, asking, "What was it you just said?" The scrap mass emitted a green energy source. He repeated his words as the man's eyes were filled with despair. A glint flashed in Han-wook's eyes. "I will take your life." A giant iron sphere smashed. The scrap mass burst apart, debris falling everywhere. Kibuka's eyes widened in astonishment at the unbelievable power that had neatly destroyed the enemy. Han-wook spoke. "I told you, didn't I? He spoke about protecting the world tree from a worm. Continued, that task will be completed by the guardian Kibuka himself." Kibuka was still panting. At this moment he was agitated, struggling to move forward. "Saintess, I must go to her." But Han-wook held him back, telling him to calm down. "The Saintess is." His eyes opened wide with worry. "Let me go, she is there alone." The image of the little girl beneath the sharp teeth of the tentacle made him even more worried. "I must protect Amelia." Suddenly atop the tree was a brilliant halo, radiating a cross-shaped aura. A golden light radiated, covering almost the entire surrounding space. The space transformed into a field of white chrysanthemums stretching far and wide. The girl's voice rang out. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Amelia stepped out from a golden magic circle. Kibuka's eyes welled up when he saw her. Amelia tucked her hair and smiled. "Since the last time you called me by that name." The divine tree had returned to its original appearance. The city was built in a circular structure surrounding the tree's base. Kibuka returned from a gaunt old man to the form of a large, dark-skinned man. Han-wook joyfully said he had been revived. He turned to look at him without answering, leaving him blank with confusion. Kibuka stepped forward, saying, "The Saintess is waiting." Han-wook replied yes, but thought to himself, what is wrong with him? His thoughts continued, joking that they had a very passionate time last night. Outside, besides the intact houses, there were many places that had been ravaged. Kibuka broke the silence, asking what happened while he and the Saintess were alone inside the heart of the world tree. He recalled the scene of being surrounded by tentacles, and when he took out equipment to fight, he realized the leeches were very afraid of the holy attribute. He continued, so he thought he could utilize three things: the holy attribute, the core, and the world tree's maiden. Han-wook said he planned to use the crown of light and darkness to turn the maiden holy, turn the water from Yun-has sword into holy water, then spread it throughout the tree through the heart to cleanse the leeches. Han-wook looked out the large window. Looking thoughtful, his plan only went that far. Unexpectedly, the leech corpses and holy water became nutrients that revived the world tree. Light still emanated from the tree's shadow. Today's sky was clear blue, completely different from earlier. His voice rang out. Even he had not anticipated this. Kibuka looked at him. He said, "The world tree's maiden is chosen by the tree itself. Its flower is not for decoration." Han-wook turned his head to look behind him with a surprised expression. He said he did not mean it that way, but inside he thought, seriously, what is wrong with this guy? Kibuka said softly he did not like him, but he was somewhat useful. Still, he had to admit he was a capable person. His face still looked naive and foolish. Shortly after, the two arrived at the door. Olivia was waiting. He had not yet escaped his conversation with Kibuka, thinking he was sick of this recognition business. Inside, the maiden sat on a white cushion. Kibuka stood beside Amelia like a guard. Han-wook sat opposite. Kibuka said, so he had something to say to the maiden. He replied, yes, about Crimson Guy. Amelia wondered, was he not dead already? Han-wook explained Talos had analyzed the illusion magic he cast on the world tree. He continued, it was magic specially crafted for the world tree, based on a complex and powerful formula. This information left Amelia and Kibuka somewhat stunned. Kibuka asked in a heavy tone, strange, until his death, Crimson Guy never used any magic. Han-wook replied, moreover, he had hidden in the heart section for a long time, knowing about his existence and the latest information on Laputa. His eyes widened. Did he mean someone had given the illusion magic to Crimson Knight and provided him with information? A mysterious mastermind, sitting at the highest position, surrounded by floating cards. Amelia mused, did he have any suspects? He thought for a moment, recalling images from the past. His gaze turned sharp. He concluded, based on the current situation, Gordon Bracey was the most suspicious, but there was no solid evidence. Han-wook replied, currently they needed to investigate further for that reason. He proposed forming an alliance between South Korea and the Republic. Hyun-wook thought if there truly was a mastermind, the threat had not disappeared. The image of the Steel Brigade appeared. He calculated, if they combined Laputa's power and the World Tree, they could defeat the mastermind even if their influence spanned the world. But he also thought of the downside. At the same time they would attract attention, becoming the biggest threat in others' eyes. They had to consider carefully. Amelia smiled. Beside her was a small sword. She said calmly, "Let's do it. Form the alliance." Kibuka shouted a reminder maiden. He said, "We need to look into this matter seriously." Amelia asked why. He replied, "For the common good." Hyun-wook sat quietly listening and drinking water. Amelia replied, "It is fine, because the Steel Emperor and I have a special relationship." That statement made Hyun-wook spray out his water violently. He was sweating and said, "Me with you, the maiden of the World Tree." Amelia smiled. "Have you forgotten already?" Beside them, Kibuka looked disapproving. Amelia's face became emotional, shy, and filled with happiness. She said, "After doing that with me." Kibuka removed his glasses, his eyes shooting flames of anger. Kibuka glared, "You not only did that, but you dared to do it with the holy maiden." Hyun-wook quickly retorted, "No, I am telling the truth. What the hell have you two been talking about this whole time?" Branch extended and tied Kibuka tightly, making him only grunt in muffled sounds. Amelia said coldly, "Let us put this noisy one aside for now." He thought helplessly she was the one causing all the noise from the start. Then she suddenly asked, "Do you mind? From the first time I saw you, why do I sense the radiance of the World Tree from you?" He pulled out a small glowing branch from his pocket. "The radiance of the World Tree, is this it?" Hyun-wook pushed the branch forward slightly, causing Amelia to pause. "The seed of Miss Annihilator, where did you get this?" He explained it was a reward after clearing a corrupted zone some time ago. She widened her eyes and said, "That is a fragment fallen from the World Tree, so the radiance she sensed was from this small branch." Hyun-wook said, "So Miss Annihilator is a part of the World Tree?" She replied, "The World Tree is a sacred spirit tree with its own will." She explained, "Sometimes when the will develops too strongly, it condenses into a seed that falls down, becoming a new spirit tree bearing that will." Looking at the branch, she said, "Its will is the intent to slay gods." She continued, "If it develops, it will become a god-killing weapon." Hyun-wook smiled contentedly. He was actually looking for a way to do that. Amelia denied it, saying, "Unfortunately, that is no longer feasible." He was surprised, "Huh, why?" She smiled faintly, raising her hand, making the branch fly forward, "Because this small branch no longer wants that." The branch touched Hyun-wook's chest, emitting a purple light instead of becoming a weapon. She said, "It wants to protect you. It says protecting you is the best path to achieve the goal of slaying gods." Inside his body, the branch embraced the purple gem. They merged and emitted red flames. A blue text box appeared. The branch Misty Annihilator took root in the furnace. The furnace was granted life, evolving into a bio-furnace. Current stage awakening. Stage 1 awakening progress. For stage 2 increasing slowly. Digestion power increases according to the master's stamina. New metal-related skills are created. However, the skills will not activate if the corresponding amount of metal is lacking. Hyun-wook relaxed, feeling the energy flowing through his body. He was surprised, truly amazing. Now he can digest most metals immediately upon eating, even replace metals to strengthen and bend them. He thought as long as the quantity is sufficient, he could even bend Damascus steel or Midran. A thought crossed his mind. He was reaching his limit if he only used mana-strengthened steel. With this, both offense and defense have increased significantly. Hyun-wook covered his face with a mischievous smile. He came only to prevent the World Tree's corruption, but received such a huge reward. God, he was truly lucky. Seeing his strange expression, Kibuka said, "You are grinning like a demon king who just succeeded in his scheme." Amelia beside him was speechless. Perhaps she should not have implanted it into him. She said that the alliance considered this matter settled. The old man beside her simply nodded slightly. She looked at him and calmly said that if he were an outsider, he would have valid reason to refuse. But she asked further, was he really going to refuse a comrade chosen by the World Tree? Kibuka crossed his arms, looking resigned to acceptance. He said there was no other choice. If the World Tree willed it, then so be it. Hyun-wook raised his hand in a military salute and said the government would contact her later to discuss the alliance details. He turned to leave, excusing himself, but the branches had blocked the exit. Amelia's gaze was mysterious. He could not leave. He asked blankly, "What?" She raised her hand and pressed him against the wall. Amelia said, "In the Republic of Qualls." She explained the act of crowning a woman and gifting a weapon as a token. Hyun-wook was flustered by the close distance, but still listened as she continued, saying that action honored her wisdom and entrusted her with courage. Amelia concluded it was a proposal. Hyun-wook was stunned after hearing that. She lowered her head slightly and asked, "Did he understand?" Then Amelia raised her head, her eyes shining brightly as she looked straight at Hyun-wook, saying he would marry her. Amelia pushed Hyun-wook hard into the corner of the wall and pressed him. "Do you understand now?" She looked at him with seductive eyes, affirming that he must take her as his wife. Hyun-wook was dazed, not understanding what was happening. After a moment, he snapped out of it. Emilia did not let up and continued pressing him, asking if he preferred a Qual-style or Korean-style wedding. He was pressed flat against the rock wall in fear and stammered, "When I gave the sword, I did not mean it that way." Hyun-wook vehemently dodged, saying he had not yet thought about starting a family. Emilia seductively placed her hand on his chest and asked why did everyone not dream of happiness. In his heart he kept chanting, but outwardly Hyun-wook managed to reply, "That was true." He hesitated and said, "But I..." Suddenly he remembered the image of the battlefield in the pouring rain. Beneath Hyun-wook and Emilia's feet were those who had fallen, but she still only looked at him, paying no attention to anything else. Hyun-wook saw that cold scene, his heart sinking. Returning to the present, Hyun-wook looked at Emilia in confusion. He placed his hand on her shoulder and gently refused. "Forgive me, Saintess." Hyun-wook asserted, "I have no future." He shed his playful demeanor and looked at himself seriously. "I only have a past that bears responsibility." Hyun-wook's voice was even. "I did not realize the disaster sooner and must take responsibility for bringing it down upon the people I cherish." He looked straight into Emilia's eyes and affirmed, "Therefore I have neither the right nor the mindset to enjoy happiness." Emilia listened and was silent. She understood his feelings. Suddenly from behind, a man shouted loudly, "You bastard, well done. How dare you refuse the Saintess?" Emilia raised her hand to signal him, saying, "Order." She sighed and said casually to Hyun-wook, "It seems I have taken the joke too far." He asked in surprise, "A joke?" Seeing his reaction, Emilia calmly turned away and asked arrogantly, "Did he think the Saintess's husband was decided so easily?" Hyun-wook chuckled, feeling relieved inside. Emilia walked back to her seat and gently said she had prepared a gift for him. "Take it back and next time remember to bring plenty of Korean liquor." Hyun-wook was slightly surprised. "A gift?" He turned to ask the uncle hanging from the tree, "It was just a joke, right?" He shouted, "Of course." Scene change in the sky. A jet plane was flying swiftly. Emilia stood in the palace looking outside, her mood heavy. Kibuka saw this and asked if she was okay. This was her first heartbreak. She denied it. What heartbreak? It was not over yet to call it heartbreak. He still teased. Young people call that self-deception. She was not angry, only said that if he claimed he must bear the past, then once it was resolved, he would think about the future. Emilia thought of Hyun-wook's image and resolved. On that day she would use every means to take him. He returned to his quarters and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A mechanical voice sounded, "Are you alright, master?" He quickly ordered, "Go, full throttle, it looks terrifying." Talos replied, "Understood, master." Instantly, the spaceship shot into the sky and vanished. On the ground, night had fallen. A towering ancient tree emitted a faint golden light. Hyun-wook's spaceship gradually appeared, flickering in the middle of the ocean. He was dazed when the announcement sounded, "We are about to enter Korean airspace." As the spaceship drew closer to the archipelago, the mechanical voice announced, "Welcome home." On the rooftop of a tall building, an energy machine emitted a strong white energy source. Inside, Hyun-wook stood properly before Jung Cheon. He laughed heartily and praised him for doing well, securing an alliance with the Republic of Quals, something no major power could achieve. He promised him the remaining half-day off to recuperate. He would be handsomely rewarded after this matter. Hyun-wook immediately stood at attention, raised his hand in salute, and shouted, "Yes, I understand, thank you." Jung Cheon reminded him, "Today remember to fix your hair, it looks terrible," both from a soldier's standpoint and a personal one. Whether he wanted to or not, Hyun-wook had to reply ruefully, "Yes, I understand." Stepping outside, in his hand was a sapling of the world tree, a gift from the Saintess separated from the world tree. Hyun-wook remembered Emilia's instructions to plant it in Laputa, where there was plenty of sunlight and abundant mana flow. As soon as he finished planting it, the sapling emitted a warm golden light enveloping the entire city. The life force of the world tree resonated with the wide area blessing effect of Laputa. The current effects include increased mana recovery rate and increased resistance to negative mental effects, plus increased health recovery rate, disease resistance, poison resistance, and resistance to soul effects such as soul summoning and curses. Hyun-wook looked at the small sapling and marveled that a mere shoot could have such tremendous effects. Talos reported that the effects and range would increase gradually as the tree matured. Emilia's voice suddenly sounded, startling Hyun-wook so much he nearly jumped out of his skin. She said she could transmit her consciousness through this tree. He backed away in fear. "You scared the life out of me." On the other end, Emilia lay comfortably on a chair and explained that the sapling was directly linked to the world tree in the Republic, so her Saintess power could cover the entire range of that sapling. Hyun-wook found it strange and asked further, so he too received a blessing from the world tree. She denied it, saying not yet, they had to wait for the tree to grow a bit more. Emilia told him to take good care of it. She said she was busy, goodbye. Hyun-wook looked at the tree blankly, not understanding what was happening. Unable to call Emilia, he grumbled that she did whatever she wanted. And Hyun-wook thought to himself, smiling faintly, this young sapling would become a solid support. Hyun-wook thought about a certain gate and many other things. The image from the training ground came back, hazy with smoke. He remembered his comrade Dung, who was still fighting. Hyun-wook remembered Yunha and Si-hee, who were still diligently training, especially Yang Jun, enthusiastically taking hits, all of them stronger than in the past life. Hyun-wook kicked open the door, carrying items for his comrades. He carried a load of pizza and fast food, as if preparing for a party. The whole team enthusiastically jumped into the feast. Hyun-wook thought to himself, if it was this moment, even if the tragedy of yesteryear repeated, but thanks to his horrifying memory, he found it completely feasible. No, we will definitely win. Gareth, while eating and browsing his phone, saw a piece of news. He called him to watch the news. Hyun-wook quickly called Talos, and it immediately answered. A reporter on a helicopter nervously reported from a location. They emphasized that the place was Shanghai. Yunha was astonished when Shanghai already flattened. She remembered the mighty monster legion from years ago. Yunha said humanity had fallen, no one survived that purge. After that battle, the area became a kingdom of the Black Brains. The reporter continued. Today a group claiming they would retake Shanghai had revealed themselves. They emphasized that the group called themselves the Tiger Guard. Everyone was curious about this title. Gareth explained it was a hidden title for those who passed a special event. One person said they had only heard rumors, never seen the real thing. Everyone called it an urban legend. The reporter was surprised. Someone stepped out from a teleportation magic circle. A majestic figure stepped out, unhesitatingly entering the desolate domain. Yang Jun commented they looked cool like in a movie. Si-hee recognized an acquaintance. Baek Jun from the Daisen Guild was also there. Hyun-wook focused on the person wearing white clothes and covering their face. That person took off the coat, their eyes looking straight at the camera. Hyun-wook was extremely stunned when he saw him. He staggered, thinking, Gordon, why are you here? Yunha quickly supported him, asking what was wrong. Hyun-wook gritted his teeth. That man Gordon Bracey never showed his face outside. Even so, he once pretended to be an assistant, so he only met him once. He was bitter, and now he had openly revealed himself, and was even going with the guards. Hyun-wook thought seriously the past had been altered, but only around small things like the time or the type of monsters. Now everything was turned upside down, leaving him confused because the future was completely dark and unknown. Jun worriedly asked Gordon if he was okay. He snapped. He said he would only reveal himself after finishing everything. Gordon replied calmly, yes, that was the original plan. He thought to himself, a perfect plan that calculated every variable. Failing could only mean one thing. The image of Hyun-wook appeared in his mind, a variable that had deviated from the calculation. Gordon sneered arrogantly. That did not change the final outcome. He was not afraid, only thinking it would be a little more troublesome. The giant monster looked at the small humans, gathering its soldiers to prepare for confrontation. The king of the Black Brains, Zonos, sat high above, glaring down ferociously. Hyun-wook and his teammates watched everything through the screen. He immediately recognized that monster, the king of the Ordin species, Stonos. Hyun-wook remembered the first dragon slayer who once defeated an ancient black dragon, whose physique and mana power reached the demon lord realm. Junmo recommended needing 20 S-rank hunters. Si-hee said that was the minimum. If dealing with the whole legion, 100 people would not be enough. Yang Jun told everyone to be quiet, whispering, it has started. That man Sonos laughed savagely, looking at the humans who want to destroy him. He immediately raised his staff, concentrating power to create a sphere of light. The staff accumulated enough energy and then fired a blinding source of light that pierced several layers of magic circles. Baek Jun stood far away, silently observing every movement. In the sky, several small stones fell like rain. He looked up, horrified to realize they were meteors. The stones zoomed down, scorched by the wind, forming meteor trails. One person asked, meteors, they look cute. Baek Jun denied it, those were just fragments. Junmo and Si-hee were also surprised watching the screen. The two reporters on the helicopter who witnessed that moment were utterly stunned. Baek pointed tremblingly for everyone to see that over there was the real meteor. The massive stone, larger than the land itself, came plummeting down toward the group's heads. They still did not understand what had happened, so they had no time to react. The man from before joked again, saying he looked anything but cute. Baek Jun reassured the young man there was no need to worry. Gordon had already rushed ahead from somewhere to deal with the meteor. Baek Jun pointed at him, saying he was already taking action. Gordon channeled his strength into one hand, halting the flight trajectory of the giant meteor. Seen from afar, his entire body was minuscule, only a fraction the size of the meteor. Instantly, many cracks appeared from within the stone. The cracks grew increasingly distinct, as if about to tear the stone apart. A sky-shaking explosion rang out. The meteor was crushed into small fragments. The explosion was so massive that seen from outer space, it was incredibly dazzling. Gordon calmly watched the falling debris. Above his head was a giant sphere of light illuminating the entire city. Yang Jun witnessed the scene and exclaimed in admiration. Did he really block that all by himself? Hyun-wook could not believe it either. He was utterly stunned because from the very start, that was not something meant to be blocked. He clearly knew the enemy's battle plan. When charging into the kingdom of Orden, the Orc King always opened with a meteor. That was a fixed rule. Hyun-wook knew this well, therefore the tactic of trading countless lives was to infiltrate the kingdom through a hidden path and send an elite team to assassinate the Orc King. Hyun-wook was astonished by Gordon's plan. Blocking a meteor like that was no different from breaking a forced loss event. And he thought to himself, if it were him, could he have blocked that meteor? Gordon still wore a stern expression as he stared at the Orc King. It had witnessed his power but only let out a deep, terrifying chuckle. Instantly, Sonos' staff struck the floor hard, and tens of thousands of monster soldiers charged forward. They together created tens of thousands of magic circles to suppress the enemy. Beside that, the wolf-riding monsters rushed in for a physical attack, all of them aiming for the sphere of light. Gordon stood like a saint beneath the shadow of the sphere, spreading his arms to welcome the battle. As soon as the orcs charged, countless flares shot out from the white sphere toward them. Each passing flare took down an orc. Whether they used swords or dark sorcery, they were all easily taken down by Gordon. After dealing with the obstacles in his path, Gordon directed a streak of light straight toward Stonos. Long trails of light streamed from his body. The female reporter on the distant helicopter saw this, and was utterly astonished. Her voice rang out again in commentary, "Oh my god." After the light projectiles flew away, Gordon now looked like a celestial saint. The female reporter excitedly asked viewers, "Can everyone see this scene?" The camera recorded the city's desolation. The reporter's voice was steady. "Shanghai, a grieving city long ago occupied by the Black Orcs. It seems today we can reclaim that land full of suffering, thanks to a miracle named the Guardian." The cameraman yelled loudly, "Wait, look over there." In the distance, Sonos had not yet been defeated. It struggled to stand, regaining its dignity after Gordon's recent attack. The young man in the team said, "The core of this monster wave is indeed tough." Baek-jun replied from a height, "Because he is one of the most powerful pests on Earth right now." Baek-do looked at Gordon's silhouette, calmly explaining, "That is exactly why he chose him as the scapegoat." He did not turn back, speaking to Baek-jun, "The stage is set, act now." Gordon added angrily, "While I hold off the Orc King, completely eradicate the Black Orc Kingdom." He said coldly to his teammates, "Old orcs, young orcs, even newborns, kill them all without leaving a single one." The Guardian squad immediately took positions, ready for the sweep. Gordon, with a sinister, demonic expression, said angrily, "If any humans are taken prisoner, kill them too, from livestock to insects, kill every living thing." He crazily exterminated everything. Tonight only death exists on the land of the Black Orcs. Stonos showed no fear, still standing proudly to face Gordon's team. He spoke to himself from above to Sonos, a man who remained unflinching even after losing his entire army and facing annihilation. Gordon's gaze locked onto Sonos as he arrogantly said that acting that way was proper for a king. Gordon drew his spear and spoke his final words, "A monarch's duty is not to sacrifice himself but to rule." Stonos said nothing, swung his staff and summoned a magic circle. Instantly, everything around it exploded. Everything was reversed by the gravity reversal spell. Stonos let out a roar and then hurled a spell toward Gordon. Countless magic circles appeared in the sky. Gordon did not stand still either. He summoned the swirling light streams from earlier. Stonos' eyes narrowed now, filled with vengeful intent. Gordon flashed a vicious smile and eagerly charged forward. The two powerful streams of magic collided, marking the beginning of a fierce battle. On the battlefield, magical explosions continuously appeared, destroying everything around them. Gordon and his teammates kept unleashing their skills, shattering everything nearby into pieces. He held onto a rock and was flung into the air. Immediately, Sonos threw a meteor-sized boulder at Gordon to take him down. But Gordon was not easily subdued. He quickly created a protective shield around himself. Suddenly, something in the distance made Gordon stop in his tracks. It was a gigantic meteor with an extremely sharp tip. The meteor hurtled straight towards where Gordon was standing. Right after, it crushed the small boulder into fine dust. The blue stone pierced deep into the ground, creating a massive crater. From the crater, a powerful light shot straight into Sonos' protective barrier. Seeing the situation, it became extremely tense. Sonos grew furious, immediately launching a blaze that brutally burned the entire area. The whole land was submerged in Stonos' blazing red sea of fire, everything turning to ash in an instant. The battle was broadcast on a small screen, and Hyun-wook's teammates were astonished to see him using high-level magic continuously. The person next to him said that without a party, victory was impossible. Gareth spoke solemnly, saying they needed a tank to draw aggro, a main damage dealer, and support for a flanking attack. Even the most standard formation in Shanghai had failed. He acknowledged Gordon's talent, saying that facing a boss alone like this was truly insane. In the sky, the reporter's helicopter was still trying to record the historic match. Elsewhere, the citizens were also extremely anxious as they followed the match. Everyone paused their work, turning their eyes to the screens to watch the battle between Gordon and Sonos. Gordon's white orb appeared once again in the dark sky. It enveloped him, forming a solid protective city wall. Stonos had not yet understood Gordon's strategy before he rushed in to land an attack. Gordon was incredibly fast, charging into a direct confrontation with Sonos. Seeing Gordon's astounding endurance, its eyes went wide with shock. Sonos reacted swiftly, parrying all of Gordon's blows. The two of them thus wrestled in midair, locked in a battle with no clear victor. Gordon and Sonos clashed so fiercely that they unknowingly destroyed many high-rise buildings. Everywhere they passed left large holes in the walls. A moment of carelessness, and Gordon was hit by Sonos' skill. He fell to the ground, his body slowly sinking into the sea of fire it had created. Suddenly, Sonos felt that something was extremely strange. In the blink of an eye, its staff snapped in two. In the air, Gordon's silhouette rapidly reappeared. He was majestic, fully determined to destroy Sonos. Gordon's eyes narrowed, his voice echoing through the space. "Now then, what more will you show me?" Junmo saw Sonos' weapon was broken and excitedly shouted, "The staff is broken. A mage losing their weapon is done for." See, he slapped him, telling him to watch the movements of the orc overlord closely. Hadn't he realized it yet? She focused on the screen, saying from the footsteps, center of gravity shifting, and stance, he was not a mage. Outside the battlefield, Sonos changed its strategy. Its blade edge crushed the blue stone beneath its feet. Sonos transformed its form into a physical warrior, the staff turning into a sharp spear. Godot watched it transform. Clearly those were the movements of a warrior. Phase 1 is a mage, Phase 2 is the dragon slayer. Sonos did not let him finish speaking, immediately charging in to finish off Gordon. In the middle of the wasteland city, the image of the spear tip advancing to finish off the opponent appeared. Gordon did not flinch, still stepping forward to fight, thinking to himself, now we have entered a new phase. Gordon drew his sword to parry a blow from Sonos's blade, knowing well this was the climax of this phase. Direct confrontation continued at close combat range, disregarding all terrain. Sonos swung its blade, each strike aiming for its opponent's life. Gordon nimbly dodged, parrying each of its horrific strikes. The reporter observing from afar updated the situation. The Guardian was being overwhelmed. Was this simply impossible from the start? She worried about the situation. Could it be that Shanghai would so easily fall into the hands of the dark forces again? Gordon was kicked far away by Sonos, disappearing into a cloud of fine dust. Han Wook immediately recognized his trick. He was creating distance. Just as predicted, Gordon did not rush in hastily, and then he arrived. Sonos saw no movement and hurriedly searched for him. It created dragon claw traps to eliminate Gordon. Claws suddenly emerged from the ground like dangerous spike traps. The helicopter flying overhead closely tracked Sonos. The reporter and cameramen were extremely anxious as they looked down at the battle. On the tip of Gordon's white robe, the collar fluttered like a flag of surrender. Sonos landed on the ground, forcefully pulling out his blade. Dust gradually cleared, revealing the scene before him. Thinking he had won, a familiar voice rang out again. That was right, a skill like that had existed before. The white sphere once again appeared against the pitch-black sky. Streams of light converged, surrounding Gordon once more. He cast aside his robe, sarcastically saying he had a vague memory of it. Gordon gripped the sword hilt, loudly calling for someone. He aimed directly at Sonos, speaking his final words like a perfect vision just drawn. He looked at Sonos with malice. "Farewell, for your role ends here. I will grant you the grandest final scene." With that, Gordon swung his sword and struck. Sonos could not react in time, only hastily blocking with the flat of his blade, but he could not withstand the force. He struggled to defend, gradually losing his strength. Soon Gordon's sword tip severs his blade. Crying out in resentment, he finally fell at that man's hands. The entire area was illuminated by Gordon's sword strike. The battle ended. Gordon approached where Sonos had just fallen, picked up the blood-stained crown and examined it. The reporters on the helicopter were astonished by the sight. On the other side of the screen, people cheered and celebrated the victory. Gordon thought to himself, Laputa, the World Tree, all were mere pawns in my plan. He arrogantly declared the power from those two things was worthless. Go ahead and enjoy that petty power a little longer. Han Wook, who had been watching the battle from the beginning, was also extremely shocked. Gordon stared straight into the camera, as if reminding that he would soon reclaim everything. Meanwhile, a kingdom was engulfed in smoke and fire. The system suddenly sent a notification, congratulating you for destroying the Bradcock kingdom and conquering the other world. And he just soared upward with those words. The Otherworld raid reward and the legacy of the primordial spirit awaited activation. In another desolate place, the ground began to shake violently. The female reporter witnessing this panicked. Was it an earthquake? She looked down at the ground, then gasped in shock. Something was rising up. Right after that, countless monsters appeared. The Otherworld raid reward was the legacy of the origin spirit, the Titan, the giant weapon of the ancient race used to resist the gods. Though terrified, out of professional instinct, they still recorded everything. Before their eyes was a giant Titan. Everyone gathered together. It was said that the Titan was an ancient resource and a guardian protecting humanity and its protectors. Knowing the nation was in danger, they were all ready to help. The guardians had long protected the weak in the shadows. They came from all over with noble ideals, protecting not only the flag players or powerful guilds. Baek Jun stared straight into the camera, declaring they also protected the weak forgotten by the press. His eyes were full of determination. The reason they stepped into the light now was that statement left Han-wook and everyone stunned. It was all because of the existence of Laputa. Baek Jun said that Laputa's power was great enough to destroy the entire Red Cross kingdom. Beneath it were countless modern machines threatening humanity. Someone with a monopoly on such power was extremely dangerous. It had once caused an entire region to fall into ruin. The female reporter asked, so destroying Red Cause and taking the Titan was to restrain Laputa? Right after that, Gordon appeared and answered that the reason they obtained the Titan, according to him, this action helped humanity overcome the crisis. Not to monopolize power, but to set an example to protect everyone. That broadcast segment was displayed on a large screen for the entire nation to watch. Not stopping there, Gordon also raised his hand to signal and said he would transfer ownership of the Titan to the Global Council. Those words caused the entire hall to buzz with commotion. Even Amelia couldn't help but be stunned. As for him, he just wanted to take a huge dump. Damn it, he had just finished persuading, and now everything was back to square one. On this side, Gordon kept preaching about the decision for world peace. The more Han-wook listened, the angrier he became. He wanted to persuade the master of Laputa to cooperate. The savvy female reporter asked, did he want to meet Sergeant Han-wook? When did he plan to do that? He only gave a faint cold smile. Gordon immediately declared, right now. In the center of the stage, countless strange runes suddenly appeared. The entire space was immersed in dazzling light. As for him, he was still bewildered. Right now, the entire room of Han-wook suddenly turned blazing red with a terrifying alarm sound. Kept roaring loudly after detecting an ultra-large teleportation circle with a total of 13. Everyone in the tower was affected by the appearance of this strange creature. Upon seeing the Titan, everyone's eyes widened and jaws dropped in sheer surprise. No one knew when it had been standing there toweringly. Jung Cheon witnessed this scene and flew into a rage, believing that person was declaring war. He immediately ordered the activation of Defcon 1, putting all forces on combat alert. On the other side, people were in chaos evacuating civilians into bomb shelters. The latest weapons and magical barriers of Mia City were all deployed, confirming coordinates and locking targets. Yun-mo stepped back, ordering the activation of Defcon 1, but was stopped by Yun-ha, who told him to look. Things got even worse when they discovered another teleportation circle. Seeing the unstable situation, Han-wook showed extreme worry. Gordon gradually appeared from above in the light of the teleportation circle. That action made him even angrier. That man remained calm as if nothing happened. Then the light from the teleportation circle shone directly onto a building. Han-wook ordered Talos to prepare to fire the main cannon Laputa, but she immediately cried out that he was crazy. Still, nothing could shake his resolve. Laputa's engines ran at full power and opened the Akashic arsenal. Hearing that man roared for him to stop because the opponent's intentions were unclear, but Han-wook reassured him not to worry. He knew very well Gordon's corruption and was confident about their intentions. Moments later, the sound of machinery rang out again. The main cannon Laputa was ready awaiting the final command. Gordon remained indifferent as if he knew Han-wook could do nothing to him. He grew even angrier but was interrupted by Yun-ha asking if he was sure about that. He turned around and said she had decided to trust him, even though she did not always understand his actions. Yun-ha showed absolute trust, saying that no matter what happened, she wanted him to confirm so she could be his shield. She asked him once more if he was 100% sure about what he was about to do. Those words made Han-wook freeze in place for a moment. On the other side, Jun-mo anxiously called out to Sergeant Han-wook. Everyone also looked impatient, asking about their loved ones, but there was still no response from home. Hearing that, his heart felt a little lighter. After saying that, Han-wook slapped his own face to regain his composure. The more anxious he got, the more chaotic his mind became, telling himself he was stupid and stubborn if everything was exactly like the previous life. Looking at everyone, he feared he had pushed his comrades into meaningless death. Finally, he dared to let out a sigh of relief. Han-wook turned to thank him for helping him stay sober, but was scolded to spare the rambling and asked about the next plan. However, he could only stay silent, watching Gordon's movements. That man still stood majestically outside, waiting. Unexpectedly, Godot's expression slightly changed upon seeing something. From the opposite side, a flash of light suddenly appeared and shot toward him. Now, the two were facing each other directly. Gordon looked at him intently, and then said, as expected, he knew the Iron Tree Great Emperor would come. Behind his back, Han-wook carried a bunch of swords for the worst-case scenario. His eyes were filled only with blazing anger. Trying to stay calm, Han-wook accused him of illegal entry and illegal possession of weapons. He looked at the devastated land and then accused him of destroying property and causing public panic. After that, he continued to list other acts of terrorism before getting to that matter. At this moment, Han-wook finally unleashed himself fully, using a ceremonial greeting to welcome Gordon. But Gordon did not care and instead asked back if he was sure. That sentence left Han-wook dumbfounded because he did not understand the other's intention. Then that man asked a question that truly drove him mad, whether this was the first time they met.